medium you are watching us from, you are welcome. And again, good morning. And we are today making history at the final moment in the history of the estate, the state of the living spring, Osun State. This, as I said, is Osun Decides 2026, and the day the Osun people and residents, eligible voters, will go out, troop out in a few minutes' time to exercise their franchise to choose who will be the leader, the man or woman that will govern the affair of the state for the next 4 years. And this is provided for in our laws, in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This state was created on 27th of August 1991, created out of the old Oyo State, and is home to more than 2.3 million people. I mean, 3 to 4 million people, with 2.3 million eligible voters, registered voters, spread across 30 local government areas of the state, and of course one area office and hundreds of electoral wards and polling units. Today, every ballot cast becomes a voice, and every voice becomes a part of history. Now, from the era of the first executive governor of the state, the late Senator Isiaka Adetunji Adeleke, to the military era, down to this republic that we are in, of Chief BC Akonde, to former Governor Ilola, to Benirao Varegbeshola, down to the man who took over from Ragbeshola, that's Alhaji Gboyega Oyetola, to the incumbent, that is Senator Ademola Nurudeen Jackson Adeleke, who is seeking re-election again under the platform of the Akwa Party. It has been from one government to the other, transition after transition, unbroken years from 1999 till now, and Osun has been in the saddle. Well, between 2010, around 2010 circa, the voting pattern changed because of the transition. The court pronouncement, that historic landmark court judgment that took the reins of government from the Okuku Prince Olagunso Oyinlola, to Rauf Aregbesola. That was when Osun changed his election cycle. We'll have been doing this possibly next year, but then it is what it is. So who will it be? What will he be? All of those things are the prerequisites and the choice of the eligible voters of the state who will be trooping out any moment from now. So the only choice we have through the conference of the Constitution is the voting system, the electoral system, and the umpire, the midwife. All eyes on them today, all eyes on everybody. But then one name will keep resonating, has been resonating. Today will keep resonating. After the election, will still be resonating. Is the Independent National Electoral Commission, the INEC, under the leadership of the erudite Professor Joash Amukito SAN, who is the national chairman. Born in Osun State, we have the resident electoral commissioner, Mrs. Oluwatoyin Babalola. We wish them, the commission, all the best, the ad hoc staff, the substantive staff, the youth corps members, everybody that will be working with them. All eyes on them, all eyes on everybody. In fact, one of our guests here said in previous programs, all eyes on everybody at this time. The security architecture, the police has been speaking tough on the matter. AIGs are here, DIG is controlling. There is an election CP, there is a substantive CP there. Close to 15,000 personnel of the Nigerian police force have been deployed. And for people in this state, you'll have been seeing them, hillocks after hillocks, men after men, officers after officers, spread across the 30 local governments of the state and the area office at Modakeke Ife. So, well, let me ask, really, for this election, what's your mood this morning? Are you excited? Are you anxious? Are you nervous about the whole thing? Well, all of these emotions is allowed. But then one thing is this, no matter how you feel, you only have one choice. So take your PVC, the permanent voter card. That's the power that you have. You feel, not that you feel, you are powerful with that instrument that you have with you. And then you go around well, everybody should be aware of where they are voting, where their unit is. You'll have gone around to be sure of which desk, which possibly a public school, a notable area, a landmark place that you have always been using or that you will be using in this time. And it is our prayers here that we all remain calm. Let's have the positive mindset, even as you are leaving your home. And well, I usually say this, that everybody has a choice to make. You going out, you are making a choice. You not going out, you are equally making a choice. And by the way, you rather make a choice that you will be part of. All of these will be part of our coverage. It's a live studios and it's open from now to the end of the vote in the official time. 2:30 will be here, and even minutes after that, you are welcome. Femi Ojo is my name, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you on Osun Decides 2026 for today. Multiple participating political parties are in this election, 15 or 16 of them, and all of them will have equal chance of being voted for. Well, one of them stood down. Well, after he was a candidate, still a candidate, but he has said all his structure and everything is collapsing to support a particular candidate. We'll look into all of those statistics, the numbers of eligible voters, the total number of cards collected, for these election, and something is very instructive, distinguished viewers across the world. The Osun election is the last in the series of elections, Guba elections, all kind of elections before the general election that will start in January 2027. So this is instructive. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, made a release yesterday, and he said he's tasking every stakeholder to do their work, starting with the security, that they should protect everybody. And he made mention of the officials, making mention of INEC, that all of them, all their personnel should be protected. Everybody should be protected, and there should be no irregularity. In fact, he said it's a must that this election must be seen to be free, to be fair, to be credible. And he said, let the best man and the woman win. That is a commitment from the president, the number one man himself, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In the state, the leadership is currently under Governor Ademola Adeleke, and he's the 6th executive governor of the state, and he's seeking re-election. He was sworn in and he contested under the platform of the People Democratic Party. The last time he contested in 2018 and 2022, that made him the governor. Well, for whatever it is, he has crossed to the Accord Party, so he's flying the flag of the Accord Party today, and his challengers are there. The All Progressives Congress Guba candidate, former commissioner in the state, Muridun Bola Oyebamiji, a former speaker, two-time speaker of the state, Dr. Najim Salam of the African Democratic Congress, businessman and a tech-savvy individual, Olajide Esan of the African Alliance Congress, that's African Action Congress, by the way. AAC is also running with other 11 or 12 contestants. We look into their profile and their mandate, by the way, in the course of the program today. And perhaps you're watching us. We're live on StarTimes Channel 190 DTT, Western Spring Television. It is. We are live on Free TV. Just search for Western Spring Television. We are live on our Facebook page at Western Spring Television. We're also live on our YouTube channel at Western Spring Television NJ. You have nothing at all to miss. We're here for you. So please, by the way, when you are going out to go and vote, well, your ears could be plugged, but make sure you are security conscious. You have nothing to miss. INEC have told us everybody should be going out, and the security agencies themselves, the NSCDC, and this election, the Nigerian military are part of this election. They have deployed all of the officers in thousands for this election as well. And we hope the day that has started so beautifully will remain that way. The INEC chair, Professor Joash Amokiton, while he was in his stakeholder, he was on his stakeholders' visit to Osun State like a week or 2 weeks ago. He was here for almost a week. He had stakeholders meeting over and over. He made, visits to traditional rulers, the Ojaja himself, the Oba Eniton Imperial Majesty, Oba Eniton Gunwusi, hosted him and he spoke. the Ataoja of Oshogbo, he went to him as well, and he spoke at that meeting, of course, with other critical stakeholders. And he promised one thing, that the ballot would decide this election, not the bullet. That was the way the chairman said it. The ballot will decide and not the bullet. And we hope it remains that way. Well, one can't put away his eyes from the days that have led here, how we got here in the last 1 month. People in the state will know it has been quite chaotic. But well, yeah, we are today. It is Osun Decides 2026. Again, you are welcome. Stay with us for statistics, for data, and of course, we'll be having, not just we'll be having, our reporters are all out right now covering different aspects of the state, different towns, different districts, and be giving us a live report of, a situation report of places, polling units, polling wards across towns, across districts, across constituencies. That is why we are who we are. Award-winning, back-to-back, award-winning Western Spring Television. For the opt-in time, good morning. You're welcome to Osun Decides 2026. Femi Ojo is my name. You're welcome. We take this break, and after that, the program will continue.
Not fight. Dibo Mashija. Welcome to Election 101 in 5, your one-stop guide to everything elections, where we unpack and shed light on the gray areas of Nigeria's electoral process. I am Samson Itodo. Election 101 in 5 is an initiative of Yaga Africa with support from the European Union under the EU Support to Democratic Governance in Nigeria program. This is a special series on the Osun governorship election scheduled for August 15, 2026. It is designed to help every eligible voter in Osun understand the process, know their rights, and participate in a peaceful and credible and transparent election. This program is about how to vote and not who to vote for. Today, we look at how election results are collated and transmitted. This is a matter for everyone voting in Osun and anyone preparing to vote in 2027. So let's look at two words, collation and transmission. They mean two different things. Collation is the process of tabulating or adding up votes cast in an election, while transmission is the process of transferring or conveying election results from one point to another. The Electoral Act 2026 provides two modes of transmission, manual and electronic transmission. The manual procedure for collation and transmission involves 5 steps. Step 1 is a counting of ballot papers at the polling unit, that is manual. Step 2 is recording of results on the Form EC8A, that's the polling unit level results. The third one is the signing or the endorsement of the results at the polling unit by either candidates or polling agents. The fourth one is the physical delivery of the results to the collation center. And then fifth, the manual collation of results. The electronic procedure from the polling unit involves 2 steps. The first step is recording and the transmission of accreditation data on the BVAS. And secondly is the transmission of polling units results. So results move both ways, electronically and by hand. But collation itself is still done by human beings. In other words, collation is manual. So once votes are recorded on the result sheet at the polling unit, the presiding officer is required to do four things.
Not fight. Dibo Masheja.
Welcome to Election 101 in 5, your one-stop guide to everything elections, where we unpack and shed light on the gray areas of Nigeria's electoral process. I am Samson Itodo. Election 101 in 5 is an initiative of Yaga Africa with support from the European Union under the EU Support to Democratic Governance in Nigeria program. This is a special series on the Osun governorship election scheduled for August 15, 2026. It is designed to help every eligible voter in Osun understand the process, know their rights, and participate in a peaceful and credible and transparent election. This program is about how to vote and not who to vote for. Today, we look at how election results are collated and transmitted. This is a matter for everyone voting in Osun and anyone preparing to vote in 2027. So let's look at two words, collation and transmission. They mean two different things. Collation is the process of tabulating or adding up votes cast in an election, while transmission is the process of transferring or conveying election results from one point to another. The Electoral Act 2026 provides two modes of transmission, manual and electronic transmission. The manual procedure for collation and transmission involves 5 steps. Step 1 is the counting of ballot papers at the polling unit, that is manual. Step 2 is recording of results on the Form EC8A, that's the polling unit level results. The third one is the signing or the endorsement of the results at the polling unit by either candidates or polling agents. The fourth one is the physical delivery of the results to the collation center. And then fifth, the manual collation of results. The electronic procedure from the polling unit involves 2 steps. The first step is recording and the transmission of accreditation data on the BVAS, and secondly is the transmission of polling units results. So results move both ways, electronically and by hand, but collation itself is still done by human beings. In other words, collation is manual. So once votes are recorded on the result sheet at the polling unit, the presiding officer is required to do 4 things.
Welcome back, and this is the live coverage of Osun Decides 2026 from our studios here at Western Spring Television in Osogbo, the capital of Osun State. 15 participating political parties, all of them will be justly for the reins of the leadership of the state in today's election. August 15, it has been all eyes on the state. I told you what the Mr. President said. We'll look into that in the course of the program today. And of course, I won't be doing these alone. The diminutive Joshua is here. Good morning.
Ẹ ṣeun, ẹ kú ojúmọ́ níbi gbogbo táfẹ́fẹ́ ìkànnì yìí tó bá ń fẹ́ dé. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sí yàrá ìròyìn wa ní Kuluwa ńbí yìí níbi tá ti ṣe ìtúyẹ́bẹ́yẹ́bẹ́ ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun eléyìí tí ó jẹ́ pé adájọ́ ọjọ́ kò òní ni o wọ́n pé béèyàn bá dá ogún ọdún a mọ̀ pé béèyàn bá dọ́gbọ̀n oṣù a mọ̀ kò lónìí gan ní ojú gbogbo àgbáyé ń bẹ lára ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọjọ́ tí àjọ elétò ìdìbò ilẹ̀ yá INEC tí wọ́n ti pìyàmọ́lẹ̀ ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun yóò wáyé léléyìí tí kùkù kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ tó ti wà nígboro láti bí ọjọ́ bíi mẹ́ta ó ní gangan wá lọ́jọ́ ọ̀hún gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ti mọ̀ níkànnì Western Spring Television ìkànnì àdọ̀wà lórí StarTimes DTT yàrá ìròyìn wa ti sílẹ̀ o lórí ohun tó jẹmọ́ ti ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àwọn aṣojúkọ̀ròyìn wa mo láyọ̀ láti kọ́kọ́ jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ àwọn aṣojúkọ̀ròyìn wa ti wà ń gbòòrò níbi tí wọ́n ti máa ṣàtúpalẹ̀ ohun tójú wọn rí tí wọ́n ti máa fàbọ̀ jẹ́ wa níbí àfààyè ìfẹ́yìn náà bá a kò bá tó láti kàn sí wa ń bì láti pè wọlé gbogbo kó mísánmísán ètò ọ̀hún níbi bó ṣe ń lọ àti ibi tó dé dúró gan ẹ mọ́ wàá gbàgbé láàárọ̀ yìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tó bọ̀wọ̀ fófin bá a bá ti jí ńlé wa tá a faṣọ tó dá a sọ́rùn tá a yáàyì tá a dùn ún wò ẹja gbalé ìdìbò lọ káre ìṣojúṣe wa gẹ́gẹ́ bófin ti là á kalẹ̀ ẹ̀tọ́ wa ní lábẹ́ òfin o ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ kẹ́ni kankan ó dún kokò tàbí mọ̀ wò pé mọ̀ jáde dìbò rárá o bẹ́ẹ̀ bá wa fojú gan ní àwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ aláàbò mo láyọ̀ láti sọ fún yín wípé tiwa ni à ń ṣe o láti jẹ́ kétò ààbò oró tótó ní gbogbo ẹ̀ dúró lé lórí kì í ṣe láti dàgbò mẹ́nikẹ́ni tàbí láti kóni láyà jẹ rárá ẹ jáde lọ sí ilé ìdìbò ẹ lọ sójú tòótò ìdìbò yín gan níbi tẹ́ ẹ ti dìbò ẹ ṣe àyẹ̀wò eléyìí tó lóyìnbó ń pè ní accreditation bí ètò ọ̀hún bí wọ́n ti là á kalẹ̀ ẹ bá àwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ aláàbò ń bẹ̀ bí wọ́n bá ní ẹ̀tọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá dé sórí ìlà ẹ má pẹ́yìn ilẹ̀ dé sẹ́yìn kẹ́ ẹ̀ wálẹ̀ ẹ fẹ́ wọ wájú rárá o ẹja ṣeun gbogbo ní pẹ̀lẹ́kùtù bó ti tọ́ àti bó ti yẹ lára àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n fi ń mọ ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tó bọ̀wọ̀ fófin rèé bá a bá wá ṣe lé ìtàn ẹja ṣe bí ó bá ti gbéra sọ ẹja ṣètò fowókọsílẹ̀ wọ́n gbẹ̀rọ̀ kan wá wọ́n ní fi mú káàdì rẹ wá bí wọ́n bá ní kẹ́ ẹ mú káàdì wá ẹ mọ̀ ní rárá ó ṣe kí ló tó ń béèrè káàdì mi kí gbogbo ẹ ó lè kú mú bí ìdodo ẹ̀fọn ní o ẹja fi káàdì wa lé wọn lọ́wọ́ bí wọ́n bá fún wa níwèé ìdìbò ẹja lọ gẹ́gẹ́ sí yàrá kúrúbù tí wọ́n pèsè lóyìnbó tó lóyìnbó ń pè ní kúbíkù ẹ ti mọ lúngù kékéhùn ẹja tẹ̀ bó ti tọ́ àti bó ti yẹ ẹ tẹ̀ sójú rẹ̀ gan ẹn tó wù yín ní kẹ́ ẹ dìbò fún gẹ́gẹ́ bí gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí lórúkọ Fẹ́mi Òjó tóun ó ṣe fínrìnfínntì tiẹ̀ ẹ káàbọ̀ síkànnì Western Spring Television níbi tá a ti ṣàtúpalẹ̀ ìgbọ̀n yẹ́bẹ́yẹ́bẹ́ àjọ jẹ́ lẹ́nu yóò kúnná ní o lónìí ẹ ṣeun tẹ́ ẹ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ẹ má gbàgbé bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ń wò wá ẹ tún lè bá wa pàdé lórí àwọn àtẹ ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ wa gbogbo Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok at Western Spring Television ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ tẹ́ ẹ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa Joshua ọmọ Adénípẹ̀kun ló kọ tèmi.
Thank you so much. And we are here, so you have nothing. The people at home have nothing at all to miss. You are all covered. And at some point, we'll reel out the phone lines for you to be a part of the program to tell us concerns, observations. And the only thing we want to put here is whatever you are saying, whatever you're telling, whatever information you are asking, make sure it's a genuine one. Please make sure whatever, if there is a concern somewhere, make sure it's a genuine concern. By the way, we have analysts in the studios today, and they are here to be part of the program all the way. Some of them are regular faces, some of them not so regular, but they are here for the patriotic duty. By the way, the umpire, as I said, it's the Independent National Electoral Commission. And the statement they rolled out less than 23 hours ago says the final figures of collected permanent voters' cards ahead of the Osun governorship election. This is official from INEC itself. Ahead of the Osun governorship election scheduled for today, the INEC wishes to announce the final figures of the PVCs collected by registered voters across the state. Now, out of the total of 2,000,000 339,233 registered voters in the state, 1,906,390 PVCs representing 81.50% have been collected. The remaining 432,000 PVCs representing 18.50% have been safely deposited with the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, in line with the Commission's established practice. And similarly, it should be noted that some persons with damaged, defaced, or lost PVCs applied for replacement of their cards. A total of 6,101 among those who applied printed downloadable copies of their PVCs. And a table of the PVCs collected, polling unit by polling unit, has been published on the Commission's website. The Commission reassures political parties, civil society organizations, media, and the good people of Osun State of its total readiness to conduct a free, fair, credible, transparent, and inclusive election on Saturday, 15th of August 2026. And this was signed by Mohammed Kudu Haruna, National Commissioner, Chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee, 2 days ago from INEC. So it says 2.3 million registered voters in the state, and out of those, 1.9 million persons collected their PVCs. This is the official statement from the Independent National Electoral Commission.
ẹ ṣeun mọ̀ gbọ́ Fẹ́mi Òjó tó ṣàlàkalẹ̀ rẹ̀ tó kọ́ tó kà á ọkà jáde ní fínrìnfíntín àtẹ̀jáde àjọ elétò ìdìbò lẹ̀ àyà rẹ̀ jágbọ́ ọ̀mú lọ́kọ́ àtẹ̀jáde àjọ elétò ìdìbò lẹ̀ yí INEC eléyìí tí Mohammed Kudu Haruna ẹni ó jẹ́ alága ẹ̀ka tí í ṣe ètò ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fún àwọn olùdìbò àti ọ̀rọ̀ tó kan àwọn aráàlú gbọ̀ngbọ̀n wọ́n gbé àtẹ̀jáde kan léde o ṣáájú ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àjọ elétò ìdìbò ilẹ̀ yìí INEC ó ṣe àgbéjáde rẹ̀ lọ́rìn kìnìún iye àwọn káàdì ìdìbò alálòpẹ́ tí wọ́n ti gbà jákèjádò ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun PVC ní jẹ́ báwọn o káàdì ìdìbò alálòpẹ́ permanent voter cards lélẹ́yìí tí àjọ INEC gbé jáde pé mílíọ̀nù 2.3 ní àwọn èèyàn 2.3 million ní iye àwọn èèyàn tó jẹ́ wípé ó fòókọ́lẹ̀ àwọn olùdìbò tó fòókọ́lẹ̀ jákèjádò ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lára àwọn eléyìí 1.9 million ní iye káàdì ìdìbò alálòpẹ́ ilé tí àwọn èèyàn tó ti gbà lélẹ́yìí tájọ elétò ìdìbò lẹ̀ yá INEC tó fi yé ni wípé eléyìí dúró fún ìdá 21 ó lé belenja nínú ìdá 100 káàdì ìdìbò alálòpẹ́ tí wọ́n ti gbà bẹ́ẹ̀ bá wà lákàlẹ̀ rẹ̀ dáadáa gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ti gbé jáde iye káàdì ìdìbò iye àwọn èèyàn tó fòókọ́lẹ̀ wọ́n sọ iye káàdì ìdìbò alálòpẹ́ tí wọ́n ti gbà eléyìí táwọn èèyàn ìdìbò ẹ̀jẹ̀ ẹ̀mọ̀ Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n ní gidigba òsílẹ̀kùn àfẹ́ńbámú kọ́kọ́rọ́ lọ́wọ́ kọ́kọ́rọ́ tó téèyàn èsílẹ̀kùn tí ó fi dìbò ní káàdì ìdìbò alálòpẹ́ tá à ń sọ yìí lélẹ̀ tí wọ́n fi yé ni wípé 500 ó lé káàdì ìdìbò ló sì ṣẹ́kù ńlẹ̀ o tí wọn ò tí ì gbà lélẹ̀ tí wọ́n sọ wípé eléyìí náà nínú ìdá 100 ó dúró fún ìdá 18 ó lé 18.5% nínú ìdá 100 tó kù gbogbo àwọn káàdì ìdìbò alálòpẹ́ tí wọ́n kù tí wọn ò tí ì gbà yìí INEC nínú àtẹ̀jáde wọ́n tún kà á sísàlẹ̀ wọ́n sọ pé báńkì àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà the Central Bank of Nigeria wọ́n pé wọ́n ti rèé kó pamọ́ síbẹ̀ o ní pẹ̀kínrẹ̀kí alákálẹ̀ òfin tọrọ mọ́ ti ètò ìdìbò àtẹlẹ́ ìtọ́ bá àjọ INEC lọ́wọ́ mu bákan náà wọ́n sọ fún wa wípé àwọn káàdì ìdìbò alálòpẹ́ yìí ni wọ́n fi ṣètò ìdìbò ní tìbútòrò gbogbo bí ètò ìdìbò ti wáyé lójútó ètò ìdìbò jákèjádò ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lónìí eléyìí jẹ́ àtẹ̀jáde tí Mohammed Kudu Haruna ẹni tó jẹ́ kọmíṣánná àgbàjọ elétò ìdìbò ilẹ̀ INEC lágbọn ọ̀rọ̀ tọ́ka àwọn aráàlú gbọ̀ngbọ̀n àtẹ̀ka tí ń ṣe ètò ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fáwọn olùdìbò gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ti gbé jáde ní ti Fẹ́mi Òjó tọ́ka àtànù INEC ló gbé síta gẹ́gẹ́ bí àtẹ̀jáde èmi àti Fẹ́mi Òjó la kà sétí ìgbọ̀yìn àtòjú ìwòran yín ẹ mọ́ gbàgbé náà bá kó bá tó á sì ojúpọ̀ wá sílẹ̀ o tẹ́ẹ̀rà àyè pé wọlé àwọn lámẹ̀ẹ́tọ́ tájọ jẹ́ lẹ́nu tí ó kùnà tájọ pẹ̀kẹ́lù wọ́n ti wà lórí àpèrè níbí ní inú kuluwambi láti Western Spring Television ẹ ṣeun ẹ ń wò wá o.
Thank you so much. Our guest, by the way, before we introduce our guest, as INEC has read out their own statistics about the permanent voters cast. The percentage is out of 2.3 million, more than 1.9. That's more than 80% of those who registered collected. And we are hoping that all of these numbers, if it is possible, will troop out because there are instances where people show interest, collected cards, and the figures of those who collected cards will be so different for those who will rather go out and exercise their franchise. The police deployed close to 15,000 personnel, just like I said. The NSCDC in thousands. The Nigerian military, Nigerian Army, Nigerian Air Force, Nigerian Navy, they have their men on ground as well. In fact, when there is a viral video in which showed how these persons were coming into the state, it came with apprehension. Some were saying, why? Why do we have this level of quote-unquote militarization of the election? Some will say, let us have it. And some are saying some kind of personnel, Joshua, in which the kind of military officers that you don't see regularly. Those with, camouflage of leaves around their faces.
Onírúurú aṣọ àwọn ọmọ ológun àwọn èèyàn ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ti fojú gan ní o lélẹ̀ láwọn apá ibìkan àwọn èèyàn ń bẹnu àtẹ́lù pé kí ló dé ètò ìdìbò la fẹ́ ṣe kì í ṣogun la fẹ́ jà àwọn ọmọ ológun yìí ti kọ̀ bàbá ìṣíwájú fétò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tí Fẹ́mi Òjó ń sọ ó pé bẹ́ẹ̀ bá dé gbòòrò ń sìn iná ń jó lóko mọ̀jàlá ń ṣòfò fún lé bálejò bá wọ̀ ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun yóò mọ̀ wípé nǹkan ṣẹlẹ̀ lónìí tó sì jẹ́ tó ìdìbò sípò gómìnà onírúurú àwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ aláàbò àwọn aṣọ àwọn ọmọ ológun téèyàn ti ẹ̀rí ń ta yàtọ̀ sípò àwọn ọlọ́pàá ikọ̀ ààbò ẹrẹ́ni làbò olú civil defence téèyàn ti dáṣọ wọn mọ̀ onírúurú ní tí ó ń gbìyànjú àti sọ ni wípé onírúurú àwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ aláàbò ní ẹ ti kódà sí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun o ẹ wá dákun bẹ́ẹ̀ bá kàn sí wa nù Kùlùmbì bóyá ẹ fi nǹkan kan ránṣẹ́ àbẹ́fì nǹkan kan tó wà létí ẹjọ́ jẹ́lé ìtọ́jú òótọ́ ẹ mọ̀jà mú un lómú kákan rẹ lórí kọ́ báyìí rárá o ẹja jẹ́lé ìtọ́jú wárí tàbí tá a rí ẹ̀rí mọ́ jẹ́mi ìṣó rẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tá a ti sọ ṣáájú ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ púpọ̀.
Thank you so much. And for people in Osogbo, at least that can attest to, there have been this surveillance that is seen, the rounding of the area space by helicopters of the Nigerian police with the sound blistering all through yesterday. And definitely they will have been doing that now. All, as we understand, is towards having a peaceful election in which everybody will be able to troop out. Now we have our guest here that will go all the way through this coverage of the Osun Decides. Dr. Oluyemi Omotosho is a public affairs analyst and is a friend of the house. He's here this morning. Dr. Omotosho, good morning.
Good morning. It's a pleasure being here.
Yeah.
I wish Osun State a peaceful and violent-free election.
I say amen to that. And of course, is being flanked by a former director of INEC, Emmanuel Olufemi, is here as well. Thank you for joining us, sir. It's good to have you here.
Good morning, the States, and good morning, the anchor.
Thank you so much. Now, let's start with you. This is Osun Decides 2026, Dr. Oluyemi Omotosho. The world is watching. The nation is watching. The residents, all of us are watching on this. I remember the last time we had Dr. Agbuke, a former rec in the state, when I said the watch is watching INEC. If you know Dr. Agbuke very well, he's a very outspoken person. He said, Femi, correct that. Everybody is watching everybody. That's the way he said it at this time. Dr. Oluyemi Omotosho, how will you describe since INEC rolled out its guidelines almost a year ago for this election? And since, the nomination, because we look into all of that, we didn't just get here. There is a process, the nomination of candidates, primaries that were done, the rancors, the controversies, the smoothness of the whole process. And then we went to the campaign, almost 5-6 months, as we have it in our laws. The kind of campaigns we have had, the chaos that have greeted the atmosphere in the past few months, the killings, very unfortunately. How you describe, we'll take it bit by bit after, but how you describe the journey so far since INEC rolled out these guidelines in the last 1 year?
Thank you very much. I think it has been interesting, generally. And then, as usual of third world countries, Nigeria in particular, when we are preparing for or election, you know, some leaders have described it as do or die, something that is supposed to be naturally peaceful and violence-free. Nigerians will make it difficult. Politicians are not helping matters. So it has been interesting as usual. But we thank God we are here today. Even though we recorded some violence, about 29 or 30 people have died in Osun State. That is unfortunate. That is not acceptable. So we thank God we are here, and we are praying that we are not going to record more violence today. In preparation for the election, Osun State people, residents, and indigents have been enthusiastic about this day because it's a gap of 4 years. We have been preparing. Our election should be measured by the performance of those in power and those who have been in power before. That should make us discuss issues. And then if the election is issue based, we are going to have less acrimony, less rancor, and less violence. But unfortunately, I must confess that this election has not been based on issues. Rather, it has been based on ephemeral issues, you know, from party politicking to killing to registration. And the federal government didn't have issue because we have seen a situation where almost all the politicians in the country are decamping to one party, and Nigerians started feeling, are we going to have a one-party state? That has increased the acrimony. As I talk to you today now, those contesting, apart from Ambo, who is in APC, maybe he's been in APC for some time, the governor of the state has moved from PDP. Initially, he didn't even know where to go, only for him to find himself in an Accord party. And so many governors have decamped to the extent that we are having today about 32 governors in one party. Those who didn't win election on the basis of that party, who have decamped to that party. So it has been interesting. And then you are saying, are we moving to one-party state or no? I think we are not. The president has told us he's not organizing, he doesn't want a one-party state. I believe him, but every move, every action tends to the point that it's like we are moving to one-party state. But the Osun State election is interesting in the sense that APC is contesting and they are strong. Accord party, where the governor decamped to from PDP, is contesting and they are strong. ADC is contesting, and I think they are strong. And we still have about 13 other parties who are in this election. Even the SDP joined at the last minute. And with that raised some issues because we were thinking that how can INEC, I thought INEC was not prepared, because if SDP, when you know a case is in court, you make, alternative preparation in case they win, in case they lose. That was not done. But fortunately for us, they were able to cross the Rubicon. They were able to print new ballot papers and put SDP in the ballot, because it would be unfortunate if a party that is registered that wants to contest election is not in the ballot. So I commend INEC for that. And for their preparation for this election, I think on the face value, I commend INEC. I listened to the woman. She assured us, she gave us hope. And I want to thank the security agents who are here. They have assured us, they have given us hope. Unfortunately, at any election like this that is supposed to be an election that we vote and go back to our houses and allow people to do their work, no. The economy has to be locked down. That is unfortunate. We have not got over that. And two, the state has to be militarized to the extent that we have about 25,000 security agents in this state. Even at that, I think I need to appeal to them that they should do their work, without being biased, and then make sure that this election is free, fair, and credible. We can do it. There is no need for us to be procrastinating all the time. There is nothing difficult in election. Take your time, vote, and go back to your house peacefully, and allow those who have been saddled with the responsibility of counting, of collating, of recording, to do their job peacefully. And I want to appeal to those who are in charge of all these functions that it is a national assignment, and they should do it patriotically. And how patriotic are you when you are, violating the rules? Obey the rules, do your work according to the rule, and let the winner, be announced peacefully. So I want to announce, as we are starting the election, we'll start receiving reports. We were told yesterday that by 8 a.m. this election will start this morning. And I hope it will start exactly 8. And I'm praying that there will be peace in Osun. Osun is a peace-loving state. We are not a violent state. And I like the gladiators. Despite all the hula baloos, I think everybody was struggling for his party. The dancing governor himself, who told us that he's a happy man, he's making Osun people happy, and I think Ambo too want to make Osun people happy, Nojin want to make us happy. We should be happy. So there should be no violence because all of us are stakeholders in this particular campaign. And then we should make sure that there is peace and there is no violence so that by the time the result is out, we should take it as good sportsmanship in the sense that whoever is declared the winner should be supported. We are all struggling to develop Osun. And so you may not be in the saddle. You can help who is in the saddle to develop the state. As long as the state is developed, it's to the glory of everybody. So this is the election I want to personally feel all this idea of litigation here and there. Nigerians should learn how to contest election. The results are announced. You accept the result without going to court. Unfortunately, they have made our election to be a situation where it is not the electorate that is deciding who is the final winner. Rather, it is the judiciary. And that is not acceptable to me. So I want to plead with the contestants that at the end of this election, whoever wins, whoever loses to congratulate the winner, and the winner should be magnanimous, in victory, and then make it an inclusive government. I don't expect litigation where you go and spend billions of naira again, litigating on what is not necessary. Let us behave like the civilized countries. It is not that they didn't see challenges. They observe challenges, but they take it patriotically and move their country forward. And I hope this election will move Osun State forward again positively.
Ẹ ṣeun ọ̀mọ̀wé Ọmọ́tọ̀ṣọ́ Olúyẹmí fún ìdásí yín. Olùṣọ́ àgùntàn Emmanuel Olúfẹ́mi Agboola ẹ káàbọ̀ sí yàrá agbára wa. Ẹ ṣeun. Olùṣọ́ àgùntàn Emmanuel Olúfẹ́mi wọ́n jẹ́ ọ̀kan lára àwọn ọ̀gá àgbà àjọ elétò ìdìbò ilẹ̀ yìí INEC fún Ọ̀yọ́, Ògùn àtèkìtì. Wọ́n ti fẹ̀yìntì lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ ìjọba gẹ́gẹ́ bí òṣìṣẹ́ àjọ INEC. Ẹ jẹ́ n takò tó béèrè sí yín o. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí Fẹ́mi ti béèrè lẹ́ẹ̀kan, ń mú ìbéèrè kan pọ̀ mọ́ àgbékalẹ̀ àjọ elétò ìdìbò ilẹ̀ yìí INEC alákalẹ̀ wọn. Inú mi dùn ẹjẹ́ ti bẹ́ẹ̀ ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀gá àgbà àjọ INEC tó ti fẹ̀yìntì fún ètò ìdìbò ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun bó lẹ̀ ti rí sí. Ìkejì ẹ bá wò dáadáa àsọlẹ̀ kan àwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ aláàbò wọ́n pọ̀ gan o fétò ìdìbò yìí ṣé ẹ ń rí bá ń tẹ̀síwájú ní lágbọ́n jíjẹ́ kẹ́yẹ ẹ̀ṣọ́ aláàbò ó pọ̀ jù àwọn olùdìbò gan lọ àbí ojú kan la sì dúró darí sí bí omi adágún. Olùṣọ́ àgùntàn ẹ ṣàlàyé fún wa.
Ẹ ṣe àtọkùn. Ohun tí mo kíyèsí lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ àjọ elétò ìdìbò ó gbìyànjú lábẹ́ òfin tá a gbé kalẹ̀ fún wọn láti ṣiṣẹ́. Ó ti pé ọdún kan tí ètò yìí ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ báyìí. Ẹni tí ò bá yé á gbàgbọ́ pé òní nìkan lọ́jọ́ tí wọ́n níṣẹ́ ṣe. Ṣùgbọ́n ìrìn àjò yìí ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti lé lọ́dún kan. Àtẹ̀ntà sì gbé síta òun náà lètò elétò ìdìbò òní wọ́n ń tẹ̀lé bí òfin ṣe là kalẹ̀. Ó dẹ̀ ṣe yẹ kó rí pàápàá ní agbọn àwọn ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú. Mo ṣe ní láàánú pé àkọ́kọ́ ohun tí wọ́n mọ̀ sí internal democracy ẹni pé nínú ilé ara wa tí a gbọ́ra wa yé ewu yẹn wà fún ètò òṣèlú wa níbi tá a wà yìí. Tá a bá dẹ̀ wò dáadáa kí eléyìí kó má bàa di awuyewuye òun la ṣe ní ẹgbẹ́ kan tí wọ́n tún ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dá sílẹ̀ tí wọ́n pè ní IPAC Inter-Party Advisory Council láti máa dá sí kí omi ètò ìdìbò kó lè tòrò kó má bàa dàbí ẹni pé à ń dàrú dàpọ̀ débi tó dé yìí. Tá a bá sì sọ̀rọ̀ tí àwọn ẹlẹ́ṣọ́ ààbò tí a rí ẹ rí i pé ètò alájọ ìdìbò wọ́n gbé ìgbìmọ̀ kan kalẹ̀ láti bí ọdún bíi 15 síbí. Wọ́n ń pè ní Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security.
Kí ni jẹ́ báwọn?
Ṣé àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ yẹn ó jẹ́ gbogbo àwọn ẹlẹ́ṣọ́ ààbò orílẹ̀-èdè àti ìjọ tó ń bójútó ètò ìdìbò wọ́n ti ṣèpàdé oríṣiríṣi láti rí i pé wọ́n ṣe àgbéyẹ̀wò àwọn bó ní ìṣòro ti lè yọjú, àwọn bó ní dàrúdàpọ̀. Gbogbo ìgbà tí wọ́n ń ṣe campaign wọ̀nyí báyìí tán sọ pé wọ́n ń polongo ìdìbò káàkiri, àwọn wọ̀nyẹn ń ṣẹ̀ṣọ́ lórí ibo ni ewu ti lè jáde lọ́jọ́ ìdìbò. Kí làwọn tó ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tó fi hàn pé a gbọ́dọ̀ kíyèsára. Àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí ló fà á tó fi dàbí ẹni pé wọ́n kó àwọn ẹlẹ́ṣọ́ ààbò tó pọ̀ iná nǹkan burúkú kó wọ́n bá a rú. Torí pé ètò ìdìbò ilé ìtajà ń ṣe yìí àdáṣe off cycle òun ni. Ká ní gbogbo orílẹ̀-èdè ló ń ṣe ètò ìdìbò, kò sí àlọ́lọ́pàá tó pọ̀ débi pé ìpínlẹ̀ kan yóò wà ní ẹgbẹ̀rún lọ́nà mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́gbọ̀n aláàbò láti wá bójútó ètò ìdìbò. Olúkálùkù ó bójútó agbọ̀n ibi tí wọ́n bá wà ní. Ṣùgbọ́n torí eléyìí ó jẹ́ pé àdáṣe. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe jẹ́ àdáṣe tó yẹn, à ń retí pé ó ṣeé ṣe àwọn olóṣèlú wọn ì dáná ọmọ ẹranko bíntín ni. Àwọn tó tìlú míì wá tí ò ní nǹkan kan ṣe, wọn ì ṣọmọ ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun, ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n ṣe tán àti fẹ́ dàlúrú. Dandan ni pé a kó àwọn ẹlẹ́ṣọ́ ààbò wa tí ó lè kojú wọn, kán lè jẹ́ kí àwọn tó fẹ́ dìbò kán rojú ṣe tí wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe, kálàáfíà lè jọba, tí ò ní jẹ́ pé a máa dira wa lọ́wọ́. Ohun tó bí ètò ààbò bí wọ́n ṣe pọ̀ nìyẹn. Àní tẹ̀síwájú ìgbà tí àwọn ọ̀gá wa tí wọ́n ń sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ètò ìdìbò pé kò yẹ kí ọ̀rọ̀ à ń gbéni lọ ilé ẹjọ́ kó wáyé. Ètò ká gbéni lọ ilé ẹjọ́ lọ́wọ́ tá a wà yìí ó ṣàǹfààní ju pé ká dàlúrú, ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí dáná sunlé tàbí ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí pààyàn. Béèyàn bá ní ẹ̀hónú tó sì ṣetán tó rẹ́ni tí ó ṣetán àti gbọ́ ohun tó ń wí pé nǹkan báyìí ni wọ́n ṣe tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó, ẹ bá ní yanjú, ẹ bá ní ṣàtúnṣe. Ó dáa púpọ̀ ju pé ká kúkú wá jáde síta ká pé a ò bẹ̀rù fófin, ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí para wa lókù. Àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè tí wọ́n wò bí àpẹẹrẹ tí wọ́n ti ń ṣe tó dáa yẹn, àwa náà ò débẹ̀ ńjọ́ kan. Torí pé ìrìn àjò máìlì kan, ìgbésẹ̀ kan náà nìyẹn ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Àwa náà gbàgbọ́ pé a á débẹ̀. Ibi tí èrò rere tí wọ́n níyẹn, àwa náà ó gbìyànjú àti débẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ kan. Ọlọ́run kó ràn wá lọ́wọ́.
Ẹ ṣeun, ẹ kú látàárọ̀. Ìfẹ́mi, bó ni?
Yes, taking it, let's stay with the security components of the election. A breakdown of the personnel deployed shows that the Nigerian police deployed over 15,000 officers,
Yes.
averaging at least 4 officers per polling unit. That is if you take it by the number of polling units that we have.
3,763 times 4.
Yes, with 15,000 officers, backed by 30 commissioner of police. 30 commissioners of police are here. Mobile force unit and area surveillance. Just like I said, I can see Dr. smiling already. That's the reality. Area surveillance, at least in my area, you know, the blades of the chopper helicopter was blaring yesterday. Now, for the NSCDC, Joshua, 10,210 personnel were deployed, including specialized tactical squads and reinforcement drawn from 10 neighboring state commands. The AFCC is being said to have around 100 operatives assigned specifically to monitor and combat vote buying at polling stations. Well, that's another huge component. An elephant in the room of vote trading. Now, military and other agencies, the Nigerian Army, Department of State Services, of course, you don't expect the DSS to tell you their personnel or their numbers, have also deployed personnel to secure key infrastructures, boundary roads, and the Independent National Electoral Commission. Now, non-state security outfits, local vigilantes, hunters have been officially barred from participating in polling unit security or carrying arms during the election. Now, according to the Nigerian police, individuals arrested for major electoral offenses will be transferred directly to the force headquarters in Abuja for investigation. So, just like they used to say in Yoruba, if you are picked up, you're on your way to Abuja, free ride, you know, either your life will be free afterwards, is another...
Right to prison.
Well, and, you know, a rough estimate of these security personnel, you know, it's being put at 40,000 security personnel in Osun. as election host today. Is that really necessary?
Thank you very much. It is very, very necessary.
40,000.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is in view of what had happened before the election. And if we don't take that precautionary measures, if it had happened, like he said, that some people are dead during, the last 1 year or some few weeks back, and if you don't put checks in places to curb a repeat of this, you can now imagine what today will look like. But we want a peaceful, itch-free day. That is why we need that number much, if only to protect the electorate and to actually put confidence, to repose confidence in the electorate. Because with what had happened, many will be scared. They are already threatened. What do I gain by going out to vote if I am likely to be killed? But with the number of security personnel and the assurances given by these agencies that we are here to protect the electorate, definitely we have a level of confidence in the electorate to want to come out to exercise their franchise. So we need them.
Yeah, 40,000. Let me take the same question. The same concern. There are many persons that I said expressed they talked about demilitarization. And some are saying, we know how we got here. Just like Pastor said there. At a time, like 3-4 weeks ago, it was like an average of a killing per day. Now, there was a shift. It looked like everything was relatively peaceful until this week again, especially in a particular corridor of the state. We get there because we take this in district by district, especially the Osun East, that's the Ife-Jesha corridor, has been quite a bit more volatile than other states. 40,000. And now, some will say, is it by the number of the deployment, 40,000, or if those officers will be left to do the work as and when you, and I'm giving you an instance. There is a controversy that is going on, that 4 or 3 days ago, a particular House of Assembly candidate with some persons were caught, allegedly with firearms. Only for the next day, there were reports that the man has been released. Just like I said, allegedly, we can't independently verify that. And that is it. So some will say, is that really necessary? The deployment, 40,000 of them, will they even be allowed to work? What's the essence of having such a huge figure if actually that people will not still feel safe?
Well, let me say this. Based on the antecedent of this state, based on what has been happening before this election, if the president didn't approve the deployment of up to 40,000, I even said 25,000 before, Nigerians will turn around to blame the same president. That based on what has happened, there is violence everywhere, that killings are taking place, and politicians are not taking election easy. Why didn't he deploy? He has deployed now because we have been behaving like animals. I'm sorry to say, not all of us, but the politicians. What is in an election that people contest in other countries peacefully, and then you turn this place to a war ground? So the militarization is, like you said, is as a result of the misbehavior of the politicians. That is one. Instead of selling their, selling their manifesto to us based on issues, they are attacking one another left, right, and center. So I commend the president for doing that. But unfortunately for us, can we do that in a full swing election where it is not only an off-cycle election that is Osun alone? Where are you going to? You can't deploy 25,000 only, even to a state during a national election. That should be, you not have enough personnel to go to other places.
Ṣeun, dákun, mo fowó àtọmọdé yín lẹ́nu, ọ̀mọ̀wé Ọmọ́tọ̀ṣọ́. Àwọn aṣojúkọ̀ròyìn wa báyìí, gbogbo bí nǹkan ti ń lọ, ńlẹ̀ ń wò lójú fọ́nrán. Wọ́n mọ̀ fi hàn wá o, bẹ́tò ìṣe ń lọ, a mọ̀ ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ lálálà ń fi bọ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ń gbà ẹ bá ń gbọ́rọ̀, bóyá nǹkan ṣe ń lọ ń ta gédégbé lẹ̀ ń wò ń wo, ó kílíà bí ojú ọmọ tuntun láti kàn ní Western Spring Television láti ìlú Ẹdẹ níbi tí wọ́n wà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Àbálọ àbábọ̀ ètò ọ̀hún tí ń kó mísánmísán rẹ̀ sí lẹ́ ń wò ń wo ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ ní Sagba Abogunde Ward 2 níjọba ìbílẹ̀ Àríwá Ẹdẹ North Local Government bí nǹkan ti ń lọ sí lẹ́ ń wò bẹ́ẹ̀ ń Sagba Abogunde Ward 2 làwọn aṣojú kọ̀ròyìn wà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ lẹ́ ń wò níkànnì Western Spring Television ọmọwé ẹ̀ ń bá nǹkan kan lọ.
Now, just before, sorry, I apologize. Just before, Doctor will continue. For those joining us as well, just like Joshua said, you have live feeds from Ward 2 in Ede, that is it, and you have it there, Sagba Abogunde Ward 2 in Ede North Local Government, and it's I think it's 8 a.m. already, right? And people, you already see the number there. People going through to check their names, where they will vote, and you can see some of our reporters. And very soon they will be speaking with us. It's shown that, or should decide, is not just a plan; it is a reality, and we are starting. Doctor, please go ahead.
Well, like I was saying, 40,000 is good. The president has done his bit. Now, it is left for the officers to do their bit. Whether you're a military personnel, whether you're a policeman, whether you're a civil defense, whoever you are as a security agent. I must confess here and say that, look, in the last in days preceding this election, the police particularly have not done well because they have no consequences for those who are misbehaving. Somebody will shoot. You even see hoodlums carrying guns during the daylight, and police will do nothing. I am aware few were arrested, but have they been prosecuted? If there are no consequences for wrong actions, people will continue to do it. So I want to hope that with this number and with the directive of the president, we have commissioners of police here, we have AIG. I hope they will do their job without being biased. They will do their job by following the rules and regulations. They will do their job by arresting culprits and taking them, take charge of them till further notice. That is one. Two, look at the utterances of the politicians preceding this election. Some said they can kill. Some said, if you come here, they will kill you. What is the consequence? We only heard that man was invited. What happened after the invitation? All those are the things that can create confidence in the mind of people. Politicians who feel, they are smelling the odor of defeat, like to cause crisis by making unacceptable, provocative utterances. It is the responsibility of security agents to caution them and put them in place. So I hope with the directive of the president, the security agents will do their jobs properly. They are good enough because I heard yesterday from the PRO of the police, National PRO, telling us that we have 4 or 3 unarmed men in each polling unit. That is good. And they have about 90 Hilux vehicles. And that means 3 in each of the local government. So they don't have any reason not to perform. They have enough personnel, they have enough logistics. And then, so we expect this election to be free and fair. And let me tell you this, Nigerians are easily convertible people. Once Nigerians observe the security agents are doing their job, everybody will comply. It is only when, security agents are not doing their work or events, malpractices or misbehaviors are reported and nothing happens that it continues. I just hope they do their bit. Let us use this Osun as a test case for what is going to happen to Nigeria in 2027. We can do it. We are civilized people. Don't politicians want to make us look as if we are uncivilized. We are very civilized. Just those of us who have been traveling left, right, and center, when you see Nigerians abroad, you will be proud of Nigerians. They behave themselves. They are, they are civilized. They are disciplined. They are brilliant. They are enlightened. And you see them in top echelons of different countries performing excellently. Now, when it comes to our own, we're having problems. In Nigeria today, I must tell you that in other sectors, we don't have problems. It is only in this election, this politics, that Nigerians have taken politics as their profession, that we're having problems. And that is why we're always having, square peg in round holes. And it's unfortunate. Sure. And the beginning of the recruitment is through election. So the election should be free and fair. And I want to appeal to the security agents to do their job. And I want to beg the president to walk the talk by saying that he told us that he wants free, fair, and credible election. Anybody that misbehaves, whether he's a politician, whether he's an electorate, whether he's a security agent, should be taken through the legal course and be punished.
Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ ọmọwé ọmọtọ̀ṣọ́ ẹ kú látàárọ̀ ẹ mọ̀mọ́ wí o olùṣọ́ àgùntàn Emmanuel Olúfẹ́mi Agboola
Yes.
ọ̀gá àgbà àjọ elétò ìdìbò ilẹ̀ yìí, ọ̀kan lára àwọn ọ̀gá àgbà tó ti fẹ̀yìntì nílé iṣẹ́ àjọ elétò ìdìbò ilẹ̀ yìí INEC. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ púpọ̀. Lẹ́gẹ́ bí àlàyé tí Fẹ́mi Òjó ṣe lẹ́ẹ̀kan, ètò ìdìbò yìí 40,000 ní àpapọ̀ iye àwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ aláàbò tí wọ́n pé wọ́n kó dà sí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun láti rè mójútó gbogbo nǹkan. Ẹ jẹ́ ń fọ́ sí wẹ́wẹ́. Iléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ló kéde wípé àwọn ọlọ́pàá tí wọ́n tó 15,000 lélẹ̀ tí wọ́n pìyàmọ́ rẹ̀ kalẹ̀ tó wá jẹ́ ọlọ́pàá kọ̀ọ̀kan ní ó dúró nídùú òǹdó sí ojútó ìdìbò kọ̀ọ̀kan. Kọmíṣánná ọlọ́pàá tó 30 níye ní ẹ kó dà wá sí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Àwọn ọlọ́pàá kò gbérégbè mobile policemen àwọn náà ń bẹ ńlẹ̀. Bákan náà láńgbẹ́lì kọ́pítà tí fò káàkiri tí fáànù rẹ̀ náà ń yí lókè rororo kíkan tí fò kiri wọ́n pé wọ́n ń tọ́jú òfurufú mójútó ohun tí ń lọ ńlẹ̀ tó jẹ́ iléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá. Gbogbo èèyàn lọ́gbọ́n wọn rí àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké kígbe ẹlikọ́pítà wàá bá lé mi àwọn ọmọ nǹkan kan tiẹ̀. Mo tún tẹ̀ wájú iléeṣẹ́ abọ́rẹ́niláàbòlú NSCDC àwọn kó àwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ aláàbò tó 10,000 àti gba okòólénígba gan tiẹ̀ tún ni àwọn kò dà sí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àti àwọn ẹ̀ka wọn tí ṣèfimúfilẹ̀ àtàwọn eléyìí tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n kó wá fúnṣẹ́ àkànṣe nílé iṣẹ́ abọ́rẹ́niláàbòlú wọ́n kó àwọn lé ń wá láti ìpínlẹ̀ 10 tó jẹ́ alámúlégbè sí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun NSCDC nù. Mo wá lọ sọ́dọ̀ àjọ elétò ìdìbò àjọ tí fìrò máwọn tó bá ṣe wá ará ìlú mọ̀kúmọ̀kú EFCC. Wọ́n pe àwọn ikọ̀ aláàbò ẹ̀ṣọ́ EFCC àwọn tó 100 kọ́hún 100 kan níye. Wọ́n pé láti dàgbó máwọn tí ràbò máwọn tí tàbò àtàwọn owó ìdúnàdúrà kò tọ́ làwọn eléhùn wà fún tiẹ̀. Ilé iṣẹ́ ọmọ ológun náà lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ àti àwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ aláàbò pàápàá jùlọ nílé iṣẹ́ ikọ̀ ọ̀tẹlẹ̀múyẹ́ DSS àwọn náà wọ́n kó àwọn èèyàn wá o láti jẹ́ wípé wọ́n ó ṣe ìfimúfilẹ̀ abẹ́nú gbogbo ẹnu bodè tó wọ ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun gbogbo àwọn ojútò gbogbo àwọn gégélé òkè tó jẹ́ wípé ó jẹ́ kọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ò mójútó ń tiwọn láti jẹ́ kétò ààbò dúró re gbogbo ẹ̀ náà. Ẹ yọ ajẹ́ ń béèrè lọ́wọ́ yín ẹ wà lákàlẹ̀ tí mo ṣe yìí ṣé pẹ̀lú gbogbo eléyìí ṣé ẹ lè fọwọ́ sọ̀yà pé ètò ìdìbò tó gbóúnjẹ fẹ́gbẹ́ tọ́gbà wo bọ̀ yóò tún ṣẹlẹ̀ yóò wáyé yóò lálẹ́ wù nínú ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà tí ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lópin ọjọ́?
Ẹ ṣe àtọkùn ìbéèrè yín dá púpọ̀. Ìdánilójú tí mo lè fún yín ni pé iléeṣẹ́ ètò ìdìbò yóò pegedé nínú ìrìn àjò tiẹ̀ tí àwọn tó yí ká wọ̀nyí tí wọ́n bá gbà láàyè láti ṣiṣẹ́ bó ti tọ́ àti bó ti yẹ. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n fún alápẹẹrẹ. Àlọ́ ń kíyàn mọ́lẹ̀ à ń jí ní pé à ń pani à ń dúnkokò mọ́ ni iléeṣẹ́ elétò ìdìbò kọ́ ló wá ń dì yẹn. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn tá a kó wá wọ̀nyí láti wá bójútó bí ìrìn àjò ṣe rí mo sọ fún wa lẹ́ẹ̀kan. Ṣẹ̀rí àkọ́kọ́ ni pé tí ò bá sírú wọn lẹ̀ àwọn èròjà tán fẹ́ lò fún ìdìbò yìí gangan tí ballot papers ní o ballot box ní o election result sheets ní o tó ti wà ní ojúkò iléeṣẹ́ elétò ìdìbò káàkiri ìpínlẹ̀ tó jẹ́ 30 yẹn láti rìn láti bẹ̀ lọ sí ward headquarters láti ward lọ sí polling unit tí wọ́n ń lọ láàárọ̀ yìí tí wọ́n ti débẹ̀ báyìí. Mo fẹ́ sọ fún wa pé àwọn kọlọ̀rọ̀ sí olóṣèlú wọ́n lè lọ dá wọn lọ́nà. Sọ pé wọ́n ti rí pé ọkọ̀ ti gbéra wọ́n sì ń tọpin wọn wọ́n dẹ̀ lọ dá ọkọ̀ yẹn lọ́nà. Kò dẹ̀ sí bá a ṣe fẹ́ ṣe àwọn ìrìn àjò wa pàápàá tá a bá wò ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Mo fẹ́ sọ fún wa pé àwọn ìlú kan wà gbogbo ìlú ló ṣe pàtàkì ṣùgbọ́n nínú ìrìn àjò láti ojúkò lọ síbi tí wọ́n ti fẹ́ lo ohun èlò ìdìbò ìrìn àjò yẹn jágùn díẹ̀ tó fi jẹ́ pé ó rọrùn fún àwọn adánilọ́nà láti dá wọn lọ́nà láti bà nǹkan ètò ìdìbò yẹn jẹ́ kí ìrìn àjò òní kó wọ́n bá yẹ. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n fún alápẹẹrẹ kan. Tẹ́ ẹ bá sọ̀rọ̀ orí adé local government nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun mo sọ fún bàbá wa lánàá ìrìn àjò láti Ìjẹ̀bú-Jẹ̀ṣà lọ sí Ọ̀wẹ̀nà Ìkejì Arákejì Àpótí Dàgbàjà tàbí tá a bá sọ̀rọ̀ Àtàkùnmọ̀sà East láti Ìpèrìndó lọ sí Sókótó. Sókótó yẹn wà láàyè nínú Àtàkùnṣá East o. Láti Òṣù lọ sí Fẹ̀wàrà kì í ṣe tó rọrùn. Ìrìn àjò èsì tẹ́ bá fẹ́ kí wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò ìdìbò láago 7 láàárọ̀ dandan ni pé àwọn tí ó kó sọ́nà gbọ́dọ̀ kó sọ́nà ní bí aago 3 sí 4 òru. Tí ò bá sáwọn ẹlẹ́ṣọ́ aláàbò tí ó tẹ̀lé wọn, àwọn tó bá dá wọn lọ́nà wọn ò bá ohun èlò ìdìbò lọ́wọ́ wọn. Àwọn tó ń dúró síbi tí wọ́n ti fẹ́ dìbò wọ́n mọ̀ retí pé ó yẹ káwọn tí ó kó ohun èlò ìdìbò wá wọ́n yọjú sáwọn wọn ò ní rí wọn. Òun ló ṣe dàbẹ́ ni pé a nílò àwọn èèyàn wọ̀nyí dáadáa. Ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun gan 40,000 tá a ní yìí torí pé a ní àwọn ojú omi tó wá pé ibi tí ìrìn àjò ojú omi pọ̀ sí. A tún ní àwọn tó gbọ́dọ̀ tún ṣiṣẹ́ ojú omi yàtọ̀ sí ti òfurufú.
Tí wọ́n tún wà lójú omi náà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni torí pé ẹ lè sọ ibi tí wọ́n ti lè gbà yọ sí yín. A ti rí ibi tí wọ́n ti lọ dènà ọkọ̀ ojú omi. Wọ́n sì gba nǹkan tán gba gbogbo tán fẹ́ lọ fi ṣe ètò ìdìbò lórí omi. Wàhálà yóò pọ̀ gan tó pé tí a bá wò ó fínífíní a lè rò pé àwọn ọlọ́pàá wọ̀nyí wọ́n ti pọ̀ jù wọ́n ti ṣe. Ṣùgbọ́n ọlọ́pàá tó wà ń bẹ̀ gbogbo wọn kò sẹ́ni tó mú ohun ìjà kankan dání. Ẹ lè rí ọlọ́pàá tó wà níbi tán ti fẹ́ dìbò kẹ́ ẹ rí ìbọn tàbí kóńdó. Aṣọ wọn lásán gangan fúnra ó ti pe àlàáfíà wọlé fún ẹnikẹ́ni tó wá fẹ́ dìbò ń bẹ̀. Tẹ́ bá rọ ọlọ́pàá tàbí sójà sì ní sójà yìí lò bọ́njọ́ dìbò. Ìrí wọn lásán ọkọ̀ wọn nínú ìrírí. Nígbà kan wọ́n fẹ́ dìbò ní ìpínlẹ̀ kan mo forúkọ bo ìpínlẹ̀ láṣìírí. Àwa ń ṣèpàdé àwọn ẹlẹ́ṣọ́ ààbò ICCS tí mo sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan intelligence consultative. Àwọn láti sọ pé ibi báyìí wọn ti kó tọ́ọ̀gì síbẹ̀ o kìíní kankan tó sì jó òótọ́ wọ́n ti kó tọ́ọ̀gì síbẹ̀. Ìgbà táwọn ológun tí wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ tiwọn wọ́n kàn rọra gbé mọ́tò ológun kan wọ́n gbé lọ síwájú ibi tí wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n kó àwọn dàlúrú wọ́n kàn gbé kalẹ̀ síbẹ̀. Wọ́n àbẹ́nikẹ́ni jà ṣùgbọ́n mọ́tò yẹn wà ń bẹ̀. Àwọn tán pè ní jàlùkú wọ̀nyí bọ́n ṣe yọjú tí wọ́n ti rí ọkọ̀ ológun níta inú ilé yẹn náà ni wọ́n wà títí tó ètò ìdìbò fi parí. Wọ́n lè jáde lọ síbikíbi torí ẹ̀rù ti bà wọ́n pé àwọn ọmọ tí ó ṣẹlẹ̀. Àwọn dàlúrú wọ̀nyí la fẹ́ fi ẹ̀ṣọ́ ààbò yìí la fẹ́ fi pa lẹ́nu mọ́ káwọn tó fẹ́ dìbò lóòótọ́ kán lè ráàyè jáde kán láǹfààní àti ṣe ojúṣe wọn bí ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè yìí.
Lọ́pọ̀ ìgbà náà mo fọwọ́ àtọmọdé lẹ́nu lọ́pọ̀ ìgbà náà àwọn ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ pákáleke fùrọ̀dán apààyàn lónìí wọ́n ti sáàyàn tán lọ́gbẹ́ lọ́la táwọn aráàlú ti fojú winá sẹ́yìn látọ̀dọ̀ àwọn ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú síra wọn kó tó dà á kò yìí ẹ̀rù rẹ̀ ń bẹ lára wọn. Ẹ̀rù páwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ aláàbò náà tún wá pọ̀ fa tí ń lọ kó tó dọjọ́ òní ẹ̀rù rẹ̀ náà wọ́n pé kò ní jẹ́ kẹ́lòmíì gan ó tiẹ̀ jáde ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ èèyàn ó fìdí mọ́lé ni. Ó dà pé ọmọwé ọmọ tọ̀sọ̀ fẹ́.
Can I speak Yorùbá? Yes, bó ṣe rí eléyìí tó ṣe pàtàkì ńbẹ̀ tó yẹ kán ti máa ṣe látàkọ́kọ́ ni pé ẹni tán bá mú tó rúfin kán fi jófin àìkì í fi wọ́n jófin ló ń jẹ́ kán láyà. Níjọ́ tá a ti ń ṣe election yìí a lè ka iye àwọn tán ti fi jófin. Ẹ̀rẹ́ ni tó gbé bò báyìí tó gbé tó ń sá lọ wọ́n á mú ànígbọ́n kankan mọ́. Ẹ̀rẹ́ ni tó ń ràbò tó ń tàbò wọ́n á mú ànígbọ́n kankan mọ́. Ẹni tí ẹ bá mú tó rúfin ìbò ipò ẹ̀ ìbá gùn sókè rẹpẹtẹ ìbá jẹ́ kékeré ìbá jẹ́ mídù ẹ fi jófin. Tẹ́ bá ń fi wọ́n jófin wọn ò ní máa ṣerú ẹ̀ mọ́. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ alàgbà yín kan tán sọ yẹn. Now ìdí tá a fi kó wọn jáde nìyẹn but ẹ lè mú wọn tẹ́ bá mú wọn kẹ́ mú wọn pamọ́ tá election bá tán ẹ gbé wọn lọ court ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àgbáyé rí wọn pé eléyìí ó ti ṣe báyìí o ó ti ṣe ẹ̀wọ̀n ọdún báyìí tí a bá ń ṣe yẹn yóò dínkù. Àwa ní kókó là ń ṣe election ní gbogbo àgbáyé ogọ́sẹ̀ tẹ́ bá ń ṣe election ní Europe and US ẹ lè lọ bí iṣẹ́ kẹ́ máa lọ bí iṣẹ́ báyìí kẹ́ dìbò in fact ẹ lè dìbò bí oṣù kan tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìbò gan.
Aládìí ilẹ̀ tún wà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tẹ́ bá mọ̀ pé ibi tẹ́ ti fẹ́ dìbò ẹ ní sí around mọ́ ní ọjọ́ ìbò yẹn ẹ lè dìbò yín lẹ̀ kẹ́ máa lọ kò sì sí nǹkan tó máa tọ fọwọ́ kan ìbò yín. Jàgídíjàgan bí nǹkan tó fi pọ̀jù ni pé àwọn olórí wa àwọn tán ti gbàjọba tán ń ṣèjọba lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ kí ó yẹ ká máa sọ láàrin ara wa pé owó tẹ̀ ń tán rí ní pé mo pegedé nínú ìbò mo da gọ́vnà mo da house of assembly mo da senator owó tán rí ti pọ̀ jù owó tí wọn ò ṣiṣẹ́ fún ó ti pọ̀ jù owó tí ó pọ̀ jù yẹn òun ló fi jẹ́ pé tá a bá ní kú síbẹ̀ á kú síbẹ̀ ni o because kò sí iṣẹ́ tẹ́ ẹ lè ṣe báyìí ní Nàìjíríà lẹ́nu tó lè mówó wọlé bí iṣẹ́ olóṣèlú ẹ̀rí kánsẹ́lọ̀ báyìí kò ní mọ́tòsáìkù tẹ́lẹ̀ kò ní kẹ̀kẹ́ kó tó lo oṣù mẹ́fà ó ti ra mọ́tò méjì ó ti ń kọ́lé alájà mẹ́ta kò sẹ́ni tí ó mú kò sẹ́ni tí ó béèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ pé ńbo lo ti ń rówó ní àná mò ń wo tẹlifíṣàn wọ́n jò ilé àwọn olóṣèlú wa sínétọ̀ bíi 5 ilé tó ń gbé in fact ẹ rò pé sẹkítẹ́rìàtì ilé ìjọba ni ó ṣe tóbi tó ńbo náà ń gbé lọ gbogbo nǹkan ayé rẹ̀ lélẹ̀ vanity upon vanity all is vanity eléyìí bọ́n ṣe ń náwó bọ́n ṣe ń rówó àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ìjọba gan tán kàwé tán ṣe training tán ṣe òrówó tó lóṣèlú. So I think that is the problem. Yeah. I think by the time we start looking into all those areas, when we militarize election like this, it shows we are not civilized, and we should be civilized.
All right. Just like we said, this is Osun Decides, the live studios here at Western Spring Television. Let's inform you that as of 7:30 a.m., that's like an hour ago, polling stations have opened in some part of Osogbo. And driving through Ring Road, Stadium, and Ikirin Road, reporters observed early arrival of electorates and INEC officials. There is also heavy presence of policemen, like 4 per polling unit. And military officers and men were also seen at strategic intersections at Ikirin, from Odoba, Ekwende Road, and Oyedokun Road. Polling units were opened. We noticed full complements, reporters, of security operatives and INEC officials. At Ire, at a few minutes past 8 a.m., some polling units have opened with polling officials set for business. At SM Afolabi Town Hall, few numbers of electorates were seen. It was, however, different at Erepa in Boluadro local government. Polling units were full of enthusiastic voters who besieged those polling units. And by the way, as we told you, we are on ground. We are seeing live feeds here. And we have a report about the situation on ground. Stay with us.
Okay, so I'm here live at Sagba Bogude Ward 2 in Eden North local government area. And as at 8:13, the time is 8:13, as at now, the election process has not yet started. We're told by the INEC ad hoc staff that the process is going to start, the accreditation will start by 8:30 as against 8 a.m. that was earlier announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission. And this polling unit is the polling units where the governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke, is also expected to vote. And as you can see, a number of voters are queued up already, ready for the election process. A number of them, there's another polling unit just right over there where a number of people are ready. They've been here, some people have been here as early as 7 a.m. just to be accredited. But as we were told by the INEC ad hoc staff, the accreditation is expected to start by 8:30. A number of polling units that we've also visited, we've seen a number of people standing on the queue waiting for the process to start. And security agencies, election observers are all here ready for the process. So we are expecting also in a moment, we're expecting the governor of Osun State also to arrive here, where he's also expected to go to continue to monitor this development. My name is Toby George, Western Spring Television News.
Thank you so much, Toby. That shows the situation at the polling unit that the governor of the state, Ademola Adeleke, is expected to vote.
O ṣeun Fẹ́mi Òjó, ìròyìn tó ń tẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́. Ẹ má gbàgbé àkànṣe ètò rèé àgbékalẹ̀ eléyìí tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Eléyìí tí ó jẹ́ pé gbogbo àwọn táwọn oníròyìn fojú gan ní àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó ṣe pàtàkì ṣe kókó tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ìlọsíwájú àti ìdàgbàsókè ètò ìdìbò àti ìṣèjọba àwarawa là ń pẹ̀kẹ́lù ní yàrá agbára wa ń bì. Ìròyìn tó ń tẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́ ó sọ fún ni wípé níbi ọwọ́ aago 7:30 láfẹ̀mọ́júmọ́ òní àwọn oníròyìn wa wọ́n fojú gan ni wípé àwọn ojútò ètò ìdìbò kan ni wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n ti ṣí o táwọn òṣìṣẹ́ ti wà ń bẹ̀ nílùú Òṣogbo tí ṣolúlú ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun nígbà tí wọ́n ń kọjá lọ ní agbègbè Ring Road Stadium àtọ̀nà Kírun wọ́n rí wípé àwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ elétò ìdìbò ilẹ̀ yìí INEC ni wọ́n tètè dé àwọn ojútó ètò ìdìbò kan tí wọ́n ti tètè dé tó gbogbo sì ń lọ pẹ̀lẹ́kùtù. Wọ́n tún tẹ̀síwájú pé àwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ aláàbò àwọn ọlọ́pàá tó jẹ́ pé mẹ́rin lójútó ètò ìdìbò kọ̀ọ̀kan ni wọ́n dúró ń bẹ̀ sí dúró láti jẹ́ kó gbogbo lọ nírọ̀wọ́rọ̀sẹ̀. Àwọn ọmọ ológun náà ló jẹ́ pé àwọn náà dúró sáwọn ibi tó ṣe pàtàkì ṣe kókó nílùú Kírun ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun níjọba ìbílẹ̀ Ìfẹ́lódùn láti odò ọba Èkó-Èndé ọ̀nà tó lọ sí Èkó-Èndé Oyèdòkun. Wọ́n ní àwọn ojútó ètò ìdìbò ńbẹ̀ náà wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ tí àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ tó yẹ wọ́n ó débẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti débẹ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ aláàbò táwọn náà dúró síbi tó yẹ wọ́n dúró sí nílùú Rèé ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun níbi ọwọ́ aago 8 òwúrọ̀ òní kọjá àṣẹ́jú díẹ̀. Àwọn ojútó ètò ìdìbò kọ̀ọ̀kan níròyìn fi yé ni wípé wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ o táwọn náà ti dúró ńbẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n ti dé ní SM Afọlábí Town Hall níbi ọwọ́ ìṣẹ́jú aago 8 òwúrọ̀ òní kọjá àṣẹ́jú díẹ̀. Àwọn olùdìbò tí ó dìbò náà àwọn náà ti gúnlẹ̀ síbẹ̀. Wọ́n fi ń yé ni wípé bákan náà ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ṣe bí ẹni yàtọ̀ díẹ̀ ní Ẹ̀rípa níjọba ìbílẹ̀ Bolúwadúró. Àwọn tí ó dìbò wọ́n pé àwọn ti ya síta kẹ̀tíkẹ̀tí tí wọ́n dé ojútó ètò ìdìbò tí wọ́n ń retí tí wọ́n sì ń fojú sọ́nà pé láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣe iṣẹ́ tí òfin là kalẹ̀ fún wọn tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú dídé ìbò fẹ́ni ó wù wọ́n nínú ètò ìdìbò ọ̀hún.
And of course, Toby.
Bákan náà Tóbi Sànúsí aṣojúkọ̀ròyìn iléeṣẹ́ yìí ó ti wà ní Abógúndé nílùú Ẹdẹ níjọba ìbílẹ̀ Sàgbà Sàgbà Abógúndé ward 2 níjọba ìbílẹ̀ Àríwá Ẹdẹ níbi tí ìrètí wà wípé gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun sẹ́nitọ̀ Adémọ́lá Adélékè ojútó ètò ìdìbò wo ibi tí wọ́n ti dìbò ní aṣojúkọ̀ròyìn iléeṣẹ́ wa Tóbi George Sànúsí ibẹ̀ ló ti fi àbòjẹ́ wa ní ìsìn láìpẹ́ ńgbà Fẹ́mi Òjó ń sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan ibi tí nǹkan dé dúró ń bẹ̀.
Now, let's talk about the commitment of Mr. President, to free, fair election. And by the way, before this, the latest statement that was given by the president on his behalf by his spokesperson, Bayo Onanuga, there was a controversy around, that trailed the visit of the Catholic bishops to the Mr. President like 2 weeks ago, when the Conference of Catholic Bishops reeled out their concern about the state of the Nigerian state, of the Nigerian nation, of course. And they talked about the, interference, neutrality, concerns, and all of those things. And the president, responded to that. But one of them is Cardinal Naikan, who was averse to the response and body language of Mr. President, in which he said the president was dismissive of every concern that was raised, almost all of the concerns. Now, that is not just the focus. The focus is in part of what the president said, where he said all is fair in politics, and which many persons said, depending on how you want to, define it, all is fair in politics. The president went for that to say, my enemies, that's his political enemies, are doing everything to get him out of the office, but he will not give them the rope to tie him. Whatever anybody needs to do, he will do. Complaints are there, but the atmosphere is fair. Let everybody try their luck. That's what the president said. But Cardinal Naikan said that is not expected of a president, because that's meant to be defined as anything when you say all is fair in politics. Now, when you connect that, or many persons are now connecting that with the statement of Senator Fadamsi that he made in Elisha a few days ago, where he was seen categorically in a video complaining about the death that has occurred to members of his own political party. And he said that was the reason for the protest that he took to the Owas Palace. That place was Owas Palace in front of the town hall, and which he said he wouldn't stand down again. Henceforth, quite an unfortunate statement. But he has recounted to say that is not what he meant. By the way, that he only meant the killing, kill them, do not allow them to come and vote any member of the Accord party. That's just on one side. We'll get into some of this nitty-gritty. Now, the president was seen yesterday, the statement was made by Bayo Onanuga, where said President Tinubu calls for peaceful election in Osun State, charges security agencies to protect voters and INEC officials. And I would like to read it very quickly. President Tinubu has called on the INEC and the security agencies to ensure a peaceful and transparent election in Osun State. The people of Osun will go to the polls on Saturday, that's today, August 15, to elect their governor in an election where 15 candidates are contesting. Among them are the incumbent governor, Ademola Adeleke, the APC candidate, Munidun Bola Ibamiji, African Democratic Congress candidate, Honorable Najim Salam. President Tinubu also charged the electorate in Osun State to come out to discharge their civic responsibility and eschew any act that could disrupt the peaceful conduct of the election while assuring the people of their safety before and after the polls. And this is quoting Mr. President. As the people of Osun State head to the polling units to elect who will govern them in the next 4 years, I call on INEC to ensure orderly conduct of the election. The election must be transparent, free, and fair. I urge INEC to ensure the integrity of the process. INEC must use this last off-cycle election as a test case to demonstrate to Nigerians their full preparedness for the 2027 election. I have charged the Inspector General of Police and other heads of security agencies taking part in the election to provide maximum security at polling units. No room should be allowed for troublemakers to disrupt the process. No room. Electoral officials and voters must be protected so they can perform their civic duties without fear of intimidation. Voters should feel confident to go out in their numbers to vote for the candidate of their choice, as well as measures necessary to ensure a peaceful, fair, and fair election have been put in place. Our elections must be credible, and the outcome of the Osun governorship election must reflect the will of the people. President Tinubu declared, signed by Bayo Onanuga. What do you make of the statement of Mr. President, Pastor?
Well,
the tone, the words, the text, and what does it sound? How does it sound?
Thank you very much. It is expected and very protective, because without such assurance from Mr. President, it is possible that the electorate will get scared, and even the election management body might be threatened or frustrated. But having said that, who else will speak? No other person. He has given his words and we believe him. All he wants is the credibility of the process, the transparency of the process, the openness, a level playing field for all. And I'm happy at this point that from the records received so far, there is no allegation of opening the poll late. If the election is to last 6 hours, the voting, and it's starting by 8:30, and not yet 8, we already have some polling units that are ready. So it means INEC is on course. As to the security, no doubt the fact that we have some red spots in Osun election. When the ICCS will meet, or during their previous meetings, there is the need to comb areas. For instance, Buripe is a red zone. That is by our own calculation. Ede is another hotspot. It doesn't stop there. Ejigbo is another hotspot. Why? Ejigbo, we have a contestant coming from that place. Ede, we have a contestant coming from that place. When you talk about areas like Ilesha East, Ilesha West, Obokun, Oriade, because of what had transpired in the last few days or weeks, there is the need to map out strategic security surveillance to avert a repeat of what had happened. So all these are necessary. And coming to Oloruda, for instance, Osogbo Oloruda, is because of the population. It's very thick, and all the parties will rely or will want to capture such areas, because the outcome of the election, there are two factors that are very germane. One, you must have the highest number of valid votes cast in that election. And two is the spread. So even if you have the spread and you don't have the majority, then you have not won. So they will concentrate on local governments with very large turnouts. And we have identified many of them like that. Osogbo, for instance, Oriade is one, Oloruda is one, Odot is there with 82,000. We have Irewole with 96. And Irewole is also a red spot because of the candidacy of a particular party coming from that area. So Ilesha, 89,000. That's Ilesha East. Ilesha West, 86,000. So all this must be factored. Ife area, we have Ife East with 128,000. Ife Lodun, we have a speaker there. And is another giant area. I mean, Ife Lodun, Oduotin. So there is the need to actually monitor these areas. And that is why we have the numerous security outfits, because all the politicians will concentrate on those areas to want to catch. And if they know that it is the stronghold of a particular party, others might team up to say we want to frustrate the exercise there. So to avert that, there is the need to put security checks in place.
Ẹ ṣeun ọmọwé Ọmọtọ́ṣọ́
Yes.
ẹ̀yin ní béèrè lọ́wọ́ yín o. Ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tí ń lọ lọ́wọ́ yìí. Wọ́n pé gbogbo mísánmísán ètò yìí gbogbo bó ti wù kó lọ, àwọn òǹwòye lágbọn ètò òṣèlú, àwọn lámẹ̀tọ́ àwùjọ, wọ́n pé sátidé tí ó bá dá Jímọ̀ láti mọ̀. Wọ́n pé bẹ́tò ìdìbò gbogbo ọdún 2027 ó ṣe rí. Wọ́n pé bẹ́ẹ̀ bí ìfáàrà ní ti Ọ̀ṣun yìí. Ẹ wá wò àti gbogbo ìpèníjà yòówù tí ó tẹ̀lé tó ìdìbò yìí àti gbogbo ìbẹnu àtẹ́lù, gbogbo ìyìn láwo tí ètò ìdìbò tá à ń dì lónìí ìbákúdá ní ipa wo gan lápapọ̀ lákòótán ẹ̀kọ́ papọ̀ lérò pé ìdìbò yìí yóò ní lórí eléyìí tá a ṣe tó jẹ́ gbogbogbò tọdún 2027.
Thank you very much. Before I come to your question, let me respond to what Daddy said. You know, all areas are red zone. Every area in this election is a flashpoint. Yes, reason because
Or a potential.
they are potential flashpoint. Yeah. Why? The least place in this election is Okeila with 28,000. So no politician would like to compromise 28,000 voters. So everywhere they want to struggle and then win the election. That is one. Two, and the more reason why security people should be on the guard. But I'm happy for one thing. Yesterday, when the police PRO was talking, he said they know the red spots, the flashpoints, and they are determined to man and police those places very, very well. That was good news to me. And so, election should not be do or die. But I've given you the reason why it is do or die in Nigeria, because it's monetized. Now, to come to your question, about Wodada, even before I come to your question, the president now tried to do some damage control by saying, by that speech read by the moderator through Ononunga, that was some damage control. To me, some damages have been done. How can the president tell us all is fair in politics? What is the meaning of all is fair in politics? It means anything can happen. You can kill, you can maim, you can attack, you can carry, you can. I'm coming. I'm telling you the meaning. I'm a lecturer.
Your meaning.
Yeah, the meaning. That's the meaning, international meaning. Whatever you can do to win, you should do. That is not expected from the president of a country. But I thank him. He has done some damage control now. Appealing to us to be peaceful.
All right. Dr. Matasha, allow me to hold your thought. We have live feed of Mr. Governor, the incumbent, Governor Ademola Adeleke, at his polling unit voting.
Gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun, Sẹ́nitọ̀ Adémọ́lá Adélékè ni wọ́n ti dé ibi tí wọ́n ó ti dìbò. Ńlẹ̀ ń wò lójú fọ́nrán yín, lójú ìwòran yín láti ìkànnì Western Spring Television. Ìkànnì àádọ́wà lórí StarTimes DTT. Bákan náà tún wà lórí Free TV o. Ẹ tún lè wò wá ń bẹ̀. Lórí àwọn àtẹ ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ wa gbogbo, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, X, TikTok at Western Spring Television. Ẹ lè wò dáadáa níbẹ̀. Gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun Adémọ́lá Adélékè ni wọ́n ń gúnlẹ̀ síbi tí wọ́n ó ti dìbò yìí ńlẹ̀ ń wò yìí. Ẹ ṣeun o.
Of course, you have the live feed of Mr. Governor, the 6th executive governor of the state, and he's also seeking re-election. He has just arrived at his voting unit, Zagba, Abogunde, Ward 2, to cast his vote. There you go. You have him clad in the white attire and with his signature cap there, making his way to his voting unit. Of course, we expect there will be quite a crowd when a person of the caliber of Mr. Governor arrives at his polling unit. He's been to see the swamp of our colleagues there. I mean, the fourth estate of the Ram. Everybody trying to have a shot of Mr. Governor Ademola Adeleke of the Accord Party. And that is the only way, but I mean, either you're a governor or you're just another candidate or you're just a voter, you have the same power at this point, talking about the election of the person that will be in charge. And there you go. You see him, Governor Ademola Adeleke, ready to cast his vote right at about 8:46 a.m. Nigerian time. Of course, back to their studios. Dr. Emil Motosha, you are going to make your point. Please go ahead.
Very good damage control. I like that. And then when you look at that,
is it really a damage control?
It was
or his commitment.
No, that commitment is a damage control because they have made a statement before that will not encourage any politician to be civil. Why can you say all is fair? All can be fair because there are some things that are not good, and the president shouldn't say everything is good. Now, when you link that with what Senator Fadansi and some House of Representative member said about this election that anybody can kill, I commend the president for that speech he has just made a day before the election. That will calm, frayed nerves. And then to come to your point, Sherry, election tá fẹ́ ṣe lọ́sùn yìí, òun ló máa fi yé wa ibi tá à ń lọ ní 2027 because gbogbo bí INEC ṣe ń múra sí gbogbo àwọn technology tán fẹ́ lò a fẹ́ rí bóyá wọ́n ti da èèyàn tuntun bóyá wọ́n ti mọ iṣẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni because
I see the reaction of the former director.
ọ̀mọ̀wé Ọmọ́tọ̀sọ́
àmọ̀jẹ́ wọn tẹ́lẹ̀
kí ni iṣẹ́ wọn tẹ́lẹ̀?
iṣẹ́ wọn náà ni pé kí a máa dìbò lọ wọ́n ní wọ́n rí glitches kí a máa rí glitches kí a ní rí glitches because gbogbo yẹn làwọn Nàìjíríà wọn ló ń jẹ́ káwọn Nàìjíríà ní.
You need to look to your left.
bóyá ẹ fẹ́ pé àwọn nǹkan yìí ó ti sọ wọ́n súná kan.
ó ti bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tí ò kí ń jẹ́ kéèyàn jáde pé bá a jáde o bá a jáde nǹkan tó wù wọ́n náà máa ṣe a fẹ́ rí nínú election yìí pé àwọn INEC àwọn tó ń fojú tó ìbò wa wọ́n ti pàwàdà wọ́n dẹ̀ fẹ́ sọ fún wa wọ́n fẹ́ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ pé wọ́n fẹ́ ká mọ̀ pé election tó ń bọ̀ níwájú ò tó jẹ́ ti gbogbogbò ká fọkàn balẹ̀ ẹni tó bá wọlé òun náà máa sọ pé ó wọlé tí election Ọ̀ṣun yìí òun la máa fi ṣe àkọ́ṣe òun la máa fi mọ mọ́ ṣe múra sí òun la máa mọ bí bivas ṣe ń rí òun la máa mọ̀ pé ṣé kò ní sí glitches mọ́ gbogbo nǹkan tó ní kálukú bá ṣe láà máa kọ lórúkọ ẹ̀.
ó ṣe pàtàkì báyìí ká jẹ́ kí olùṣọ́ àgùntàn kí wọ́n ó dá sí i torí wọ́n ń wo ọ̀mọ̀wé Ọmọ́tọ̀sọ́ bí wọ́n ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan ó yá.
ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ mo ń tẹ́ ẹ sọ yẹn ṣàkórí bẹ́ẹ̀ ìdí ni pé.
Pastor, you are speaking to Nigerians. All right.
Ó tán sọ yẹn ò rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ṣé rí ẹni tí tá bá sọ̀rọ̀ iṣẹ́ elétò ìdìbò mo sọ fún wa bí ẹni tó ń tọ́jú aláboyún ni. Ẹni tó ń tọ́jú aláboyún ó ń la ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan kọjá. Òun kọ́ ló di ọmọ síbẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n ọmọ yẹn ó gbọ́dọ̀ yè ìyá sì gbọ́dọ̀ yè. Iṣẹ́ ẹ̀ ni gbogbo tí wọ́n bá ṣe tí gbogbo ó fi yanjú ó gbọ́dọ̀ sáré ẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n ní kòríta tọ́lọ́run bá ti ṣe ọmọ bá ti jáde tó yè tí ìyá yè á gbọ́mọ fún òbí ẹ̀ kò sí tó kàn mọ́. Ìgbà tẹ́ ẹ sọ pé n tá à ń ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ èmi o títí di àkókò yìí mo gbàgbọ́ nínú ohun tí mo ṣe gbogbo àti mo wà lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ títí dàsìkò tí mo sì wà yìí kò sí màgòmágó kankan tí a lè sọ fún àpẹẹrẹ yes.
Ọ̀dà ibi tí bí ẹ̀ ń lọ ti yé mi ọ̀dà ẹgbẹ́ kò sí mọ̀gòmọ́gò kan bẹ́ẹ̀ àbí.
ẹ wo ìdìbò Anambra tí Abga ti wọlé kí ló dé tí ẹni tó padà tí ò challenge tí ò sọ pé kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ìgbà tán dìbò Èkìtì look at the margin ẹni tó wọlé ló wọlé ẹni tí ò wọlé kò lè allege pé because nínú ìdìbò Èkìtì tí mo wá síbí mo ṣàlàyé ẹ̀ ń gbà yẹn Ìkẹ́rẹ́ nìkan and candidate dẹ̀ jáde níkẹrẹ́ ó ní ẹni tó ní score next to ẹni tó win ibẹ̀ nìkan ló ti ní vote.
Ìkẹrẹ́ nìkan.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni out of the 16 local governments. so tá a bá sọ ká wọn gbà wọ́n láàyè wọ́n yíbò ní kí ló dé tí wọ́n yíbò ní gbogbo ibi tó kù.
àmọ́ lọ́pọ̀ ìgbàǹgbà mi tán bá bẹnu àtẹ́lu àjọ INEC pé wọ́n ní kùdìẹ̀kùdìẹ̀ nù sọ́wọ́ ṣiṣẹ́ wọn ń kọ́.
ṣé rí tá a bá wò ó èmi máa ń sọ gbogbo ìwé ìdìbò tán fẹ́ ṣe yìí kò ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dọ́wọ́ INEC kò sí ní tá a dẹ̀ ṣe sí títí tó fi dọjọ́ ìdìbò gbogbo ẹ̀ la kó síta pé ẹ wọ́wọ́ wa o transparency wà ń bẹ̀ openness wà ń bẹ̀ kí ni mo fẹ́ fi ìwé ìdìbò ṣe ìgbà táwọn ṣiṣẹ́ ìdìbò wọ́n gbé mi ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun ni mí wọ́n gbé mi mo lọ Èkìtì mo lọ Èkó mo lọ Ògùn state mo lọ Ọ̀yọ́ state kí ni mo fẹ́ pín ta ni kí ọmọ family mi ni mo fẹ́ pé kó wọlé bẹ̀ ni àbí báwo ẹ̀ ń wù tó wọlé ló wọlé.
Very good. Actually, we have seen, let me speak English. We have seen where elections were marred with malpractices. That the president of the country, who was even declared winner, told the whole nation that his election was marred with malpractices. He told us.
Who are responsible for
I'm coming. We have seen situations where those who are registered to vote, those who voted were more than those who are registered to vote.
That's
that they have, I'm coming. That they have to now take the case to the court. And the court has to declare it. So Nigeria, in fact, our elections since 1999 has been marred with series of malpractices here and there. And that is why we are trying to see whether the electoral process can be corrected in a way that all these malpractices will go. Are you talking of vote buying? Are you talking of carrying ballot paper? All these are malpractices. And so we cannot exonerate INEC, we can't exonerate anybody. We are praying that this election will be free and fair. I am happy with what happened in Ekiti. And what happened in Ekiti, the competition was a bit low. It's not like this place. But with this place, let us see what is going to happen. This will tell us how prepared is INEC. This will tell us how determined is even the IG or police ready to assist the INEC to conduct free, fair, and credible election, because it is not only INEC. You know, I've been saying it. We can do it if we want to do it. It's in this state we are saying that we observed somebody was receiving phone call in the course of announcing the result. A very sensitive result. He's an INEC hired person, a colleague in my own profession, my own constituency. So what I'm saying is what I'm trying to say is that we hope this election will serve as good example to Nigerians to move forward electorally.
The point here this morning, of course, the arguments are valid. It's towards a patriotic, a prosperous Nigeria, a free, fair, and credible election. And this is not about blame game or allegations and counter allegations.
No.
Let's stay focused.
We just need to educate ourselves and the electorate.
The points are being made on both sides.
The issue is
actually.
Please.
This is about Osun Decides 2026.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just 1 minute.
Quickly.
He mentioned vote buying. Please, how does INEC come in when it comes to vote buying? Because you cannot come before the presiding officer to say, will you sell your PVC for this much? Will I trade with? You do it outside the voting arena. You negotiate that. Snatching of ballot papers. How is INEC involved? It is the political class that will come, that will snatch the ballot papers, that will shoot guns, that will disturb and distract the attention of the people there. So if you now shift the blame, vicarious liability on INEC, what is, the offense or the sin committed by...
We don't need to go to the blame is on all of us.
All right, now.
It's on all.
Oṣùnfẹ́mi Òjó, gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ti sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan, gbogbo bí nǹkan bá ti ń lọ ń ta ní kíkọ. Àwọn aṣojúkọ̀ròyìn wa wọ́n fi ń sọwọ́ sí wa. Eléyìí tó bá yẹ kẹ́ ẹ rí, wọ́n fi sọwọ́ sójú fún rán ìwòran yín, ẹ mọ̀ wò. Ọ̀kan lára àwọn ìròyìn tí ń tẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́ láti ta ó sọ fún wa wípé nílùú Ìlá Ọ̀ràngún wọ́n pé àwọn ojútó ètò ìdìbò bẹ̀ wọ́n pé wọ́n ti ṣí wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bá ti ṣàlàkalẹ̀ rẹ̀. Àwọn olùdìbò láwọn aṣojúkọ̀ròyìn ilé iṣẹ́ wa ni wọ́n fojú gan ni pé wọ́n tú jáde kẹ̀tíkẹ̀tí ní ìgbáradì láti sojúṣe tó fi ń là kalẹ̀ fún wọn. Eléyìí tí í ṣe dídìbò fẹ́ ni ó wù wọ́n gẹ́gẹ́ bí gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun fọ́dún 4 míì láwọn àdúgbò bíi Òkè Ẹ̀dà, Ìta Akọgun, Ìṣẹ̀dò àti ààfin ọba nílùú Ìlá-Ọ̀ràngún àwọn ojú tó dìbò tó wà ń bẹ̀ àti lójú ọ̀nà tó lọ sílùú Ọ̀rá Àgbómìnà wọ́n fojú gan ni àwọn olùdìbò ní kẹ̀tíkẹ̀tí láwọn ojú tó ètò ìdìbò tó wà ń bẹ̀. Bákan náà ní ọ́fíìsì area commander ọlọ́pàá tó wà lójú ọ̀nà Ọ̀tán àwọn ọlọ́pàá náà wọ́n rí wọn tó jẹ́ wípé wọ́n dúró ní dùndú láti jẹ́ kí ètò ààbò kóró tótó. Wọ́n yí ni ìròyìn tó tẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́ láti ta ní ìlú Ìlá-Ọ̀ràngún àtàwọn agbègbè ibẹ̀. Ẹ ṣeun. Bákan náà ìròyìn tí ń tẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ wípé a ní àwọn fọ́nrán kan náà láti ti àwọn nǹkan yìí lẹ́yìn mọ̀pá sọ fún yín gbogbo bí ti lọ àwọn fọ́nrán àmọ́ ẹ̀ńlẹ̀ ń wò lójú ìwòran yín gbogbo bí nǹkan ti ń lọ láàárọ̀ yìí lọ́wọ́ tá a wà yìí láwọn ibi tí wọ́n ti dé. Ẹ ṣeun. Ní ibi tá a wà yìí ọba Abidjan polling unit 4 ward 2 ojútó ètò ìdìbò kẹrin wọ́ọ̀dù kejì wọ́n pété òdìbò ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ńbẹ̀ lẹ̀ ń wò òṣìṣẹ́ àjọ elétò ìdìbò INEC ó gbé kínní gbé sí lójú láti wò ẹ̀rọ wọn bí wọ́n bá ti wò tí wọ́n wò tó ṣe pẹ̀kínrẹ̀kí pẹ̀lú káàdì ara àwọn ètò ìdìbò ara àwọn àyẹ̀wò tá à ń sọ fáwọn èèyàn wa kí wọ́n ó ní sùúrù kí wọ́n fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ àjọ INEC rèé o kétò ìdìbò lè kẹsẹ̀ járí bí wọ́n bá ṣàyẹ̀wò fún yàn báyìí tán wọ́n fún láàyè láti lọ dìbò. Bákan náà níbí yìí wọ́n ń jẹ́ kó yé wa wípé àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ ní ojútó ètò ìdìbò yìí wọ́n ti ń ṣe ìgbáradì ibi tí wọ́n ti dìbò wọ́n ń ẹ̀rí tí mò ń sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan fún yín rèé o yàrá róbótó alágbèérìn kúbíkù táwọn tí wọ́n pè ń kúbíkù lédè èbó ńlẹ̀ ń wò yàrá róbótó yìí wọ́n ń pa á pọ̀ wọ́n ń ṣe àgbékalẹ̀ rẹ̀ dáadáa kó lè kú mu kíní tẹ̀ ń wò ibẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀ ti lọ dìbò bí wọ́n bá ti fún yín ní káàdì ìdìbò tán ń tà ń ṣàlàyé fún yín ara àwọn àlàyé tà ń ṣàlàyé fáwọn èèyàn wa ni wípé gbogbo tẹ́ bá ti débẹ̀ ẹ yẹ orúkọ yín wò ẹ ti wò lára bí wọ́n kọ sí ẹ wà ń bẹ̀ ẹ mú káàdì yín wá tẹ̀ wò tí wọ́n fi ẹ̀rọ òun yẹ̀ yín wò ibi tí ìwé ètò ìdìbò ìwé ìdìbò ballot paper ibi tí wọ́n fún yín tí wọ́n ti fi lé yín lọ́wọ́ ibi tẹ́ ti lọ tẹ̀nù tẹ́ẹ̀sì ní jẹ́ kéèyàn kankan ó rí ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ púpọ̀.
And these are live feeds. Polling officials, there, the feeds that you just have, if you can have it again, the setup right there. This is Okin Street behind Capitol Hotel at Tauja E-Word of Oshogbo local government area. And the one before that is showing what is going on right there at Oba Abidjan Polling Unit 004, Ward 2. It shows that election has started. People are ready to exercise their franchise. That is Osun Decides, and you can see the officials right there on ground. And by the way, there are 15 political parties participating in the ongoing Osun Decides 2026. There you have Governor Demola Adeleke is a candidate, and the candidate of the Accord Party, Olanrewaju Farinloye, is of the Action Alliance. Olajide Esan is of the African Action Congress. Najim Salam, African Democratic Congress. You have Adeagbo Okpawoye Y, and she is of the African Democratic Party, and she's the only woman in this election contesting. Well, and Adeshino Adeyemi Doro is of the APGA. Adeshino Adeyemi Doro of the APGA. Adewale Adebayo of the Allied People's Movement. Adewale Adebayo of the Allied People's Movement. Banji Clement Adeshuye is of the Action People's Party. And Masilo Adeleke is of the Boot Party. Taufik Adeleke is the Guba candidate for the New Nigerian Party, that's NNPP. Dr. Razak Oyelami S is the Guba candidate for the PRP. Olaleko Ogunshaki is the candidate for the Young Progressive Party, that's YPP. And Olufemi Adeshuye is of the Zenith Labour Party. Francis Ajala is a candidate of the Social Democratic Party, was just included a few days ago. At that point, let me take on Pastor. There you go. You have the candidate rolling on your screen. Ademola Adeleke Accord, Olanrewaju Farinloye AA, Olajide Esan, AAC, Najim Salam is the candidate of the ADC. Badi Olajide Esan and Najim Salam, they are both from Ejigbo local government. Adiagbo Okpawoye, the strong woman there among the lords. Bola Oyebamiji is the candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Joshua. After.
ẹ ṣeun ṣe bó ti káhùn àbí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ ti mọ ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun eléyìí tí ń lọ lọ́wọ́ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun wọ̀nyí ni àwọn ọmọye àti àwọn ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú tí wọ́n ti ń díje dupò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lọ́dọ̀ mi ń bí mo ní Adémọ́lá Adélékè tó ń díje lábẹ́ àsíá ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú Àkọọ̀dù, Bọ́lá Oyèbámijí ọmọye lábẹ́ àsíá ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC, Najim Fọláṣayọ̀ Salam ọmọye ADC, nígbàtí Ọláríwájú Fárìnlóyè tó náà ń díje lábẹ́ àsíá ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú Action Alliance, àtúní AAC tó ń jẹ́ Ọlájídé Ẹ̀sán Africa Action Congress. Bákan náà látúní Adéagbo Ọ̀páwòye wáyé ọ̀kan láwọn àárín wọn rèé, obìnrin kan ṣoṣo tó náà ń díje tó wà láàrin wọn òun jẹ́ ọmọye lábẹ́ àsíá ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú Africa Democratic Party. Bákan náà ní àtúní Bọ́lá Oyèbámijí ọmọye APC, àtúní Adésínà Adéyẹmí Dóró APGA, àtúní Adéwálé Adébáyọ̀ Allied People's Movement APM. Bákan náà látúní Taofik Adélékè NNPP lára àwọn míì tí tún díje dupò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun rèé o, gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ti gbé jáde. Bámijí Clement Adéṣuyè Action People's Party, àtúní Masilo Adélékè Boot Party, àtúní Olúfẹ́mi Adésújì Zenith Labour Party, nígbàtí Social Democratic Party SDP àwọn gbé Francis Àjàlá kalẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọye wọn. Lára àwọn míì náà ni Dókítà Adémọ́lá Báyọ̀nlé Young Progressive Party. Wọ̀nyí ni àwọn ọmọye tí díje dupò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tí ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí.
Well, how critical, if I may put it there, how is it just for text or, possibly the president was quite instructive, and I put it, when he was referencing that statement released by Bayo Onanuga, when he was referencing the participating political parties, he talked about the governor. That's the candidate of the Accord, the candidate of the APC, Bola Oyèbámijí, that's his own party, the president's party, and ADC, Najim Salam. Does that connote any meaning to you, Pastor Agbola? There are 15 political parties. The president referenced 3.
The president has just said the obvious. Because while it is practically undemocratic to restrict the number of political parties that will contest in any election, we all know that the contest is usually between certain parties, not all the parties. Please, get me right.
Yeah.
In a situation where you have 15 political parties, it happened in Ekiti. A party scored 23 votes.
Yes.
2 and 3.
Yes, in an election. And the person who won had 387,000. You see, it then means that party with 23 votes shouldn't have contested in the first place. Did it run any campaign? I mean, where are members of the party? If you have 16 local governments and you cannot have two in each of the 16 local governments, and yourself, I mean, who voted for you? You see, we have some mushroom political parties.
But it is democracy.
That is what I've said. Democracy allows for such. But at the end of the day, when we want to analyze, in planning, it is a waste. Because all the other 12, when they come up 500 votes, 100 votes, or whatever, if you sum everything up, this could have added to the major political parties and would have given them a better leverage.
Well, yeah.
Yes. It sounds undemocratic, but that is the reality. Going to history, when we had the SDP and NRC, we said it is military. It is military that dictated that. But then, under democracy, those people will still come for relevance.
Yeah.
Even when, I mean, they cannot win their hopes.
Just like it says, democracy.
Yes.
You know, even if it appears, quote and unquote, that they don't have a chance, in as much they have followed the guidelines, they are part of the people in the race is open. Before I come to you, you know, as part of having robust analysis, some of our analysts are here in the studio. Some will be joining us virtually. We have one of them with us right now, public affairs analyst, labor enthusiast, and somebody who has been in the vanguard of advancing democracy, even with a movement that is part of Comrade Larry Fadansi. He joins us virtually. Comrade. Okay, I can't hear you. Okay, can you hear me? Oh, okay, can you unmute your device? Okay, when we have him, we will, because it's only right to have his audio as well. Dr. Omotosho, I reckon you want to respond.
I just wanted to say the more the merrier. This is democracy. We are practicing a multi-party democracy.
Right.
So more parties should be there. They may not be active today. They may be active tomorrow. In fact, if our election has reached a stage that we are civilized enough, the two most prominent or three most prominent parties can be voted out if they are not doing well. And then they vote a new party. That's happened in other countries where the Green Party will be leading the Conservative and the Labour. So they are part of democracy.
You talked about the Conservative and the Labour. That means they are the two most prominent.
No. At times
you're talking about the UK.
Yes, at times you see other parties coming up. And then, you know...
Maybe in lower elections.
Yes, pulling their weight. You know, if this is a general election, I would have said that a party may be registered strictly to win an election in the local government. Not bothered about governor, not bothered about president.
Yeah.
There are parties like that.
And it has happened in Nigeria.
And it has happened. So there are parties like that who want to test their popularity in an election like this. That's why it's multi-party democracy.
But for a party,
but for the president,
I apologize. For a party that is running for a Guba election, Joshua, and people at home, and you are returning 23.
Yes.
In 16 local government.
Yes.
But allow me to hold your thought. Comrade, are you with us now? Something is not connected with your audio. We'll try and fix that as well. Yeah. And so I was saying, for a Guba election,
yes,
and a party is returning 23 votes.
That's what I'm saying.
Where are the local government chairmen of this party?
That's what I'm saying, that a party may just want to test its popularity. It may be a party forms.
Is that not a burden on INEC?
It may be a party. That is multi-party democracy. Look at what INEC did. How can a party went to court, and then 2 days to or 3 days to the election, court said they should be on the ballot. Yeah. And INEC has to obey.
Is that, I was going to...
I am coming. Is that party part of the three the president referenced?
You know, that was what brought us here. But what I'm saying is this. I was going to come to you on that. 2 days to election. The court spoke on the matter. INEC has to just accommodate them by all means necessary. And this created some level of doubt in some persons, because they are saying you will have printed. So you give us an idea of how it was.
I've said it
You will have printed your papers before that time.
It had been done.
Yeah. So you have to accommodate.
Yes, definitely.
Another, this particular candidate, and they have to be on that ballot.
Yes, it
so,
is.
And some are saying the ones that are now disused, where are they?
It's a waste of money.
Then number 2, how stressful is that for INEC? In terms of planning. Because once the court spoke or speaks, you must are there.
It is better imagined. Because when you talk about printing of these sensitive materials, it's not only the ballot papers, inclusive of the election result sheets. Because election result sheets also must reflect that new party that has been just accommodated by law. So you work around the clock 24/7. And that is the need. And that is why when you talk about election budget, you say, they are taking so much. It's not INEC that has a publishing company that will print the ballot papers. It has to contract it out. And definitely, whoever is going to do that within a space of 48 hours to print 2,300,000 ballot papers for the state and print also the result sheets.
That's why I commended INEC initially, because we doubted. I was one of those who doubted whether they can make it. And they made it. And it has been stress-free. I think I commend them for that. But the waste of money, but it's part of the challenges we have to face. But I want to say that the courts should be mindful of their pronouncement too. They should be sensitive of the environment.
Lára ẹ̀jẹ̀ tá a jẹ́ fún yín, ìlérí tá a ṣe fún yín wípé gbogbo bó bá ti ń lọ níta àmọ́ àní fi pamọ́ fún yín lójú ìwòran yín lójú náà àti fún yín láǹfààní àti mọ bí nǹkan dé dúró. A ní aṣojú kọ̀ròyìn wa Tóbi George láti Tàbáì níbi tí wọ́n ti ń ṣe ètò ìfọ̀rọ̀wánilẹ́nuwò fún aya gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun Ngozi Adeleke. Àwọn ilẹ̀ ń wò ń wo lójú ìwòran yín.
All right. Let's take a look.
Process just started. That's why you can see the crowd. Our people are enthusiastic to vote today. Excellency has just voted DTT twice. By the time Excellency leaves, all these crowd will leave. They will not leave and go to their various polling booths. As you have voted peacefully, you can see intimidation of any kind. I'm using this opportunity to call upon all individuals, all individuals, to please sit down where you are and come and exercise their franchise and their civic duty. If you're watching me wherever you are, that the wife of governor I'm telling or saying it authoritatively to every Osun individual that everything is going on. There's no rancor, there's no fight, there's no intimidation. Please, wherever you are, as long as you have an election, please leave your house. Yes, sir. Go to your polling booth and vote. That's your civic right. And at the end of the day, God will take in Jesus' name.
All right, there you go. You just seen, an interview with the wife of the governor, Ngozi Adeleke, right there at the same Sagba ward, where the voting has been on. And of course, other situation reports, we have them here. Okeoyon, polling unit 005, Ejigbo. A lot of people are on ground. You can see them. Some of the women sitting, waiting for their turn. Actually, it's more like a women gathering. And by the way, it's noted, Joshua, that the women are always turning up when it comes to election.
ń bèrè gan lọ́wọ́ àwọn lámẹ̀tọ́ tó wà nílé agbára bá kó bá tó gẹ́gẹ́ bí Fẹ́mi Òjó ti máa sọ bí a bá dìbò wọ́n pa àwọn obìnrin ní ọmọ pọ̀ jù ń bẹ̀. Wọ́n tiẹ̀ tún máa ń sọ gan pé kò sí bí bẹ́ẹ̀ bá lọ ilé ìjọsìn mọ́sáàsì kódà ibi tí wọ́n bá ti ń ṣènáwó wọ́n kó bí ẹni wọ́n pọ̀ jù bóyá torí pé wọ́n ti pọ̀jà àwọn ọkùnrin lọ ni bóyá kí n sẹnu fóró sọ báwọn ni wọ́n tún máa ń pọ̀ délé ìdìbò. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀. Tẹ́ ẹ bá wo fọ́nrán tí wọ́n fi hàn lẹ́ẹ̀kan láti ìlú Èjìgbò ẹ ra àwọn obìnrin tí wọ́n jókòó wọ́n mú sùúrù ẹ rí i pé kò sí jàgídíjàgan bẹ́ẹ̀ ara àwọn ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tá à ń fáwọn èèyàn wa rèé ẹ dákun ẹ dábọ̀ ẹ rí báyìí wọ́n jókòó rẹ́jẹ́rẹ́jẹ́ kò sí wàhálà kò sí dàrúdàpọ̀ èmi gan fúnra lára mi mò ń gbèbẹ̀rí fún wọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tó bọ̀wọ̀ fófin ń tà sí fẹ́ káwọn èèyàn mọ̀ ṣe rèé o ó mọ̀ sí wàhálà ńlẹ̀ ìdìbò bí ọ̀bá tí ì kàn yín bí àṣà olórin kan wọ́n máa pè ọ́ kò tí ì kàn wọ́n ó pè ọ́ kò tí ì kàn ìwọ dúró wà lórí ìlà mọ́ sọ pé lágbájá tàmẹ̀dò ó yàn mí jẹ àbí nǹkan kan o ẹ dákun ẹ já gbọ́rọ̀ sófin gẹ́gẹ́ bá ti là á kalẹ̀ yóò ju wàá ṣe o lágbára lọ́wọ́ lọ́hùn.
All right, there you go again. Unit 6, Ward 4, Baba Monase, polling unit where Najim Salam will be casting his vote. This is in Egypt.
And you?
One of the candidates, that's candidate of the African Democratic Congress, is the same party of the former governor in the state, Ogbeni Rava Agbeshola.
Baba Monase.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's where you are. That's why you are here.
Baba Monase.
All right, Unit 6, Ward 4, Baba Monase. Okay, a polling unit where Najim Salam will be casting his vote. And I saw a polling unit for Mikiri as well. Just a few, yeah, there you go. Voting ongoing at Naira and Kobo. That's a popular name in Ikire. The open space PU004 at Ikire, one word, Ire Wole local government. And you can see the women there. If I double kudos to the women, you can see how settled, how, stable, calm, and expected. Do your thing and leave. Do your thing and leave. And we only hope it stays this way. Actually, we only this is Naira and Kobo.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, a nígbàgbọ́ pé ẹ rí i pé àwọn ibi tá a ti ń ṣàfihàn wọn yìí ohun gbogbo ń lọ wọ́ọ́rọ́wọ́ ń bẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí Fẹ́mi Òjòyè ṣe sọ àwa náà bá ti wà ń bì a ní ìgbàgbọ́ àti ìrètí pé yóò lọ nírọ̀wọ́rọ̀sẹ̀ o délẹ̀ Náírà and Kobo lẹ́ ń wò yìí o níkirè ojú tòótọ́ ìdìbò kẹrin Ìkirè ward 1 níjọba àbílẹ̀ Èrèwọlé níbẹ̀ nu bàbá mọ̀nà sẹ̀níyàn wò lẹ́ẹ̀kan wo níbi tí ọ̀kan lára àwọn ọmọ yìí sípò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun Right Honourable Najim Fọláṣayọ̀ Salam ọmọ yìí lábẹ́ àṣẹ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú ADC ibi tí ó ti dìbò wọ́n ti ibẹ̀lẹ̀ ń wò yìí o ibi tí Najim Salam ó ti dìbò rẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ lè mọ̀ pé àròlé apá kan dá kan sí àfárí apá kan dá kan sí gbogbo ẹ̀ là ń ṣe lálálà ń fi bọ̀ à ń pín kọ́dọ̀gbàndọ́gba ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ púpọ̀.
All right, now let's check on Comrade Larry Fadamsi. Comrade, are you with us now? Okay, please go ahead and say something. Okay, you're right. And by the way, this is Larry Fadamsi. This is not the other Fadamsi.
Comrade Larry Fadamsi.
That's just saying. The distinguished senator, definitely Senator Fadamsi is from Ilase. Ilase is in Oboku local government. Possibly will be preparing to cast his vote as well. This is, if you are just joining us, this is the live studios of Osun Decides 2026. Let me go back to Pastor Agbola. On a day like this, at INEC, possibly state headquarters, local government headquarters, what is it like for an INEC staff?
Well, we are always full of agitations. Having done our very best, the materials are out, the personnel are there on the field. Next is to monitor how it goes. We'll be receiving calls, addressing issues, nipping issues in the bud so that there wouldn't be any hiccup. We have the commissioners, they'll be moving from one place to the other, and that is the duty of election monitors. Thank God in Osun today, we have started well. From the report so far, no polling booth has opened late. So prompt opening is one thing, that the exercise is each free. It has not been reported that the beavers is not working.
I could reckon that that's giving you some joy.
Oh, definitely.
Let's pray the call.
It's his constituency.
No, I feel elated.
Yeah,
that all is going smoothly.
Yeah.
So, and we just pray that, because usually the hoodlums, they don't come at the commencement of the polls. They always wait to ensure that people have already cast their votes, and they are threatened. The moment they feel threatened, with the number of people that have come, and this appears to be the stronghold of their opposition, then they will create mayhem. We pray the security operatives will be alert to their responsibilities.
Talking about disruptions, I'm coming, sir. Coming about disruptions, what does a disruption connote in this sense? And what's the implication? I mean, there used to be a time that, these hoodlums go about targeting polling boxes and all of those things. Now we understand with advent of technology, that might be amounting to a waste. Or if when you talk about rigging, the day of election rigging, what's the process? What is it like? And what should people look out for? Snatching of ballot boxes, is it still in version? Does it still have any implication on the process?
Thank you. It has. But before I go to that, when you come to the polling unit, we have some people that you should dread because they come with cloned PVCs.
Cloned?
Yes. fake PVCs. And it will have all the features, except when you get to the machine, the beavers will not detect that this is not made from INEC. You see, you can have, just like, here is a driver's license.
Yeah.
If it doesn't come from the Federal Road Safety Commission, the Road Safety Commission has a means of detecting that this is not original. Same thing, when it comes to the PVCs, we have people that know how to do it. They clone it. It will bear all the details, all the features, except the machine will detect that this is not the correct one. This is not coming from INEC. So that is on one hand. If that is addressed, then these hoodlums, they are strategically positioned. They don't come to the polling unit as if they want to, but they can use banger. When they throw the banger, pam, everybody will get scared and you run away. In the process, they just snatch the ballot box. Ballot stuffing. At the end of the election now, by 2:30, when every voter has been allowed to vote, at the time the presiding officers and his team will start the sorting of something, some of these hoodlums will now arrive. They will arrive at the station with machetes, with other weapons. I say, please, you either cooperate with us, the unused ballot papers will have to turn print because it's a waste and they want to use it. They will now say the party agents should collaborate. They are ready to buy the party agents. And if any party agent decides to collaborate with them, to connive with them to share the ballot papers, he goes home with money. So he's selling the right of his party, whereas he's supposed to protect the interest of that party. And doing that, when the viewers must have taken the number accredited, but by the time you share other ballot papers and dump into the ballot box and you count, you will realize that the number of votes cast is more than the number accredited. And that is overvoting. And that is what they want to achieve. So that the entire votes in that polling unit is annulled.
Well,
All right. Yeah.
the other aspect is that politicians sponsored hoodlums to go and disrupt elections.
No doubt about that.
That is why we need this security. And this security prevents them from carrying guns, both den guns, bangers, and genuine guns. And so, as it prevents them, and if the security agents are doing their work very well, there will be no chance for those people to operate. That is one. I'm happy that is giving us, systematic analysis of what used to transpire. We are all to be blamed. In all this, when I observe all this, we have seen cases that they were seen and they were still accepted. And we have seen cases where some INEC officials cancelled the results. So the point is that, and again, we have seen cases where they are arrested and nothing is done. There are no consequences. There should be consequences. Our election should be systematic, free, and fair, and we should be civilized. It's not only the politicians, the electorate, the citizens themselves, who are the brunt of all this misbehavior, because at the end of the day, if you elect a bad person or somebody who is not competent, it is we that are going to suffer it. So if you take 500 naira, or you take bread, or you take 1,000 naira to compromise your conscience, you have compromised your conscience for the next 4 years. And so nobody should sympathize with you when you are suffering. Whereas, if the electoral process allows us to recruit the best, we enjoy the best, and everybody will be happy. I want to give you an example. Go to the other countries. You will see that it is politicians that develop those countries. Why is it different here? I was in the city of London. Honestly, I didn't see a pothole anywhere. And then flowers in your houses, trees in your houses are managed and cultivated by the civil servant. And then you have no business doing anything. You can drive your car freely and you are happy. But here, the same roads, the budget for roads, they will not do it because they have shared the money for you during the election. So if we don't allow that, there will be room for development.
Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀. Gẹ́gẹ́ bá ti sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan, gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlérí tá a ṣe fún yín, àwọn fọ́nrán ibi tí dàrúdàpọ̀ gbórógbódò ń róṣọ tó ti fẹ́ ṣe bí ẹni wáyé àwọn bí tí àlàáfíà wà gbogbo ẹ̀ pátápátá níkànnì Western Spring Television gẹ́gẹ́ bí àdéhùn wa àwa àtẹ̀yìn gbogbo ẹ̀ la ṣàfihàn rẹ̀ o ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ tẹ́ ẹ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa àbí bó ní Fẹ́mi a kàn sódì kejì lọ́hùn báyìí a farabalẹ̀ a mú kíní iwájú wa dáadáa bá a bá wa dé ẹ ṣeun ètò yìí ń tẹ̀síwájú àkànṣe ni ẹ má gbàgbé o gẹ́gẹ́ bá a ti sọ fún yín orí ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun Osun Decides 2026 la ṣàgbékalẹ̀ ètò ilé lórí Joshua Adénípẹ̀kún lórúkọ tèmi o ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀.
And of course the program will only stop after the whole process. We are live here. We are going the full throttle. Stay with us. We are live on our Facebook page at Western Spring Television. The live feed, everything going on, you get to see it as it is going on as well. And on our YouTube channel at Western Spring Television. Thank you for staying with us. We'll take a quick break and the program will continue. Osun Decides. It is. What will it be? Who will it be? That is your choice. Stay with us.
About the election, you just ask your ballot your assessment about the process so far. Authority information that there is one police officer that can be brought to an elected job in the agency of from Port Harcourt. Is in London. He's here in Eden hiding. His one job is to destroy Eden and then avoid so that he can scare people, shooting so that they don't vote. So I'm calling the Inspector General of Police to take note. I'm calling all the security agencies to take note. They should deploy him. We don't want him in Osun. We don't want violence in Osun. All we want is free and fair election so that people can perform their civic duty. That's one. And two, the pattern of voting should be from units to wards and to local government. Not that they will take local government collation straight to state capital. That is not acceptable. That's a form of wickedness. And I urge on the authority that the ABC trying to be have some fake ballot papers. I want us to watch out for that. And then we don't accept that. I will not accept that in Osun. Right now, as I'm voting right now, I've just received a call in Modakeke and Obago that police is aiding them to tear gas them so that people can run away. And people are resolute. They just want to perform their civic duty. Let the security agency please be neutral and watch it. But I can assure you, at the end of the day, I have God on my side and I have my people on my side.
Your Excellency, you have just voted. The process has just begun. What's your assessment?
I've already told you. I already told you. I said so far so good. It is peaceful. In my area here, I hope it's like that cut across. But it's not peaceful in Modakeke and of course in Obago. The police are aiding the APC to tear gas people so that they will not vote. They took the ballot box around the way. So we have already reported this to the security agencies. I hope they do something so that it will not turn Osun State into war zone. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm here live at Sagba Bogude Ward 2 in Eden North local government area, and as at 8:13. The time is 8:13 as of now. The election process has not yet started. We were told by the INEC ad hoc staff that the process is going to start, and the accreditation will start by 8:30 as against 8 a.m. that was earlier announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission. And this polling unit is the polling unit where the governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke, is also expected to vote. And as you can see, a number of voters are queued up already, ready for the election process. A number of them, there's another polling unit just right over there where a number of people are ready. They've been here, some people have been here as early as 7 a.m. just to be accredited. But as we were told by the INEC ad hoc staff, the accreditation is expected to start by 8:30. A number of polling units that we've also visited, we've seen a number of people standing on the queue waiting for the process to start. And security agencies, election observers are all here ready for the process. So we're expecting also in a moment, we're expecting the governor of Osun State also to arrive here, where he's also expected to go to work. Continue to monitor this development. My name is Toby George, West African Television News.
Ibo ma ṣe jà, ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ṣe jẹ́jẹ́. Ibo ma ṣe jà, àlàáfíà ó là ń béèrè fún. Ibo ma ṣe jà, ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ṣe jẹ́jẹ́. Ibo ma ṣe jà, àlàáfíà ó là ń béèrè fún. Hey, hey. Ma ṣe jà, ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ṣe jẹ́jẹ́. Ibo ma ṣe jà, election no be war.
Election no be war. Vote not fight. Dìbò má ṣe jà.
Ọlọ́pàá ṣe máa yin tí a gáàsì wọ́n gbé kíní lẹ́kṣọ́ pé wọ́n fi ọkùnrin màsíríà tán tó wọ́n ní wọ́n tán máa yin tí a gáàsì wọ́n ti kọ́ màsíríà lọ sọ fún ọmọ ni o sọ fún ọmọ ni ẹ̀yin ọlọ́pàá. This is Modákẹ́kẹ́ Wọ́tẹ́, come and see useless policeman àwọn olórí burúkú sọ fún onímọ̀tò ọpẹ́ ni o. This is their face. Boko ọmọ ńlá ni o, useless people. Àwọn yìí tí a gà sáwọn èèyàn kò sí já kò sí kankan o, kò sí já kò sí kankan o. Gbogbo àwọn couples gbogbo wọn lórí burúkú àwọn ẹni òfò. Ẹ ti gbà bọ̀dé, ẹ ti gbà bọ̀dé.
Okay, so I'm here live at Sagba Bogude Ward 2 in Eden North local government area, and as at 8:13, the time is 8:13 as of now. The election process has not yet started. We were told by the INEC ad hoc staff that the process is going to start, and the accreditation will start by 8:30 as against 8 a.m. that was earlier announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission. And this polling unit is the polling unit where the governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke, is also expected to vote. And as you can see, a number of voters are queued up already, ready for the election process. A number of them, there's another polling unit just right over there where a number of people are ready. They've been here, some people have been here as early as 7 a.m. just to be accredited. But as we were told by the INEC ad hoc staff, the accreditation is expected to start by 8:30. A number of polling units that we've also visited, we've seen a number of people standing on the queue waiting for the process to start. And security agencies, election observers are all here ready for the process. So we're expecting also in a moment, we're expecting the governor of Osun State also to arrive here, where he's also expected to go to work. Continue to monitor this development. My name is Toby George, West African Television News.
Welcome to Election 101 in 5, your one-stop guide to everything elections, where we unpack and shed light on the gray areas of Nigeria's electoral process. I am Samson Itodo. Election 101 in 5 is an initiative of Yaga Africa with support from the European Union under the EU Support to Democratic Governance in Nigeria program. This is a special series on the Osun governorship election scheduled for August 15, 2026. It is designed to help every eligible voter in Osun understand the process, know their rights, and participate in a peaceful and credible and transparent election. This program is about how to vote and not who to vote for. Today, we look at how election results are collated and transmitted. This is a matter for everyone voting in Osun and anyone preparing to vote in 2027. So let's look at two words, collation and transmission. They mean two different things. Collation is the process of tabulating or adding up votes cast in an election, while transmission is the process of transferring or conveying election results from one point to another. The Electoral Act 2026 provides two modes of transmission, manual and electronic transmission. The manual procedure for collation and transmission involves 5 steps. Step 1 is a counting of ballot papers at the polling unit, that is manual. Step 2 is recording of results on the Form EC8A, that's the polling unit level results. The third one is the signing or the endorsement of the results at the polling unit by either candidates or polling agents. The fourth one is the physical delivery of the results to the collation center. And then fifth, the manual collation of results. The electronic procedure from the polling unit involves 2 steps. The first step is recording and the transmission of accreditation data on the BVAS. And secondly is the transmission of polling units results. So results move both ways, electronically and by hand. But collation itself is still done by human beings. In other words, collation is manual. So once votes are recorded on the result sheet at the polling unit, the presiding officer is required to do 4 things. Welcome to Election 101 in 5, your one-stop guide to everything elections, where we unpack and shed light on the gray areas of Nigeria's electoral process. I am Samson Itodo. Election 101 in 5 is an initiative of Yaga Africa with support from the European Union under the EU Support to Democratic Governance in Nigeria program. This is a special series on the Osun governorship election scheduled for August 15, 2026. It is designed to help every eligible voter in Osun understand the process, know their rights, and participate in a peaceful and credible and transparent election. This program is about how to vote and not who to vote for. Today, we look at how election results are collated and transmitted. This is a matter for everyone voting in Osun and anyone preparing to vote in 2027. So let's look at two words, collation and transmission. They mean two different things. Collation is the process of tabulating or adding up votes cast in an election, while transmission is the process of transferring or conveying election results from one point to another. The Electoral Act 2026 provides two modes of transmission, manual and electronic transmission. The manual procedure for collation and transmission involves 5 steps. Step 1 is a counting of ballot papers at the polling unit, that is manual. Step 2 is recording of results on the Form EC8A, that's the polling unit level results. The third one is the signing or the endorsement of the results at the polling unit by either candidates or polling agents. The fourth one is the physical delivery of the results to the collation center. And then fifth, the manual collation of results. The electronic procedure from the polling unit involves 2 steps. The first step is recording and the transmission of accreditation data on the BVAS. And secondly is the transmission of polling units results. So results move both ways, electronically and by hand. But collation itself is still done by human beings. In other words, collation is manual. So once votes are recorded on the result sheet at the polling unit, the presiding officer is required to do
Madam.
Sir?
Who are you?
Rave FM.
Huh?
Rave FM.
Rave FM. On m'a pas.
About the election, you just cast your ballot your assessment about the process of authority information that there is one police officer that can be brought to an attended job in the agency of from Port Harcourt. Is still in London. India in Eden hiding. His one job is to come and destroy Eden and then avoid so that they can scare people, shooting so that they don't vote. So I'm calling the Inspector General of Police to take note. I'm calling all the security agencies to take note. They should deploy him. We don't want him in Osun. We don't want violence in Osun. All we want is free and fair election so that people can perform their civic duty. That's one. And two, the pattern of voting should be from units to wards and to local government. Not that they take local government collation straight to state capital. That is not acceptable. That's the form of wickedness. And I called on the authority that the ABC trying to read and have some fake ballot papers. I want us people to watch out for that. And then we don't accept I will not accept that in Osun. Right now, as I'm voting right now, I've just received a call in Monakeke and Obago that police is aiding them to tear gas them so that people can run away. And people are resolute. They just want to perform their civic duty. Let the security agency please be neutral and watch it. But I can assure you, at the end of the day, I have God on my side and I have my people on my side.
Your Excellency, you have just voted. The process has just begun. What's your assessment?
I've already told you. I already told you. I said so far so good. It is peaceful. In my area here, I hope it's like that all across. But it's not peaceful in Monakeke and of course in Obago. The police are aiding the APC to tear gas people so that they will not vote. They took the ballot box around the way. So we have already reported this to the security agencies. I hope they do something so that they will not turn Osun State into war zone. Thank you very much.
Dìbò má ṣe jà, ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ṣe jẹ́jẹ́. Dìbò má ṣe jà, àlàáfíà ó là ń béèrè fún. Dìbò má ṣe jà, ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ṣe jẹ́jẹ́. Dìbò má ṣe jà, àlàáfíà ó.
Election no be war. Vote not fight. Dìbò má ṣe jà.
Welcome to Election 101 in 5, your one-stop guide to everything elections, where we unpack and shed light on the gray areas of Nigeria's electoral process. I am Samson Itodo. Election 101 in 5 is an initiative of Yaga Africa with support from the European Union under the EU Support to Democratic Governance in Nigeria program. This is a special series on the Osun governorship election scheduled for August 15, 2026. It is designed to help every eligible voter in Osun understand the process, know their rights, and participate in a peaceful and credible and transparent election. This program is about how to vote and not who to vote for. Today, we look at how election results are collated and transmitted. This is a matter for everyone voting in Osun and anyone preparing to vote in 2027. So let's look at two words, collation and transmission. They mean two different things. Collation is the process of tabulating or adding up votes cast in an election, while transmission is the process of transferring or conveying election results from one point to another. The Electoral Act 2026 provides two modes of transmission, manual and electronic transmission. The manual procedure for collation and transmission involves 5 steps. Step 1 is a counting of ballot papers at the polling unit, that is manual. Step 2 is recording of results on the Form EC8A, that's the polling unit level results. The third one is the signing or the endorsement of the results at the polling unit by either candidates or polling agents. The fourth one is the physical delivery of the results to the collation center. And then fifth, the manual collation of results. The electronic procedure from the polling unit involves 2 steps. The first step is recording and the transmission of accreditation data on the BVAS. And secondly is the transmission of polling units results. So results move both ways, electronically and by hand. But collation itself is still done by human beings. In other words, collation is manual. So once votes are recorded on the result sheet at the polling unit, the presiding officer is required to do 4 things.
Vote, not fight.
Thank you for staying with us, and you are on to the live studios and the live coverage of the Osun Decides 2026, where the good people of Osun State and residents, eligible voter, more than 1.9 million of them, hopefully will be making that decision or has already made the decision, because we already gave you live feeds from the field, which are showing that many persons voted already, including the governor of the state, Governor Ademola Adeleke. You saw him there, and of course his wife, and many of them in that way. And as for Governor Ademola Adeleke, the candidate of the Accord Party, this was what where he voted looked like.
About the election, just ask about the assessment about the process so far. But I have on joint information. that there is one police officer that can be brought to an allocated job in the ATC Osun from Port Harcourt. His name is London. He's here in Eden hiding. His one job is to come and destroy Eden and then avoid so that he can scare people, shooting so that they don't vote. So I'm calling the Inspector General of Police to take note. I'm calling all the security agencies to take note. They should deploy him. We don't want him in Osun. We don't want violence in Osun. All we want is free and fair election so that people can perform their civic duty. That's one. And two, the pattern of voting should be from units to wards and to local government. Not that they take local government collation straight to state capital. That is not acceptable. That's the form of voting. And I got it on the authority that the ABC trying to read have some fake ballot papers. I want us people to watch out for that. And then we don't accept that. I will not accept that in Osun. Right now, as I'm voting right now, just receive a call in Modakeke and Obam that police is aiding them to tear gas them so that people can run away. And people are resolute. They just want to perform their civic duty. Let the security agency please be neutral and watch it. But I can assure you, at the end of the day, I have God on my side and I have my people on my side.
Your Excellency, you have just voted. The process has just begun. What's your assessment?
I already told you. I said so far so good. It is peaceful in my area here. I hope it is like that all across. But it's not peaceful in Modakeke and of course in Obaogu. The police are aiding the APC to tear gas people so that they will not vote. They took the ballot box around the way. So we have already reported this to the security agencies. I hope they do something so that they will not turn Osun State into war zone. Thank you very much.
Of course, that was how it went at Sagba Bogunde, right there in Ede, North Local Government, where the governor and the candidate of the Accord Party, Governor Ademola Adeleke, has voted and expressed his concern about some conduct of some policemen, and in fact reiterated his point that the Commissioner of Police should be redeployed. He has maintained that stance for quite a while right now. We now have Comrade Larry Fadanse, and of course our in-house analysts are here. But first, Comrade, thank you for staying with us, and double thank you.
Good morning, Femi. Good morning, everyone in the home.
Yeah, what do you make of where we are right now? It's been a long time. The guidelines were rolled out like a year ago. The campaign started like 6 months ago. The chaos, the atmosphere, but finally, August 15 is here, and people have been trooping out to exercise their franchise. How's it been?
Thank you, Femi. It's the D-Day. It's the day that we all have been looking up to. And whatever happens today, it's history being written. And the INEC, every other person who is supposed to do one thing or the other for the sanctity of this process must ensure they do so. Now, why do I say this? Is that the doubts, the distrust, and the happenings prior to this day, I mean, behoves everyone to know more than ordinary. This is a day that the nation expects that we put in our utmost best to ensure that the process is seen as free, is seen as fair, and is held as credible, not just in our faces, but in the face of the world. Because the searchlight of the entire world is looking at Osun election because it signposts what might likely play out in the 2027 election that the whole world is looking at coming ahead of us.
And the president told that same line of yours, and he made a commitment that and the instructions that the police should protect everyone. In fact, the security architecture, all the personnel should make sure they protect the voter, protect the officials as well, so that we have a credible election. And he reiterated that point that the INEC must show that they are ready for the general elections that will be, holding in the next 4 or 5 months. And but beyond that, some have been saying is one thing to talk, is another thing to walk the talk. What do you make of the language, the tone, the text of Mr. President's statements on Osun Decides 2026?
Thank you, Femi. You recall that several times I praised those who write speeches and addresses of Mr. President. You know, I give them kudos. They do that, but it does not play out at the end of the day. Now, from your reports and what the governor said and what eyewitnesses said at Modakeke, do citizens have access to tear gas? In an election, they said that the people that said there was no fracas, there was no disturbance, after that tear gassing, people carried boxes. So you know too well that the suspicion of the people is still ascertained that they think, I don't want to say they are policemen, but the police and the military, I can't treating that. The fact that people have repeatedly said that a section of the police is not trusted in this election, then the other security operatives should come online. The military, if the military men were around those places where they said they were using tear gas and carrying boxes around Modakeke, do you think they would have gotten away with that? So we are calling on all security operatives to step in now. You can't just allow people to, I'm telling you that people believe, because of what they have seen with the drama of NURTW, with all these things that have happened as shenanigans, the IGP said, okay, I'm changing and do, yes, but let every security operative defend this democracy, because Osun is going to signpost the next thing that happens about the democratic issues of Nigeria. When people decide to talk about 1983, some don't like it, but it's a fact of history. And I said it in my conversation with Dr. Emi Farumbi, His Excellency Dr. Emi Farumbi. He said in 1983, people were talking just as we are doing now, that because you are occupying national MPN and you had the IGP, who was actually from Oyo State, Osun was part of Oyo there, that you can now use that federal might to capture, and the police came, they were shooting and the rest. The moment the governor spoke then that this is not democracy, that was the end of it. The military came, and in the discussions around the takeover, they said that using thuggery and electoral violence, they have lost legitimacy. That was part of what Buhari wrote to the whole world as part of the reasons why they took power. So if police wants this to continue, the judiciary has done its bit, every other person had played out, and institutions appeared to have compromised. INEC had said ours is to produce a system that is flawless, and that we are going to do that, but we cannot secure elections. So those who are supposed to secure elections should stand up to that duty now. It's not, okay. Yeah, it's neither here nor there. Nobody's accusing anyone, but the fact remains that those who are supposed to checkmate hoodlums, but in a process where even the citizens, one thing I like about this particular election, and that the world has known, is that there are 1 million cameras monitoring this election on those devices from homes and everywhere, because people are interested in seeing the true position of what the public and the citizens want in Osun. That's what we are all about. Credible elections. Elections that will not be seen by international community as crime scenes. Elections that will not see it as if some people held, some are assisted. The goal of Maradona those days.
Yeah, let me come in
sir.
here, because the program is bilingual. But before we go further, the incident that you referenced has been circulating on social media. We can independently verify. But let me just give this note of warning. Some very extreme words were used in that video, but it shows how agitated some persons are. Take a look.
ọlọ́pàá ṣe máa yin tí a gáàsì wọ́n gbé kínní lẹ́kṣọ̀ pé wọ́n fi ọkọ̀ màtíríà tán tó wọ́n ní wọ́n sọ máa yin tí a gáàsì wọ́n tún kọ́ màtíríà lọ. ẹ̀yin ọlọ́pàá, this is Modákẹ́kẹ́ Wọ̀dé, come and see useless policeman, this is their face, useless people. àwọn yin tí a gáàsì àwọn èèyàn kò sí já kò sí kankan o, kò sí já kò sí kankan o, gbogbo àwọn kọ́pọ̀s gbogbo àwọn àjọ gbogbo ti sá lọ, wọ́n ti gbé màtíríà gáàsì ẹ̀ tí everything will see calm.
Right, that feed is from Modákẹ́kẹ́ and it's quite concerning. By the way, Comrade Father and say, please hang in there because we have other analysts in our studios. We have Dr. Gbenga Adesunloro and Mrs. Abimbola Ladejare Salako. They are both from the Youth Lead Electoral Reform Project, YEP Niger. It's good to have you. Miamansa, the lady first.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you for having us.
Of course, Dr. Adesunloro.
Thank you so much for the opportunity once again.
Right. So here we are, the final days here. We've had you on our previous programs about days to the election, research, what you have found out. Finally, the day is here. The process has started. There are concerns leading to these elections. There are postulations, there are recommendations, all of those things. But here, almost 2 hours into the process, how will you describe it?
Thank you so much. For me, I want to celebrate the resilience of Osun people because we've also moved around and we have our assessors on the field who have been providing report as early as 8 a.m. that people are coming out in their numbers across the 30 local governments. So that's also, even though it's too early for us to start postulating as regards turnout, because last election in 2022 we had around about 42%. So and we have over around 400,000 new, eligible voters. So we are hoping that we create a kind of, if not so significant, but at least a margin of increase in the turnout. So we hope that by the end of the day, we'll now get the feedback. But at least we have seen that residual turnout as regards the voters. And we've also seen deployment, military, let me say military, security deployment, ranging from the police to the civil defense, FRSC, also at different locations, right? And we've also seen INEC. In most of the locations from the registration areas have been moving to the polling units, and we are also tracking arrival and opening across the locations. So that is something we need to celebrate. But along the line, if you look at the narrative before this election, we have seen cases of attacks and things, and all this pre-election violence. And where we have always raised concern is that the security needs to step up their game to ensure professionalism and nipping some of these issues in the bud. So it's a bit dicey. One, if there is if the index of tension is high, then the response mechanism of the security will also be high. And the security has given us the assurance that they will demonstrate professionalism. And that is where we are going to be looking at in the coming hours, right? How professional have they been? It's not out of place for us to have citizen agitation. But for me, I feel the first thing is engagement. If people are, because for me it's too early. It's too early. What will have caused an issue? Maybe, maybe they want to set up, and maybe the party agent is saying one thing or the other. People want to be on the queue, and these are some of the things that we have also noticed over the year as regards arrival issues. Queue. Maybe people have been there waiting and they want to start queuing up. Maybe they want to set up the polling cubicle, and somebody is saying, "Let us put it here," and that person is saying, "No, we don't want it here." Party agents sometimes things like that. But these are issues that in most cases, police would like to just intervene as regards discussion. So now having issues around tear gassing, is a worrisome issue. But don't forget, we have over 3,700 polling units, right, in the state, and having one isolated cases will not be good for us to start undermining the process of the election. So we also want to be tracking. We're already tracking from our assessors how some of these responses are in other locations. So let's see at coming hours. So let's see if we're going to have more cases. And thank God, and that's good thing about the media. We can see we're now escalating. I'm sure we're going to get response as soon as possible. And that's where we need to also charge the INEC. INEC needs to set up the system for response. Because most time when issues are raised, for most, that's why that we have issues around security, and we don't get response on time. It will be difficult for us to fact check. Because in fact checking, you want to get two sides of the story. You hear from one side, you want to verify from the other side. So how soon will the security, will the police respond to what led to this and what has been happening? Because for me, it's too early. The police, the INEC to respond as quick as possible to ensure that it's voting continue in this location. Is it that they park the load, they park the load to the car to say, okay, let's maintain calmness and initiate the process and continue, right? Or what is the situation? So that, I think for me, that's just what I can say for now.
Ẹ ṣeun ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa nílé gẹ́gẹ́ bá ti ṣe àgbékalẹ̀ ètò yìí ló dá lórí ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun níkànnì Western Spring Television ìkànnì àdọ́wà lórí StarTimes DTT. Ẹ ṣeun ó tẹ́ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa àwọn lámẹ̀tọ́ àwùjọ míì tó ti wà nílé agbára pẹ̀lú mi àlejò mi kíní ọ̀mọ̀wé Gbénga Adésùnlọ́rọ̀ tí wọ́n jẹ́ lámẹ̀tọ́ àwùjọ onímọ̀ kíkún tí wọ́n sì jẹ́ ọ̀gá àgbà ní ilé iṣẹ́ kan tí ọ̀rọ̀ gbọ̀kú léjọba àti Kuka Center. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ìbá nǹkan ọmọ Nàìjíríà.
Ẹ ṣé gan.
àti àwọn ìyá wa ṣé kí n pé abilékọ ni àbí omidan ìyá wa Abímbọ́lá Aládéjàre. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sílé agbára náà.
Ẹ ṣé ẹ kúṣẹ́ lóòtú.
Ẹ ṣeun àwọn náà jẹ́ olùdarí ẹ̀ka kan ilé iṣẹ́ kan tí ọ̀rọ̀ gbọ̀kú léjọba tí wọ́n ń ṣe tí wọ́n ń wá ìdàgbàsókè fún àwọn ọmọbìnrin àtàwọn obìnrin láwùjọ lápapọ̀. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀. Aṣojúkọ̀ròyìn wa Tóbi George ó ti ń dúró láti fàbọ̀jẹ́ wa ibi nǹkan dé dúró. Ọ̀dà ẹja tẹ̀síwájú ẹjẹ́ ń bi yín léèrè béèrè wọ́n pé ètò ìdìbò tá à ń ṣe mo béèrè náà lẹ́ẹ̀kan mo tó fẹ́ tibẹ̀ mú ni o wọ́n létò ìdìbò tá à ń ṣe ní ọ̀sọ̀ bí 2027 ó ti rí torí pé sátidé tí ó bá da Jímọ̀ láti mọ̀ pẹ̀lú gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ ti rí inú mi dùn pé ẹ̀yin náà ti látìgbà tá a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ débi ó dé dúró yìí ẹ ti ráwọn nǹkan kan àbí méjì ìpèníjà ibi tó ti yẹ kí wọ́n gbóríyìn fáwọn tọ́rọ̀ kàn àyájọ́ elétò ìdìbò ilẹ̀ ya INEC ibi tó ti yẹ kí wọ́n bẹnu àtẹ́lù wọn gbogbo elétò ìdìbò máa ń kó dání. Ẹ wá wo ọdún 2027 láṣètò ìdìbò gbogbogbò ipa wo lẹ rò pé ètò ìdìbò tá à ń ṣe lónìí gbogbo tó bá jẹ jáde nínú rẹ̀ yóò ní lórí 2027.
Ẹ ṣé gan. Atọ́kùn mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín pé fún wa ní àǹfààní láti sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́yìn nítorí pé jíjòkó tí wá ń bì nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nílùú a ní àwọn èèyàn wa under the YAP Naija tó yẹ pé wọ́n wà ní gbogbo 30 local government nísìn tí wọ́n ń wo pé báwo ni àjọ INEC àti àwọn tó jẹ́ tó wà nítò ìdìbò báwo ni wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe pé ṣé nǹkan tí òfin sọ electoral act 2026 ṣé wọ́n ń tẹ̀lé ní kínní àti kejì. So a dẹ̀ rí pé bá a ṣe ń wo àwọn nǹkan tán ti fún wa wọ́n sọ fún wa pé àwọn èèyàn ti ń jáde ní kẹ̀tíkẹ̀tí àwọn alájọ elétò ìdìbò náà àwọn náà ti ń dúró síbẹ̀ láti rí pé wọ́n ṣe ètò ìdìbò láti àná láti rí pé wọ́n ti gbé gbogbo àwọn kìíní tí wọ́n máa lò àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n máa lò kìíní ballot box ní o àwọn ballot papers tó yẹ kí wọ́n máa fi ṣètò ìdìbò wọ́n gbogbo ẹ̀ náà ló ti wà níbi tí ó yẹ kó wà ní gbogbo àwọn ibi tó ti máa ṣe ìdìbò ní èní adẹ̀ tí ń rí pé wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn èèyàn ti ń dìbò àwọn èèyàn wa gan torí pé báyẹn ṣe ni pé a rí pé àwọn èèyàn wa tó fẹ́ kó bá wa ṣiṣẹ́ àwọn tó yẹ pé wọ́n yẹ kán dìbò níbi tó ń wà ní kò ń ṣe pé ṣẹ̀mọ̀ káwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé wọ́n máa rìn kiri ṣùgbọ́n àwọn èèyàn ti wá ibi tí wọ́n ti yẹ kán ti dìbò náà láti tí wọ́n ní ṣe olóṣèlú la pé òkè nílẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn tẹ̀wá ń bì ẹ bá aṣojú wọn láti dúró síbẹ̀ láti rí pé báwo ni àjọ INEC ṣé wọ́n ń tẹ̀lé ìlànà òfin tí wọ́n fi sílẹ̀ a dẹ̀ rí pé àwọn kan tó ti fún wa so far ó sọ pé wọ́n ti ń tẹ̀lé pé wọ́n ti bìtà tẹ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní eléyìí o nǹkan tó yẹ kán ní dání eléyìí o ṣé wọ́n ní kíní tó máa fi tẹ̀bù kíní ink ṣé wọ́n ní dání ọ̀nà ní dání àwọn kan ní wọn gan ti sọ fún wa pé àwọn fún àwọn ti dìbò pé kò dẹ̀ sí wàhálà níbi tí àwọn ti ń dìbò so bó ṣe ń lọ nísìnyí nìyẹn.
ẹ ṣeun ìyá wa Abímbọ́lá Aládéjàre àjọ kan tí ò rọ̀gbọ̀kú léjọba tó wà fún dàgbàsókè àwọn ọmọbìnrin àtàyẹjẹ pátá àwọn abilékọ lápapọ̀ lẹ́wà fún ẹ wá wò ó mo wo nǹkan kan tó yà mí lẹ́nu nínú ètò ìdìbò yìí lára àwọn gbogbo olùdìbò tí àwọn olùdíje tí díje dupò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun obìnrin kan ṣoṣo ló wà láàrin wọn ẹ̀yin gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀ka kan tó wà fún dàgbàsókè àwọn ọmọbìnrin láwùjọ ṣe ìgbésẹ̀ wo lẹ ti ń gbé láti rí i dájú pé àwọn obìnrin náà kópa nínú ètò ìdìbò pàǹdíje dupò torí wípé gbogbo bí àwọn bí táwọn aṣojú kọ̀ròyìn wa fọ́nrán tá a ti ń fi léde látàárọ̀ àwọn obìnrin máa ń pọ̀ jù nílé ìdìbò bá a bá lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì aṣọ bí àwàdà lẹ́ẹ̀kan bí a fi dápara bá a bá lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì ilé ìjọsìn mọ́ṣáláṣí ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àti ilé ìdìbò àwọn obìnrin pọ̀ jù ṣé ìgbésẹ̀ wo lẹ̀ ń gbé lábẹ́ àjọ yín láti rí dájú pé àwọn obìnrin náà ń kópa tó jọjú nínú pàǹdíje dupò òṣèlú.
ẹ ṣe olóòtú ẹ kú lélẹ̀kan sẹ́yìn aráalé orúkọ tèmi bí wọ́n ṣe sọ ní Abímbọ́lá ohun tí màá dẹ̀ sọ sí ìbéèrè tẹ̀bí mi ni wípé wọ́n ní amúkùn ẹrù ẹwọ́ ó lókè lẹ́wù ẹ̀wù sàlẹ̀ ohun tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni wípé bí kálukú ṣe ń dàgbà ohun tí à ń mú ohun tí à ń dì mú ó ní í ṣe lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ àti àwọn èròǹgbà ẹ̀sìn kọ̀ọ̀kan ó ní í ṣe lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ bí a ṣe ń rí obìnrin ní àwùjọ bí obìnrin sì ṣe ń gbé ara wọn náà ní àwùjọ tá a bá dẹ̀ wò ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun pátápátá ó jẹ́ ohun tó kọni lóminú ní pé tẹ́ bá wo House of Assembly ìjọba ilé aṣòfin ti Ọ̀ṣun kò sí obìnrin kankan tẹ́ bá wo National Assembly náà láàrin àwọn Senate àti Rep kò sí obìnrin kankan níbẹ̀ ohun tó jẹ́ ìpèníjà ńlá ni ohun tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ kó yẹ kí gbogbo wa pátápátá ká wá jókòó ká wá máa bira wa kí ni tó fà á ṣé ká sọ pé kò sí obìnrin tó kú ojú òṣùwọ̀n ni àbó ní àwọn ètò kan tí wọ́n gbé kalẹ̀ àwọn nǹkan tá à ń pè ní party structure kọ̀ọ̀kan tí ò fún obìnrin ní àǹfààní àbó ní àwọn èròǹgbà ọpọlọ kan tá a ti dìmú gbà tá à ń dàgbà pé obìnrin o ilé ìdáná nílé rẹ o kò yẹ kó bọ́ sí ojú gbàgede kó mọ ṣètò ìbò àbó kàn tiẹ̀ láwọn èrò kan tá a máa ń rò wípé obìnrin tí bá ti ń ṣèṣèlú aṣẹ́wó ni ìmọ̀ ń ṣe owó bìnà ni gbogbo àwọn ìgbékarí ló máa ń ṣe ìdínà fún bí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ obìnrin ṣe máa jáde lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ àti bóyá a ṣe máa gbárùkù ti obìnrin láti rí pé wọ́n jáde láti dìbò yàtọ̀ sí pé wọ́n dìbò kán jẹ́ ẹni tí à ń di ìbò fún ohun táwa dẹ̀ ń ṣe gẹ́gẹ́ bí àjọ máa fẹ́ yẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ̀ díẹ̀ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí torí ohun tí mo fẹ́ ká fi ọ̀rọ̀ wa lé lórí ká dá lé lórí jù ní ti ọ̀rọ̀ ètò ìdìbò àti ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọ̀dọ́ torí ohun tí ó jẹ wá lógún jù lásìkò yìí nìyẹn a ní àwọn ètò míì tá a gbé kalẹ̀ tá à ń ṣe lórí ọ̀rọ̀ women political participation àti bó ṣe jẹ wá lógún nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun so gẹ́gẹ́ bí àjọ kí n dáhùn ìbéèrè yín kí n tó lọ sí ohun tí mo fẹ́ yànnàná ẹ̀ ni wípé àwa à ń bá àwọn obìnrin sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ mọ̀ wípé àwọn hairdresser association àwọn association kan tá à ń pè ní trade union tó jẹ́ obìnrin ló darí rẹ̀ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn là ń bá ní ìjíníròrò pé bó o la ṣe ṣe kò bójú mu àwa gẹ́gẹ́ bí iléeṣẹ́ a ní nǹkan tá à ń pè ní policy irú àwọn assessors wa báyìí tá a kó sí 30 local governments ní gbogbo Ọ̀ṣun a rí wípé 60% wọn obìnrin ni wọ́n ara àwọn ọ̀nà tí àwa máa ń gbà nìyẹn nílé iṣẹ́ wa pàápàá a rí wípé 60% àwọn tí ń bá wa ṣiṣẹ́ gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ kíni wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ obìnrin ẹ wá jẹ́ kí n sọ fún yín bí tí mo máa ti wá lọ mọ́ èròǹgbà àwọn ènìyàn nígbà tí mo sọ fún ẹni tájọ́ ń ṣiṣẹ́ pé 60% àwọn tó máa jẹ́ assessors wa obìnrin náà jẹ́ ó ní kí ló dé ó ṣe wá jẹ́ 60% tẹ́ bá tún wo nínú àwọn àkàndá èèyàn tẹ́ tún ti mú toró nípele náà tá tún fún àwọn àkàndá èèyàn ní obìnrin náà ló pọ̀ jù nínú àwọn àkàndá èèyàn yẹn ẹ ti wá ń dẹ́yẹ sí ọkùnrin bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn mo wá láti sọ pé ebi wọ̀hún náà lájọ ń jíròrò wípé bó o láà ṣe gbé àwọn obìnrin lọ́wọ́ sókè bó o láà ṣe rí pé àwọn obìnrin kópa yàtọ̀ sí pé kọ́kọ́ lọ dìbò bẹ́ẹ̀ ń tẹ̀sán 52.79 àwọn tó rẹ́gísítà láti dìbò ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ìbò tá à ń dì lónìí yìí obìnrin ni wọ́n.
obìnrin lọ́pọ̀ jù.
obìnrin ni wọ́n obìnrin lọ́pọ̀ jù. ìmọ̀ tó bá ṣe ipò tó yẹ obìnrin láwùjọ ni pé ká máa pàtẹ́wọ́ ká máa kọrin ní kinní kó ṣàwàlá dìbò rárá àwọn obìnrin náà àkọ́kọ́ a gbọ́dọ̀ rí ara wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni tó lè ṣe.
Of course, absolutely. Please permit us to hold your thought.
Okay.
We'll have a live feed from Toby Judge, one of our reporters.
Okay.
Toby, good morning.
Good morning to you.
You are live. Please go ahead. You are live. Go ahead, Toby.
Yes, I also need to speak to one of the voters. So if you could just give me a minute.
All right. Yeah. You are going to land on that thought.
ẹ fúlẹ̀ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ń bá a bọ̀ lẹ́yìn.
Ohun tí mò ń gbìyànjú àti sọ ni wípé gbogbo wa la ní ipa láti kó. Ilé náà láti ti ṣe nígbà tẹ́ bá ní àwọn ipò aṣáájú nílé ṣe é mọ́ ràn àwọn obìnrin yín lọ́wọ́ ṣe máa ń gbìyànjú fáwọn ọmọ yín obìnrin pé ìwọ náà lè ṣe é àbí láti primary school dé secondary wọ́n á ní obìnrin ní kó ṣe vice. Ó ti wá mọ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ obìnrin lára débi pé tán máa ní ipò ṣí sílẹ̀ o fún adarí yóò mọ̀ lọ fún kíni yóò mọ̀ lọ fún vice nítorí ó ti mọ́ lára láti ilé wa so gbogbo wa la ní ojúṣe láti ṣe kíni láti kó. Mo dẹ̀ ti sọ bí àwa ṣe ń ṣe nílé iṣẹ́ títí wa ohunkóhun tó wù tá a fẹ́ ṣe a fẹ́ kó yànjọ́ ní o tá à ń pè ní community dialogue ní o a gbọ́dọ̀ rí wípé ó kéré jù ìdá 100 nínú ẹ̀ ó gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ kíni ó gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ obìnrin ipa tí àwa ń kó ni a dẹ̀ ń lọ sí àwọn iléèwé àkọ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ àti girama àti iléèwé yunifásitì láti jẹ́ kí àwọn obìnrin mọ̀ wípé ojúṣe yín ó pọ̀ lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìmọ̀ tá a bá sọ wípé kò sí obìnrin kankan ní aṣojú kò sí obìnrin kankan ní ilé ìgbìmọ̀ kò sí obìnrin kankan ní house of assembly ẹ dákun torí Ọlọ́run báwo ni àwọn decision àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó jọmọ́ obìnrin báwo ló ṣe fẹ́ gbé pẹ́lí olóyìnbó ní there is no decision about us without us that is for us ìtumọ̀ rẹ̀ ni pé tẹ́ bá lẹ péjọpọ̀ ẹ pérò ẹ gbé nǹkan kalẹ̀ fún wa tí ò sì sí wa nínú àwọn tí ń sọ pé báyìí la fẹ́ kì í ṣe fún wa lẹ ṣe fún ara yín lẹ ṣe fún.
gẹ́gẹ́ bí n tẹ́ ìgbàgbọ́ nù rẹ̀ wọ́n pé n tọ́ bá dunni ní pọ̀ lọ́rọ̀ ẹni ẹ̀pẹ́ ilé iṣẹ́ yín obìnrin lọ́pọ̀ ń bẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá kọ́ àwọn èèyàn jọ obìnrin ẹ ṣeun ẹ kò ń látàrọ̀ ìyá wa.
Now you are also of the youth lead electoral reform project YEP Niger. Now I'm sure many civil society organizations like yourself, ADI, YAGA, all of those associations, organizations that are doing very good jobs had their reservations about these elections. They have their research about these elections, security concerns. Even INEC themselves, had their security report where they released more than 320 flashpoints, which later become a source of controversy again. At YEP Niger, are there, from your research, from the work you have done so far, are they playing out according to what we are seeing so far in the last 2 hours?
Yes. I would say that the concerns that our colleagues, have raised are very valid. And like Dr. Gbenga has said, we have our trained assessors on the field who are not just on the field today. They've been on the field for over a month, and they're doing door-to-door campaign. They are reaching strategic stakeholders. They are talking to young people. Come out and cast your vote. And the same feedback keeps coming back. Number one is the rate of the electoral violence in Osun State. We know that Osun States have been known for electoral violence, but this particular one is out of it. It's out of it, and it's really, really alarming. And for our assessors and for us as an organization, we see this as a threat to democracy. And just like you said earlier on, what happens in Osun 2026 off-cycle election is going to have a significant impact in the participation of young people come 2027. Because at the YEP Niger Consortium, one of the reasons that we actually began what we are doing is the result of the 2023 election. So immediately after the 2023 election, we saw a lot of agitations among young people saying this, the outcome of this election does not reflect the will of the people. And then we said, okay, as young people, we should go beyond agitating. We should go beyond sitting behind and complaining and putting on social media platform. We should go a step further. We should organize ourselves. We should mobilize ourselves and see how we can contribute meaningfully to the electoral process. And one of the things we did was to consult with young people across Nigeria through the YEP Niger Consortium, and we got feedback from young people, key recommendations for electoral reform. And some of those recommendations, thankfully, made it to the new electoral law that was signed into law by the president in February this year. And it's so beautiful because some of our recommendations made it. But as a consortium, we told ourselves, beautiful laws do not implement themselves. There has to be processes to ensure that these laws are implemented.
Yeah, from one woman to the other. Let's take to the judge. Toby, you are live.
All right. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm currently at Awo Habudo in Egbetore local government area of Osun State, Ward 1, Unit 7. Before this time, I've visited Sagba, Abogude in Edenov local government area of Osun State, where the government just exercised its franchise view. The election process started around 8:30. Again, as against the 8 a.m. that the Independent National Electoral Commission said they would start accreditation. So immediately the governor got there around 8:30, the voting process began. And just after the governor said, he made mention of a particular situation in Omodakeke, where he alleged that some of their supporters are being attacked by you. So after that, we also spoke with the wife of the governor, who also called for people to exercise their franchise without fear. And before we got here, we've seen members of the Nigerian Police Force and members of the Nigerian Army manning different intersections of the road. You would recall that before this time, the the Inspector General of Police assured that about 3 to 4 police officers will be stationed at each polling unit. We've seen that in some of the polling units that visited so far. We've seen police officers manning polling units, not just staying a bit far away from them. Before we got here, we had issues, complaints about the beaters machine that people were complaining about the fact that the process was a bit tardy because the machine was not fast enough. But the process, before we got here, a number of people were on the field even before 8 a.m., before 7:30, I mean. A number of people, in their hundreds. If you can see behind me also, a number of them in a long queue right here. So just in a moment, I'll be speaking with a federal lawmaker at the House of Representatives, Honorable Bamidele Salam, who is about to cast its vote at this moment. Thank you very much for joining us, Honorable Bamidele Salam. Thank you, sir. With what you've said so far, I know that how would you assess the election? So,
all right, I can only speak about this one. 27, one of the what I've seen here. First, enthusiasm about the electorate. So I have been very interested, and I've been very honored. Minding their business, which is to campaign as they could. Also for the electoral officials, they have been very professional so far. This is the attempted now. They have been very professional. The devices are also working well there. Even though we see that the support of the demand devices are working well. For example, I received a report from Unit 34 in Ward 10 where the most of working after a couple of minutes. That has been escalated. Also in Palai unit, library, non-functioning units. Here, the business is working well. Everything is yeah, and we do hope that the person that should mention this only that security agencies play their part well. That's why it all lies. See, even me as a VIP, I can't come to people. Those who have been designated as security personnel to provide security should do their work well. So that we don't have incidents like what we had because we had this problem from the back where policemen went to fire tear gas at a rack center where materials were being also had all of that mobile there and about here that there was some incidents of person mobile there and about here where some folks were allegedly, that's all of that local government, were allegedly chasing people with active backing or something. And like I said, allegations. But some of these allegations are backed up with video pictures. So we do hope that such a thing will not occur anywhere around here, and that the process will go seamlessly. Yeah, the report is very true. Some persons like security personnel, so many different plans. They have but the latest report I got was that they have dealt with this. I want to be sure that it's fine now. I intend to also speak with him, the next week for parents, to be sure that all is well. Not only him, a number of our leaders have been harassed overnight. We have people arrest the bank official, the selection of the members of the governor on next week. Was arrested and have been taken away from the years at the moment. And across the state, we have had that incident of members of our party being hounded, being harassed, being intimidated by some security personnel. But above all, we are happy that people who are still not retired come out to exercise their friendship. And we are looking for everything. Well, I just want to call people from Osun State to be very vigilant. Very, very vigilant. People who do not do well, don't press on their words. They want to make sure that all costs they perform their enterprise. So the people should be very vigilant. They must be peaceful and law-abiding, yes, but they must be very vigilant and they must resist any illegality. The people must resist all illegalities. They must not allow anyone to perpetrate any manner of electoral fraud against the will of the people. Italy, somebody who don't retire in Hawaii, she unit to work to the better rate. Tó ń lọ lọ́wọ́ ọlọ́sẹ̀ jáde tí ìgbé wọn kò jẹ́ àwọn ìtura nígbà yẹn. Àwọn ìṣèbára wọn jà kò sí jàgídíjàgí ọmọ ẹni ọgbẹ̀lẹ́gbẹ̀tù. Bákan náà àwọn òṣèré ló tí ó dìbò títí di àkókò yìí mọ́kànlá kò díẹ̀ nígbà yìí tí kò sí àti ìrí àpàṣípàyọ ọwọ́ wọn. Àwọn ìgbàsíkò wa náà bí ẹ̀rọ bíbáàsì tó wọ́n ń ojú èèyàn láti kó pọ̀ yálẹ̀ ó ṣiṣẹ́ dáadáa. Ẹ̀gbẹ́ tó tẹ́gbẹ́ tí a gbọ́ láti àwọn òde mi. Àwọn unity míì fún àpẹẹrẹ ní ìpàdílẹ̀ Ẹgbẹ́dọ̀rẹ́ yìí náà ní agbẹ́rí ìpàdílẹ̀ Ẹgbẹ́dọ̀rẹ́ yìí pé ẹ̀rọ tó ń mú ojú èèyàn fún jagradization wọ́n bí kò ṣiṣẹ́ dáadáa láwọn ibi tí wọ́n ti dákọ̀ ẹ̀ àti gba àwọn ìjọ ẹgbẹ́ tí òbí rẹ̀ ń dá lórí bí àwọn ń ṣe lórí ẹ̀. Èyí tí à ń sọ nípa ọ̀rọ̀ ti ètò ààbò ẹ̀jú tá a gba àwọn elétò ààbò ní wípé fún dákun kí wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ wọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí òfin ṣe là sílẹ̀. Wọ́n wọ́n dáhùn gbọ́ látàwọn inú yẹn náà. Fún àpẹẹrẹ ìfúta tí ń gbé ètò ìdìbò ní Mọ̀dákẹ́kẹ́, wọ́n lọ ọbẹ̀, wọ́n lọ yin ẹ̀rọ tajútajú láti lé àwọn èèyàn kúrò nílẹ̀. Wọ́n bá wọn kẹ́ náà ní Freedom Park lóṣooṣù wọ́n lọ sínú ọmọ oṣù tí ò tọ́ tí ò yẹ bákan náà ní ọba lé ọba òkè ti gbọ́rò yìí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà báwọn ẹgbẹ́ ìgbàjà mọ́ àwọn èèyàn alòpé eléyìí ò yẹ kó wáyé nílùú ọ̀làjú kí àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ elétò ààbò kí wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ ààbò láì gbà kẹbọ̀ kan mú ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn èèyàn wá nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun kí wọ́n má jà kí wọ́n má ta ṣùgbọ́n kí wọ́n má gbàgbà fún wọn kí wọ́n lajú wọn lẹ̀ dáadáa ẹnikẹ́ni bá ti fẹ́ ṣe kan tó lòdì sí òfin wọ́n sọ pé òde ṣé o eléyìí lòdì sófin báyìí tó ṣe mẹ́tò ìdìbò ni o báyìí ṣe òtún aláàbò ní gbogbo ẹni tó bá wò ó jẹ́ bá ti fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan tó lòdì sí òfin ilẹ̀ wa kí àwọn èèyàn ó sọ pé kò sí tó jọ o kò lè ṣe tó fẹ́ ṣe yìí o ìgbàdé lẹ́yìn gbogbo ẹ̀ lábẹ́ Ọlọ́run ìfẹ́ Ọlọ́run ṣe á sì lọ ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun.
All right, thank you so much for joining us on Morning Spirit, our election coverage. All right, you've heard it from the federal lawmaker, Evangelist Adams, who is yet to vote, has been here observing. So we also have a number of people here, you know, as against the tension in the build up to the election. What we're seeing here is quite different. The turnout is massive. Before we got here, we saw people in their hundreds, you know, on the queue. You see a very long queue in different polling. And I will also be speaking with somebody who has just cast his vote at this moment. Would you please join us? Thank you so much. What is your name?
My name is
Okay, so have you how was the process? All right, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. All right, so we heard it from one of the voters just cast his ballot. So that is what we have so far here in Egbedo local government area of Osun State. From here, we'll be heading to Shoko local government, where we will also be giving the office.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was Toby George. Please keep safe and thank you for that great work. We are back to the studios. That was Toby George, one of our own reporters. There spoke to, you know, the reps member representing Egbedore, the north, the south, and Ijigbo, Honorable Bamidele Salam. Let's come back to the studio. And Dr.
Observing election is that until you check the name of the registered voters vis-a-vis the number of people on the queue, that's when you can tell if the turnout was really, really great. So I think it's too early for us to draw conclusions around if the violence incidences had impacted, you know, the turnout of voters. But just like Dr. Wenga said earlier, I think that we are happy that we see a lot of people from the video that we were just shown. You can see even women and their children sitting down to ensure that they cast their vote, as well as young people. So yes, those issues are there, and some of our assessors on the field have also given us reports from across the 30 local government. There were cases where they reported electoral violence, where there were arguments among party agents and all that. We've also had a report where some of our observers reported that they were not allowed to cast their vote because they are observers, and we had to reach out to INEC immediately to ensure that that is addressed, because the guideline does not stop an observer from casting their vote, especially if they are registered in that polling unit and they have their voters card, because that's one of the things we want to ensure, that we do not deprive our observers from exercising their franchise. Because if we do that, look at the number of observers that are out there today. If all of them who are eligible voters are not allowed to vote because they are doing election duty, we are not actually, helping the process in the long run. So we've seen the issues play out. We've seen voter apathy in some places, because we've had some of our observers who even dropped out because their parents said, because they are young people, you cannot go out on election day because of the violence that we've been seeing so far. So yes, and the question around how this is going to impact the 2027 general election, I think that's a very critical discussion that we need to begin to ask ourselves, and especially the electoral stakeholder, the INEC and the police. If we all claim that this democracy is ours, we have to do everything and play by the book to ensure that the confidence of people, the confidence of the citizen are actually not eroded with the outcome of the 2026 election, off-cycle election in Osun State, because general election is just about 6 months. I think that's January, 5 months away. So we have to be careful what happens. And we are seeing what is happening to democracy across the African continent. We have seen how many African countries have said, military is taking over, military are taking over in a lot of African countries across the African continent. And these are some of the things that led up to the issues that we are having. So to protect our democracy, all eyes are actually on Osun off-cycle election.
Dr. Adesola, you talked about Africa and the democracy that we practice. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo during the week talked about the peculiarity of the democracy that we are running. That possibly there is a way we have to, for the want of a better word, customize our own. Yeah, because it seems that we have copied, it's like a personality and character as Africa cannot run that kind of a thing. For so many persons, we said, after you have been president for 8 years, you're talking about this. But, I would take Comrade Father and say on that. But just for a minute, Dr. Adesola, statistics, data cannot be wished away in this kind of conversation. Let us hear from your end.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Just like if you look at, we have a dashboard called the YAP Niger dashboard. So the dashboard, what does it do? What it does is that it looks at some of the recommendations that we're able to do. Like she said, our technical lead, Southwest lead said, what we are enjoying today is a product of our young people who have advocated for certain reforms, and which some of them have found their way into the electoral heart. Now, so what we are now doing is like, let me say this, what happens today is not about the number of vote cast alone. It's about the process that leads to that final, votes. So we are not just only interested as civil society partners as regards who wins. How did they win? Did the process follow established guidelines? So one of the areas we have looked at is that, number one, let's identify, don't forget that before this election, something happened in two of the local governments, that I flagged the other time. That is Odorton local government, where, people, some people came and took away their voters card, right? So what we have done is to engage, INEC had provided that provision so that, okay, you can download your PVC. So what we're going to be, what the data is saying, we're going to be pulling from our data is that how many of citizens were able to access downloadable PVC, and were they now allowed to use that downloadable PVC for this election. So our dashboard is flagging that in the process, and in the coming hours, by the time the election process is concluded, we will be providing that update. Now, in number of incidences of pre-election violence, we had 43 cases of, established cases of incident, ranging from deaths and attacks, right? Now, what the implication of that is that it's supposed to, inform the participation of the people, because let's even look at the family and relatives of those who are killed or those who are in the hospital. Definitely, I'm very sure those people will not come out. So if however small that number is, that number had already contributed to what? To the overall participation. So we don't want that to, but we have what the feedback we are seeing in terms of the turnout. And the question we need to start asking is, what motivates these people for coming out? One, their interest in performing their civic responsibilities, and let's also hope it's not the expectation of vote merchandise, because one of the things that we have identified, the data has shown us for us across almost all the local government and across not just a particular party, but across all the leading political parties, voter inducements was documented. High level of voter inducements were documented across most of the local government. So we believe, we hope that is not what motivates the people to come out today, and we hope there's not going to be that open demonstration of voter inducement, vote buying, in influencing the choice of the people, because that's what the data has shown us, that there were high level of voter inducement. So those two key things, vote buying, pre-election voter inducements, were very high. Issues around people, having access, few people having access to download their PVC. We have also recorded that, right? So we want to see how that translates into the election day. Now, in terms of the INEC guidelines, INEC says they are going to open polls from 8 o'clock, and they start polls by 8:30. And they will start with the use of accreditation, which is BVAS, bimodal voter accreditation system. So the rule is that no eligible voter will be accredited without the voter's card. So in previous elections, in the Ekiti state elections specifically, we saw high functionality of the utilization of the BVAS for accreditation purposes, right? So, although we also had cases where we had issues around, discrepancies as regards maybe, while the process were done, maybe some people escaped, without being, accredited. So, what the implication always is that the total number of accredited may not match the total number of eligible. So, this time around, we're going to be tracking that to ensure that we're going to be assessing how the ADEC officials who are handling the BVAS in conjunction with their team, follow that guideline to ensure that nobody standing there is accredited, is allowed to vote without being accredited using the bimodal voter accreditation system.
All right. The phone lines will be open shortly, and then we can take feedbacks. That is for you to be a part of the program, not just to be a part of the program alone, but to tell us, give us a situation report, and standing on your integrity and the patriotism of being a good Nigerian. Whatever you're going to pass on to us here should be something verifiable, something you witnessed yourself, and it is the truth. Perhaps there are concerns in your polling unit. Whatever concern you have, this is an opportunity for you to escalate the matter. That is why it's imperative that we speak to specificity and truth on this matter, because the system deserves the cooperation of everybody at this point. Joshua.
Ẹ ṣeun gbogbo ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa tẹ́ ń wò wá àti àwọn lámẹ̀tọ́ wa àtàwọn lámẹ̀tọ́ wa tó wà nílé àgbà. Ẹ ṣeun ẹ kúrò látàárọ̀ o ìyá wa, ẹ ṣeun ẹ kúrò látàárọ̀ ẹ mọ̀mọ́ wí. Lójúnà àti fún yín láǹfààní láti dá sí ti ń lọ nílé agbára, níṣẹ́ mọ̀ pé a ṣàdéhùn fún yín pé gbogbo bí ti lọ láàmọ̀ fún yín, a ní fi dun ojú ìwòran yín, bẹ́ẹ̀ sì la ṣe ń ṣe gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ láti wá fún yín láǹfààní báyìí. Kẹ́ ẹ dá sí, kẹ́ ẹ pè wọlé agbára, ẹ ti mọ wo nọ́mbà òun lójú fọ́nrán yín. Ẹ dákun ẹ dábọ̀ o, bẹ́ẹ̀ bá pè, bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fi nǹkan kan tó wa létí, ẹja ṣe gẹ́gẹ́ bí àlàkalẹ̀ ọmọlúàbí, torí ìpínlẹ̀ ọmọlúàbí ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun, ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà rere tó jẹ́ pé kì í pọ́nrọ́ léwé, kì í pọ́nrọ́ lẹ́gbìnrin. Ẹ dákun o, ń tẹ́ ẹ bá fi tó wa létí, ẹ mọ̀ mú òun ló mú, ẹ rí wípé òótọ́ ni, ẹ rí máa jẹ́ mi ìṣó ní kọ́ jẹ́ o. Nọ́mbà ńlẹ̀ ń wò lójú fọ́nrán yín 09132599000 ńlẹ̀ ń wò lójú fọ́nrán yín. Fóònù nọ́mbà nù tẹ́ fi pè wọlé. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ púpọ̀. Wọ́n pé Comrade Fadam sì ṣì wà lórí ìlà. Fẹ́mi.
0913-259-9000 is the number to call. 0913-259-9000. And please, when you do call us, make sure you are far from your TV set or put off the volume. This is an avenue, a platform for you to let us know what is happening and give us a situation report from your end.
Láìpẹ́ náà lágbára lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run, àfikún àwọn fọ́nrán tá a ti fún yín tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ bó tún ṣe ń lọ, a tún fún yín láwọn tuntun sí gẹ́gẹ́ báwọn aṣojúkọ̀ròyìn wo iléeṣẹ́ wa bí wọ́n ti ń fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní yàrá agbára mi.
Definitely. We still have Comrade Larry Fadamsi with us. Comrade, let me pick it up with you with what President Olusegun Obasanjo said during the week, that there is a need for us to reevaluate the democracy we are running, because it seems the we parts of us, the who we are as a people, possibly the monarchical part of us, that winner takes it all mentality is not working for the kind of democracy that we are practicing. In fact, he made an example to say, if in a contest you edge the other person with only one vote, whatever you are competing for becomes yours and in its entirety. And maybe that is part of what is causing this, this scuffle and this agitation, killing and maiming, because the other person, in essence, will have been feeling like he has lost out entirely, especially as regards the investment.
Our political class, by way of their income. And I recall that on the front page of the Daily Times, when that incident was resolved as to the salaries of the people in politics, the list had it that President Shehu Shagari will earn 30,000 naira per annum, and the head of civil service will earn 16,000. Now, that is telling you that as president and all, beyond the perks of office, like where he will stay and the rest of it, it has made some leverage for those other citizens to have that sense of belonging. And people were not too desperate for political office because the system, the margin was not too much. But now, what we have seen in recent times has over bloated the kind of payment we make to the churches for that office, and so people are not just ready to do it, to make it a do or die. They want it to be a do or kill. Do or kill is even worse than do or die. Do or die means you want to struggle for it. If they want to kill you, you are ready to face death. That's do or die. Do or kill means it's either I do it or I kill you. And that's the stage that our politics has gotten to, sadly. And I'm happy for your guests in the studio. One said a youth and then women. The other person too, youth-led. The youth, is painful that the Awolowos of this world, the Enahoros, the Yakubu Gowons of this world started running and ruling Nigeria at age 30, 35. Nigerians of 50 years still consider themselves as youth in Nigeria. That's unfortunate, but that's the truth. It's a sad reality we are faced with now. And to correct all of that, the youth generation, the women generation, like you rightly pointed out, Osun over 50-something% are women that would include young ladies too, who are females. And that tells you the capacity of strength to stand up in a democracy and say, this is what we want. So long as their votes will count, they should have a voice in meeting political parties, in meeting political leadership to say, hello, enough is enough. The kind of democracy that Obasanjo was talking about is that when you have over-pampered a group, they want to force everything down your throat. They have whittled down the capacity and influence of even royal fathers. Till tomorrow, they play politics in England. The King of England remains the King of England. And so here, because of access to power and its machinations around power, you have the army, you have the police, you have all these forces that you can use to scuttle democracy, to keep the people quiet. And the people have resigned to it over time. But it is like when your back is against the wall, then that's when citizens stand up, even to government, even to police. And so we are now saying, let us look at this fashion of democracy that we have and look at the books ahead of it. We talk about true federalism, where people can say, okay, we want this, and then we must follow due process in getting what we desire from government. However, the one power of citizens is the power to cast ballots, to change people in power, or to put their people that they want in power. But the moment any force, any move is made to scuttle that inalienable right of citizens, then every citizen also has a right to look at how the processes have been compromised. And you recall that in the conversations we've had, some of the reports were not even from regular journalists. We will need regular journalists' input to talk about it. Like the incidents pointed out about Odoti. Now, people have PVCs. They have come to collect their PVCs. That is the number one indicator that some people are bent on subverting the electoral process in Osun 2026 governorship election. Because what do you want to do with people's PVCs? However, the INEC, as the body, ought to have said, wait a minute, yes, they carted away some ballot PVCs. These are the numbers, and we have the data of those. They should have told us, well, I don't know if they have relayed that. However, the machine must function in those places because it works. But at the end of the day, we've had insinuations, even they said some places in Ekiti, that some people use cards that they did not use machine to verify them. So if you don't use the machine to verify people in places where cards are missing, anybody can use that card. And so a kind of collusion makes people suspect that, hey, this is not working well the way we want it. To me, I know this is a unique election. That's number one. And like all of us know, if you watch, like we watch your station, we watch the CNN, we watch so many others, there is what is called eyewitness report, especially when the regular journalists are not there. And people are asked to verify. You have time, and there is technology to even verify the time anything happens from a phone or a picture. You can know when a picture is taken. Technology has gone that far. And so for us to be making excuses for why there should be issues around credible elections, hello, the technology that we have now has made it possible to have a seamless situation. However, in instances where this does not play out, then those who are supposed to manage are in the best position to explain to us why it did not happen. In the election, we want free, we want credible and fair elections. And all eyes is on Osun, all searchlights is on Osun, all satellites, I must add that, is on Osun. So if people are still thinking things have been done and nobody is watching, in another hour or two, we'll start seeing clips and pieces of what played out in several stations. As far as I know, Osun people are resolute, they are coming out. They have said they will come out. Some are watching the morning time. By this time, I know a lot of people would have trooped out. The security agencies must be civil and neutral. So once that happens, we will have the best election supervised by INEC in this Osun 2026 governorship election.
Is all right. Thank you so much, Comrade Larry Fadansi. Well, we are due for a break, but before we do that, Mrs. Aladejare Salako and Dr. Adesunloro, both of them from Niger, thank you for your time. And possibly you want to add something for well, how you go?
Yes, as we round up this session quickly, I want to say that INEC and the security needs to really play by the way. I will allude to what he had said. And if they do not, it would seriously undermine what will happen in 2027. And don't forget that the whole world wants to see the democracy we are practicing. We have assured them that it's going to work. The government, just like you said, had charged INEC. Either we say it's political or not, they've released money to INEC. And INEC says independent, and it's the election management body. So INEC must really be proactive to ensure that nobody undermine this outcome. So and that's why they need to up their game as regards their the intelligence consultative committee that is responding. If there's an issue that needs to involve police to act professionally, they need to respond as soon as possible. If there's an issue that involves any citizen being disenfranchised, they need to act as soon as possible. And we are still watching as regards how the technology that is being used. One, I've mentioned accreditation. Two, electronic transmission of results. And three, the downloadable PVCs will be deployed in these elections. We'll be providing an independent report in conjunction with other civil society partners.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Abimbola Aladejare Salako. and Dr. Adesun Lora. We wish you all the best. Of course, we'll still be taking feeds from you. I wish you all the best. Let's go back to the feed and your officers as well. We'll take a quick break. But before that, there are some concerns messages where someone is saying that from Owodiede Community Primary School, this is to INEC and stakeholders at Community Primary School, Owodiede, the beavers used there is slow and that they will need more ad hoc staff. Possibly the place has so much traffic to help with that, and because there is a need to manage agitations of the people before it becomes violent and all of those things. Again, ad hoc staff, more will be needed because the beavers at Community Primary School Owodiede is slow, kind of. We'll be taking a break now, but before we go, you're talking about vote buying, all of those things. We have feeds on that already, which Joshua will introduce us to, and then the former governor of the state, Governor Adegboyega Oyetola, has spoken to Western Spring Television as well. Joshua.
Ó ṣeun Fẹ́mi. Bákan náà kó tó di pé ń kọjá lọ bẹ̀rùn, a ní àwọn àtẹ̀jíṣẹ́ kan tí wọ́n tẹ̀ sílé agbára lélẹ̀ tí wọ́n kàn ń pe àkíyèsí àwọn tọ́rọ̀ kàn níjọba ìbílẹ̀ Odò Ọ̀tìn pé kí wọ́n dákun o, kí wọ́n mójútó bí ti lọ níbẹ̀ láti rí pé ètò ìdìbò yìí ó gbóúnjẹ fẹ́gbẹ́ ọgbàwo rẹ̀ bọ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ti sọ ń bẹ̀rùn. Bákan náà nílùú Rèé níjọba ìbílẹ̀ Borí pé wọ́n ń tẹ nǹkan kan sọ́wọ́ o níbi tí wọ́n ti ní bí ìdàrúdàpọ̀ àbí bí ìgbà tó jẹ́ pé àwọn afurasí kan fẹ́ dárúgúdù lẹ̀ níbẹ̀ náà pé kí wọ́n dákun dábọ̀ àwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ aláàbò kí wọ́n mójútó bó ti ń lọ. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ púpọ̀ bàbá wa ẹ ṣeun tí àpè yín tẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ wa ẹ bá fáwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà nímọ̀ràn kó tó di pé a fi yín lẹ̀ tẹ́ mọ́ lọ.
Ẹ ṣe a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà àti àwọn ará Ọ̀ṣun pé ẹ jáde,
èèyàn ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun pàápàá.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o, àwọn ará Ọ̀ṣun pé la dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín pé ẹ jáde ní kẹ̀tíkẹ̀tí. Ẹ jẹ́ ká dúró ti ìbò wa, ẹ má jẹ́ ká òfin sọ pé o lè tó bá ti dìbò tán o lè dúró sáàrán dìbẹ̀, kò sí nǹkan tó sọ pé kó má dúró síbẹ̀, tó bá máa lọ lé o lè máa lọ lé, ṣùgbọ́n ẹ jẹ́ ká dúró síbẹ̀ ká rí pé wọ́n ka ìbò yẹn lójú yín, ká dẹ̀ rí pé wọ́n upload ìbò yẹn ní pẹ̀lú beaver sí IREF kẹ́ tó kúrò ń bẹ̀. Nǹkan tí òfin sọ nìyẹn. A lè rí pé bó ṣe ń lọ náà àwọn náà máa fún yín ní bó ṣe ń lọ.
Ẹ ṣeun. Ní báyìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn aṣojúkọ̀ròyìn wa tá a sọ fún yín pé wọ́n wá ń ta tá a sì fi dùn yín gbogbo bí nǹkan ti ń lọ, a mú fọ́nrán kan wá sí ọ̀dọ̀ yín báyìí láti ṣe àfihàn gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun nígbà kan rí Alhaji Isiaka Adegboyega Oyetola. Wọ́n fi ń tó wa létí pé wọ́n ti dé ojútó ètò ìdìbò wọn. Yóò wá báyìí sójú fọ́nrán yín nígbà tí ọmọye sípò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lábẹ́ àṣẹ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú African Democratic Congress Right Honourable Najim Fọláṣayọ̀ Salam báwọn náà ti ń dìbò lójútó ètò ìdìbò wọn bí tí wọ́n ti ń dìbò ní ìlú Èjìgbò àmúwá báyìí sọ́dọ̀ yín. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ o, Western Spring Television lẹ́wà, ẹ ṣeun tẹ́ ń wò wá.
The presence of the military or the police is to ensure that there is security. People are encouraged. Our state is subdued for peace. I don't see why
Yes, ma'am. I'm black.
So I don't see why
Okay.
and I thank
You are live, sir. You are live.
I thank our people for coming out there mass for what candidates, which I believe are candidates. This is a progressive state. And particularly here, there's no reason why people will not come out. They actually enjoy the democracy. Most appropriate thing is to come out in mass as groups so that we can have a way of
Thank you very much.
Ṣé kí ni ọ̀bẹ ìmọ̀ ìran yín fáwọn ará ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun?
Kí wọ́n ṣe jẹ́jẹ́ fún ọ lọ́dún ní lórí ọmọlúwàbí yàtọ̀ àti iṣẹ́ olúwa. Orúkọ tó fẹ́ fún ọ yẹn ṣe ti wọ̀. Akájáde agbègbè alẹ́ ìgbà pé tí ọlọ́ba ní olóògbé rẹ̀ ọlọ́ọ̀ nìkan ló kù sí.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. Now we have Honorable Najim Salam. He just arriving at his unit to cast his votes. You can see him. That is Honorable Najim Salam, governorship candidate of ADC. Lẹ́ni Honorable Najim Salam, ọmọ oyè ti ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú ADC wọ́n ti dé láti wípé kí àwọn náà wọ́n kópa nínú ètò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Ọmọ oyè ni wọ́n, àwọn náà sì láǹfààní, wọ́n lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ sí kí àwọn náà kí wọ́n dìbò. Ọmọ oyè ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú ADC Honorable Najim Salam, àwọn lè ń wò yẹn bí wọ́n ṣe dé kọ́ lọ ṣe ètò àyẹ̀wò ilé tí a mọ̀ sí accreditation. Wọ́n ti ṣetán báyìí láti gba ìwé ìjẹ̀ka ìdìbò. Wọ́n ti gbà ó. Honorable Najim Salam, ìwà lóye. Wọ́n ti fẹ́ lọ síbi tí wọ́n ti dìbò.
Thank you so much. You are on to the last 2 days of Western Spring Television, Osun Decides, and you have just seen the former governor of the state, a former governor of the state, rather, Adegboyega Oyetola, over the All Progressives Congress, by the way, and of course followed by that image from Ejigbo of the two-time Speaker of the Osun Decides Assembly, Dr. Najim Salam, making his way to his polling unit there. Those are live feeds from our reporters on the field. Now, speaking about concerns, we open the phone lines at the other time is for you to escalate what is going on. You have the phone line right there on your screen, 0913 259 9000. Some of the concerns expressed so far says at Okebale Oja Odeoga, the market called Odeoga, Ward 14 here in Osogbo local government, that there is need for ink. The ink has finished from the pad in which the people used to, thumbprint. And so we are reaching out, calling on the supervisor in charge of that place, and of course the Independent National Electoral Commission or Osun State to quickly do that so that the people can exercise their franchise. This is one of the concerns.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ó ṣeun Fẹ́mi Òjó. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ti ń bètò lọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan ní Western Spring Television, gẹ́gẹ́ bá a ti sọ, àwọn èèyàn wọ́n ń tẹ àtẹ̀jíṣẹ́ o. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni wọ́n fi ń tó wa létí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ó ti lọ. Àwa náà, àwa ní jẹ́ kí etí yín ó di. Wọ́n pé ní agbègbè Òkè Balẹ̀, ọjà Òde Ọ̀gá, Ward 14, níjọba ìbílẹ̀ Òṣogbo, wọ́n ń sọ fún wa wípé ọ̀dà íǹkì tí wọ́n fi sọ́wọ́ tí wọ́n fi tẹ̀ka sórí ìlà síwájú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú tó wù ọ́ wọn ló ti tán o ìní tí wọ́n fi yí ọwọ́ òun tí wọ́n fi tẹ̀ka gan síwájú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú tí wọ́n ń pè ní íǹkì aró òkúnwọ́ wọ́n pe aró òka ó ti tán o ní ọjà òde ọ̀gá ní ward 14 níjọba ìbílẹ̀ Òṣogbo aké sí àjọ elétò ìdìbò ilẹ̀ yá INEC wọ́n pe supervisor alábòjútó wọ́ọ̀dù tó jẹ́ òṣìṣẹ́ àjọ INEC ẹ dákun ẹ bá jígìrì sókè ìbálẹ̀ ward 14 ọjà òde ọ̀gá níjọba ìbílẹ̀ Òṣogbo gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan fi ń tó wa létí ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ pọ̀ báyìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìròyìn tó ń tẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ olùdíje sípò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lábẹ́ àsíá ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC Munirudeen Oyèbámíjí wọ́n fi ń tó wa létí pé àwọn náà ti dé ibùdó ètò ìdìbò wọn o láti ṣojúṣe wọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà á mú fọ́nrán rẹ̀ wá fún yín láti ìkànnì Western Spring Television wọ́n bá àwọn aṣojú kọ̀ròyìn wa sọ̀rọ̀ ó yá o ẹjá lọ bẹ̀.
Sorry, can you please take camera? Get the voice.
It's hard. Just come through this side. Come through this side.
What will not be advised to them? Because some people are saying there may be violence possibly. Yes,
kásì wọn fi tó ilé tí gẹ́gẹ́ bó ti ń lọ ilẹ̀ ń wò lójú fọ́nrán yìí ń wo olùdíje sípò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lábẹ́ àsíá ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC ọmọye lábẹ́ àsíá ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú náà Bọ́lá Oyèbámíjí ó dìbò ní unit 9 ojútó ètò ìdìbò kẹsàn-án wọ́ọ̀dù kọkànlá níjọba ìbílẹ̀ Ìrèwọlé nílùú Ìkirè nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lẹ̀ ń wò wọn táwọn aṣojúkọ̀ròyìn gbogbo tí wọ́n ń fọ̀rọ̀ wá wọn lẹ́nu aṣojúkọ̀ròyìn àwọn aṣojúkọ̀ròyìn iléeṣẹ́ wa náà Western Spring Television wọ́n wà ń bẹ̀ náà ni wọ́n ṣokùnfà bí wọ́n ti gbé wá sójú fọ́nrán yín ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ púpọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá wò báyìí bí a bá ti ṣe àti ṣàfihàn àwọn ọmọ òye àti ṣàfihàn àwọn èèkàn àwùjọ tọ́rọ̀ kàn tí wọ́n ń kópa ní ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà tí ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun láti ṣe ìfimúlẹ̀ ń tá a mọ̀ sọ nílé iṣẹ́ wa wípé à ń ṣe é lálálà ń fi bọ́ a sì ń ṣe é à ń pín dọ́gbadọ́gba ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ tẹ̀ ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa.
Right, there you have the candidate of the All Progressives Congress for the Osun Guba, this election going on. Asiwaju Munirudeen Bọ́lá Oyèbámíjí, former commissioner in the state, former executive chairman of OCCOL, former, the leader, NIWA, actually, a secretary as well, and Nigerian Inland Waterways Agency, there making his way to his polling unit and, of course, voting and speaking to newsmen, including ours as well. You remember, you have seen former Governor Oyetola in his polling unit. You have seen Najib Salam, the candidate of the APC, at his polling unit. You have seen Asiwaju, he's an Asiwaju as well, the governor of the state, Senator Nurudeen Jackson Adeleke, at his own polling unit as well. This is our promise to you and being delivered right here on Western Spring Television. And of course, we'll still keep on doing that. We are live on our Facebook page, at Western Spring 91.
Western Spring
Western Spring Television. And of course, Western Spring Television Angel on our YouTube channel. At the radio end, they are live as well. And that is what we are doing here. Our guests are still here.
Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ń wù wá yìí bí Fẹ́mi Òjó ti ń sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan ẹ lè bá wa pàdé lójú àwọn àtẹ ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ wa gbogbo lórí Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, X, TikTok, WSTV at Western Spring television bákan náà a wà lórí àtẹ free tv o bẹ́ẹ̀ bá lágbádá rẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ so mọ́lé ẹ mọ̀ wò ó kedere ọmọlẹ́rọ kó so bí ojú ọmọ tuntun àmọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ní ẹ download àtẹ rẹ̀ lórí Google Play Store kẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ wo WSTV ń bẹ kedere lórí free tv ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ púpọ̀.
And the allegation of vote buying, I mean, or the controversy of vote trading is one that we're only wishing that it will go away. But it's not looking like that because there are already reports of vote buying and allegations and counter allegations against party men and women. A couple of places where have those. Possibly, you might want to hear this.
Àjọlọ́ àwọn agbófinró ní ká mú wọn wá káwọn tó lọ bá wọn fúnra wọn aráàlú kékeré wá wọnú ilé yẹn ká lọ jí owó tẹ̀ka gbé àwọn agbófinró.
Kò sí nǹkan àwọn olórí bí bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ àwọn tí ọgbà wọn ẹ̀ sọ. Àfa sọ́sẹ́sì ọwọ́ rẹ̀ mo ti gbà. Àṣepọ́ọ̀lù bàbá sọ fún wọn bá ti fún wọn gbàgbé fi wáyé fún wọn bá ti bá. Àwọn olórí burúkú àfa sọ́sẹ́sì ọwọ́ mo ti gbowó mo nà bí olórí burúkú. Ọmọ ti fún wọn gbàgbé fi wá owó ìwà lè gbà máa lọ fún aláàbùmọ̀ ògó
You need starting.
Well, these are agitated individuals, and checking through part of what they said. By the way, you should note that extreme words are used in these videos. This is as received as seen, and from the first person who said this, your word 4, unit 13, should make good news. But what is coming here is far from being a good news, actually. So, and there you go, the person alleging that they discovered that some persons are in a particular place gathered, wanting to share money, and they called on the police, and the police were saying something else, that they had to go there to go intervene themselves. This other image you have on your screen, the person said they knew a particular individual who was doing that, who has this kind of money, and they had to go collect the money themselves, and they rather use the money for merriment in that place. And another video, the other one, where you saw is some persons charging at a particular building, say that building was where the money was, retrieved, and somebody is there giving them a word of caution, don't vandalize people's house and all of those things. Coming back to the studio, Pastor Emmanuel, Olufemi Agbola. The big elephant in the room is the vote buying thing. And here we are, allegations and counter-allegations flying around. Are we not stuck with these malice?
Grateful. I'm indeed very elated that this is exposed. Because with this exposition, coming from the electorate themselves is a check on whoever wants to do it elsewhere. That is one. Two, it exonerates the election management body. Because this is not coming from the INEC personnel. INEC personnel is not selling materials, and INEC personnel is not buying any materials from anybody. But at least, if the civil society organizations, the NGOs who collaborate, who complement the efforts of this electorate to ensure that whoever wants to do something that is wrong, that is illegal during the voting process, such people are exposed, it will curb that menace. And at least it will give credit to the electoral process. We don't encourage vote buying. The period for campaign is over. It's another form of campaign. If you now say who should go and vote for you and come and take money. If actually you have a manifesto, you have something good to offer the citizens. It's not a matter of coming to say, come and take money and...
Well, Pastor, I understand you. You have been on exonerative mode for the commission. I understand the experience.
Because the commission is not involved.
But that's the truth. Actually, Dr. Leo Motosho, you know the question I asked him as well. Let me ask you. Are we not stuck? Like, we can't just get away with this. And these are early days. I mean, these are early hours. Less than, just over 3 hours of the start of the process. And people are already giving this. And this is what we are seeing. Do you mean we should just manage it, or can this go away, really?
Well, it is quite unfortunate.
These are the same ones.
Yeah, it is.
There might be lots more that we will never find out.
It is quite unfortunate. Upon all, I want to thank this station for a job well done. You have campaigned seriously against this. Thank you. In so many of your programs, and I'm sure so many of the other stations, radio and television, and individual are doing that. The what do we call the latest MAMSA? Because the NOA is not even known.
Orientation agents.
You will not even know them. Talk less of what they are doing. And so this is supposed to be part of their work. We need to educate the masses. Vote buying is an unfortunate incident in our electoral nomenclature. It is very wrong and it should be condemned. Like the last speaker said, I want to join you to thank the electorate who exposed those people, and then after exposing them, what do we expect? We expect security agents to rise to the occasion, arrest the culprit, seize that money, and use it as evidence to prosecute them. If there are no consequences, these misbehaviors will continue. Well, we can't be managing malpractice. We have to stop it. And then to stop it, we need to appeal to the security agents to assist us. This is not good news. We are thinking we are going to have non-violent. Why should you be buying vote? Call it stomach infrastructure, and then it is the politicians we have to appeal to, because they are the people doling out the money. They are the people doing it, and we have to appeal to the electorate too to stop taking money, crumbs from politicians to mortgage their conscience for the next 4 years. It does not help. It doesn't help at all. It only brings bad governance, not good governance.
I remember I've cited this example multiple times before. The last election cycle in 2022, the day before, I was at the barber's, and the barber there was making calls while he was attending to me, asking the chieftains or parties that he knows, or the boys, the boys on the street, to say, do you have an idea how much a political party is sharing tomorrow? Meaning, even some of the voters are the one hunting to know who is sharing what, so that they will know where to go and who to. That's why I'm saying, beyond the commission, definitely the commission is helpless on these matters. It appears it's not part of the brief of the commission. Now, beyond that, as a Nigerian, do you still think people from here, Western Spring Television, Radio 91.7 FM, you people, we've had your other programs, either orientation agencies or not civil society organizations, pastors, imams, even the politicians themselves, sometimes, just to grandstand, will say, oh, don't buy vote, don't sell your vote and all of those things. But year after year, cycle after cycle, in Ekiti, it was there. In fact, there are some civil society organizations who said the Ekiti election as not as competitive as it was. They needed that vote buying because of voters apathy and for legitimacy, so that people will come out. It seems to, that's my question. It seems we are stuck. It seems this orientation and all of these things are not working. Should we just, so what do we do?
Thank you very much. One,
inspired of the campaigns against all of these things, people, not even politicians alone, people are hunting for who is paying what.
A school of thought to assume is a result of the poverty level. But I want to disagree because some people, by our level of awareness, you cannot buy my conscience. No amount of money is given today that will last the next 4 years. We should be patriotic enough to know that whatever is given today, even at times, it may not last the end of today. Because you see people, they take the money, they go to the beer parlor and spend it, and that's the end. Then of what value? But like you said, there is the need for aggressive voter education to enlighten the people, and more importantly, there is the need for whichever government that comes to power to ensure that the entire state is catered for. When there is physical development, infrastructural development, when we have our education in place, the hospitals are working, everything that we need, we will not be hunting for, election day, 5,000, 1,000, 2,000, whatever. This does not solve our problem. But when the state is developed, when we progress, when we witness and partake in the dividends of democracy, this is not part of it. It's outside the dividends of democracy. But when the state is well developed, I want to tell you, majority of people will get detached from this kind of abnormality.
The solution is simple. Punish offenders. The giver and the taker should be punished. Our electoral rules will specify how to punish such people, and I'm sure it's there. And so, our politicians who are doing it, apart from caution, we have cautioned enough. I think it's time for punishment. And again, it is the same politicians who have weaponized poverty. They've weaponized it. A hungry man is always at the beck and call of any amount of money. Somebody who has not eaten for 2 days, 3 days, if you give him 5,000 to buy his vote, he will take it. So, and then like he said, we have to fight unemployment. We have to recruit good politicians so that dividends of democracy can spread. And then unemployment will be reduced. And then those who are unemployed will be employed. For a reasonable, rationally thinking person, selling your vote is not the best. You're selling your conscience. So what we can do is, we can't be appealing to their conscience again. It is for the law to take its course.
You're talking about deterrence.
Yes, deterrence. There should be consequences for it, and whoever is apprehended, whether it is an electorate, whether it's a politician, whether whoever should be punished. And after punishing him, they should expose them.
Dr. Motosho, for some, they have made an argument that this is not just about buying their conscience. They see it as free money. There are some persons that will tell you, I will take the money, and I will still vote whoever is on my mind. There is those people, like if our politicians or some persons will tell you, take the money and still vote your conscience. You take money and still vote conscience?
If those people...
Some persons are seeing it as free money.
No, if those people are patriotic, they will take the money and report the culprit. Excuse me. You will take the money and still report that, look.
You have taken the evidence. Then.
Yeah, that's the evidence. You will still report him that he offered me.
You submit the money after taking.
Yes, you submit it. You want to be patriotic. Look, these are the things we don't see in other clients. Are you telling me there are no poor people in England? There are no poor people in US. Go to their ghettos and see people who are poor. Yes, they don't compromise openly like this. This is open. Look at what those people are doing. It reduces and diminishes the image, the goodwill of our country. It diminishes our goodwill to the extent that when we travel, people look at us, as if we are all criminals. We are not. And so, law enforcement agents, government should punish offenders. And you are right to say that because those who send them are in government. A good number of them are in government. So where do we start?
Olùṣọ́ àgùntàn ọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń sọ yìí ṣé ẹ̀ mọ̀ wò pé àwọn olóṣèlú ti rí dìbò kó rèé ṣe bẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí irinṣẹ́ kan gbòógì fáwọn láti fi jáwé olúborí nínú ètò ìdìbò pẹ̀lú bí nǹkan ti ń lọ ìbáyìí àbí ká pé ẹni tó ṣògùn àfẹ́rí fún àáyán ló tún ṣàrìnà kó adìyẹ bó ló ti rí lójú yín.
Ẹ ṣe in tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí kò ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ kò tuntun láti aláyébáyé pàápàá ní ọ̀dọ̀ wa ń bí nírú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ bá ń gbọ́ tán sọ pé bó rí ọwọ́ mi ò rí inú mi nǹkan kan ló bí ṣùgbọ́n tá à ń sọ nísìnyí ni pé bí ọ̀làjú ṣe ń tẹ̀síwájú ó yẹ ká jáwọ́ nínú ohun tí kò gbè fún wa èkíní tó bá pè ìjọba tá à ní tó bá ń bójútó ohun tó ń dun aráàlú àìríṣẹ́ṣe ó wà ń bẹ̀ èèyàn ò lè níṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́ kó níṣẹ́ tó nítumọ̀ lọ́wọ́ kẹ wá máa fi 5,000 10,000 lọ lọ́jọ́ ìdìbò kí ló fẹ́ fi ṣe kò ṣetán àti sọ iṣẹ́ ẹ̀nù tó máa rí bẹ́ẹ̀ dandan ni pé yóò bójútó pé nídìí mo gbàgbọ́ pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn míì ní lónìí báyìí ń tó bí eléyìí ó ní pé àwọn kan ò fẹ́ ó dàbí ẹni pé à ń ra ọjọ́ ọ̀la àwọn ẹni tó fẹ́ ra nǹkan kì í ṣe ìbò ló fẹ́ rà ọjọ́ ọ̀la àwọn ló fẹ́ rà ó ní wọ́n ṣe dìde tí gbogbo náà bá dẹ̀ ń dìde bẹ́ẹ̀ láti pé ohun tẹ́ ń ṣe yìí ó kù díẹ̀ káàtó àfaramọ́ kì í kúkú ṣàwọn olùdìbò àmì àwọn oníṣẹ́ ìdìbò ló ń sọ pé ẹ wá ra káàdì ìdìbò báyìí tàbí ẹ wá ra ballot paper rárá ṣùgbọ́n àwọn aráàlú yẹn náà ló yẹ kó dìde nígbà tí wọ́n bá dìde àwọn ọlọ́pàá tá a rán lọ síbẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n ní ojúṣe ohun tán sọ fún wọn fún ti ètò ìdìbò yìí ó ní pé ohun tí presiding officer bá pè yín sí ẹni tó bá ní ẹ mú oníkẹ́ ẹ mú ẹni tán bá ló ṣẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ibi tán ti ń ra ìbò tán ti ń ta ìbò kì í ṣe lójúkò ibi tán ti ń dìbò gangan ó jìnnà síbẹ̀ díẹ̀ tọ́lọ́pàá bá sì ti fi ojúkò ìdìbò sílẹ̀ tó wá lọ ń bá wọn tán lọ ń ta olóṣèlú abẹ́ èmi ò gbèjà ọlọ́pàá o mi ò sọ pé ọlọ́pàá ṣe ń tó dáadáa bí ó kù díẹ̀ káàtó ṣùgbọ́n a gbọ́dọ̀ gbé òfin yẹn kalẹ̀ tẹ́ bá rí i pé láti bí ọdún bíi mélòó kan wọ́n ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé ó yẹ kí wọ́n dá electoral offences commission sílẹ̀ electoral offences commission ló yẹ kó bójútó àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí onígbà tán sọ fún wa láàárọ̀ pé àwọn EFCC àwọn ICPC àwọn DSS gbogbo wọn máa jáde síta láti lè ṣerú àwọn nǹkan báwọn wọ̀nyí ni so that ẹnikẹ́ni tẹ́ bá ká mọ́ níbikíbi tó wù kán ẹ wo inú ilé tán ti lọ mú àwọn tán sọ pé ń kówó kan jáde ṣé ẹni tó jákọ̀wé ìdìbò ṣé yóò fi bí tó ti yóò àlọ́ wo inú ilé tán ti ń kówó jáde tàbí tán ti ń fúnyàn lówó iye kò sí tó kàn án nínú yẹn ṣùgbọ́n àwọn tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn tí wọ́n mọ̀ pé ọjọ́ ọ̀la àwọn ìran tó ń bọ̀ lẹ́tí ń tà mógún yìí wọ́n ké gbàjarè síta àwọn èèyàn sì gbọ́ tiwọn òun ni àṣírí yẹn fi ń tú tá a bá ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ dáadáa yí olúkálukú ó kí ọmọ ẹ̀ báṣọ pé àwọn tó gbogbo alájọ ń ṣọ́ra wa.
ẹ pé oníkálukú ó kí ọmọ rẹ̀ báṣọ ọmọwé ìdìbò rèé ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀.
ó kó sí ní lẹ́nu kó buyọ̀ sí ni.
bó lágbègbà tí ó fi dà fún èyí.
ó náà ni wọ́n ti sọ yẹn èmi náà ti sọ lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ pé àwọn agbófinró àwọn tán bá mú kan fi wọ́n jófin ìyẹn kan. ìkejì àwa ẹni tí ó bá mọ̀ pé òun ní òun jọmọlúàbí ọmọ rere ọmọlúàbí Nàìjíríà tó bá rí tán ṣe nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kó sọ fáwọn agbófinró káwọn agbófinró náà kán sì dìde because kò láǹfààní kankan kò sáǹfààní tó ní ju pé ìbò á lọ gbé ẹni tí ò yẹ kó wọlé á gbé wọlé àwa máa jìyà lọ ìyà yẹn ò sì wá ní dín ní àwọn tó gbowó nìkan gbogbo wa la máa jìyà yẹn.
wọ́n nítorí pé àwọn ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà gan ti ní àwọn ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà kan wọ́n ti ní kọlà àyà nípa owó tá à ń sọ pé ẹ̀tọ́ wa náà kúkú ní gbà lọ́wọ́
ẹ jẹ́ ká fi sí gbogbo nǹkan náà ká fi sí ọ̀dọ̀ Ọlọ́run ni ká máa gbàdúrà pé Ọlọ́run á fọwọ́ tọ́ wọn lọ́kàn because ìwà burúkú náà ń wù ìwà burúkú ni o àtàwọn afọ́fìnró tó mọ̀ tí wọn ò mú wọn àtàwọn tó ń pínwó àtàwọn tó ń gbowó ìwà burúkú náà ń wù ìwà tí ò tọ́ ni ìwà tí ò mú lọ síwájú wa ni Ọlọ́run á sì mú wọn ní àlẹ́ ní lọ́kàn tèmi o mo mọ̀ pé ẹni tọ́lọ́run bá kò sẹ́ni tọ́lọ́run ò lè mú because ó ti dé góńgó kí ló dé èló náà ni ẹ gba 5,000 ẹ lọ máa dìbò kẹ́sìbẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ yóò lẹ́yìn so 5,000 ò tó ṣe bẹ̀ báyìí.
Anyway, maybe Dr. you are an elite, so 5,000 might not be enough for you. 5,000 cannot even buy, your type of soup. Some person's type of soup.
Even your type of soup, how much is salt now? At least the soup must have salt. How much is salt now?
Bóyá Fẹ́mi Òjó ń wò pé ọbẹ̀ tírú ẹ̀yin ọmọ wíwá yóò bá jẹ yóò láwọn èròjà tí ó pè é ó yàtọ̀ sẹ́ni tí ó kàn sí pàdé mi nígun pa ó yá kó sá ti wó gùn.
ẹ lọ wo tòmátì.
Hold on, sir. What I mean is this: on a more serious note, it's quite appalling. Appalling. For somebody of your caliber, with due respect, it will be harder for you to line up, to queue, or for somebody to even approach you and say, will you find it insulting? Yes. For some person, just like the example I gave, they were the one making a call. Who is paying what? So that I can know where to queue. There are signs so that I will know who is giving me the side eye and where I can go. That's just about that. Now, there are concerning. Now, this election that has started very beautifully in many parts of the state, there are videos rolling in showing it's becoming a bit disturbing.
It's disturbing.
Part of the place, the vote buying thing. In fact, there is a report coming in from Ichigo that a particular place was particular unit has been disrupted actually, and people had to take to their heels. And by the way, we have some of the live fields here. Vote buyer caught by residents. And there you go, you have the live feed with you here. All right. Yeah, and some of our reporters that are outside now in the line of duty of doing this work, we know what we sign up for. But then, one of our reporters is the one who made this video, who was almost lynched. How to scale. There you go. You have it. Hey.
ọmọ yìí lábẹ́ àṣẹ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú ADC wọ́n rèé ṣèkọlù síbẹ̀ ní ìlú Èjìgbò. Ìròyìn tó ń tẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́ fi yé ni pé orí ló kó ọ̀kan lára àwọn aṣojú kọ̀ròyìn iléeṣẹ́ wa Western Spring Television yọ lọ́wọ́ ìkọlù táwọn gidi gan kú tẹ́nìkan ọ̀mẹ́yẹ tó ṣu wọ́n ibi tí wọ́n lè rèé ṣe ìkọlù sí nílùú Èjìgbò ńlẹ̀ ń wò lójú fọ́nrán yín.
Quite unfortunate. This you could see the commotion here, and that is somebody running for his life. One of us here, Joseph Attel to be precise, and this is, well, it has started beautifully. We said it earlier that the initial stage. Now, let me go to the former INEC man. Now, many persons have voted and returned to their homes. Now, when it seems things are stable, the results, the votes are coming in, and people are feeling some kind of, encouragement that they have done what they are supposed to do. It appears this is the time that the hoodlum will now go out, possibly scatter the process in the stronghold of their opponents, because according to INEC laws, well, maybe I should not preempt, in election management, what should the stakeholders be doing right now with what we are seeing coming in?
Unfortunately, just watched, but it is not unexpected. Because there is no perfect election anywhere in the world. We must have some skirmishes of such ugly incidents. And more importantly, while I was talking in the morning, I mentioned some red zones, flashpoints. This is where the ADC gubernatorial aspirant has voted. The tendency is there that, this man, this is likely to be a stronghold and want to frustrate and thwart the efforts of that man. That is why you have the hoodlums. Because at the end of the day, if guy is not taken, the entire unit will be cancelled. That's the meaning.
What does the law say in that regard?
I mean, it's the cancellation.
Cancellation.
Because now that everybody has run scatter,
that unit will be cancelled.
By the time you are coming back, are you sure you are coming back with what you went away with? Or is an avenue to doctor those things while, they scattered, and you bring in something new? The beavers that you went with, will it not be doctored? If you succeeded in, printing more papers and you stuff it into the ballot box, what about the beavers? And where the two do not correlate, definitely there will be cancellation.
So there is propensity that 0 votes could be returned in this case.
Of course.
Of course.
And that would be unfair on the people that have came out since.
That's what we are saying. That's what we are saying.
The other aspect of this is that the common factor in this vote buying, this stomach infrastructure, is the politician. The source of the money is always the politician. But let me say, all the stakeholders are involved. We should appeal to the conscience of all stakeholders. Because in the days of Akwa Ibom in Guinea, INEC officials were arrested who are giving money to compromise. So it's not new, it's all of us. It's like our DNA. A university professor was compromised. I'm coming.
The commission takes vicarious liability. Because to say INEC staff.
Yes, they were prosecuted.
It's not INEC staff.
They were prosecuted. Look, they were prosecuted. What I'm saying is that we should appeal to the conscience of all Nigerians. This is our country. We should make it better. There is no need selling your vote. And we should appeal to the conscience of these politicians. Honestly, I don't know why they are impervious to correction.
Appealing what?
What can we do? I've said that there should be consequences.
One of us.
There should be consequences.
Just escaped by the weakest.
Yes, there should be
for his life.
Yes.
Not as a politician.
Yes.
Not as a voter.
Yes.
As a journalist in the line of duty.
Yes, because they want to expose those people, and you can see that it is the electorate that is exposing them. Now, that guy wouldn't have run into that trouble if security agents have taken control of that particular situation, collect the money from those who got them, and then they pinpoint to these people and they arrested them, and the people will be happy. But the situation where they were helpless, and because they were helpless, they were taking the laws into their hands, and that is dangerous.
All right. Now, still on Osun Decides, speaking to critical stakeholders and our reporters, still, whatever comes way, will always come through and say it as it is, because history will only be on the part of the just.
Yes.
So we have another report and a live feed of the senator representing Osun West, Senator Lerio Yewumi, at his polling unit.
To move around the town, whether you will see the presence of such heavy deployment, except the police they put at the polling unit, who does not carry any ammunition. You use how many patrols you say here? Move around this town yourself. We have over 100 soldiers in this town. I've not seen 5 moving around. I've talked more than 10 times to the man that led the soldiers to this place. They don't even pick my call again. I think there's conspiracy somewhere. But God will prevail.
So, sir, what reports are you getting from across other parts of it? Because I know you will also be getting reports from across other parts of the state, not just in the group.
Yeah, I've been too busy here. Other places are not as rancorous as we have in here. But you see, you have pockets of problem in Nire. I've had that. You have some in Ila. some in Bodakeke. Few men have been too preoccupied with what is happening here. So I can't give a good assessment of what happened outside because my phone is always very busy with what people are doing here.
Yeah, for sure.
Ẹ ṣeun aṣòfin tó ń ṣojú ìwọ̀ oòrùn ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun nílé aṣòfin àgbà nílùú Àbújá Sẹ́nitọ̀ Lérè Oyèwùmí lẹ́gbọ́ ohun o táwọn aṣojú kọ̀ròyìn iléeṣẹ́ Western Spring Television tí wọ́n fọ̀rọ̀ wá lẹ́nu wò tán.
Yeah. And by the way, Joseph Atewe, one of our reporters, just like we said in Ejigbo, made a video, perhaps we could have it up, that we had earlier on, what really happened. Well, I think maybe when he's well settled, we will have more feed from him. We'll see how Comrade Larry Fadansi online. Comrade, are you with us? Comrade Fadansi, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right, here we are. What started beautifully is now being disrupted in many parts of the place. The Senator Oyèwùmí interview you saw, you could see the senator looking distressed, looking helpless, and he was in a kind of way slightly suggesting that the deployment is amounting to almost nothing because he couldn't see the patrol. And apart from where he was there, what do you make of these pockets of incidents that is almost blighting what started beautifully?
Thank you. In the first place, this is a sitting senator of the Federal Republic. Don't forget, he is not contesting now, but as a sitting senator of the Federal Republic, if there are security operatives in his domain, he should have an idea of where they are and who they are watching over. But in a situation where a sitting senator is telling us this, as if he is helpless, he is aware there are over 100 military men around that local government area, but he has not seen 5. Now, like you rightly said, there should be patrol. Those who are securing an election should patrol the exits so that miscreants will know if you take outside the law is watching. And you don't leave the citizens to self-help. Self-help in the sense that the resolute population will still not want to allow any irregularities or outside the law activities around the polling stations that they are voting. And that's why you see civilians arresting somebody, which is not supposed to be. At the end of the day, some might just let the person go. Those who are taking that person away might as well be his friends who will just rescue him from being lynched or whatever. But as a matter of fact, that presence must be felt across the state. They said there are new flashpoints. That was the information we were given. But it's when those who are miscreants now attempt to be the ones in control and saying nobody is going to accost them, then you are gradually putting the process in a grip. We refer to incidences of Ifon Orolu in 2018, wherein citizens said it was not the police, it was not the military that chased them away from the polling unit for the rerun, but it was thugs. But in the presence of both operatives of both organizations. And so the history of what has happened before has made it imperative to act to the dictates of what the law says. Incidents is that when people are afraid, when people appear that the force that we were told will be present was probably to protect some people and not all the citizens, then it becomes a sham. It becomes a charade. It becomes a drama of the absurd when the citizens who are supposed to be encouraged to come out on account of the presence of security. I met some of these trucks, buses, even APC and the rest of them vehicles from coming all the way out of town into Osun. And I was wondering if we have this kind of capacity, we shouldn't be talking about insurgency. But well, this is an election that must be monitored. But now hear it on the field. A sitting senator is telling all of us what has happened, that he has not seen any traces of that. And so when people say some might is being applied, have you now realized they will not probably be too wrong? But we are not going to be judging right now, but calling on all of those who are supposed to superintend the election security, because INEC said they are helpless as far as security is concerned. I attended 2 of their workshops and they said they are ready for the good process, but when they compromise security, their challenge will be our staffers should be safe. So we must call the attention of everyone. At this time, something must be done to bring credibility to this election.
Ẹ ṣeun ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa comrade Lanre Fadahun sí ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ fún ìdásí yín látàárọ̀ kó tó di pé ẹ̀yin tàkó tó béèrè tọ̀dọ̀ mi sí yín ẹ jẹ́ kí n fi eléyìí tó àwọn èèyàn wa létí pé Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n létí tó bá gbá lọ ó yẹ kó gbá bọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan nígbà tí wọ́n ké gbàjarè tí wọ́n fi tó wa létí lágbègbè Òkè Baálẹ̀ pé ní ọjà Òde Ọ̀gá Ward 14 níjọba ìbílẹ̀ Òṣogbo tí wọ́n pé ọ̀dà ìtẹ̀ka ó ti tán o àmọ́ bá a ti sọ̀rọ̀ yìí wọ́n tuntun fi tó wa létí padà wípé íǹkì ìdìbò tí wọ́n fi sọ́wọ́ tẹ̀ síwájú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú tó wù ní wọ́n pé wọ́n ti dá padà o pé íǹkì ti dé àwọn tí ò rí bòdì lẹ́ẹ̀kan ní Òkè Baálẹ̀ ọjà Òde Ọ̀gá Ward 14 Òṣogbo local government wọ́n pé wọ́n ti ń dìbò lọ gbogbo ẹ̀ ti kú mú bí ìdodo ẹ̀fọn lápá abẹ́rún sínrín wẹ̀rẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò ìdìbò ti ń lọ ńbẹ̀ ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ àwọn aṣojúkọ̀ròyìn iléeṣẹ́ wa Western Spring Television Joseph Atẹ́wẹ́ wọ́n fi nǹkan kan sọwọ́ sí wa olè ń wò ní apadà sí ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ Èjìgbò tá a lọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan ọ̀yá o.
So they had to escort us out after flying fence. See, the without fly fence, bro. Crazy. Bro, they say we should go. Let's go. Tell them your experience. All of us gas fly fence, we don't fly fence.
wọ́n pé forí fẹ́ǹsì làwọn fò lẹ́yìn ìgbà orí kó wọn yọ tán lẹ́ ń wò ń wò gẹ́gẹ́ bí iṣẹ́ takuntakun ròyìn tí wọ́n ń ṣe láti fún yín ní bó ti ń lọ wò nínú ilé.
And of course, you heard them say some persons of goodwill had to escort them out of that area, meaning the safety there is relative. Possibly people of influence are the ones saying, follow us, so that you can get out of this place. Now, if journalists are threatened in the line of duty, you could see not just our people, as many of them are in that place hiding in an election as we got many assurances from the security forces. The president said every official, including for the state of the realm. Now, this is about the journalists. We don't know the side of the INEC official on ground. What has happened to him or what has happened to them? The president gave a directive. They are supposed to be, as the as it regards the kind of deployment that was done, 40,000, almost all of them, at least 3 or 4 persons per unit. Where were they? The chief, the commander-in-chief gave instructions. So what is going on?
Thank you. The security personnel that was posted to the various polling units, they are in charge of those polling units, mind you. And how on earth will 4 security men address the mob? Because we are looking at a mob.
That should be always a way of calling for reinforcement, is it?
That's what I want to say. The reinforcement is just some meters away.
From where?
Oh, you
is
mean,
it from Osogbo to Ejigbo?
No.
Let's take one out of the other.
Yes.
Give us, you have been on the field severally, spanning different states. How does this happen? Are you saying it's too sudden? Are you saying it's too overwhelming?
You see,
because the police told us, sorry, sir, apart from the guys that are not carrying arms, some have been saying, why? So why are they there if actually they can't carry arms? Some are saying you carrying arms may scare some persons away. That people seeing men in uniform should give some kind of order to what they would do. But when these hoodlums come, you mean 4 of them could be overwhelmed at times? You mean throughout the road there was no patrol? Something could have happened to those boys.
I'm not denying that obvious fact. It remains this. When you are talking of that particular polling unit where we have a governorship candidate, you can imagine the trooping out of voters because of that particular candidate. That is one. The security personnel that were deployed there, they will protect the INEC officials and the materials. If you have 4 or 5 people there, can 2, because not all of them will leave the election officials and the materials and be running after these people. Should they do, these hoodlums, some others will come and snatch away the election materials. So assuming 2 security men stand by the election officials and the materials, what can 2 others do with this population you have seen? If you look at Irewole, where the senator complained, he's talking about the military. That is a border town. And every border, local government has peculiar challenges. There is no movement in Osun, but there is movement in Oyo State. People could come, and there are various, network of roads that come into Osun State. So how on earth, and the military men will tell you they are not poor security men. No. They are to be strategically positioned. We have the civil defense, we have the police at the polling unit level. The military men, they are at the borders. So expecting them to be making patrol, except if they are invited. When it is getting out of hand, they can be notified to come round and go back. They are not equally carrying arms, but because their presence has a weight to curb and reduce.
0913-259-9000 is the number to call for you to give us a situation report, what is going on in the area. Some of the reports we are getting from Ilesha, because that's a town of particular interest as far as the days leading to the election is concerned. Most persons that have voted are saying it has been relatively peaceful so far, and that is what you will call maybe against the run of play. But then early hours still, Dr. Luyememotosho,
I
still had something.
Yes, I just want to say that we have about 40,000 security personnel. I saw some soldiers carrying arms. Yes, I also saw some policemen carrying arms. Where are they using? Where is the arms? If you put armless policemen in polling units, accepted because some people are scared. But I think what they normally do is strategically place those who are armed at very close by, so that you can call for reinforcement, not to kill people, but to disarm those people who want to misbehave and arrest them. Look, a policeman who is not armed is like a civilian, no matter the uniform you are wearing. Once they see the man carrying arm, even though he's not going to use it, they surrender. I think we still have a long way to go. Are we going to complain now that 40,000 is not enough for 30 local governments? 40,000 security men will not be enough of 30 local governments to police for an election that is off cycle? It's ridiculous. I think, like I said earlier, I think something is wrong somewhere else. The source of this problem, to me, are the politicians, are distributing money. If they keep their money out of this election, nobody will distribute money, because I wouldn't see an electorate who want to distribute money. It is politicians who have something at stake that are distributing money. We are appealing to their conscience. We are begging them, what can we do again? The only solution now is that, whoever is caught in the web of all this misbehavior should be punished. That is the only way it can serve as deterrent to others. Can we be shouting of this uncivilized behavior every time? Look, if we say Ejigbo is a flashpoint, Ede will be a flashpoint, Ikire will be a flashpoint.
Yes, Odot.
It will be a flashpoint. That is why that man is complaining as a senator that he didn't see them moving around and is shouting of intimidation here and there. People who want to hold the highest position in the land should learn to be disciplined for God's sake. What are we struggling for, and how long are we living here? Those who are former governors, where are they now? Some of them are begging for money here and there. So what is the situation? That you want to kill everybody, you want to violate all the system, all the procedure, so that this country cannot move forward? This country should move forward. We are in this country when the politician told us that his electoral victory does not worth the blood of anybody. That is a Nigerian. We are equally here when somebody says it's do or die. We should learn to be civilized. We should appeal to all these people. We are all stakeholders. Those who are taking the money are problems. Those who are giving them are problems. Those who are supposed to caution them or arrest them that refuse to do so are problems. And then you allow those who want to be decent to become helpless, and that's why they are shouting. It is the civilians that are arresting these corporates.
All right. Now,
so unfortunate.
Well, maybe expose it, by the way. Because
so it's also unfortunate.
Now, let's look at how we got here. Many inciting statements have been made across board before this election.
What are the consequences?
The latest is that made by the senator representing Osun East, that's Ife-Ijesha Senatorial District, Senator Francis Adeniyi-Gbafadamse, where he made in Elisha, where it was said, in fact, if not over the sensitivity, it's a kind of statement that many persons will frown at, where he complained about the killing against his party members, and he said that was what made him come to the palace to come and tell the king and the entire Ijesha people that cannot continue, it must stop. And it didn't stop there. He went further in the same Yoruba language, mixed with Ijesha dialect, to say the members of the Accord party should not be allowed. From then till now, they should be killed. That's the translation. And even they should not be allowed to vote. He said at the end of the election, if they are bringing their card, do not allow them. He didn't just stop there. In that video, he said, if they didn't meet them, they have children, they have wives. And that is so disturbing. To say you are not just attacking the politicians, you are putting their children and their wives in harm's way. You understand? Before we allow you go, Pastor Agbola, but the man on different media channels he said, no, that's not what he meant. He meant you should kill them politically with votes. That kind of a statement, what does it do to this kind of our polity and what we are seeing right now? In people going out to say is either our way or the highway.
Well, it should be discouraged.
From a sitting senator.
It should be discouraged because it doesn't help the system in any way. I mean, that's, I would say, as far as that remark from the Honorable Senator, I mean, the distinguished senator.
Is that distinguished?
Well,
yeah, please.
A senator is always regarded as being distinguished. However, you see, is a learning process. Even what we witnessed today, I want to assure you, at the end of today's exercise, the commission is going back to the drawing board. What are the lessons? What are those things that we have done well that we need to improve upon? What are those things that we have done wrongly that we need to correct in the next election? The commission will do that, and I believe this is one of such issues for consideration when it gets to that level. But as we speak, the security operatives have assured that they will be up to the task and that every eligible voter should come out today to exercise their franchise.
All right. Before we allow you, Dr. Oluwemi, before we take the break, what I said is all over the place, even globally. Amnesty International has reacted towards Senator Fadamsi, and they said on his matter, they will make sure he's scapegoated on this matter. But some are saying, what can you do? He was invited by the police, he attended, he was there till now. One thing is consequently missing. The police, Nigerian police has not released any statement.
Yes.
That's not to be corrected.
No,
after the invitation
yes.
of Senator Fadamsi. And people are waiting after the invitation. Yeah. Oh, it's only the man who spoke. The police has not spoken. The police who made the invitation to the man, and after he left, have not addressed the matter. Even though he has denied, he has said no, he has been taken out of, his words were taken out of context. In fact, he even said, in some interview, he said it was AI generated. So, for you, on that matter, in fact, some have been calling for his own political party, as the APC, to speak on the matter. The president to speak on the matter, because the president intervened in the freezing of Osun accounts by the FCC, and he's being seen as the biggest Democrat alive. Now, this is not putting the blame on his, on his doorstep, but the handling of this situation, I want us to focus on that, by security personnel. Are you satisfied?
Yes, I'm not satisfied. I wrote in the particular piece that he should be arrested and detained till after the election. That is the normal thing. How can you be inciting people and say you will kill them? You are telling people not to come and vote. And that is the consequence of what the president said.
Well, that's clarified.
I'm going. Look, do we need to import people from US, from England to come and interpret Yoruba to us here? We have experts here. He said at the point that is AI generated. Later he said that's not that's not what he meant. If a senator of the Federal Republic starts stammering on simple issues, instead of owning up, what I expect him to do dignifiedly is to say I'm sorry, apologize to Osun State, apologize to Nigeria, and say it will not happen again. Unusually, I watched the campaign trail of where Akpabio was talking. Akpabio was decent in his utterances in this particular election. Why a senator, should make that provocative and reckless statement, and then he started saying, no, I expect the AIG who invited him to actually tell us what they have done. And that is what I mean by saying, if there are no consequences, anything can happen. And again, he's not the only person. Another one was arrested, whom they claim is in the House of Representatives wielding a gun. And the police told us, and they have not shown us where or what has happened to that particular person. So I am not happy that the commissioner of police for election in Osun State, after inviting that man for a chat, did not tell us the outcome of their chat. They are supposed to tell us and let us know exactly what is happening. Like I said, let us appeal to all stakeholders to be peaceful, to be non-violent, and then at the same time, let us appeal to our conscience. Let us do the right thing. From everybody should try to do the right thing. If we all do the right thing, this election will be peaceful, this place will be progressive, this place will be developed. In any environment where corruption thrives, there can be no growth and development.
Ẹ ṣeun ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa ẹ̀yin kọjá lọ báyìí sọ́dọ̀ comrade Fadamsi gẹ́gẹ́ mo ti sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan mo sọ pé mò ń padà bọ̀ láti wá tàkótó béèrè kan sí wọn hello comrade Fadamsi ṣe ẹ ṣì wà lórí ìlà pẹ̀lú wa.
Ẹ ṣeun mo wà lórí ìlà pẹ̀lú yín.
Ẹ ṣeun tẹ́ ẹ̀ tí kú òǹbẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀mọ́ wí o ẹ jẹ́ sáré béèrè lọ́wọ́ yín kó tó di pààrọ̀ ìṣẹ́mimu lókè lọ́hùn ọ̀rọ̀ tí sẹ́nitọ́ Francis Adenigba Fadamsi tó sọ jáde lẹ́nu pé olórúkọ yín ẹjọ́ ń jẹ́ Fadamsi àmọ́ sẹ́nitọ̀ làwọn ń tiyan comrade lẹ́yìn ọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n sọ jáde yìí ọfà yanpọ̀yanrin o wọ́n pé gbàmígbàmí ọ̀yàgbà ọmọ ẹranko ń lé mi bọ̀ yọmọ ọlọ́dẹ pé kì í ṣẹnu irú asòfin orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ló ti yẹ ká gbọ́rọ̀ yìí wọ́n sọ lédè Ìjẹ̀ṣà èyíkéyìí ọmọ akọ́ọ̀dù kí n bá ti rí pẹ́pà ni o bí wọ́n ti sọnù comrade Lanre Fadamsi ojú wo lẹ fi wọ̀rọ̀ yìí ṣé ń bù lọ́ bà lára yín gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà.
Ọgbẹ́ ọkàn ló jẹ́ fún mi. Ibi tí kálukú ti ń bọ̀ ó yàtọ̀ síra wọn. Tí a bá fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ pé a rí n tó jọ mọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ òṣèlú gbọ́nmi sí omi òtó tí ó fa pé èèyàn èèyàn kú láti 1979 kó tó wá di pa wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn à ń dìbò ní gómìnà lọ́ṣùn. Ẹ rántí ọmọlẹ́gbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun Ọdúnayọ̀ Ọlágbájú nílùú Ilé-Ifẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ibi tí wọ́n ní wọ́n ti pa gan kò jìnnà ságọ́ ọlọ́pàá. Ìgbà yẹn láti kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ wàhálà gbogbo ńlọsọ pààyàn nídìí torí pa afẹ́jìpò òṣèlú mú. Kò péjọ mẹ́rin sígbà náà ẹni tó jẹ́ pé gbogbo àgbáyé ń wò tí wọ́n wárí fún Olóyè Bọ́lá Ìgè ìpa ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun yìí náà tó yẹ ní tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ òṣèlú tí ó di pé à ń sọ pé wọ́n ká gbà ṣe kò yẹ kọ́ yẹn jáde lẹ́nu ọmọ ékeré. Bẹ́ẹ̀ tó bá jẹ́ àwọn ọmọ gànfẹ́ bá sọ ó yẹ wọn ó tì mọ́lé ni kó mọ́ ríta. Ṣùgbọ́n bí tó ti wá yìí ìtẹ́mi kọ́kọ́ rò pé ó yẹ kí àwọn bàbá tó ṣe ni wípé kí wọ́n kọ́ tọrọ àforíjì. Àwọn abala pé a ní bóyá fọ́nrán iléèbó tí wọ́n máa ń ṣe tí wọ́n fi ń àlùpàídà iléèbó AI bóyá ni ẹ lò kò yẹ kó rò tiẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ lọ bẹ̀ rárá. Inú àwọn bíyàn téèyàn ó sì nǹkan sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ṣe sọ ó ṣe é tún so tí èèyàn bá wẹ̀yìn wò pé àìgbọ́ búburú lẹ́nu abọ́ rẹ̀ ẹ dákun ẹ foríjì mi tó ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí o ewé oríjì ni ẹ foríjì mi ewé oríjì mo rò pé wọ́n ò ní kí wọ́n já torí pé èyí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ tí gbogbo ayé rí ló ti wà lórí fọ́nrán àgbáyé ni tí ó ṣẹlẹ̀ yẹn kí wàá ní apá yẹn tí a jẹ́ nípa ọ̀rọ̀ òbò kò yẹ kí ẹ̀jẹ̀ èèyàn ní tí àwọn èèyàn ò mọ̀ tí ó sì lẹ́yìn gbogbo ẹni tó bá gbọ́ àwọn orin àwọn bàbá Ògúndé ńgbà náà lọ́hùn wípé àríṣe ńlá àríkà ni bàbá rẹ̀ gún tá a bá ṣe lénìí ìtàn ni ó dàbò dọ̀la gbogbo ẹni tó bá ti lọ́wọ́ sí pé kí wọ́n ta ẹ̀jẹ̀ èèyàn ẹyọ kan sílẹ̀ báyìí torí pé dùpò òṣèlú ìnílẹ̀rí ẹ̀ mọ́lá torí pé ọ̀la gbogbo wọn ẹ̀jẹ̀ ó béèrè lọ́wọ́ wọn ẹ̀jẹ̀ ṣe lè máa di téèyàn bá fẹ́ fi nǹkan sílẹ̀ omi là á dà sínú ilẹ̀ kí nǹkan ó lè wù kì í ṣẹ̀jẹ̀ èèyàn látàlẹ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ẹranko gan àwọn ìlú wà tó fi dé pẹ́ẹ́ lè tàjẹ̀ ẹranko sílẹ̀.
Thank you so much. We are totally out of time, and we want to appreciate you for staying with us this long. We are due for a break right now. Comrade Larry Father, thank you for your time and your take.
Thank you for having me.
Emmanuel Olufemi Agbola, former director of ANET, thank you for your take. And I was almost saying pastor, maybe tomorrow. Junior, thank you for your take as well. The studio is still live. We'll take a quick break right now. We are live on our Facebook page and our YouTube channel. Stay with us because the Osun people and residents had voted. There are pockets of incidents, but then it started so beautifully, and we hope it continues that way and ends that way. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Dìbò má ṣe jà, ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ṣe jẹ́jẹ́. Dìbò má ṣe jà, àlàáfíà ó là ń béèrè fún. Dìbò má ṣe jà, ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ṣe jẹ́jẹ́. Dìbò má ṣe jà, àlàáfíà ó là ń béèrè fún. Hey, má ṣe jà, ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ṣe jẹ́jẹ́. Dìbò má ṣe jà, má ṣe jà, election no be war.
Election no be war. Vote not fight. Dìbò má ṣe jà.
Let me say, I want to And the turnout has been very impressive. The presence of the military or policemen is to ensure that there is security and people are encouraged to be. Our state is known for peace. I don't see why it is a normal process. So I'm impressed. I believe that I'm achieving the same kind of peace.
Yes, ma'am. I'm glad.
So I don't see more of a problem. I must commend the civil agencies.
Okay.
And I thank our
alive,
people.
Sir. You are alive.
I thank our people for coming out en masse to vote for the candidate, which I believe will be a candidate. This is a progressive step. And particularly here, there's no reason why people will not come out. I actually enjoy the democracy in the state. People are ready for change. So, the most appropriate thing is for them to come out en masse and vote so that we can have a way of confirming that this is the kind of government that we want. It's a normal process that you come out so that there's no miss this opportunity. So I think it's okay.
So, what are your expectations, sir?
My expectation is that we are going to win. The candidate is winning by the grace of God.
Ṣé kí ni ọ̀bẹ ìmọ̀ ìrọ̀ yín fáwọn ará ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun?
Kí wọ́n ṣe jẹ́jẹ́ kí wọ́n lọ dìbò ní àná pẹ̀lú ìjàmbá. Ìpínlẹ̀ ọmọlúwàbí làwà àti iṣẹ́ olúwa rẹ̀. Orúkọ tó fẹ́ fún ọ̀yà ṣe ti wà. Ẹgbẹ́ akájáde ágbègbè wa kálẹ̀ pàdé sí. Kálẹ̀ gbà pé tí ọlọ́ba ní lóde lọ́wọ́ ọlọ́ọ̀ nìkan ló jìnnà sí pọ̀.
Onílé ìyá ọjà àmà àbárajà olùkọ́ ara. Ìṣàlẹ̀ kan sí bí a ṣe ń ṣe ìpolówó pé ìbò má ṣe fún mi. Súnmẹ́yìn. Ìfẹ́. A gbọ́dọ̀ kọ́kọ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn bàbá wa. Ẹ rí i pé láti ìgbà kájẹ tí ń polongo kò sí àjẹsí kankan ní ilé ẹ̀fẹ̀. Eléyìí tó jẹ́ wípé unity báyìí ló lè gbé wa débi ilé. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ló wà lápá ọ̀tún, ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ló wà lápá òsì. Ẹni tó ń ṣe igbákejì gómìnà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ olórí ẹgbẹ́ PDP bóyá ní Nàìjíríà ní gbogbo ọ̀sán pàápàá nílé Ifẹ̀ tí ò sí àbúrò wàhálà ńbẹ àwọn oníwà mi à ń kóra wa jọ papọ̀ ni à ń sọ fún àwọn èèyàn wa lọ́lọ́kọ̀ òjọ̀kan àwọn tó lè mú kí ọjọ́ iwájú Ifẹ̀ ó dáa òun náà ní ìfẹ́ tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí ká má bára wa jà kì í ṣe pé kí n lọ ra epo nílé Pọfẹsọ Wálé Ládípọ̀ ká ní mo ṣe antipati tàbí kí Wálé Ládípọ̀ wá jẹ àmàlà àti gbẹ̀gìrì nílé Rótìmí Mákindé kọ́ ló ń ṣe antipati ẹ̀gbọ́n wa ní ipò àgbà náà lọ́dẹ̀ máa wà lónìí o igbákejì gómìnà lélẹ̀ ó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ pé wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní kẹrin níbẹ̀ yìí méjì ti sọ mí sáàrin ṣùgbọ́n inú mi dùn sí torí lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ìfẹ́ òní lágbára Ọlọ́run ẹ̀yin ìyá wa tẹ́bà tí jáde ẹ̀yìn ẹ̀gbọ́n wa àbúrò wa ẹ má bẹ̀rù kò síbi tó ti ń sàdá kò síbi tó ti ń yìnbọn ẹ tú yáyá kẹwàá dìbò fẹ́ ẹni tẹ́ ẹ fẹ́ ló máa wọlé lágbára Ọlọ́run oníkálukú sẹ́ni tó ń dà wọn láàmú bẹ́ẹ̀ ní sẹ́ni tó ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ló wà bí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ló wà lápòtù tí àwọn bàbá wa fẹ́ ní ìrẹ́pọ̀ tó lè mú kí ìpínlẹ̀ Ifẹ̀ ó lọ síwájú a ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ àsìkò tí yára o ayé ti lè gbé lásìkò tèmi ó máa dáa lásìkò tí ẹ ó ti ń dá báyìí ó dẹ̀ máa dá dọjọ́ alẹ́. àmì ègbàre kábíyèsí o. ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Sòókò tún ti wọlé fúnlẹ̀ Ifẹ̀.
Move back. Move your camera back. Move your camera back, please.
Kí wọ́n bá àwọn èèyàn náà sọ̀rọ̀.
Bóyá orí ọ̀fẹ́ tí ó tí è.
Unit 13 ni wọ́n fọ́lẹ̀ jígbò, wọ́n ń ta ìbò, wọ́n ń rábò, wọ́n ti ta gbogbo òbó wa tí wọ́n ti rà tán, àjìlọ́dún ilé àjìlọ́gbé owó tí wọ́n gbé wá, àjìlọ́gbé àṣìgbé aṣọ àwọn agbófinró ní ká mú owó wá, káwọn tó lọ bá wọn, fúnra wọn aráàlú kékeré wá wọnú ilé yẹn, ká lọ gbé owó bẹ́ẹ̀ ká gbé àwọn agbófinró.
Àfa sọ́sẹ́sì ọwọ́ rẹ̀ mo ti gbà bàbá sọ fún wọn ọmọ tí fún wọn gbàgbé fún wọn yẹ fún wọn ọmọ tí bá wọn lè gbà máa lọ fún aláfin mọ̀ ògó ní ọ̀sán wa.
Very convincing.
Mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ pé kí ni evidence tí wọ́n fi fi pé ẹjọ́ kìsìn kú wọ́n ti kó normally ẹ lè gba owó lọ́wọ́ ní ìgbàwó èèyàn ọ̀ kí ni ẹ mà àrídájú pé owó ti bẹ lọ́wọ́ ní ìgbà owó pé wọ́n dìbò because everything with evidence you no get what I'm saying tí èèyàn bá fẹ́ mú yàn pé yes èèyàn gba owó téèyàn bá fẹ́ sọ pé èèyàn gba owó wọ́n bá ṣe education pé ókè kádà wọ́n máa ṣe education pé wọ́n ti ọmọ 200,000 nílẹ̀ ìdìbò ẹ̀sìn náà pín wọ́n máa ń gbé èèyàn tó wọ́n pé ẹ lọ ṣèwádìí ẹ lọ gbowó wọn ṣé wọ́n máa gbowó lọ́jọ́ ìjọ wọ́n ti kò sí kẹ́lí
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
Now we have Honorable Najim Salam. He's just arriving at his unit to cast his votes. You can see him. That is Honorable Najim Salam, governorship candidate of ADC. Ilé Honorable Najim Salam, ọmọ oyè ti ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú ADC, wọ́n ti dé láti wípé kí àwọn náà wọ́n kópa nínú ètò ti gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Ọmọ oyè ni wọ́n, àwọn náà sì láǹfààní, wọ́n lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ sí wọ́n ti fún yín ní ìfọwọ́ kí àwọn náà kí wọ́n dìbò. Ọmọ oyè ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú ADC, Honorable Najim Salam, àwọn lè ń wò yẹn bí wọ́n ṣe dé kọ́kọ́ lọ ṣe ètò àyẹ̀wò lè tí a mọ̀ sí accreditation. Wọ́n ti ṣetán báyìí láti gba ìwé ìtẹ̀ka ìdìbò. Wọ́n ti gbà á wọ̀. Honorable Najim Salam, ìwà lóye. Wọ́n ti fẹ́ lọ síbi tí wọ́n ti dìbò.
Orúkọ ọmọ yín kọ́ máa yín pé.
I'm going to understand how and why.
Dìbò má ṣe jà, ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ṣe jẹ́jẹ́. Dìbò má ṣe jà, àlàáfíà ó là ń béèrè fún. Dìbò má ṣe jà, ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ṣe jẹ́jẹ́. Dìbò má ṣe jà, àlàáfíà ó là ń béèrè fún. Hey, hey. Má ṣe jà, ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ṣe jẹ́jẹ́. Dìbò má ṣe jà, má ṣe jà, election no be war.
Election no be war. Vote not fight. Dìbò má ṣe jà.
ọlọ́pàá ṣe máa yin tí a gaasi wọ́n gbé kíní lẹ́kṣọ̀ pé wọ́n fi ọkùnrin màtíríà tán tó wọ́n ní wọ́n máa yin tí a gaasi wọ́n tún kọ́ màtíríà lọ. ẹ̀yin ọlọ́pàá, this is Modákẹ́kẹ́ Wọ́tẹ́, come and see useless policeman, this is their face, useless people. àwọn yin tí a gaasi àwọn èèyàn kò sí já kò sí kankan o, kò sí já kò sí kankan o, gbogbo àwọn campus gbogbo àwọn àjọ gbogbo wọn ti sá lọ, wọ́n ti gbé màtíríà ká àti ẹ̀tí everything ò sí calm, ẹ ti gbà bọ́dé, ẹ ti gbà bọ́dé.
You have to take it easy. You have to see me back.
Yeah, it's speaking.
Sorry, can you please the camera? Get the voice.
It's hard. Yeah, just come through this side. Come through this side.
What will not be advice to them? Because some people are saying there may be violence possibly in the street. Barrister!
war. Vote not fight. Dibo Mashija.
Okay, so I'm here live at Sagba Bugude Ward 2 in Eden North local government area, and as at 8:13, the time is 8:13 as of now, the election process has not yet started. We're told by the INEC ad hoc staff that the process is going to start, and the accreditation will start by 8:30 as against 8 a.m. that was earlier announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission. And this polling unit is the polling unit where the governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke, is also expected to vote. And as you can see, a number of voters are queued up already, ready for the election process. A number of them, there's another polling unit just right over there where a number of people are ready. They've been here, some people have been here as early as 7 a.m. just to be accredited. But as we were told by the INEC ad hoc staff, the accreditation is expected to start by 8:30. A number of polling units that we've also visited, we've seen a number of people standing on the queue waiting for the process to start. And security agencies, election observers are all get ready for the process. So we are expecting also in a moment, we're expecting the governor of Osun State also to arrive here, where he's also expected to go to work. Continue to monitor this development. My name is Toby George, Western Spring Television News. Okay, so I'm here live at Sagba Bugude Ward 2 in Eden North local government area, and as at 8:13, the time is 8:13 as of now, the election process has not yet started. We're told by the INEC ad hoc staff that the process is okay, so I'm here live at Sagba Bugude Ward 2 in Eden North local government area, and as at 8:13, the time is 8:13 as of now, the election process has not yet started. We're told by the INEC ad hoc staff that the process is going to start, the accreditation will start by 8:30 as against 8 a.m. that was earlier announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission. And this polling unit is the polling unit where the governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke, is also expected to vote. And as you can see, a number of voters are queued up already, ready for the election process. A number of them, there's another polling unit just right over there where a number of people are ready. They've been here, some people have been here as early as 7 a.m. just to be accredited. But as we were told by the INEC ad hoc staff, the accreditation is expected to start by 8:30. A number of polling units that we've also visited, we've seen a number of people standing on the queue waiting for the process to start. And security agencies, election observers are all here ready for the process. So we are expecting also in a moment, we're expecting the governor of Osun State also to arrive here, where he's also expected to go to work. Continue to monitor this development. My name is Toby George, Western Spring Television News.
The process just started. That's why it's a bit crowded. You can see the crowd. Our people are enthusiastic to vote today. Excellency has just voted B2 wife. It's peaceful. By the time Excellency leaves, all this crowd will leave. They will not leave and go to their various polling booths. As we have voted peacefully, you can see there is no intimidation of any kind. I'm using this opportunity to call upon all individuals, to please support and come and exercise their franchise and their civic duty. If you're watching me wherever you are, that the wife of Governor I'm saying it authoritatively to every Osun indigenous that yes, everything is going on peaceful. There's no rancor, there's no fight, there's no intimidation of any kind. Please, wherever you are, as long as you have an elected, please leave your house. Yes, sir. Go to your polling booth and vote. That's your civic right. And at the end of the day, God will take you. In Jesus' name.
Thank you. All the best of luck.
You have to take it easy. You have to show me that. Sorry, can you please the camera? Get the voice.
It's hard. Just come through this side. Come through this side.
What will not be advised to them? Because some people are saying there may be violence possibly in the afternoon.
On top this election, how would you damage people's car? How would you damage people's car like this? This is totally unfair. This is totally unfair. This is totally unfair. See, imagine. This is totally unfair. This is unfair.
Ibo má ṣe jà, ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ṣe jẹ́jẹ́. Dìbò má ṣe jà, àlàáfíà ó là ń béèrè fún. Dìbò má ṣe jà, ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ṣe jẹ́jẹ́. Dìbò má ṣe jà, àlàáfíà ó là ń béèrè fún.
Thank you for staying with us, and the election here in Osun State as it continues. Here at Western Spring Television is where we get to bring you up to speed with the happenings and how the electoral process is ongoing. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to another segment where we get to inform you and keep you up to date with the happenings, as we have our reporters all around the state. And as you have seen earlier, Femi Ojo and Joshua were on set to, keep you abreast with information, with our in-house analyst giving you analysis and update with happenings. And other segment as well, we are going to keep you up to date and give you live information as regards happenings right there at the polling units. We have about less than 2 hours, 30 minutes for the end of elections, exactly around 2:30, according to information by INEC. Whoever is not on the queue will not be allowed to vote. My name is Olufemi Alebgan. I'm doing this alone. I've got
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, a kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa ní gbogbo ibi tí ẹ bá ti ní àǹfààní láti máa gbọ́ wa wò wá lórí ìkànnì àdọ́wà yẹn ní StarTimes DTT tàbẹ́yìn tẹ wà láwọn ojú òpó ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ gbogbo tẹ́ ti mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ bí ẹni mọ̀ owó tẹ́ ti ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa. Onílò ní jẹ́ o bí Yorùbá ti wí ẹni abẹ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. Onílò lọ́jọ́ pé torí àyájọ́ ọjọ́ òní Fẹ́mi wọ́n ti fi léde láti bí ọdún méjì sẹ́yìn ní gbogbo ètò àti palẹ̀mọ́ kùkù kẹ̀kẹ́. Ẹ̀dẹ̀ tí mọ bí nǹkan ṣe ń lọ láti ìgbà tílẹ̀ ti mọ́ lónìí. Àwọn aṣojúkọ̀ ìròyìn Western Spring Television wọ́n ti wà káàkiri tìbútòrò ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Wọ́n ti ń mú àbọ̀ wọn wá, kódà àti gbọ́ nípa àwọn èèkàn ìlú bẹ̀rẹ̀ látorí ẹni àkọ́kọ́ nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun gómìnà wọ́n ti dìbò, àwọn èèkàn wa aṣojú wa wọ́n ti lọ bẹ̀, àwọn ti jábọ̀ bí nǹkan ṣe lọ tó fi mọ́ ìkan lára àwọn tí wọ́n jẹ́ olùdíje àwọn náà ti dìbò bó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ pé níbùdó yẹn nílùú Èjìgbò a gbọ́ rúkèrúdò tí wọ́n ló ṣẹlẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n a dúpẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn èèyàn wá fi tó wa létí ẹni orí yọ ó dilé ṣùgbọ́n àwọn nǹkan tí a gbọ́ pé ó fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ àwọn agbófinró àti àjọ elétò ìdìbò àti pariwo ẹ̀ síta wọ́n ti gbọ́. Níbi tó wá dé dúró báyìí tẹ́ bá wo ojú aago báyìí ẹ mọ̀ wàrà ro bẹ́yìn bá sì fẹ́ lọ torí ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ wà lórí ìlà yẹn káago 2:00 tó lù gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlànà tí àjọ INEC ti fi léde pé ẹni bá ti wà lórí ìlàdàgò yẹn ni yóò láǹfààní láti dìbò. Ẹ̀dẹ̀já kúrò lẹ́gbẹ́ ṣébò wá nítumọ̀ ni rárá o, ẹ̀tọ́ yín ni ojúṣe yín ni ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ bọ́ta kẹ́ ẹ dìbò kẹ́yìn náà kópa nínú ìlànà ìṣèjọba tiwa fún ti àkókò yìí sáà tá a wà yìí. Àwọn ọ̀tún máa bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ láti yànnàná àwọn èèkàn lámì ètò ti wà níkàlẹ̀ ilé agbára pẹ̀lú wa láti máa bá wa yànnàná àwọn kókó ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn bó ṣe ń ṣúyọ bẹ́ẹ̀ láti máa gba ìpè látọ̀dọ̀ àwọn aṣojúkọ̀ ìròyìn wa tí wọ́n wà níta tó fi mọ́ ẹ̀yin ará ilé náà tẹ̀ ń wò wá torí pé àjùmọ̀ṣe ó ń lọ rọ ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun yóò sì dà kò ní bàjẹ́. Folúṣọ́ Òjó ló kọ̀ mí mo kí yín ẹ káàbọ̀ lákọ̀tun. Àwọn lámètò wa tí wọ́n wà lórí ètò arákùnrin Ọládèjì Alábí àkíyín ẹ ṣé gan ni akúṣẹ́ ìlú torí pé iṣẹ́ ìlú ni àwọn wà ń bí. Bákan náà ọmọwé Ọlásẹ̀yìndé Junior Olúyẹmí Ọmọ́tọ̀ṣọ́ Junior ẹ ṣé ẹni mi àgọ́ ọmọwé Olúyẹmí Ọmọ́tọ̀ṣọ́ Junior àwọn náà wọ́n wà níkàlẹ̀ káàbọ̀ sí orí ètò lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí kí pé ẹ kú iṣẹ́ ìlú ẹ kú àtótónu láti ìgbà tílẹ̀ ti mọ́ lónìí. Ní abala tá a wà yìí ẹ jẹ́ kí a fi tó yín létí pé àwọn ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sẹ́yìn tí tẹ́ bá dórí ìkànnì ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ wa ẹ bá ń bẹ̀ àwọn fọ́nrán yẹn kéékèèké níwọ̀nba àti fi ṣọwọ́ síbẹ̀ lórí àwọn nǹkan tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ bíi ti Èjìgbò tí mo sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan àrí ìfẹ̀sùnkàn tí àwọn kan fi léde pé àwọn kan tí wọ́n jẹ́ ti ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú kan wọ́n gbowó dé ṣùgbọ́n àwọn olùdìbò ní àìrọ́ o a fẹ́ ṣe kí ni a fẹ́ dìbò wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀rí ọkàn wa tí wọ́n dẹ̀ ti ké gbàjarè fáwọn agbófinró bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni ti Èjìgbò kódà wọ́n tiẹ̀ ń gbé hàn wá pé ẹ wo wọn owó tán kó wá rèé o ṣùgbọ́n àwa ò ní gbà o nígbà lọ́wọ́ wọn a fẹ́ dìbò fẹ́rí ọkàn wa níta ń sọ ní ṣáájú ọjọ́ òní pé kì í ṣe irú ọjọ́ òní ni kẹ́nìkan máa ní lọ́kàn pé mo fẹ́ gbowó kí n tó dìbò ẹ̀tọ́ wa ní káàdì ká kúrò ńbẹ̀. Arífẹ̀sùnkàn náà láti agbègbè Ẹdẹ nígbà tí wọ́n sọ pé ẹ̀rọ tí ó ṣàyẹ̀wò fún àwọn olùdìbò BVAS o pé ibi tó yẹ kán ti kó bíi 3-4 fún wọn ẹyọ kan ṣoṣo ọ̀hún gan kó tún ṣe ségesège débi pé wọ́n ṣẹ̀ nílò láti ṣẹ̀ máa kéde níwòye tiwa ó dà pé ó kù díẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ àjọ elétò ìdìbò torí pé àkọsílẹ̀ ti wà fún gbogbo àwọn olùdìbò tó máa dìbò níbùdó kọ̀ọ̀kan yàtọ̀ sí àpapọ̀ 2 million ó lé àwọn olùdìbò gan.
And Folusho, I think at this time we need to let our guests talk about this. I can remember in the course of the week we had a conversation with an INEC official and he said they have about 1,000 extra beavers that will, in case one is not working properly, they can deploy to other places.
Kódà àwọn ti sọ pé àwọn ti ṣàyẹ̀wò ẹ̀ pé a ti dán wò pé ijó ta fẹ́ lọ jó ń ta o àwọn ti yẹ̀wò ní ọ́fíìsì àwọn pé o ti ṣe kí ló wá dé tàwa ń gbọ́rù nǹkan báyìí.
Let me start with Oladeji Alabi on this. You know, the reports coming and saying that BVAS is not working properly and it's like taking a long time before a replacement is placed. And INEC have given us assurance that this thing is working properly. And even if there are issues like that, they have about 1,000. That's from reports. We had a program here and the INEC official was saying that they have 1,000 extra, like as backup to replace that. What can you say to these issues that we're having?
Oh, well, thank you very much for having me on the program this afternoon. Well, myself and Doctor just returned from town now, and we saw a couple of polling units where we still have numbers of eligible voters who are yet to cast their votes, owing to the fact that there is delay in the process. I've received a lot of complaints from people in a couple of polling units also around town that, we have 1,000 voters here and just one BVAS and it's not functioning well. And it brings to question, are we getting value for the money we are spending on elections? If you check INEC record, you hear that we've spent billions of naira to prepare for this election. 2 weeks ago, INEC did mock accreditation. I mean, year in, year out, we have elections. If it was the day of card reader, you definitely see where card readers are not functioning well. Now we are using BVAS. You get to record malfunctioning of BVAS machine, and to many analysts, they feel like if it is happening once, maybe we can agree it's an error. If it is happening twice, maybe it's an error. But 3, 4, 5, 6 times, it's looking like it is a deliberate act to disenfranchise a lot of Nigerians. And don't forget, this is the last off-cycle election before the general election in 2027. Whatever INEC do today is a pointer to what Nigerians should expect from 2027 election. So if we are expected to spend about 1 trillion naira on 2027 election and we can't get it right, then I think we are not a serious people as a nation.
Ẹ ṣeun ọmọwé Olúyẹmí Ọmọ́tọ̀ṣọ́ Junior. Lórí ọ̀rọ̀ àyẹ̀wò yìí ẹ rí i pé láìpẹ́ ètò ìdìbò wáyé ní ìpínlẹ̀ Èkìtì ìbò lẹ rò pa adé ṣà ń lọ wájú sí ni àbọ̀pá ibi tí wá ń fi ìsẹ́yìn torí pé ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀rọ tí ò ṣiṣẹ́ kò ṣiṣẹ́ tàbí mo débẹ̀ kò rojú kò rọ́wọ́ mi a ti wà lórí ẹ̀ ti pẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ ibi tí ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ dẹ̀ dé nísìn ẹ̀yà ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ Android tí wọ́n ní wọ́n lò fún bivas gan wọ́n ní àwọn iléeṣẹ́ tó ṣe wọ́n ti ṣe àwọn ẹ̀yà míì tó ti kọjá abẹ̀ yẹn tí ì sì ṣe pé INEC ò gbowó wọ́n gbálà kalẹ̀ lẹ̀ pé kí lẹ fẹ́ fi ṣètò ìdìbò ṣó yẹ ká tún wá débi tá a dé ní ìbáyìí pé ẹ̀rọ ò tó ibi tó yẹ kéèyàn bíi ẹgbẹ̀rún bíi méjì wọ́n ti dìbò wọ́n lè gbẹ́yọ kan kalẹ̀ síbẹ̀ àbí méjì tí ò ní ká wọn níbo gan ni INEC ti kókò àbí ká pé látọ̀dọ̀ àwọn tí wọ́n ṣe àlàkalẹ̀ pé òkè ẹ̀yin báyìí ní kẹ́ ẹ dìbò níbùdó báyìí bóyá èrò yẹn fì síbì kan jùbò míì.
ẹ ṣe gan mo rò pé à ń jólọ ẹ̀yìn ni lórí ẹ̀rọ tí wọ́n fi ń yàwòrán àwọn tó fẹ́ dìbò yìí because ní àwọn INEC fúnra wọn gan wọ́n sọ fún wa pé tí ibi tí èrò pọ̀ sí òun á kó méjì mẹ́ta mẹ́rin síbẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ní pé tí ò bá tẹ̀ kátẹ̀ lérò pò wọ́n ní sílé òun ṣe wá kó jáde lẹ́nu tí ẹ bá sì wá rí owó gegele tá à ń ná sórí ìbò ó pọ̀ gan owó tá à ń ná sórí ìbò tiwa ló fẹ́ẹ́ pọ̀ jù ní gbogbo àgbáyé tẹ́ bá mú iye èèyàn tó wà ń bí pẹ̀lú ibi tán ti ń dìbò míì àwọn INEC ò ṣe dáadáa tó ń bẹ̀ o ó dẹ̀ yẹ kán ṣe dáadáa tó bá dẹ̀ ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí wọ́n sì lè rí ojútùú sí i àwọn èèyàn sì ń dìbò lọ́wọ́ báyìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ṣe sọ a rí àwọn èèyàn tán tò wọ́n fẹ́ dìbò àsìkò ló sì ń lọ yìí a dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé ẹni tó bá wà lórí ìlà yóò dìbò bọ̀ ṣé wọ́n máa wà ń bẹ̀ dálẹ́ ni tí ò bá dẹ̀ sí ẹ̀rọ tó máa fi dìbò ara nǹkan tó máa ń fa rúkèrúdò ni.
níbi tẹ́ni tó yẹ kó dìbò nílé
ìtì. mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ iléeṣẹ́ ìgàn torí ẹ ti polongo kínní tó pọ̀ gan táwọn gan ti jẹ́wọ́ fún wa pé àwọn á ṣe dáadáa ṣùgbọ́n lórí ẹ̀rọ yìí wọn ò ṣe dáadáa tó because ìyẹn ló máa ń jẹ́ kí àwọn èèyàn máa rò pé wọ́n fẹ́ ṣèrú ni.
pé bóyá ìbò àwọn ò ní fẹ́ jáde.
nígbà tí ẹlòmíín bá tòtòtò tí ò kàn á bínú lọlé á sì wá yá báyìí àtún wá máa sọ pé àwọn tó dìbò tó ẹ wá wò ó báyìí ní bí ọdún mẹ́ta sẹ́yìn a máa ń rí bí 54.something% nínú àwọn tó dìbò tán rẹ́gísítà tó yẹ kán dìbò 54%. lọ́dún tó tẹ̀lé a tún rí bí 54.2 tó kàn fi díẹ̀ dé síra but lọ́dún 2022 tá a dìgbẹ̀ 40-something lání which is not the best and so INEC ò ṣe dáadáa tó but mo ń fi àsìkò yìí pàrọwà sí wọn kán wá ibi tí ẹ̀rọ bá wà tó dáa àwọn tó dẹ̀ mọ̀ ń ṣe kán tètè kó lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn èèyàn kán jẹ́ kí àwọn èèyàn dìbò so that ìbò wa á lè jọjú ìbò wa á lè gbé ẹni tó dáa wọlé ìbò wa á lè mú dàgbàsókè wọ ìlú ẹ̀bẹ̀ mi nìyẹn because kò bọ́n ṣe ń sọ yìí kò dáa rárá a dẹ̀ ti fún wọn lówó wọn lè sọ pé owó ò tó gbogbo owó tí INEC bá béèrè níjọba ń fún wọn so mo bẹ̀ wọ́n lásìkò yìí ibi tó bá kù dẹ́ẹ̀sì wọ́n bá wa dá sí a mọ̀ pé àwọn bòmíì wà gbogbo ibi tí àwọn èèyàn ti fẹ́ dìbò tí ríkòrúdò ti fẹ́ wá yẹn a bẹ̀ àwọn èèyàn tó wà ń gbòòrò ẹ má jà tí ẹ bá ní ibi tí ò tó ẹ pe àwọn INEC ẹ pe àwọn agbófinró ẹ fẹjọ́ sùn wọ́n ẹ jẹ́ ká dìbò yìí kó lọ ní ìrọ̀wọ́rọ̀sẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn tó yẹ kó ṣiṣẹ́ kó ní kálukú ṣiṣẹ́ dojú ibi tó yẹ kó ṣiṣẹ́ dé.
All right, so we understand that Comrade Larry Fada is right there with us on via Zoom. Comrade, thank you very much. Okay, we will get to reconnect with him on that. However, earlier in the first segment of this, report as regards to the election, we brought to you about violence right there at Ichigo End with one of our reporters, Joseph Atewe. We have updates as regards that very particular one. I also get reports about some vehicle vandalization and all of it.
On top this election, how would you damage people's car? How do you damage people's car like this? This is totally unfair. This is totally unfair. Our motto. This is totally unfair. See, imagine. This is totally unfair. This is unfair. Huh? So they had to escort us out after flying fence. See, the without flying fence, bro. Crazy. Bro, they say we should go. Let's go. Tell them your experience. All of us guys fly fence, we don't fly.
Ẹ̀yin náà wò ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa ẹ rí bí àwọn aṣojúkọ̀ròyìn wa ohun Joseph Àtẹwẹlẹ̀ gbọ́ tó ń ṣàlàyé ní Gẹ̀ẹ́sì yẹn pé lórí pé a ṣètò ìdìbò a yan ẹnìkan sípò tí ó ṣàkóso gbogbo wa ẹ wò ó báyìí wọ́n ti ń ba nǹkan jẹ́ ba dúkìá jẹ́ débi pé oníròyìn gan wọn wá tún fi ọwọ́ rẹ̀ wọ́ pẹ̀lú ìdúró wọn pẹ̀lú gbogbo ohun èlò pẹ̀lú àmì ìdánimọ̀ tó wà lára wọn.
When a journalist has to be flying the fence.
Kí ni ó wá ṣẹlẹ̀ sáràlú?
It's really a lot. I would like Dr. Motosho, I want you to speak to this, and I would like to connect it to the first segment. You were in the studio when one of the sitting senators spoke about the issue of them calling soldiers to come around, and he was looking so helpless. Now, see this other video now talking about vandalization, all because of elections. Your reaction to it?
Yeah, my reaction is that this is negative, and this is unacceptable. We have about 45,000 security personnel deployed for this election. And then for 30 local governments with 40-something thousand security personnel, what were they doing in the video we just watched? Where were they? And even where they were saying they were exchanging, there was vote buying and the rest of it, it was the electorate, the civilians, who arrested those who are selling votes. And then where were the security men? And when those people shouted, where was the security? Were the security people to intercept them and arrest those from whom those cash were collected? That is one. Now, again, when you talk of the senator who was complaining, he complained that he didn't see any of the security personnel patrolling the that particular time. I think it was Ikire, and that they have about 100 there, and he couldn't even see 5. That is unfortunate. I said it earlier here that it is one thing to deploy 45,000. It is another thing for us to have 45,000 doing their work diligently, effectively, and efficiently. Are they doing the work properly? I think that is where the problem is. You can see the way they damage vehicles of those possibly who are on one assignment or the other during this election. I think it is unfortunate. Our election will be violence-free. We are all here to make this country progressive. And we can only make it progressive when there is no violence. What do we gain by killing people? My appeal is to the politicians. They should warn their wards. They should warn their supporters from getting involved in violent activity. It is the distribution of money to mark infrastructure. It is mainly by the politicians. We can only appeal to their conscience. I think if we want this country to move forward, the politicians have to get it right. The electorates have to get it right. All the stakeholders must get it right, and we must be prepared to be patriotic by doing the right thing to move Nigeria forward. Now, the video we just watched is not edifying at all. It does not say anything good about Nigeria. We are in this is 1999 to now is 27 years, of this democracy. I mean, 27 years is enough time to get our acts properly together. That's why I was saying that when you say Beavers is not working, you are calling for crisis. Why should it not work when you have told us it's going to work? These are the problems. We don't know what caused those things, but whatever caused it, I didn't see any security man there intervening in those situations. And with security men intervening, possibly it will have been put under control. We really need to continue to appeal to the conscience of stakeholders to make this democracy a successful one.
Ẹ rí i pé gẹ́gẹ́ bí tí wọ́n sọ fún wa tẹ́lẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ẹgbẹ̀lẹ́gbẹ̀ àwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ aláàbò wọ́n ní ibùdó ìdìbò kọ̀ọ̀kan 4 irú bí tí wọ́n fi hàn wá àti ibi tí ọ̀rọ̀ ti ṣẹlẹ̀ léjìgbò yẹn àwọn agbófinró bẹ̀ ńkọ́ ìbò ni wọ́n wà ìbéèrè nìyẹn. Bákan náà ẹ má gbàgbé ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa pé ṣáájú ọjọ́ òní sẹ́nẹ́tọ̀ kan tó wà nípò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ tó ń ṣojú ìlà oòrùn Ọ̀ṣun awuyewuye ti wà ńlẹ̀ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ kan. Fọ́nrán míì tó tún wá ń tẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́ báyìí ẹ jẹ́ á wò nínú fọ́nrán yẹn ni a tún ti gbọ́ nǹkan míì tó tún ti sọ yẹn ni pé wọ́n sì ń gbọ́ èkuru wọn ń jẹ́ lọ́wọ́ báyìí wọ́n tún gbọ́nwọ́ rẹ̀ sáwo lórí ẹnìkan ṣòyí náà ni o ẹ jẹ́ á wo fọ́nrán yẹn ká gbọ́ àkóónú ẹ̀.
lórí oko ìdí bẹ́ẹ̀ nìkan sọ pé ẹ̀rù ẹ̀ tó bá ti tẹ nǹkan tí ó yẹ kó tẹ̀ ní aṣọ lórí oko ìgbàwó ẹ̀yẹ náà wà nínú.
abẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n báyìí ẹni tó wà nípò ní lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ò sẹ́nitọ̀ tó wà ọ̀rọ̀ ti wà ńlẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ ṣáájú ọjọ́ òní pé báyìí bó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ara àwọn fọ́nrán míì wọ́n ní ayédèrú àgbélẹ̀rọ ni pé táwọn wí kọ́nù ṣùgbọ́n yàjó tún lélẹ̀ ìbáyìí.
The surprising thing is, in the previous video there, he said he spoke proverbially. And he went on national television. At least I watched 2 of the interviews, and he was saying that he was misquoted. And now this very particular one, thank God we have our analyst at Yoruba men.
Adẹ̀tún gbọ́ ní abẹ́ ohun wọn yẹn tí àwọn kan tún kí wọn tán ń sà wọ́n pé tẹ́ ẹ bá wí náà ni. Gbogbo ibùdó ìdìbò yẹn dẹ̀ ó yẹ ká gbófinró àárí kankan o.
Sorry, I think there is a problem here.
Yes.
That coming from a senator is ridiculous. It's unacceptable. It is even very, very bad. The reason is this. This voting is supposed to be secret. And you are telling them, Emma wo, ebi tó bá ti tẹ̀ sí. I mean, that is all those.
Bóyá ká farabalẹ̀ tún wo fọ́nrán yẹn pé ṣé INEC gan gbé yàrá kótókótó yẹn káwọn èèyàn ó wọ̀ láti dì ṣó wà ńbẹ̀ tó ráwọn kan wá ní kò sí yàrá yẹn gbayàwó ni wọ́n ní káwọn máa dì.
If he is directing them to look at it.
As you can see.
Pé kí wọ́n máa wò ó ẹni tí ò bá ti tẹ̀ sí ibi tó yẹ kó tẹ̀ sí o. Àwọn aṣọ ọwọ́ báyìí ìtumọ̀ tí Yorùbá bá dẹ̀ ń báyàn sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ìbáraẹnisọ̀rọ̀ láì lo ẹnu ọwọ́ báyìí yẹn ìtumọ̀ tó ní ó pé gba táwọn èèyàn ò bá tu ẹ̀wò báyìí gbogbo bíi báyìí èmi ò rò pa kò sí àwọn agbófinró kan.
Agbófinró tó tẹ̀lé
ẹ̀ṣọ́ ààbò tó tẹ̀lé sínétọ̀ wá dìbò.
This is the same Senator Fadahunsi who is causing all this problem left, right, and center. I said there in the morning. When he made that video and he said kill them, and he was invited, I said he was supposed to be detained, arrested, detained, and be released after the election. And up till now, they have not told us what transpired between them.
Even the police did not release any statement until after 24 hours.
Now he is saying, Emma, what
right do you have?
It's supposed to be secret balloting. You are not supposed to know where each person votes, whoever I vote for. That is 1. 2, possibly with his activity now, he must have been the person. Maybe they have removed the cubicle and they are doing what they like. But you can't see the cubicle. And that is ridiculous. I think Senator Fadahunsi, if he doesn't want an end to this electoral process in Osun State, should be called to order. The security agents should call him to order. If they see this video, they should call him back and ask him to stay with them till the end of this election. He is not helping these states. He's an elderly man. He's a senator, and we expected, we expect something better than this from him. What he said earlier was provocative, reckless. His behavior now is barbaric. And I think
I'm still going to come back.
And I think somebody should call him to order.
I'm still going to come back to you on the effect of the previous statement and this current one to this election that is ongoing now. But let me come to Mr. Oladeji. I mean, how do you feel seeing this as a latest update with addition to the previous statement? With a lot of back and forth,
someone we should call an elder statesman.
With a lot of recounting, him saying exactly. Being an elder statesman, a sitting senator, although he recounted it to say that was not what he meant. That what he meant is today being the election day, use your vote to kill them. And we can't infer, just as Yajo has said, the signage could mean a different thing. We can infer. And police called him, just as you said, and he was, as they said, he was drilled. There was a newspaper that took it and used that very particular word, drill. For 2 hours, as report gave us. But either ways, you were saying arrested. Your take on all of this, and how do you see it?
Well, most of the time, I think one of the reasons why we find ourselves in this situation as a nation is because we have learned the act of using big grammars to defend ineptitude and ridiculous things that people do. Well, he's meant to be a distinguished senator, but everything he has done so far doesn't show him as a distinguished and an elder statesman.
people are not fools. Even the interviewer that was interviewing him in the last event asked him that this thing you said in Yoruba, he said that man doesn't understand Yoruba. And that one told him, I do interview in both Yoruba and English. I don't know why a man in his 70s would turn himself to a political thug. You are a senator, you have been there. If people love you so much, let the people willingly, let them come out, vote for you, not you threaten. And, like your co-anchor has said, it is a secret ballot. Even my wife should not know who I voted for. Because as a couple, you guys can have different candidates. I might like candidate A and she like candidate D. And she votes for whoever she wants, I vote for whoever I want. So why would you ask people? That is why, as Nigerians, as citizens, we need to come together. The video of the people in Ejigbo, I've been so impressed with that video. Going out to collect money from, vote buyers. We don't want you here. That is yes. People like, this man, I don't want to, give him the honor of calling him a senator again. The man you just showed now are people that people should avoid like a plague. He's not good for the society. He's not representing us well. He's meant to be a senator that people outside the world will see and will say, oh, this is an image maker for Nigeria. But if you as over 70-year-old man is here, preaching violence in an election, then he should be ashamed of himself.
ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá ni pé ibi tí a bá ti ń retí ká bá ọgbọ́n.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
bàbá bá dà kejì àmọ́
ó burúkú jù, ó burúkú jù.
kódà nígbà tí fọ́nrán ta lákòókò yẹn àwọn èèkàn àwùjọ kan wọ́n ti ń sọ pé irú nǹkan báyìí gan kò yẹ kán sì máa sọ pé irú ẹni yìí jẹ́ aṣòfin mọ́ tó ń ṣojú ibì kankan débi pé ìta tí wàá gbọ́ lónìí àwa máa wò ó ìmọ̀lára tí àkọ́kọ́ ilé aṣòfin táwọn gò sọ pé ó lọ́ọ́ rèé bójú wa jẹ́ torí alájà lòun kọ̀ọ̀kájà àwọn mọ́ra ẹ̀wọ̀n orúkọ òun ni kó má mú lọ èkejì á máa wo ìmọ̀lára tí
ṣé ilé aṣòfin gan lójú tì lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí ni ilé aṣòfin gan lójú tì. Their leader was in Osogbo 2 days ago. You see utterances from the leader of the Senate.
ó jẹ́ kó yé wa pé èyí tí ààrẹ rán mi mo ti sọ o pé ṣùgbọ́n èyí tóun sọ yìí ó dákọ̀ ara rẹ̀ pé lórúkọ ara òun o nǹkan tóun sọ.
So it shows that what they agreed to do is what Father Osun is representing.
bọ́rọ̀ bá wa rí báyìí ẹ jẹ́ kí n yà sọ́dọ̀ ọ̀mọ̀wé Ọmọ́tọ́ṣọ̀ tọ́rọ̀ bá wa rí báyìí ẹ rí i pé ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ gbà àwọn aráàlú gan nígbà míì kí lẹ rò pé ó yẹ kó jẹ́ ìyà tiwọn ìkan lẹ́nìkan ṣe fún wa léjìgbò yẹn àwọn ibòmíì wà tí wọ́n pé àwọn gan ni wọ́n ń ṣẹ́wọ́n sí wọn pé ẹ kó wà á máa gbà á á máa tà á kí gan ló yẹ kó jẹ́ ojúṣe tàwọn aráàlú nírú nǹkan báyìí bí adé.
ojúṣe wa náà ni pé ká dúró ti ìbò wa ṣùgbọ́n tí ẹ bá wo fọ́nrán yẹn ń gbà kan sí ẹ rí i pé senator àbí undistinguished Father Osun òun nìkan ló ní ọlọ́pàá ń bẹ̀ a sì mọ̀ bóyá ọlọ́pàá ẹ̀ ìbọn wà lápò ẹ̀ òun làwọn èrò òfin lè dáhùn ó sì ń sọ fún wọn pé ẹ máa wo ẹ máa ṣe o ẹ máa wo wọn ibi tán bá kán máa wo ibi tán tẹ̀ sí ìyẹn ti rú òfin ó dẹ̀ yẹ káwọn ọlọ́pàá kan ti gbé kan ti lọ béèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ pé kí ló ṣe léyìí fún ìyẹn ò nídìí question ó yẹ kán lọ detain ẹ̀ ni kán fi ságọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ kó ló àwọn ọlọ́pàá títí a máa fi dìbò yìí tán bìkọ́ irú àwọn èèyàn ò yẹ kó wà níta bó ni àgbàlagbà máa ṣe lágbálágbá bó ṣe ń ṣe yìí.
kó tó di pé wọ́n mú sẹ́nítọ̀ lọ sọ́gọ̀ ọlọ́pàá wọ́n nílò kan ṣe àyẹ̀wò ara fún wọn. àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń sọ yóò jọ ti kò jọ tọmọlúàbí ó ṣeé ṣe kí ìtàsé ti máa bá ọ̀rọ̀ wọn díẹ̀díẹ̀ tó rántí dàgbà díẹ̀.
Voting should not be a matter of life and death. We are here to vote to enjoy democracy. And as a serving senator, you have all the opportunity to demonstrate good dividends of democracy to your people. If you have not done that, and you are trying to rig election, using all these useless means, I think it's ridiculous, it's unacceptable, it is, it is behaving like a bandit. And I'm really surprised that people will call distinguished senators are the people doing it. He is supposed to be an elder statesman guiding this state on the way forward, on a peaceful election. Yes, that's all. And then go your own way, do your voting, and go and stay in your house. What this senator is doing is not acceptable. And I think, like I said earlier, it should be called to order.
Doctor, I was going to come to that, talking about the effect of all of this,
Yes.
to the process we are having right now. However, we get to watch some other reports coming from our correspondents on the field as regards the election process. Stay with us. And that's it there. You can see that very first video there with the description of, a notice in Ward 9 and 10, Obaile and Obauke, in a lot of the local governments, that the voters who wanted to vote for a particular party were not allowed to, and were chased by, names were being mentioned there, and a whole lot of that. And the person happens to be connected to Mr. President, and a lot of issues have been circulating regarding that. You can see in other places too, people are still on queue trying to exercise their votes. At this time, this is still 1:51 studio time here, which, in case you're still at home, you still have the right to go out and be on the queue so that you can have the opportunity to exercise your franchise. Don't think that sitting at home will solve that very particular thing. You have to do the needful. Yes, just as I said before, we went to get to watch all those reports there. Doctor, let me come to you before I come to Mr. Ladichi here. These are the issues we are in at this time. Let me take you back a bit to Ekiti, when our correspondents actually covered Ekiti election.
Yeah.
And from reports, we got that in some polling units, you just see a single police officer. And in some others, where on a norm, you're expected to have, I think, 2 that was in Ekiti, you're seeing 3, 4. So it's like the concentration was now different. Some places were losing police officers, and in some places they were having 3, 4 just staying there. And it's like police officers, maybe they are not going to where they are being deployed. Who should be held responsible? And I mean, with the combination of all these issues we are having now, vandalization and all of that, what does it say with the election ongoing at this time?
Well, the Ekiti election was not as competitive as the Osun election.
Exactly.
And so one policeman, you can even see the difference in the votes, from 49,000 to 300 and something. So that the second person was not actually there. Maybe he's not prepared. He has no supporters. So that makes Ekiti very peaceful. Even at that, they are vote buying. Yeah. But maybe that is in our DNA. Only God knows. But the fact is that for this Osun, about 90 Helios vehicles were deployed. Yeah. That means about 3 vehicles per local government. And 4 policemen unarmed in each unit. Yes. And again, you are supposed to have other security men close by that you can call on patrol. And so if they are not doing their work, then they are the people causing this problem. That is one. 2, the INEC that is making beavers, providing beavers that is not working, is what is causing the noise we are seeing. Because if you get there, population is like 5, you vote, 2 will leave or 3 will leave, remain 1. And as people are coming, they are voting seamlessly, they are going back. There will be less crisis. And then it is when the voting is becoming congested and people are not having hope of exercising their franchise that they started shouting here and there. That may lead to crisis. And leading to crisis with security men around you to curb such things. I think the bottom line is that INEC should observe very well and provide the facilities as early as possible and let people want to vote. We said whoever is on the queue before 2:30 can vote, which means that anything can still happen between now and 2:30. And so I want to appeal to INEC to up their games. Anywhere there are flight points, they should make sure they do what is necessary by providing facilities. INEC is not to look at security as such. That is the work of security personnel. Security personnel with all the commanders. We have about 30 commissioner of police here. We have an IG of police. We have, almost 15,000 policemen. Yeah. We have civil defense. We have all this. So where are they? The FCC people are around too. Where are they when all these are happening? And my greatest disappointment is that in all these flash points, we didn't see security men putting the situation under control. Where are they? I think this is not good enough for our election. It is not good enough for our country. It is not good enough for the politicians. Politicians who want to lead us or who are leading us should demonstrate how to be disciplined, how to be civil, and then how to be organized and do things rightly for the sake of the future and for the sake of our children.
Okay, Doctor, before I'm going to come to you now, Mr. Oladeji. Yesterday, I saw an interview on national television where the police PRO was asked that, do you have flashpoints in Osun's election? He said because so as not to create fear in the minds of Osun citizens, residents who will go out to vote, he's not going to disclose that. But they're having their technical whatever it is put in place to ensure that that is curbed and all of that. But now we can see all of this, the vandalization and all of that. How do you see this? How do you take it?
Well, I don't want to say some things about the police. They've not been impressive in the process at all. You know, was it off camera or the other time that we're talking about Adenigba Fadansi, and you remember that when he was invited, in fact, the police did not make any statement on the said video he made until after 24 hours.
When there had been cries from CSOs that they should investigate.
Civil society organizations, observers have even shown flag points, red zones for this election. So what is the police? This is not 1842. The red zone that you think you are keeping from people, ask a layman. In the last 4 or 5 days, where have you recorded more crises in this election? Is it not a Jesha axis? And it's funny that the 3 top candidates in this election are not even from the Jesha axis at all. Ambo is from Ikire. Sitting Governor Adeleke is from Ede. Dr. Najim Folasha Salam is from Ejigbo. And if we want to add maybe a 4th leg, AAC candidate is from Ejigbo too. So why all this brouhaha in a zone where I think many of them are just doing it to impress Mr. President, to tell him, see, 2027 we work for you. And you don't need it.
And I think that the other problem, we have was that, I said it here in the morning. Yeah. I mean, our leaders should be careful of their utterances. Can't the president say,
all is very politics.
What is the meaning of that? The meaning of that is that you can do anything, you can kill, you can maim, you can carry election material, you can misbehave, and nothing will happen as long as you deliver victory. That is what Father Unsi is obeying since yesterday.
And he's doing it at his age for a younger person. Such a ridiculous
It's not the only person. Somebody in the House of Reps said the same thing.
Yeah.
Somebody was called
the campaign DG of APC.
Yes, somebody was. There's somebody was called holding gun. So when leaders make such statements and when a senator amplify all his fear, he amplified it more by saying Tebari won, Ekpa won.
Doctor,
it's ridiculous.
Because you referred to this, that's why I want to ask this question.
Yes.
The president has instructed INEC to ensure that the election is free and fair, despite the fact that and security agencies to ensure that the election is free, fair, without violence. Is it more like speaking to gallery? Previously he said that all is fair in politics, but now he has instructed the electoral umpire, relevant stakeholder security agencies to ensure it's fair?
It was a damage control. Immediately he made the statement, all is fair in politics. There were criticisms left, right, and center. And so in an attempt to correct that, he made that speech. And I commend him for making that speech. Because where was that speech when he was saying all is fair in politics? You can't, you know, when a leader say, go and do one meter, supporters will do 30. They are desperate. And mind you, we are in a developing nation where poverty has been weaponized. That is one. We are also in a developing nation where people are desperate to win election because it is like it's the most juicy appointment in this Nigeria today. Once you are a councillor, you are a House of Assembly member, you are arrived. As a professor, as a chief lecturer, as a DG, as a permanent secretary, you cannot make the money councillors will make in 1 year in your lifetime. Not only that, they will not say they are retiring. They will hold a meeting in the House of Assembly, in the National Assembly, and say, when I retire after this first term, the governor, the deputy governor is entitled to 10 cars, is entitled to a house in Abuja. He didn't rule Abuja, but he's entitled to a house in Abuja and a state. And he's entitled to so many other things. That's what they are fighting. You heard Onyelola saying that the governor gave him a car. That is his entitlement. That is entitled.
According to him,
that he has not even collected 3.
Did not give him Osun State.
Yeah, he gave him that he's entitled to 3. What kind of country are we? So because they have monetized politics, everybody is desperate. This desperation can only stop only when politics is seen as an act of service and not an act of enriching yourself and enriching your family. It is unfortunate what we are witnessing. You have people who are decent, who want to do things in a civilized form. But all these crooks actually prevent them from doing it very well. Even if INEC want to do the election very well. When you hear the statement from Mr. President, all is well, all is fair in politics. Well, I mean, it means you can do anything. And Father Nsi is now amplifying it left, right, and center. I think it's unfortunate, it is reckless, and it is unacceptable. And then, again, we appeal to the conscience of those in charge to start thinking that this Nigeria belongs to all of us and that we should make it great or greater.
All right. We understand that one of our reporter, Toby George, is right there on Zoom. Give us updates. I believe you can hear me. Can you give us updates as to where you are and what is currently happening with the election right there?
I don't know if you can hear me. Network in the government area here, and as you can see, the process of the clouds in places that have been visited so far. The process has been slowing down the process, but here they are almost the same issue, but the people on the queue have now been reduced. But I'll be speaking with one of the voters who is here to cast the vote, and he'll be speaking to us in Yoruba. But ẹ bá sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ètò ààbò torí ẹ̀ máa tó lọ́jọ́ òní ọ̀dọ́ àwọn ènìyàn láti bọ́ síta báwo ni ètò ààbò ní odò ọ̀tún.
A dúpẹ́ fọ́nà bí a ṣe rò pé bóyá o ṣe máa rí tẹ́lẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ẹrú báyìí bọ́ọ̀dì wọ́n nísìn pẹ̀lú gbọdọ̀ létò sí wàhálà sí jàgídíjàgà ìlú àlàáfíà gan ní ìgbà mẹ́ta wà ìlú àlàáfíà nítorí ẹgbẹ́ méjèèjì wọ́n ṣe kí ni wọ́n dúró dáadáa nípa àmọ́ra wa ọmọ ìdíyà àṣìjà wọ́n àríyànjiyàn kan ní wáyé ṣẹ́jú ẹ̀ nípa padà sílé ó tán nípa ni.
Ẹ bá a sọ̀rọ̀ nípa conduct INEC ṣe INEC
àwọn try wọ́n gbìyànjú wọ́n àjọ understand ara wa tó sí àríyànjiyàn kankan wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ tó dáa wọ́n dẹ̀ dúró dáadáa ṣe ọ́fíìsà ni o security àbí INEC officer.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir. All right, so you're heading from one of the voters here who is about the same issue as been occurring in several from other correspondents from other local governments that people turned out in their numbers to cast their vote in this particular election. You know that this election is an election of concern because of the incidents that have led that have happened in the build-up to the polls in Osun State. But what we are seeing here today is a quite different story because a number of people are out just to vote their preferred candidate in Osun State. From here, we'll also be going to Ila and some other government that we're yet to visit. But so far, this has been going smoothly and successfully in most of the local government that you expect, except for the Beavers machine that has been slowing down the process. But you know, the Independent National Electoral Commission has always been saying that even though the election, the voting may end at 2 or 2:30, people that are on the queue period would be allowed to vote. Would be allowed to vote no matter what. So this is what we have so far from the local government.
Right. So before you go, can you tell us the location where you are currently? We didn't get that when you are started. Where are you currently exactly? What local government?
I'm 7 Unit 4 Conside Jabe in Old Water local government area.
Okay, impressive. And all right, thank you very much.
Ó dà gẹ́gẹ́ bí ó ṣe sọ fún wa pé níbẹ̀ yẹn ṣe rí pé ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀rọ yìí ṣiṣẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n ó ń fà bó ṣe yẹ kó ṣiṣẹ́ kò ṣe kíákíá pé òun ló fà á táwọn èèyàn ṣe pọ̀. A dẹ̀ rí pé ẹni tó bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn náà ní àwọn èèyàn jáde dípò ẹ má gbàgbé pé ẹni tó jẹ́ abẹnugan ilé aṣòfin nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ó ti kọ́kọ́ ṣe àríwísí kan tó ti pariwo síta fáwọn èèyàn pé wọ́n ní wọ́n fẹ́ káwọn èèyàn jáde o wọ́n fẹ́ kí wọ́n ṣe ṣùgbọ́n ẹni tí ó bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ báyìí wọ́n ti jẹ́ kó yé wa pé àwọn èèyàn jáde gẹ́gẹ́ bí aráàlú láti wá ṣojúṣe wọn ìyẹn dáa bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ti ẹ̀rọ yìí náà bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan INEC nílò láti jáwé sóbì ẹ̀ dáadáa kó lè máa ṣiṣẹ́ ẹlòmíì wà lójú òpó láti bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ lára àwọn akọ̀ròyìn wa. Lydia.
We understand that Lydia Adegbaju is there. Yes, Lydia, can you bring us up to speed with what's happening in your location and how is the process so far? All right, we'll try to reconnect with her there. Mr. Ladiji, you've heard Toby, your reporter, and Doctor as well. All right, so we learned that Lydia Adegbaju is there before we come back to you, Doctor. Lydia, can you bring us up to speed with what is happening? Where are you currently and how's the process at your end?
Yes, I am at polling unit 8, Ward 4 at the local government area. That's where I'm presently at. And voters seem to have finished voting, casting their ballots, and they're just waiting around, waiting for the 2:30 p.m. deadline. Electoral officers are also waiting for more people to come in. How about
the atmosphere? How is it? And the level of turnout of voters in that very polling unit 8, Ward 4, your local government area?
Yes, the voter turnout has been impressive. And as I said earlier, people are just waiting around. They are done passing their ballot. They're just waiting for more people to come in and waiting for the 2:30 p.m. then. So yes, voter turnout is quite impressive.
All right, from me before Folusho will ask you for the questions.
Níbùdó ìdìbò yẹn Lydia, báwo ni ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀rọ tó ń ṣàyẹ̀wò fáwọn olùdìbò BVAS torí látàárọ̀ ibì kan ṣo la gbọ́ tí wọ́n ní ó ṣiṣẹ́ bó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ pé iṣẹ́ yẹn náà kò jáfáfá bó ṣe yẹ. Níbùdó ìdìbò tó wà nínú Ìwó yẹn ṣé ẹ̀rọ BVAS yẹn náà tó já gere ṣé kò dáwọn èèyàn dúró?
gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ti gbọ́ wọ́n ní àwọn ẹ̀rọ bíbáàsì wọn kó ń ṣiṣẹ́ dáadáa bó ti jẹ́ pé ní àwọn ibi kan tá a ti lọ wọ́n sọ pé àwọn kan wọn rí capturing wọn ṣe bó ti pé kò rí lọ geere gbẹ̀yìn bọ̀ níbi ìbàdàn tá a wà yìí wọ́n ní bíbáàsì wọn ṣiṣẹ́ dáadáa àwọn olùdìbò náà dẹ̀ ti wọ́n ti dìbò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí ni kò fẹ́ jẹ́ ká bá olùdìbò tó wà níbí wọ́n ti dìbò tí wọ́n Precious Alasi láti wọ́n kàn bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ lórí bí experience wọn ṣe rí.
Kò sí ìjà pátì kìíní pátì kejì kò sí ìjà láàrin àwọn méjèèjì aṣọ àṣàrà wa ní yóò sọ ìbọta díẹ̀ aṣọ àgbèrè fún wa tí mo ní fún gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà ní pé
kí wàá ní ẹbí sọ fún àwọn ẹbí kan tó ń ṣe wà ní lásìkò.
àwọn tó wà nílé lásìkò yìí pé wọ́n jọ wọ́n jáde síta fún bàtà fún ẹni tó bá yẹ fún dìbò sí.
In English, could you quickly tell us what your experience, voting experience is like? Was like on the
Yeah, my experience very good.
How long would it take you to classify between accreditation and voting? Yes, so that was Precious. She just shared with us her experience, voting experience. She said just about 10 minutes for her to and she passed the ballot. She also advised voters that as of this time to come out and cast their ballots. And here at polling unit 8, Ward 4, the government area is quite peaceful. Electoral officers also are waiting for more people to come in before the 2:30 p.m. deadline.
Ó ṣeun ká tó kúrò ńbẹ̀ yẹn ǹjẹ́ torí àwọn kan a ti rí níjọba ìbílẹ̀ Èjìgbò tí àwọn kan ti gbówó wá láti ra ìbò ṣùgbọ́n táwọn olùdìbò yarí kódà tí wọ́n wọ́ wọn dáadáa ṣé o gbúròó tó jọ mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ní Ìwó.
Nípa ti ríra ìbò àti títa ìbò kò sí ní apá àbíta wa àgbọ̀ níbi àwọn ibi tá a ti lọ tẹ́lẹ̀ níbi àwọn àdúgbò Gídígbò tí agbó wípé àwọn kan wọ́n ra ìbò wọ́n tààbò kó wọ́n ti mú àwọn kan tó ti kó wọn lọ sí Òṣogbo bọ̀ níbi tá a wà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí kò sí nǹkan tó jọ bí ìbò rírà àti títa.
Ó ṣeun ẹkúṣẹ́ ìlú yẹn ni pé àwọn èèyàn ibùdó yẹn àwọn dúró bí ọmọlúwàbí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ó ṣe yẹ kó rí náà nìyẹn.
But before I let you go, well, it's looking like that very polling unit looks like an ideal polling unit. Can you tell us the presence of security agents there? Can you cite security agents around in that very polling unit?
Yes. We have the presence of security officers is quite impressive. We have a pocket of them stationed around at the polling station. We also have them outside the polling station just to ensure that everything is going on peacefully. We also have them at critical points around the local government area, ensuring that voters cast their vote safely and that everywhere is secure.
Impressive. I can see the smile on your face. Do well to stay safe and have a wonderful hour.
Irú ibùdó tá a ṣe rí lérò mi bó ṣe yẹ ká ṣe máa rí nìyẹn. Pàápàá jùlọ ètò ìṣèjọba tiwantiwa á ti wà lóko ẹ̀ náà ọmọ ọdún 17 ó ti di baálé ilé kódà a rí àwọn tó jẹ́ pé ní ọmọ ọdún 17 wọ́n ti di ọ̀gá àgbà iléeṣẹ́ ńlá wọ́n ti ń gba àwọn èèyàn kódà mo rántí pé ìkan lára àwọn ọ̀gágun wa lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun gan irú déédéé ọjọ́ orí náà ló ti wà ń pò tán ti ń pè ní olórí orílẹ̀-èdè àti ń ṣe láti bí ọdún 17 sẹ́yìn ṣó wá yẹ ká sì máa rírú àwọn kùdìẹ̀kudiẹ tá à ń rí lásìkò ṣùgbọ́n irú ibi tá a wò tán ìyún dá bẹ́ẹ̀ ká máa wo àwọn bòmíì tí a tún máa kẹ́fín ètò ìdìbò ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ń lọ lọ́wọ́ ká mọ́ gbàgbé ká rán yín létí ẹ bá wojú aago báyìí aago méjì ti kọjá ìṣẹ́jú mẹ́tàlá kẹ́ ẹ fi dúró síbùdó ìdìbò yín kẹ́ ẹ lè láǹfààní láti dìbò ẹ kú òlé ẹ má sọ pé aago 2 àbọ̀ yẹn máa tó débẹ̀ rárá o torí ńgbà míì àwọn nǹkan tó máa ń fa awuyewuye náà nìyẹn pé mo débẹ̀ ní aago 2 àbọ̀ yẹn gẹ́rẹ́gẹ́ wọn ò fẹ́ kí n ṣe láwádìí
It's more like you're looking at the time. So you got to the polling unit 2:29. So you're running to the line at 2:30 to say you want to. Why do you have to wait till that time? It's really a whole lot. All right. Mr. Ladeji, Dr. Motoshaw, you've heard a reporter there where you've heard Toby George. She spoke with one of the voters. You also had a Lydia. Let me start with you, Mr. Ladeji. Although Lydia in the last polling unit where we said is more like an ideal polling unit, there was no vote buying. But let's talk about this vote buying thing. It's more like I had a conversation with a person off the record, and he was saying like it more like some people will not come out even to vote if they are not having an info of vote buying. Who should be held accountable for all of these things? Because it's more like that is the inspiration that some voters get to come out to vote. We spoke about Ekiti election where we said it's not as contesting as this one. But even at that, there were still reports of vote buying. It was looking like if the current administration there in Ekiti State doesn't do that, they might not get that turnout of voters. What do you have to say?
Well, in this part of the world, there are no consequences for people's action. We've witnessed about 2 or 3 elections in recent time where people openly come out to post videos. Oh, Awati Dibo, Atigba 15,000, Atigba 10,000 naira. And nobody's doing anything about that. If we pick people up, before now, vote buying is something they do in secret.
Exactly.
But now, people openly, I'd say, come and vote for us.
That's why they call it vote trading.
I heard it in good authority this morning that they went all out to even rent core members' uniform so that they could use it at a high price so that they could, because many of the core members that were meant to work as POs, as APOs, were not listed. That is another problem from INEC. You've trained some people to use the beavers, to do the processes, and all of a sudden, then 7 p.m. yesterday, you were sending messages to people who are 7 years, somebody who might not even be a Yoruba person, that from Oshogbo, you are going to Ila at 7 p.m. And you are not providing accommodation. So the process of vote buying, we need to get serious with it. That's why I said again, I love what those Ejibo men did. Go in there. If you go in your numbers, take the money from whoever is holding the money. And I love the part where the man said, I beat him.
Yeah, we can see it on the screen there.
Well, I like the part where he said, I beat him, I took the money from him. And they said they are going to use the money to drink together. Yes, but it is your money. If you are buying my vote for 40,000 naira, that means you are coming to steal. You are a thief. You are not coming to give me any benefit, because if you are buying a vote, so say for instance, in a polling unit you have 1,000 people and you are buying each vote for as high as 40,000 naira. Tell me what will be the benefit. Is it not the money you are meant to use to build roads for me? Is it not the money that you are meant to use to build a healthcare center for me that you are using to buy my vote? So our people need to understand that, see, anybody that comes to you that asks you to come and vote and collect money is a thief. Is coming to destroy your life. During the process of voters registration, I remember it was a Saturday like that, and somebody came and they said, so party said they will mobilize you and give you how much? Come and register in there. I say, you and that party, you are fools. So you want to pay me for performing my civic rights? Both of you are thieves. Not until when Nigerians understand that it is not until when you have it in billions that you are called a rich person. And poverty sometimes is not you even lacking funds. It is you not being able to think. Because it looks like these people have gone to tie the minds of Nigerians somewhere, that you come out every 4 years. So if the money was so sufficient, why keep it? Why don't you use the money to build roads? Why don't you use the money to build, give me good electricity? I don't need your money. So not until we start to nab people and possibly jail them. Oh, this person was arrested for attempting to buy votes for people. Jail him for 6 months.
But òfin wà tábà wò pàápàá jùlọ ètò ṣẹ̀fọwọ́ sí ọdún yìí nínú òfin ìlànà ètò ìdìbò wa wọ́n ní àtẹni tó ń rà àtẹni tó ń tà àwọn méjèèjì.
Ó dé èèyàn mélòó tán mú.
The problem is that over the years, there have been no consequences. How many people have been prosecuted for electoral malpractices? Both vote snatching, nothing, killing, nothing. You see people dangling guns on the streets, and police will be looking at them without doing anything.
Torí irú èyí tí wọ́n fi hàn wá yẹn wọ́n ní ọlọ́pàá sọ pé tẹ́ ẹ bá rí wọn mú ẹ kó wọn wá tó sì jẹ́ pé àwọn ló yẹ kán lọ.
Look at what Father Nze is saying. Look at what he's doing today again. Who is actually interrogating him and dealing with him according to the law. That is one. I want to commend Odoti and Iwo, those units, for a peaceful and age-free election. You can see that your correspondent was even happy. That's how it should be. He's happy. Why do you need to snatch? Why do you need to go and be disturbing people who want to perform their civic responsibility? Ejigbo is not good, but I commend, like he said, I commend those people who withdrew the money from people and said, yes, it's their money. That is the truth.
So, election party.
So the point is that if the procedures are seamless, we are not likely to have crisis. Seamless in the sense that you get to the place at normal time, they accredit you, they check you the beavers, it is working. Nobody will complain.
Nobody will be agitated.
Nobody will be agitated. Complaints are coming in when people are many and your instrument is not functioning. And then if it is not functioning, they start thinking you want to manipulate. And then those are the problems. And that's why
àjọ elétò òdìbò torí ẹlòmíì bí ẹnìkan ní ìsìn tí mo bá pàdé láàárọ̀ ẹ̀ ibi tó ń gbé síbi tó fẹ́ lọ dìbò ó jìnnà gan ó ní ṣùgbọ́n òun máa rí dájú pé òun rìn débẹ̀ pé torí gbà tí àwọn ń dì láì gbowó in táwọn dì kan ni wọ́n ń kà pé kóun kúkú rìn kóun gbowó torí pé àwọn èèyàn ti sọ̀rọ̀ tí àìgbàgbọ́ nù nínú àjọ elétò òdìbò ẹlòmíì fi wò pé ṣé wọ́n ń kà á ni.
Parọ́ ṣẹ́rí àjọ elétò òdìbò wọ́n ti ní oore ọ̀fẹ́ láti tún orúkọ ara wọn ṣe. Yorùbá ní tán bá pèèyàn ló ní fúnra ìrà
púpà fún ẹ mọ́
torí ètò ìdìbò àpapọ̀ ń bọ̀ báyìí.
ó ń bọ̀ ẹ sì mọ́ gbàgbé pé ẹni tó jẹ́ ọ̀gá àgbà àjọ elétò ìdìbò gan báyìí àwọn èèyàn ti fẹ̀sùn kàn torí lórí ẹ mọ̀ pé wọ́n máa ń sọ nǹkan kan wá ní internet doesn't forget. Lórí official page wọn àti ríbi tí wọ́n ti ṣe àjọyọ̀ pé ẹgbẹ́ APC jáwé olúborí níbì kan wọ́n ṣe báyìí wọ́n ṣe báyìí. Ní èèyàn tán bá rírù nǹkan bá ní agbègbè yín ó yẹ kẹ́ ẹ wá lè ṣe nǹkan tára ló sọ pé bá a ṣe rò kọ́ lẹ́ni ìrí o. Ṣùgbọ́n a ti rí àwọn ètò ìdìbò tán ṣe gan tó jẹ́ pé gbogbo ẹ̀ ó là ń sọ nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun kò ní fi ṣe ibi tètò ìdìbò yìí ó padà forí sọ nígbà tí èèyàn ó máa ń discourage àwọn èèyàn. Now èmi ti sọ láàárọ̀ yìí pé mi ò tí ì fẹ́ ríru turnout yìí rí nítorí gbogbo àwọn fọ́nrán tí mo ti ń wò àti gbogbo ibi táwọn akọ̀ròyìn ti dé wọ́n ti fi fọ́nrán hàn pé àwọn ènìyàn jáde láti dìbò ṣùgbọ́n ẹni tó jáde lé rẹ̀ láti dìbò tó jẹ́ pé bóyá ó wà ní nọ́mbà 600 tí aago méjìlá sì ti lù téèyàn ọgọ́rùn-ún ò tí ì dìbò.
tí bíbí àti ẹ̀ ń ṣe díẹ̀ bíbí àárọ̀.
ṣé mọ̀ pé ẹ ti ní ọ̀nà kan ẹ ti dìlé irú ẹni yẹn ẹlòmíì so ìtumọ̀ ẹ̀ ni pé téèyàn ẹgbẹ̀rún kan bá wá bóyá èèyàn ọgọ́rùn-ún mẹ́rin nínú wọn inú èèyàn ọgọ́rùn-ún mẹ́rin gan kì í ṣe gbogbo wọn ni ó padà dìbò ṣùgbọ́n ìgbà tí ẹlòmíì á kàn wá yóò padà sílé ńgbà tí ò bá ti rí nǹkan kan ṣe ẹ ti disenfranchise wọn nu so gẹ́gẹ́ ti sọ bàbá bẹ́ràn àwọn èèyàn wí ká bẹ́ràn ti àjọ elétò ìdìbò then kí n káàdì ẹ̀ báyìí pé àwọn ọlọ́pàá wa wọn lérò pọ̀ a nílò láti because nígbà tí ẹ bá fọ ọlọ́pàá mẹ́rin sí polling unit kan tí ò sí nǹkan àti dáàbò bo ara wọn kan fúnra wọn tí àwọn jàǹdùkú sì dé táwọn èèyàn gbé pump action dé sẹ́wọ̀n pọ́lọ́pàá ò ní pọ̀fọ̀ kì í ṣeré lálùdé tí ó sọ pé biribiri lójú yín.
Although there are reports that other police officers will be on patrol.
Yes, but ọlọ́pàá tí ò ní ìbọn dání.
ẹni tí wọ́n wò ní pé bóyá kí
ìjọba
máa darí ìbọn
ọlọ́pàá tí ò ní ìbọn dání ó dàbí civilian ni.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
ọkọ̀ tí ò lè po.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni
aṣọ ló fi yàtọ̀.
ọ̀nà kejì tí a ní láti wò tí abúkù wọn lẹ́rù ẹ̀ wọ́.
ó ní òkèlè ń wò.
ní àwọn tó ń yan ta ló yan INEC chairman ta ló yan àwọn IREC ẹ wo ẹni tá a dìbò yàn tán dìbò yàn pé kó lọ sílé aṣòfin tó jẹ́ pé nǹkan tí president sọ ló ń ṣe tí ó jẹ́ pé nǹkan kíkan máa ti sọ pé ẹni tí president gangan yàn fúnra ẹ̀ o tẹ́ bá wo National Assembly it's almost a rubber stamp òun náà ni Fádàùnsì fi ṣe nǹkan tó ṣe yẹn wọ́n fẹ́ hùwà tán ń wù yẹn ìwà tí Fádàùnsì ń wù yẹn ó fẹ́ wù láti jẹ́ kí inú president dùn sí so that a lè rí nǹkan míì gbà gbogbo yẹn ló rọrùn pẹ̀lú wa kì í ṣe president ló yẹ kó máa yan àwọn tó máa ṣètò ìdìbò kò ìyẹn wrong and so tí ẹ bá wo ẹni tán sọ yẹn pé lórí fọ́nrán ẹ̀ lórí internet ẹ̀ oríṣiríṣi nǹkan ló wà níbẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ẹni tó wu president nìyẹn kí la fẹ́ ṣe sí kó tó gbà á ṣẹ́ gan ló ti fẹ́ràn president kí la fẹ́ ṣe sí so ara wàhálà tá a ní nìyẹn but díẹ̀díẹ̀ la máa improve we'll be improving gradually. And in the course of doing all this democracy, like I said, we are 27 years. We have to improve in a way that we should be doing the right things at the right time. The bottom line is that all of us are stakeholders. Now, these policemen, these INEC officials, these coppers, and whoever is involved in this election that is misbehaving, you are joking with your future. You are joking with the future of your children. And so it is not proper. We continue to appeal to them. Like for what we just saw now, what happened in Odoti, in that unit, and in Wo, we are happy about it. That's how it should be everywhere. Iṣẹ́ máa rọrùn.
Ní dàbí táwọn Joseph nílò láti máa fò gágá.
Tíṣẹ́ bá I can imagine.
Tíṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ rọrùn. Tíṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀.
Someone who can jump.
Yes, tíṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ rọrùn. Oye níjọ́ tíṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ rọrùn fún àǹfààní gbogbo wa ni. Gbogbo eléyìí tán ṣe yìí kò bọ́ sí rárá. But èmi ní láti sọ pé eléyìí o ara nǹkan tí ò múnú mi dùn púpọ̀ ní Fádàùnsì. Táwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ bá ń gbọ́ báyìí àtàwọn ará ilé ẹ̀ wọ́n máa gbọ́ pé bàbá yẹn ò wà àgbà kò ṣe dáadáa rárá ó yẹ káwọn agbófinró ó lè jẹ́ ni ó lè jọ́la kán pè é sọ́dọ̀ kán kọ́ bọ́n ṣe ń hùwà tó dáa nínú ìlú kò hùwà tó dáa rárá.
Interesting. A lot has been ongoing as regards this very particular one. Studio time 2:26. Just about 4 more minutes to the end of voting. That means for those who are not there yet, and maybe your house is just a stone throw of 1-2 minutes, you still have the time to be a part of this election. However, once you're not on the queue at 2:30, just about 4 more minutes to go, just know that you can't be a part of the process. And Yoruba used to say, "I simbe like you have the right."
Ẹni tí ò bá sínlé ọmọ rẹ̀ ẹran rẹ̀ yóò bí ọmọ ọ̀ṣẹ́nu ni o ọmọ ọ̀ṣẹ́nu stillbirth ọmọ tí ó yè tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n á ní ẹran àbí kan pé kò ní pé méjì ṣùgbọ́n ní ìsìn tó bá ti bá wọn síbẹ̀ kó fojú tó ò ní lè sọ bí wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe ẹ̀yin náà ẹja jáde.
Exactly, and that's why some persons used to say once you are not a part of the process, you don't have a right to speak.
Láti béèrè àlàyé.
That is why this time around you just have about 3 more minutes to go. If you are not on the queue, you don't have a right to be a part of this. However, let me come to Doctor on this, then I will take the thought of strategy on that. Now, still talking about vote buying, and relating it to the aspect of manifestos of our politicians, it's looking more like a cliche. By the time you hear their manifestos, I will do this. It's more like the same promise. Okay, we understand that we have a call. Hello, good afternoon. Yes, if you can hear me, you're live. Can you give us your name and update us to where you're calling us from?
Good afternoon.
Yes, you're welcome.
We really thank you for the commentary that you have made here.
Please tell us your name, sir.
Okay, my name is I'm Ojo Michael.
Yes, where are you?
I'm calling from Ire.
Oh, great.
Very good.
There's a little disruption of the election today at the ward level in Ire.
Okay, what happened, sir?
Okay, there's a talk that the police they cut away the election.
Can you clarify that you said
11 unit 4
and thugs or thugs
and thugs. But surprisingly, we saw the police that they are released the gun, moving around on speed all around the unit.
Okay.
There's election is going on smoothly, no rancor, no disturbance, but police are scaring people away.
arákùnrin Òjó ẹ má bínú mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ṣàlàyé àárín yẹn fún wa dáadáa pé ibi tẹ́ ti ń dìbò ṣé níbẹ̀ làwọn ọmọ gànfẹ́ ti dé tí agbófinró dẹ̀ pẹ̀lú wọn ẹ bá wa ṣàlàyé yẹn dáadáa.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
kódà ẹ ń dìbò lọ́wọ́ ẹ bá mi ṣàlàyé bó ṣe lọ gangan lédè Yorùbá.
ìbò tẹ ti kúrò níbẹ̀ báyìí ìbò ti kúrò níbẹ̀ báyìí nítorí pé àwọn èèyàn ti fọ́nká wọ́n ti yìnbọn sókè àwọn ọlọ́pàá gbé ọkọ̀ jáàkì yẹn méjì wọ́n ń gbé tí wọ́n ń yìnbọn sókè káàkiri náà ń pòyì káàkiri àwọn èèyàn láti mọ búlọ́ọ̀kù pé ọlọ́pàá mọ́ ríbi kọjá kán mọ́ jí ìbò pé ó yà wá lẹ́nu pé ọlọ́pàá ló fẹ́ mọ́ jí ìbò gbé nígbà tí ó fi alẹ́ kì sọ wípé ẹni bá jí ìbò gbé tí wọ́n yìnbọn pa ọlọ́pàá gangan fún wa tí wọ́n ń kó láti pẹ̀lú àwọn thugs láti mọ́ jí ìbò gbé ìrẹ́dẹ̀ nìyí ìrẹ́ wà peaceful kò sí wàhálà kankan bó yà wá lẹ́nu pẹ̀lú àwọn thugs pẹ̀lú àwọn ọlọ́pàá so ẹjọ́ abẹ iléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá àti ààrẹ kàn jẹ́ kí àlàáfíà kó jọba nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun o.
ẹ ṣé gan ni ward 11 àbí.
ward 11.
wọ́n ti kúrò lójú òkú ward 11 wọ́n ní nílùú Ìrè bó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ pé àwọn awuyewuye kan ti jáde lábẹ́ aṣọ tẹ́lẹ̀ pé lánàá mọ́jú òní nílùú Ìrè tí wọ́n sọ yẹn pé ìkan olóṣèlú kan tá a mọ̀ pé òun náà ní nǹkan ṣe pẹ̀lú ààrẹ pé wọ́n ti sọ pé tó bá ti ní ṣe tiwa o má jáde ni o tó bá ti lè jáde tó bá ti gbọ́ tiwa àjẹpọ̀ nítàn ó fẹ́ gbàgbé ara ẹ̀ nìyẹn irú ẹ̀ náà lẹ́la tí wọ́n ń gbọ́ látẹnu ẹni tó tún ṣojú ẹ̀ pé àwọn ti wò pé ọlọ́pàá ó bá wọn dáàbò bò ṣùgbọ́n ẹ̀sùn làwọn ó gbà pé wọ́n fẹ̀sùn kàn pé ọlọ́pàá gan ló jẹ́ ìrànwọ́ fún àwọn ọmọ ìsọta láti gbé ìbò lọ mo mọ̀ pé INEC náà ti máa kọ́lẹ̀ báyìí àti àwọn òǹwòye pé ní ward 11 nílùú Ìrè o wọ́n ní nǹkan báyìí ṣẹlẹ̀ á wà máa wo àbọ̀ irúfẹ́ èsì bẹ́ẹ̀ tó ló dá mi lójú pé ìbò wọ́ọ̀dù kọ̀ọ̀kan yóò lọ sí ìjọba àbílẹ̀ láti ìjọba àbílẹ̀ ni yóò ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ lọ sí ibùdó àpapọ̀ á wà máa wo tí ó jáde ńbẹ̀.
Studio time is 2:31 and at this juncture if you are not on cue you do not have the right to be a part of this electoral process at this time and for polling units whereby the electorates are done voting and no one is on the queue counting should begin and we'll get to be having reports as regards that very I hope we get to hear from Lydia shortly if she's still there or maybe she's moved to other polling units to get to know how it's happening there. The stubborn incidents, you know, Mr. Ladiji, you can hear what this very caller said. Talking about thugs alongside security agencies, allegedly that they are tools used in, cutting away ballot boxes. I mean, it's disturbing.
Well, of course, and I'm not sure this is the first time we've experienced that. Prior to the election itself, there were incidents of the fight between NURTW for leadership. Yeah. And we saw pictures of police leading a faction against special force police, leading a faction, and it brings you to question the level of unbiasedness of police in this, in this whole thing. What the man said now, I just saw a video to corroborate it in Ireboripe local government, where they said thugs came with police to, to cut away election. And don't forget also, in Ife, East Modake earlier on today, it was even police officers who shot tear gas into the air. And people insisted, we are going to cast our vote. If you want to kill us, kill us. It doesn't make sense. Now, the same police, I asked somebody a question 2 days ago. I said, we've seen police. Last Friday, I was traveling down from Iwo to Oshobo. I saw the army doing show of force. I've seen NSCDC do show of force. I've seen the police do show of force. Now, even at that, if you are doing show of force to bloody civilians, on election day, we still see thugs cut away, election materials. What show of force are we doing? If we have people who are allegedly aided by agents of the state now to disrupt election processes, it's something that should be of concern. And most of the time we come out to say, we are big brothers of Africa, and elections are going on in Ghana. Yes. Nothing stops. In fact, they do election on work days. You can go from your office, you vote, and go home. Yes. In South Africa, that gained independence how many years ago? South Africa conduct election from each of the regions and states, you see the result. But our supposed representatives in the National Assembly said Nigeria in 2026 we are not ripe for electronic transfer of results. It's a ridiculous thing to say. If bandits in the bushes can send videos to people, what happens? Are you saying Nigeria is as broke? Is that broke that we cannot conduct electronic voting as it stands now? So for me, these are not good reports. But expect this from a lot of people. They will tell you on Monday, there are incidents that is just no. This is 2026. If we recorded this in 2019, it should not be happening in 2026. We should improve at every election cycle.
Indeed, we need to improve at different election cycles, talking about all of this. Dr. Omotosho, before Folusho will come in, I mean, I would like to hear your side of the view as regards this. It's really disturbing, As at now, there's really nothing that can be done. I want to add that to talking about those maybe who have the right to vote. I mean, eligible voters who have not gone out, they've lost the chance already.
Of course.
And I'm now putting it together with the aspect of that report we got from that caller there. Your take on it?
Yeah, the point is that some people are discouraged from voting because, because of the malpractices here and there, and then, you think your vote will not count. Because you think your vote will not count, you will not go out to vote. That is unfortunate. The point is that we should always continue to struggle to vote and make sure our vote counts. It's like the electorate working against the people in government. And I'm surprised it's like this. We should be their friends. They should do the right thing. They are not doing the right thing. Now, if the law enforcement agent, particularly the police, are compromised in every bit of their actions, it is just too unfortunate. Imagine Nigerians don't fear the police again.
Yes.
Why? Because you feel just settle them with 500 naira or you are gone. Look, I was in Chester Terrace. I was telling the man that I was there before. And I told her I want to stroll. In London, I want to stroll. And as I'm strolling, I got to a place I saw resident permit only. I didn't have resident permit, but I have my passport. And I think, resident permit. I couldn't interpret it. And, I just used time to turn back, went home. Because I know once their police caught you, you are in trouble. Yeah. They are not going to compromise
you can't sneak
anything.
In any currency.
They can't at all. I went back. And that is why they obey all their rules, because they know the police, the security agents will not compromise their rules and their laws. But in Nigeria, you can always say that if it's police, I will go. And you will go. And that's what is emboldening the politicians, emboldening criminals, emboldening everybody to misbehave. I want to appeal to the Nigerian police. It is time for them to change their bad name to a good name. They are not having any good name at all. And even, let me tell you, the police are supposed to be in charge of this civil democracy. Yes. We don't need the army. We don't need them. It is because we are losing confidence in the police. That's why we are bringing the army to come and back them up. It's quite unfortunate. And then we can't continue like this. We have IG from IG. How can you be carrying that tag and your men are misbehaving and you can't do anything? My appeal again today is that all those corporates that have been mentioned one way or the other, or those who are caught in election malpractice in this election, should face the consequences, and they should allow Nigerians to know. I'm appealing to the IG and the Commissioner of Police Election and the Commissioner of Police for Osun State to tell us what transpired between them and Mr. Fadaunsi that was alleged to be saying kill them, and to tell us what they are going to do about what Fadaunsi did today again. They should tell us we are the people who put them there. It's taxpayers' money they are using. So we are entitled to know what transpired. How can a top senator like that, and it's not a young senator, it's a top senator, be misbehaving, and then we'll be looking at it? Which example are you giving to the junior ones? So I think we still have a long way to go. And because we have a long way to go, we need to appeal to INEC, we need to appeal to security agents. There is nothing we can do than to appeal. But again, I am saying that the president, the governor, they should make sure there are consequences for misbehaviours.
Ẹ má gbàgbé pé ẹ̀yin aráalé ẹ láǹfààní láti pè wá báwo ni nǹkan ṣe rí lọ́dọ̀ yín, torí bá a ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí yíyọ síra wọn àti kíkà ó ti máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ báyìí aago 2:00 ti kọjá àyàfi ibi tó bá yẹ pé àwọn èèyàn ṣì wà lórí ìlà tán ti dìbò ẹ̀yin náà lè kàn sí wa tààrà lójú òpó 0913 259 9000 0913 259 9000 lẹ́fi lè kàn sí wa arákùnrin Ládèjì ọ̀dà ẹ jẹ́ ká gba ìpè lójú òpó comrade Ayọ̀ Ológun ìkan lára wọn wọ́n wà lórí ìkànnì ayélujára láti bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ ó yá.
Thank you, Dr. Ayọ̀ Ológun. Thank you for joining us. Can you bring us up to speed with the observation so far from your end as regards this election?
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
Since around 8 o'clock that I stepped out for election observation today, I've been to about 6 to 7 local governments. Egbedore, Oshogbo, Olorunda, Irewole, in the south and the north, and of course, Modu, the local governments of the state and local governments that I have captured or visited today for observation. One thing remains constant, that is the enthusiasm of the people of Osun State to want to participate in this process. One of the major fears before this election was the issue of voters' apathy, which a lot of political pundits were predicting might likely take the charge because of the pre-election violence that we witnessed. But for what I've witnessed across this number of local government that I've been to today, the people have turned against such prediction. The people have shown resilience. They trooped out in their large numbers to be part of the electoral process. And talking about the process, one should laud the INEC for doing a good job. In most of the polling units visited, except for a few who didn't start election until about 9:30, 10 a.m., a majority of the polling units visited by 8:30 started the election proper, as it were, because before 8 o'clock, before 8:30, the electoral officers were there to set up and to also address the would-be voters as the case may be. I saw them being professional, the polling unit, the polling officer, the staff polling officer, they did what they were supposed to do by addressing voters before the election, addressing party agents, telling them their limits, what to do. And when the voting process started, as recorded or as it should be, the law is clear that as soon as election starts, polling agents, party polling agents are supposed to vote first.
All right, Doctor, please permit me to kindly hold your thoughts there. We actually have a caller from Ire. We'd like to get to hear from him. Then after that, you'll land digital. Just give us a minute. Hello, good afternoon. All right, we apologize. We lost that one, I guess, to get back to us. Yes, Doctor, can you land on your thought as regards the process?
Yeah, so I was giving the process. So I saw them doing due diligence, that is the polling officers and the staff polling officers across the polling units visited. But there's one thing that I observe has been wrong, which has been consistent in most of the places visited, particularly somewhere around the Gulf Junction, the polling booth at the Gulf Junction in Oshogbo, the polling booth at Lautech, the polling booth at or Typhoon along the Guru Road, and of course a couple of other polling booths at the south. I think the polling unit where the governor voted, and that is at the ISU junction. One thing is constant: the number of voters that we have turning out in such centers are so much that is putting so much pressure on the beavers. The INEC should have done better by deploying, or rather, the best thing would have been to delineate these polling centers by breaking them into 2 or 3. For example, at the polling unit at Okefia roundabout, at that bridge, the number of voters accredited and present on the wall is 786, and only one beavers machine was supposed to cater for these 796 voters, as the case may be. In North Typhoon, there was a polling unit where we had about 1,400 voters, and only one beavers machine was also provided to cater for this number of voters. The same thing with the polling unit at Aishu Junction, where the elder sister to the governor voted. I watched that vote at the time I was monitoring, and the same thing persisted. This polling unit before now should have been further delineated, such that they should have been broken into smaller units where people will vote, or worse still, more than one beavers machine should have been provided to make election seamless. I'm worried that in some of these polling units I've mentioned, you might not have election concluded until about 7 p.m., 8 p.m., judging by the crowd of people that are already on the queue which the law stipulates must not be advertised even by 2:30 when the election is supposed to stop. So apart from this, I think the election has been largely peaceful, and we hope that it continues as such.
Yes, Dr. Folusho will come in. But I just want to ask this. There have been reports of the beavers working slow. But you, from your report, you said you've talked about the starting of the time. They started at good time and all of that. And aside the areas where you mentioned, talking about Okefia having 700 plus voters with just one beavers, and Otefun with 1,400 with one beavers, and Aisu area and all of that. The other places, are their own beavers working well? And is it commensurate to the number of voters in those areas where you've lauded INEC for working, doing well with their job?
I witnessed consistency rather in some of the polling units visited is the fact that the beavers machine are overworked. In some of the places, the beavers machine gets hot such that it stops functioning. They will have to wait to shut it down, allow it to get cold before they will now restart it again and start the voting all over. And this period of time brings agitation. People become agitated, people become worried, they want to begin to throw tantrums, they want to begin to be unruly, just because naturally our people lack patience. But you can imagine if there are more than one beavers, while one is hot and is shut down, the other will have taken over to do the needful. So generally across board, the beavers machine is slow. I witnessed in several places situations where one person has to spend up to about 4 to 5 minutes. And of course, the expectation by the provision of INEC is that no voters is expected to spend more than 1 minute in the process of accreditation. But I saw some voters spending 4 minutes, 5 minutes before the beavers machine can capture their thumb, capture their face, and allow them to vote. So the slow pace, I think the beavers machine was working, is the one that gets one worried. But we hope that in some of these places, it will have been resolved. Particularly in Aichu, we had that problem. The beavers machine malfunctioned because the electoral officer said it got hot. They had to shut it down, while we had hundreds of people on queue, and they could not continue the process until the beavers machine resumed working. So all of these, I think, were problems that INEC did not envisage, and probably they could note this for elections that are coming ahead.
Ẹ ṣeun ọ̀mọ̀wé Ayọ̀ Ológun. Gbogbo àwọn ibi tẹ́ ti dé torí a ti rí àwọn fọ́nrán kan l'Éjìgbò nírèé tí wọ́n ní kódà àwọn agbófinró gan pé wọ́n ṣàtìlẹ́yìn fáwọn ọmọ ìsọta láti kó ẹrù àwọn tí wọ́n fẹ́ fi dìbò àtàpótí ní Èjìgbò. Ara àwọn tí wọ́n ní àwọn kówó wá o, wọ́n ti kọ orúkọ, wọ́n ti ní káwọn èèyàn kọ nọ́mbà àsùnwọ̀n báǹkì wọn pé à fún yín lówó, àwọn kan owó yẹn wọn kò dá ní kìṣì ní káàṣì báyìí. Ṣé kẹ́fì irú àwọn nǹkan tó jọ bẹ́ẹ̀ láwọn ibi tẹ́ lọ?
Ní àwọn ilé ìdìbò tí èmi ti ṣe àmójútó ìbò, ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ sọ yìí òótọ́ ni, kò sì ní í ṣe pẹ̀lú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú kankan. A máa ń pè ní èdè yìí, bàbá ń pè ní pre-election vote buying. Ìyẹn ni pé ká máa dọ́gbọ́n ra ìbò ṣáájú ètò ìdìbò. Ó wáyé ní àwọn ibì kọ̀ọ̀kan tí mo sì fọ̀rọ̀ wáwọn èèyàn lẹ́nu wò, ṣùgbọ́n mi ì ní fẹ́ dárúkọ torí kì í ṣe ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú kan. Ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú, gbogbo àwọn ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú tó léwájú mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta ló ń dá ọrú ọgbọ́n tá à ń sọ yìí. Ní àwọn ilé ìdìbò kan, pàápàá jùlọ ní Èjìgbò, ní Ìré àti àwọn apá ibìkan ní Ọ̀tà Ìfún l'Óṣogbo, ohun tí àwọn ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú tó léwájú yìí ṣe ni pé wọ́n ti gba orúkọ àwọn olùdìbò ní ilé ìdìbò kọ̀ọ̀kan sílẹ̀. Wọ́n ti wá nọ́mbà ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ wọn. Wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí pè wọ́n láti sọ pé ká pàdé níbi báyìí tàbí kí wọ́n lọ bá ẹni báyìí tó bóyá ẹnìkan tó jẹ́ gbajúmọ̀ ní àgbè yẹn wọ́n ti lọ bá. Wọ́n ti fún wọn ní nǹkan tí àwọn sọ ní èrò wọn pé ìlàjì owó tí wọ́n fi ra ìbò. Ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú kan tí mi ò ní dárúkọ ra ìbò ní bí ọgbọ̀n 1,000 naira 10,000 naira ṣáájú ìdìbò. Lánàá àti ìjẹta àwọn táwọn ọ̀rọ̀ wá lẹ́nu wọ́n sọ fún wa pé àwọn ti gba ẹgbẹ̀rún mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dógún 15,000 tí wọ́n sì fi dá wọn lójú pé lẹ́yìn ìdìbò tí wọ́n bá ti dìbò fẹ́gbẹ́ wọn, wọ́n fún wọn ní ẹgbẹ̀rún mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dógún tó kù, ìyẹn 15,000 tó kù. Eléyìí jẹ́ àwọn nǹkan tó ń bani nínú jẹ́ pé níbi tí a bá ọ̀rọ̀ òṣèlú dé, àwọn èèyàn wá ṣe ń ta ìbò wọn. Tí wọ́n mọ̀ ni pé ẹ̀tọ́ wọn tó fún wọn ní oore ọ̀fẹ́ àti bá ìjọba wí àti béèrè ẹ̀tọ́ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba fún ọdún 4 òun ni ètò ìdìbò tí ìjọba fún wọn lágbára ẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n ètò ìdìbò tẹ́ ẹ ti tà, tẹ́ ẹ ti jẹ́ kí àwọn èèyàn kí wọ́n rà lọ́wọ́ yín, ẹni tó bá ti jẹ òdodo ni ẹnu rẹ̀ ò lè ká òdodo. Àgbàgbọ́ ni pé àwọn èèyàn wa wọ́n máa rántí, wọ́n sì ṣe àfọkànsí pé ẹ̀tọ́ wọn ò ta ìbò. ẹ̀tọ́ wọn di ìbò ni kán lè dájú pé ẹni tí àwọn fẹ́ ló wọlé gẹ́gẹ́ bí gómìnà fún ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun.
ẹ ṣe gan ni iléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá pàápàá jùlọ nígbà tí agbẹnusọ wọn tó bá gbogbo òlú sọ̀rọ̀ títí di àná wọ́n ní ẹ̀rọ òfurufú ẹ̀rọ abẹ́yẹfò pé yẹn ti wà ìyẹn àwọn kámẹ́rà àánú afẹ́fẹ́ drone wọ́n ló wà wọ́n ní ọkọ̀ abẹ́yẹfò ọkọ̀ òfurufú náà ti wà ńlẹ̀ helicopters tó máa lọ káàkiri wọ́n ní DIG wọlé AIG wá àti ọlọ́pàá 15,000 adẹ̀rí láwọn bùdó kan tí wọ́n ní ọlọ́pàá kan ṣoṣo ibòmíì wọ́n ní 4 àwọn ibi tẹ́yìn yà sí báwo ni ìṣọwọ́ ṣiṣẹ́ sí àwọn agbófinró.
pé àwọn agbófinró pàápàá jùlọ àwọn ọlọ́pàá ìṣọwọ́ tí wọ́n fi pín wọn kò bójúmu láwọn ilé ìdìbò kan agídílẹ̀ fi rí ọlọ́pàá 2 ibi tí wọ́n ti pọ̀jù ní 3 ṣùgbọ́n tẹ́ bá dé àwọn ilé ìdìbò kan ẹ rí àwọn ọlọ́pàá bíi 8, 10 lọ́nà kan tí mo ti ń bira mi léèrè tí mo bi àwọn tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ léèrè pé kí ni ọ̀bọ̀n fi ṣorí tí náà kí o ṣe máa fún yín ní àpẹẹrẹ ilé ìdìbò kan tó wà ní wájú ọjà Ayégbájú ní Ògo-Olúwa àwọn ọlọ́pàá tó wà ní ilé ìdìbò yìí wọ́n lé ní 10 ilé ìdìbò tó wà ní Gulf Junction l'Ògo-Olúwa bákan náà àwọn ọlọ́pàá tó wà nílé ìdìbò yìí wọ́n lé ní 10 kódà wọ́n ṣe àṣemáṣe tó pé kí ni òfin sọ pé àwọn ọlọ́pàá yìí kò yẹ kí wọ́n wà ní ibi tí wọ́n ta ọkàn sí fún àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ ilé àjọ INEC àtàwọn olùdìbò àwọn ọlọ́pàá tèmi rí níbẹ̀ wọ́n wọlé síbi tí wọ́n ta ọkàn sí yìí ni tí wọ́n lọ mú yàn wá látẹ̀yìn wá ní road safety ní ọlọ́pàá ẹgbẹ́ àwọn ni ọ́fíìsì ẹgbẹ́ àwọn ni ó gbọ́dọ̀ dìbò ṣáájú àwọn míì tó rẹ kó fagbọ́n mi sí omi òtó láàrin àwọn àgbàlagbà tó wà ń bẹ̀ pé àwọn táwọn ti jókòó látago 8 àárọ̀ àwọn ò tí ì dìbò ẹ̀yin lọ mú yàn kan wá ẹni agbófinró ni ẹni ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ yín ni ẹni agbófinró bíi titi yín ni ẹ̀ ń mú gbẹ́ ẹ̀yìn láti dìbò eléyìí jẹ́ nǹkan tí ò bójúmu nítorí pé n tí òfin sọ ni pé ọlọ́pàá 3 ló yẹ kó wà ní ilé ìdìbò kan ṣùgbọ́n lára àwọn kan tá a rí ara àwọn ilé ìdìbò kan tí a rí ju ẹyọ kan lọ tá a ti rí ju 2 lọ a sì rí àwọn ilé ìdìbò míì tá a ti ń rí 10 tá a ti ń rí bẹ́ẹ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ eléyìí jẹ́ nǹkan tí ò bójúmu torí pé kò bá ìlànà òfin àti ìlànà tí a fi ń pín àwọn agbófinró tí ìjọba là kalẹ̀ pé ó yẹ kí wọ́n fi pín wọn sí àwọn ilé ìdìbò.
ẹ ṣeun lẹ́ẹ̀kan nínú àlàyé yín ẹ ti bá àwọn aráàlú sọ̀rọ̀ pé ibi tá a dé báyìí tójúmọ́ mọ́dé nínú ìjọba tiwantiwa a gbọ́dọ̀ gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ káràkátà ìbò mo dẹ̀ rí pé ẹ ti sọ ti INEC náà fún wọn pé pẹ̀lú bí ẹ̀rọ bivas wọn ṣe lásìkò yìí wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ jáwé sóbì torí ètò ìdìbò àpapọ̀ tó ń bọ̀ láìpẹ́ kí wá ní tí ẹ sọ fún àwọn tí wọ́n jẹ́ olóṣèlú wa gangan pé ọ̀rọ̀ ètò ìdìbò kò yẹ kó di pa torí tẹ́ bá nígbàgbọ́ pé ẹ ti tara yín faraàlú ẹ ti ṣe atótónu manifesto yín ẹ ti kà fún wọn kí ló wá dé tó wá jẹ́ pé lọ́jọ́ ìbò tó rà wo fọ́nrán kan láìpẹ́ yìí tí sẹ́nítọ̀ tó wà nípò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ tó ní ẹ máa yẹ̀ wò ẹ wo ibi tí wọ́n bá dìbò sí o tí ìbá ti ṣe ibi tó tẹ́ wa lọ́rùn wọ́n wá ṣọwọ́ báyìí ìtumọ̀ ọwọ́ yẹn ni òpò yí àwa o ṣùgbọ́n ọwọ́ tán ṣe yẹn onírúurú ọ̀nà la dẹ̀ lè tú sí wọ́n wá ní ẹ máa wo gbogbo wọn o fọ́nrán yẹn lẹ̀ ń wò pé tẹ́ ẹ bá ti rí i pé wọ́n dì síbi tí ó yẹ wọ́n wá ṣe ọwọ́ wálẹ̀ báyìí ṣùgbọ́n kí wá ló yẹ kó jẹ́ èrò àwọn olóṣèlú wa ṣé bí ọ̀rọ̀ òṣèlú la pè ẹlẹ́ẹ̀fẹ́ sìnlú ẹ fẹ́ ṣe ìjọba tó yẹ kó wá múrú eléyìí wá lọ́jọ́ ìdìbò gangan.
àwọn olóṣèlú wa ti fẹ́ ya tọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n ti fẹ́ ya ẹni tí ẹnu ò ká wọ́n ti fẹ́ ya ẹni tí ò ṣe é gbà nímọ̀ràn torí pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn níbi tí wọ́n ti gbilẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti gbẹ̀ka wọ́n ti gbàgbọ́ pé àwọn ti ní agbára ju òfin lọ. ìsẹ́nitọ̀ tẹ́ ẹ̀ sọ yìí ní tí ẹ̀ ń fi hàn yín mo rí mo mọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ní ibì kan náà ní ìlú Ẹdẹ mo rí ẹnìkan tí mi ní fẹ́ dárúkọ tó jẹ́ ògbóǹtarìgì olóṣèlú tóun náà tó ń fọwọ́ ba ojú òfin ẹni tí mò ń sọ arábìnrin ni wọ́n láti máa wọ ibi tí a takùn sí ohun tí òfin fi lélẹ̀ ni pé ẹni tó bá ti dìbò kó kúrò níbẹ̀ kódà agbófinró ò yẹ kó sí níbẹ̀ yàtọ̀ sí àwọn ìṣe INEC àtàbà àwọn olùdìbò ṣùgbọ́n arábìnrin tí mò ń sọ yìí kódà ó wọlé síbi tí wọ́n ta ọkùn sí ni tó pa àṣẹ fún àwọn elétò ìdìbò yẹn INEC official pé ẹni báyìí ni kẹ́ gbà láyè láti dìbò ẹni báyìí ni kẹ́ má gbà láyè láti dìbò àwọn ọlọ́pàá ẹni báyìí ni kẹ́ lé kúrò ẹni báyìí ni kẹ́ má lé kúrò bí bàtà máa ń pẹ́ yẹn wà láàfin tó ń pàṣẹ fáráàlú bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe ń ṣe tó eléyìí ò ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú kankan gbogbo wọn pátápátá ni àtẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú A àtẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú B gbogbo wọn ibi tí wọ́n rò pé àwọn ti ní agbára gbogbo wọn ni wọ́n fi ọwọ́ ba ìfọdà òfin lójú tí wọ́n ń tẹ ojú òfin mọ́lẹ̀ nǹkan tẹ́mi sì mọ̀ ni pé ẹnikẹ́ni kò ní agbára ju òfin lọ ṣùgbọ́n alábọ̀dé ti wà nínú àwọn agbófinró wa torí àti sẹ́nẹ́tọ̀ tí ẹ fi fọ́nrán rẹ̀ létà yìí àti olóṣèlú obìnrin tèmi náà sọ pé mo rí yìí ibi tí wọ́n ti ń dán nǹkan tí wọ́n ń dánwò yìí ṣe bá àwọn agbófinró wà ń bẹ̀ kí ló tí àwọn agbófinró lè sọ fún wọn pé sẹ́nẹ́tọ̀ ìyáàfin ohun tẹ́ ń ṣe yìí ó lòdì sí nǹkan tí àlàkalẹ̀ òfin sọ ẹ kúrò níbí ẹ ti dìbò ẹ sún mẹ́yìn àbí ẹ kúrò ní bóyá bí ẹsẹ̀ mélòó kan ni ẹ jìnnà síbi tí wọ́n ti ń dìbò ẹ láṣẹ láti máa pàṣẹ fún agbófinró tàbí àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ onídìbò pé nǹkan tí wọ́n ṣe ṣùgbọ́n torí pé kí ni alábọ̀dé ti wà láàrin àwọn agbófinró ṣe ni àwọn náà ń wò wọ́n gbà pé wọ́n lágbára ju òfin lọ ṣùgbọ́n kí àwọn olóṣèlú wa ká má gbàgbé pé ìgbà lèèyàn ń lò èèyàn kì í ní ayé ìgbà kan ni wọ́n wà dípò tí wọ́n ń lò bó ṣe wù wọ́n ìgbà míì tó ń bọ̀ tí àwọn tó wà nílùú òní dá wọn mọ̀ tí àwọn náà wá di ẹni tí ó máa rí nǹkan tí ò dáa tí wọ́n sọ pé yóò ní gbọ́wọ́ tá máa rántí pé òfin ó borí gbogbo ohunkóhun àbí ẹnikẹ́ni tí ìbáwò kájẹ́.
ṣùgbọ́n ní ọ̀mọ̀wé Ayọ̀ Ológun ẹ kú iṣẹ́ ìlú àdúpẹ́ pé ẹ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ní báyìí ìránṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run Reverend Father Peter wọ́n ti wà Oda, ẹ jẹ́ àkọ́kọ́ gbọ́ ìpè látọ̀dọ̀ àwọn èèyàn wa ká tó wá padà sọ́dọ̀ olùṣọ́àgùn.
Yeah, before we get to Father Akikumi there, thank you very much once again, Dr. Ayo Ologun, for that update. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
All right, I think we lost that. Oh, can you hear
me? Good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon. I can hear you.
Yes. Can you give us your name, hello? Where you are calling us from?
Hello.
The update.
Ok, ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ ma.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò. Kí lorúkọ yín bó lẹ ti ń pè?
Anika Gibu Mr. Ayọ̀ ní láti rè.
Ìrè.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ṣé lè sọ wọ́ọ̀dù yín fún wa ibùdó ìdìbò tẹ́ ẹ lọ.
Wọ́ọ̀d unit 9.
Wọ́ọ̀dù wo ni?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ṣé ẹ mọ wọ́ọ̀dù yín? Do you know your word?
Mi mọ.
Àdúgbò wo ni? Àdúgbò ńkọ́?
Ṣé jẹ́tọ̀? Ní Òkè Àrí.
Òkè Àrí, ó yá, à ń gbọ́ yín.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ọkùnrin kan wà tí wọ́n ń pè ní Adéọjọ́. Ó kó àwọn tọ́ọ̀gì wá. So àwọn ọlọ́pàá dẹ̀ jókòó bí olóńgbò kalẹ̀ ńbẹ̀. Wọ́n ṣe nǹkan kan. Ó dẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní na gbogbo àwọn tó wà ní àkọọ̀dù yẹn pé ẹni àkọọ̀dù kó má dìbò. Ó nà wọ́n débi pé. Ó ti ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ káàkiri gbogbo irú rẹ̀ báyìí òun àti Malik.
Ọ̀dà ẹ ṣeun fún àìmọ̀lára yín ní tó ṣẹlẹ̀ táwọn rí ládùúgbò wọn nílùú Ìrè bí wọ́n ṣe sọ wọ́n ní Ward 9 Òkè Àrè ni wọ́n fi tó wa létí yẹn ẹ jẹ́ ká darapọ̀ mọ́ olùṣọ́àgùntàn Peter.
All right, we understand that we are being joined by our Father Peter Akikumi. Thank you very much, Father, for joining us. How has the process been? What you have seen so far? And what is currently happening there in your situation room?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, our viewers, and thank you for having me. Yes, it's been a day of mixed feelings, and I must say that some of the developments we have observed, they are somehow in harmony with what we have observed along the pre-election period. In the course of the preparation towards this exercise, some of which we have discussed on your station in the course of the week just a few days ago. Yes, in terms of INEC's efficiency and punctuality, we must say that INEC's punctuality to the polling units in many instances is quite commendable. And the commencement of voting also in a number of polling units is quite commendable, but along the line we discover that there has been problem with the performance of the beavers in many polling units that we have been observing across the 25 out of the 30 local government areas that we have deployed observers. And this is not specific to any area, it seems to cut across. So we have the challenges here and there, and in some instances, INEC responds swiftly, but in instances as the one we had at Ede North, the beavers was not functioning as at 8:30, and it was only rectified after 2 hours at around 10:22. By the time they were able to rectify that, a whole lot of narrative had been spreading around, you know, some of insinuations that this is because this is the stronghold of a particular political party, this is deliberate on the part of INEC. But in this particular polling unit, I was there physically myself. But the report we have got all across the state is we have had situations of the failure of beavers all over. It's not just specific to a particular place. So we had that kind of challenge, a new kind of challenge which seems to be a first-time kind of experience. It's a situation that we had particularly in Olorunda and in Fonrolu, a situation where the list of registered voters pasted on the walls of the polling unit, there seems to be a discrepancy with what we have in the register of voters that the agents of INEC intend to use for voting. In all of these 3 instances, voters refused to let the voting commence unless they are able, the INEC is able to provide a voter register that is in harmony with what they have pasted on the board. This is not a kind of thing we have observed in past election with respect to INEC. Again, as the last speaker has just identified, one key thing that we have observed and about which we've been calling attention all along is the passive attitude of our security agents to situations that threaten security. We had that in a pre-election atmosphere. Many situations where there have been incidents of violence, and then the response mechanism of the Nigerian police force and the security agents in general seem to be weak and seemingly passive. This is the same thing we observe around places where there are incidents of violence. We had an example, something serious, as the one we had in Irewole in Ikire, Ward 1, Police Unit 3, where one Ojuyobo went there with a mass of thugs and started to beat up people and even threatening to kill them if they do not vote for a particular candidate. The security agents came there and they restored order, but for God's sake, someone who has gone to that extent has abused him. Those are criminal issues and the man should be arrested. But the situation, you just come to restore law and order and then you are not making arrest. How then are you going to deter others who have the same purpose? We had the same situation in Osogbo local government, Ward 8, Unit 18, where some who identify themselves as cultists came to come and threaten the order of the polling units there. There was a bit of disruption there. According to observers, the party agents had to come and tip this particular group of individuals before they left the polling unit and let things continue in peace. We had the same thing in Ilar local government area, Ward 3, polling unit 2. It was the same thing. Agents of some political parties, of one of the major political parties who are contesting, came, hijacked the entire process. First of all, unarmed security agents had to take refuge somewhere and they reinforced before they came and disrupted them. No arrest was made. These are some of the things we've been complaining about with regard to the approach of our security agents to these issues that threaten election environment, and we see that repeating itself today on the day of election. When there is no arrest, there is no way to restore people's confidence. When there is no arrest, there is no way to deter these criminal-minded people. And in most of the places where we have had some of these disruptions, voting had not even yet been completed, not to talk of counting, and we have always known that the period of counting and announcement of results is usually the one that appears to be most violent, when some individuals are beginning to see that the particular candidate they are supporting is not winning. You will have this kind of situation now, and there is no effort on the part of security agents to really deter this kind of attitude. We fear that as the process progresses, the situation may be tougher than what we are seeing now. I think for now, these are the major issues of concern that we can talk about as far as our election observation so far is concerned.
Ẹ ṣeun gan ni Alfa Akínkúnmi ẹ kúṣẹ́ ìlú gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn àlàyé yín torí kẹ́ tó darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ọ̀rọ̀ lórí ẹ̀rọ BVAS tó ń ṣàyẹ̀wò náà ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn òwòye rí tí wọ́n ń sọ. Ètò tún wá dàbí rẹ̀ tẹ́yìn náà tún wá mú jáde yàtọ̀ sáwọn fọ́nrán tó ti wọlé sọ́dọ̀ wa tẹ́lẹ̀ náà ni bí àwọn ikọ̀ aláàbò bí wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe. Etí mo rí pé ó dà pé kò sí nínú àlàyé yín ó ní ọ̀rọ̀ tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú káràkátà ìbò. Tó rà gbọ́ àwọn ibì kan pé àwọn èèyàn gan ni wọ́n ti dúró tí wọ́n ń retí wọn. A dẹ̀ gbọ́ àpẹẹrẹ látẹ̀jìgbò táwọn yẹn ní rárá o àníta ìbò wa o tí wọ́n lé ẹni yẹn tí wọ́n lè tán dẹ̀ já owó ọwọ́ ẹ̀ gbà. Ní àwọn ibi tẹ́yìn wá dé yẹn báwo ni ọ̀rọ̀ káràkátà ìbò?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni olóòtú Èjìgbò tó ń sọ yẹn náà mo dé Èjìgbò fúnra mi yàtọ̀ sí pé ara àwọn observers lọ èmi fúnra mi dé Èjìgbò. Ohun tí mo kàn lè sọ náà ni wípé gbogbo àwọn polling units tí adélèjìgbò èmi àti àwọn ẹlẹgbẹ́ mi tá a jọ lọ ara àwọn tá a ṣàkíyèsí òun náà ni kátàkárà bò yìí ẹ mọ̀ ojú agbo ibi tá a ti ń dìbò ó ńlá ṣàkíyèsí torí wípé ibi tí ìbò tó ti ń lọ náà nìyẹn àwa ò rí kẹ́nìkankan ó gbé owó wá síbẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n a rí àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ àti ìṣesí kan tó ń fi hàn bí ẹni pé àwọn kan fẹ́ ṣerú òwò tí ò bójúmu bẹ́ẹ̀ kídẹ̀ ló jẹ́ ká máa sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ní wípé a ṣàkíyèsí wípé níbi àpótí táwọn èèyàn ti ń tẹ̀ka àwọn kan ń dúró níbi tí ò yẹ kan dúró sí tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ wípé táwọn èèyàn bá tẹ̀ka tán wọ́n ń dọ́gbọ́n fi nǹkan tán tẹ̀ hàn wọ́n ṣùgbọ́n ohun tó tẹ̀yìn ibẹ̀ jáde kò hàn sójú tiwa ṣùgbọ́n àwọn nǹkan tó funi lára náà ni wípé òwò tí ò bójúmu bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ń lọ níbì kan àwọn kan ń sọ wípé ilé ọkàn níbì kan náà ti ń lọ ń bẹ́ nìkan ṣùgbọ́n ohun táwa ṣàkíyèsí nìyẹn torí ibi táwa fojú sí nìyẹn ibi tá a ti ń dìbò òun la fojú sí adẹ̀rí wípé kí wá ṣe léjìgbò nìkan lágbègbè Ẹdẹ tá a dé náà a rí lóṣogbo tá a dé náà a rí àwọn tán wà jákèjádò àwọn polling unit jákèjádò ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun níbi tá a pín wọn sí gbogbo wọn náà ń tọ́ka sí pé irú ohun tó jọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ dáadáa.
ó dáa gẹ́gẹ́ bí tí wọ́n sọ fún wa tẹ́lẹ̀ ṣáájú òní iléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá ní 15,000 làwọn ọlọ́pàá táwọn ti fi ṣọwọ́ yàtọ̀ sí àwọn lọ́gàálọ́gàá tó darapọ̀ mọ́ wọn àtàwọn aláàbò mi pé ó kéré níbùdó ìdìbò kan ọlọ́pàá 3 tàbí 4 wọ́n máa wà ń bẹ̀ nígbà táwọn kan dẹ̀ ń jábọ̀ fún wa wọ́n ní ẹyọ kan ń bò míì 10 níbò míì àwọn ibi tẹ́yìn dé ṣé ìpín àwọn agbófinró síbùdó ìdìbò kọ̀ọ̀kan ṣó dọ́gba ṣé wọ́n dẹ̀ ń bójútó lóòótọ́.
Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni tí mo gba ọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́nu ẹ ti sọ ọ̀mọ̀wé tí mo gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́nu ẹ ti sọ òótọ́ ń bẹ nínú nǹkan tí wọ́n sọ. níbi wípé iye ọlọ́pàá mélòó la rí láwọn ibì kan yàtọ̀ sáwọn ibì kan ẹ mọ̀ èèyàn ò lè bọ́lọ́pàá dá sí yẹn torí wípé àwọn náà mọ ibi tí iye ààbò báyìí tọ́ sí tàbí tí ibòmíràn tọ́ sí lóòótọ́ ni. àwọn polling unit mìíràn a rí ọlọ́pàá 11 níbẹ̀ àwọn ibòmíràn a rí 3 ńbẹ̀ àwọn ibòmíràn a rí 2 ńbẹ̀ lóòótọ́ ni nǹkan tí wọ́n sọ nǹkan tẹ́mi kan tún wá fẹ́ fi kún nínú ìṣesí àwọn ọlọ́pàá tá a rí níbi àwọn polling units tá a dé ni wípé láwọn polling units kan number 1 a ṣàkíyèsí polling unit tó kún fún èrò tó yẹ pé gbogbo ọbẹ̀ há ọlọ́pàá tó gbébọn dání ó dúró láàrin àwọn èèyàn ilé tí ó dẹ̀ bójú mu nǹkan fi yé wa ni wípé àwọn ọlọ́pàá tán bá gbé irinṣẹ́ dání wọ́n á wà níbi tó jìnnà rere síbi táwọn èèyàn ti ń dìbò eléyìí níbi tó ètìbò láti ríro eléyìí tó jẹ́ pé ó gbé ìbọn ńlá kọ́rùn bí eléyìí ó dẹ̀ dúró láàrin èrò níbi tí gbogbo ilẹ̀ ẹbẹ̀ ti há arígbélé ò bójú mu èkíní nìyẹn ní àfikún tiwa lórí títọrọ àwọn ọlọ́pàá yẹn èkejì ni wípé ibi tá a ti ń sọ wípé bó ṣe pé àwọn ọlọ́pàá yẹn ò bójú mu adé polling unit kan àṣà àwọn ọlọ́pàá obìnrin náà kó síbẹ̀ police obìnrin ni civil defence obìnrin ni DSS obìnrin ni so àwa lérò wípé adẹ̀rí wípé polling unit yẹn kì í ṣe àwọn obìnrin nìkan náà ń dìbò so reason tó fi máa kó àṣàn ọlọ́pàá obìnrin síbẹ̀ yẹn táwọn máa kó àwọn ọkùnrin síbòmíràn a rí wípé eléyìí náà nǹkan tó bá káwọn iléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá wa kan tún àárín yẹn yẹ̀ wò ni.
ẹ ṣeun kí n tó kúrò padà sọ́dọ̀ Fẹ́mi pẹ̀lú ìrírí yín nínú ètò ìdìbò eléyìí ṣé mọ̀ pé ìdìbò eléyìí ni yóò jẹ́ òté fún ètò ìdìbò àpapọ̀ tó wọlé bí oṣù 5 báyìí kí ni ìmọ̀ràn tẹ́ fẹ́ fún àjọ elétò ìdìbò bí àpẹẹrẹ ibi tẹ́ fún wa ní Ẹdẹ náà tiẹ̀ láríwá Ẹdẹ pé kí ẹ̀rọ bivas tó sọ jí padà lẹ́yìn tó dákú lọ ó lọ bí wákàtí 2 èèyàn náà tó wà lórí ìlà wákàtí 2 á sùn kí lẹ rò pé ó yẹ kí INEC kan fi jáwé sóbì iṣẹ́ wọn sí ká má bàa tún máa gbọ́rù nǹkan báyìí nínú ètò ìdìbò àpapọ̀.
kúrò á sún wọn láfikún á sún wọn torí ìgbà tá a fi máa kúrò ń bẹ àwọn kan ti ń kanra ìgbà tá a sọ pé kán ní sùúrù wọ́n sọ pé àwọn ò lè ní sùúrù ó ní ṣe bá ti ráwọn arúgbó àwọn àgbààgbà kò síbi tán jókòó sí kò síbi tán farabalẹ̀ sí wípé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọ́n ti ń padà lọ lé wọn torí pé wọ́n ti nàró ti sú wọn lóòótọ́ tẹ bá dẹ̀ wo bẹ̀ kò síbi tá a ti ṣètò níbi táwọn arúgbó tàbáwọn àgbóyin tán lè jókòó sí wọ́n sọ pé àwọn èèyàn ti ń padà lọ lé nígbà tó ti sú wọn ohun tá a máa rọ INEC ní wípé láti bí ọdún mélòó kan tá a ti ń dìbò lọ́sùn àṣàkí kò ṣe tó báyìí rí àwa mọ nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ tó fi rí bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́tẹ̀ yìí àrò INEC pé kí wọ́n jọ̀ọ́ kí wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ lé lórí torí wípé ohun tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ ní irú Èkìtì báyìí ní tí wọ́n ti parí election wọn ọjọ́ ti lọ díẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn yòókù tán ní off-cycle election wọ́n ti parí election tiwọn ọjọ́ ti lọ díẹ̀ tá a bá ṣàkíyèsí a rí i pé àkókò campaign fún general election ó ń wọnú àkókò tá à ń ṣèdìbò tiwa political atmosphere tiwa ó gùn ju gbogbo àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ mìíràn lọ ní gbogbo orílẹ̀-èdè wa àrò INEC kan dákun kan máa fi ti Ọ̀ṣun síwájú ó ṣe pàtàkì torí pé títí wa political atmosphere wa is so long nǹkan tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ níbi ti gómìnà yìí kò sí ni kì í tán nínú àwọn èèyàn tá a fi máa wọ general election torí náà àrò INEC a bẹ̀ wọ́n kí wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ takuntakun lórí ìṣesí ẹ̀rọ bivas nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun torí experience yìí already ní ìsinyìí kò sí bí ó ṣe ní affect àwọn èèyàn tún ti máa wò wípé á tún ṣẹlẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n ní láti fún wa ní ìdánilójú wípé ó kàn wáyé bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́tẹ̀ yìí ni irú rẹ̀ ò ní ṣẹlẹ̀ mọ́.
Thank you very much, Reverend Father Peter Akikumi, for that update there. However, for the sake of our English listeners, you made mention where you started giving us the updates in your situation room that most of the concerns that you had before the commencement of these elections, the election rather, is what you are seeing occurring now. Is that a concern to you, that you had these concerns and you as a body, you've made it known to INEC? What message does it communicate to you as regards the readiness of INEC for these elections, which on a normal this time, if there is no electorate on the queue, counting should have started? Is it a concern to you? And what is your message to INEC at this time, talking about the coming election, the 2027 general elections?
Yeah, it's a big concern to us, especially because we have not had this challenging in the previous elections we have held in the state. So we want to believe that there might be some challenges along the line, but INEC really needs to get that rectified. The political atmosphere in Osun is peculiar compared to the rest of the country. Usually, our gubernatorial election is always so much into the general election, such that the effect of gubernatorial election is always carried into the general election. So we plead with INEC to seriously look into this, to assess the situation. Whatever might have been responsible for this, INEC needs to look into it. We had some of these challenges with respect to beavers during the mock exercise ahead of this election, and some of these things, attention was already called to that. Unfortunately, we are still facing this kind of a situation in the election, in the exercise of the election today. Also with the security agents, it's very unfortunate. This passive attitude of security agents, we really do not understand. This has been the situation since May, when we started to track their activities. We appeal to security agents. The process is still a long way from here. Voting has not been concluded at this time. This is 12 minutes after 3.
Exactly.
In the previous elections, by this time, in most of the polling units, election is already concluded and counting is ongoing. The situation is different this time around. We are still far away. And we know there is going to be more challenges as the counting and the announcement of results begins. They need to do something to deter people who have intent of violence. This is very important. The way things are looking now, it's likely that the exercise will continue into the night in most of the polling units. And security challenges that can be associated when darkness falls, when there is no proper provision of light. So we appeal to the security agents to really rise up to the occasion. There needs to be a sense of deterrence in the whole of this. And we appeal also to the politicians to calm down with their narratives, because these are some of the things we've been observing. We've been observing the comments of the politicians on the media, playing the kind of victims of intimidation, victims of that. But what we have found is that the major political parties seem to be, all the major political parties, the major contestants seem to be complicit in all of the ills and the unlawfulness that we have observed all through the exercise. So we appeal to them not to hit the polity unnecessarily, not to induce their followers into unnecessary acts of violence because of the comments they are making during their own exercise of their rights to vote.
Thank you very much, Reverend Father Peter Akikumi, for that updates there from your situation room. We hope to still get more information as they get to unfold from your end. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Yes, really, a lot to unpack as regards this very particular one. Let me come back to man right here in the studio. Let me start with Dr. and Mr. Ladeji. You've heard what Dr. Comrade Ayologu and Reverend Father Peter Akikumi have said as regards this very particular issue. But let me start from the rear. In talking about Reverend Father Peter Akikumi's aspect, you know, I will pick it from this angle of the security agencies being passive. But the angle, I think, Felicia will take it from that angle of passiveness. But I want to talk about the female officers deployed. I will take it back to the conversation where the police PRO said that they have observed, in his words, in the interview I saw on a national TV, where he said that it seems as if where female officers are deployed, the election there usually used to be peaceful. And from reports, we had it that in a polling unit, only female officers were there, like from just female officers alone. You know, I can see Mr. Ladeji laughing already. You know, your take on that from, you know, I had to bring him that maybe, and he said in his word that more female officers were deployed to Osun State this time. Maybe that's the reason why we are having a polling unit, only female officers there. What do you have to say?
Well, maybe if women are peace lovers, you know, at least we've not seen, okay, maybe just one woman around Jaleyemi that made a threat, but we've seen a supposed father who has made threats of killing people back to back. So maybe we should give our women a round of applause on that. But that's on a lighter note.
Exactly.
Well, I think we also are putting the lives of these officers in danger. I just saw a video now that a thug, you know, you received a call from Ire the other time, and I saw that a thug has been apprehended by the people. And I saw, I mean, what's the name of this axe? I saw cutlass with him, you know, allegedly attached to a political, I mean, a gladiator. If you are putting officers in polling units where thugs are coming with guns, machetes, and all to attack, how do you want them to defend themselves? And don't be surprised that some of these polling units where you put the female officers might just be polling units where, you know, there are no threats. Assumably. Because if you are talking about a polling unit where you have a sitting senator threatening people, and you say you have female officers there, what they would do is just to sit back. Because they are also mothers to some children at home, and they don't want their children to be motherless. So I think the protection of the lives of the officers also need to be considered. The protection of the lives of INEC officials too. The core members, most of the time, these people are left to their own fate. Whatever happens on the field happens. You know, what measures have you put in place to ensure? I think it is even one of the reasons why our representatives should think about we go in the line of electronic voting. But you know, they have their plans. People who are not up to 1 million are saying they have 10 million people plus voting in their primary elections. So, you know, because those people want us to still live as if we're in the Stone Age. So, but not to digress, I think we need to consider that the police officers are also humans. They need protection also. They need something to defend themselves. Most especially when you know the police leadership will not tell us that they don't know that there are areas that are of high, you know, tension, that
more like a
yeah, of course, that definitely there will be hoodlums who will come and, you know, disrupt elections. So if you are aware of all these officers that you will put there, let them be harmed. An average Nigerians know that, okay, during the electioneering process, once you give them the assurance that police there are not there to attack you, the ammunitions on them are just for them to defend themselves. But, if you want to ask me again, the incident that happened in Modakeke this morning, where police are shooting tear gas into the air, these are just some of the gray areas that I think we need to look into in our electioneary process.
Doctor, you've heard Stoladici talking about that very thing, but I'd like to hear your angle to that too. And you could hear from our Father Peter, Reverend Father Peter Akikumi, also saying that there was a polling unit where an armed police officer was right there at the polling unit with his, his gun.
Yes, this from the perspective of Dr. Ologun and Father Akikumi, what I observed was that we need to continue to appeal to the police and the INEC. The beavers are not working, and that leads to restlessness. People waited for 2 hours, according to Reverend Father Akikumi. That is unedifying.
I'm bringing it to saying that you have about 1,000 as backup.
And then,
now you're wondering where are the thousands that you say on backup in real sense?
And then Dr. Ologun said that the beavers are there. They are not working well. He said, we have said it here this morning, that more beavers should be provided. From the analysis from you and from what I've seen in the past, the INEC told us that they have enough beavers to even deploy to where there are more voters, 1,700, 600, and they are not deployed. And Dr. Ologun said the beavers in most places were working very, very slowly.
He gave instances of Okefia, 786 to 1 beavers, Otayefun, 1,400 voters to 1 beavers. He mentioned the side of Aisu as well.
So when you start saying this is deliberate, from an institution, an agency that told us they have surplus beavers, why didn't you deploy it to these thick populated voting units? That is one. Again, it is unedifying for the police to deploy only female to a particular voting unit, no matter how small the number is. They should be mixed.
Female police officers.
Yes, they should be mixed together. There should be female and there should be male. In fact, in a situation where they are not armed, we are told that, armed security personnel will just be a stone throw
to them.
So where where were all these when all these rantings, all this shooting in the air, all these talks are bombarding some polling units without any recourse from the security men. Look at what they said happened in Ire. It's unfortunate. And so, if we are still having those instances, it means that this election, as agitated or as anxious as people are willing to vote, people come out and back. The only thing I got from their messages is that many voters want to vote, but the beavers, the INEC beavers, was disturbing the progress. Again, police look the other way when talks are operating. What kind of election are we conducting? I think we'll continue to appeal to the Nigerian police to be more diligent in their work, to give right orders to their people, and to make sure that, our election, is itch-free. They are not doing that in most places. But I'm happy to say that, in some places it is okay, but these flight points are more. And I want to appeal to INEC. The only instrument they gave us that will make this election itch-free is the beavers. So why is it not working?
All right, Doctor, we understand that we have one of our reporters talking about Joseph Atewe. Joseph, can you give us an update? And I hope you are very much safe, because your earlier report shows that you had to fly over a fence. You had to, let me use the words of Doctor. You jumped over the fence. We got that report. How are you now? Hope you're good. And what's the update from your end?
Please, I can hardly hear. Please, can you come again, please?
Yes, I said we got the report of where you had to jump over the fence and all of that. Give us an update of how you are currently and what is happening in your location that you are currently.
All right, so thank you. The least we expected. Okay, I don't know if they can control this, the background voice. I can't hear you well.
Okay, go ahead. We can hear you from here. Go on from here.
All right, please. Like I said, Ejigbo was the least expected place where we thought something would happen, but unfortunately, it was what it is. What it was, right? And we noticed that if you look at the last election, it has always been a peaceful play. But what happened today, we still can't put together what really happened. But we understand that it was cool, calm, not until 8:30 to 9, when some of the residents, discovered that there was a building very close to the polling unit, that they were buying votes, and they alleged that if they were APC members, and the total amount received from there will be up to 700. Now, 30 minutes later, they came to meet us that they discovered another place. They brought in nominations was 1,000 up to 600,000. They brought it and they were gathering like that from different locations. At that point, we started noticing that something would happen here. And the most surprising part would be that it's the polling unit of the ADC candidate. And that happened 10 minutes immediately after, he cast his vote, which was really surprising to a lot of journalists. It was a very ugly scene because the man that led those thugs in Big Hammer, popularly known there, they say is a thug, but then he led those thugs, and the governorship candidate of the ADC had to be whisked away by his team in that one, and we had no option because the cars that were parked belonging to journalists, some of the windscreens were shattered, the side mirrors were broken, because they did not see us. We ran away, we had to go through the fence. It was more like a war zone, something we see in the movie, but it's very easy to say, but I probably don't, we don't witness it.
Really a whole lot there talking about that very particular. However, all right, we hope to still get more reports from your end there, and please do well to stay safe.
Well, all right, so just to give you more updates,
okay.
We are currently in Elisha, and most of the places in Ijebu-Jesha, sorry.
Okay.
Most of the places there, they are done voting. Many are done counting. As we heard, they're still counting. Of course, you can hear.
Yes,
we are the polling unit. They're celebrating. I don't know. They're celebrating whichever party had won there. So in Ijebu-Jesha, it's all about counting, but they're done voting. But what we noticed in Elisha before we go here is that many of the places they were still voting, and that should be like 1:45. So we are going back through the axis, and when we get back to Elisha, we'll bring you up to speed with what is happening.
Great. Thank you very much, Joseph Atewe, with that update. And
thank you.
That's that on that. Please do well to stay safe. Very, very important. Thank you very much.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ẹ jẹ́ kí a darapọ̀ mọ́ àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n ti ń pè wá wọlé lórí ìkànnì ayélujára. Arábìnrin Brenda tí wọ́n ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wọ́n jẹ́ ọ̀gá àgbà àti olùdarí àwọn ikọ̀ òǹwòye náà ni wọ́n tí wọ́n mójútó ọ̀rọ̀ ìlú NWTF. Àwọn náà wà lójú òpó Gẹ̀ẹ́sì làwọn fẹ́ bá wa sọ. Hello.
Yes, Mrs. Brenda, I believe you can hear us. Can you give us updates as regards what you have in your situation room as regards this Osun governorship election, Osun Decides 2026? Okay, I got to understand that we are connected with Mr. Stephen. Yes, first, kindly bring us up to speed with what is happening, what you've observed so far. We believe at this point, voting should have ended for as many who are not on the queue again, for polling units that are not having voters on the queue. And for those who are having voters on the queue, the voting should still be on. Can you give us updates as to what you've observed so far? Mr. Stephen, if you can hear me. Okay, we'll try to reconnect and get back to him on that. Let me come back to the studio before Doctor and Mr. Deji, you've heard what the Joseph Atewe brought as the report to that. Your reaction to that?
Report from they have even completed counting. That is good, and people are jubilating.
Yeah, some are jubilating.
Yeah, that's the beauty. Now, when Beaver delayed voting, and then it gets late to the night, it is dangerous. Dangerous in the sense that we have this epileptic power supply in Nigeria that you cannot even guarantee that there will be light to count whatever they want to count. So again, we have to keep on appealing to INEC to up their games and make sure Beaver. I'm still, and I will inquire about this after this, exercise. Why additional beavers were not deployed to thickly populated voting units. It is sad. It's not good at all. And then, you know, most of those voters who are waiting will be tired and some of them will leave. I think what happened in Ijebu-Jecha should be emulated, whether there are many or there are not many. The fact is that, against security agents, we have trust, our confidence is on them. They are disappointing us, and it is unfortunate. And it is from their deployment. How can you deploy? You know, I honestly didn't buy the idea that Reverend Father was saying it is a prerogative. How can you
Doctor, please, we'll come back to that, talking about the deployment of the security agencies.
Yes.
But currently we have Dr. Akin Bulu right there virtually on Zoom, who will be giving us updates as regards the observation of this election.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ọ̀mọ̀wé Akin Bulu, àwọn ni wọ́n jẹ́ ọ̀gá àgbà olùdarí fún àjọ òǹwòye ètò ìdìbò àti àlàáfíà ìlú Sẹ́mẹ́sò. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò sà, ọ̀mọ̀wé Akin Bulu. Ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ ṣeun. Ibi tí a fẹ́ kẹ́ ti mú ni pé kí làwọn àkíyèsí yín pẹ̀lú ètò ìdìbò tó wáyé lónìí, torí pé báyìí wọ́n láwọn kan ti kà tán, àwọn kan ń kà lọ́wọ́, àwọn kan ìwọ̀nba, àwọn tó kù lórí ìlà ni wọ́n ń dìbò, àwọn bólẹ̀ ti dé, kí làwọn àríwísí yín tẹ́ ẹ rí?
Láti àárọ̀ tí ètò yẹn ti ń lọ and gbogbo àwọn bíi tí a lọ a rí pé àwọn èèyàn jáde ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ jáde yára gbogbo ìta lọ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ lóbìnrin àgbà ọmọdé a fi hàn wá pé àwọn èèyàn ìfàdílà oṣù wọn lẹ́yìn tí ìgbò yìí wọ́n ti dábàá láti dígídí àwọn èèyàn ti dé bí ìbò láàárọ̀ bí ọjọ́ àgbo mẹ́jọ tiẹ̀ tó ń lò ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ló ti dé bẹ̀ láti bí aago méjì gbà lára dìbẹ̀ láti wọn lọ́dún yóò a tún rí pé àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ àjọ INEC àwọn náà tètè dé ní gbogbo tí ẹ̀mí dé.
Ó dáa, ẹ ṣeun. Lọ́pọ̀ àwọn àríwísí tá à ń gbọ́ ni pé ẹ̀rọ BVAS tó ń ṣàyẹ̀wò fáwọn olùdìbò kan tó lè dìbò bíi kó máa iṣẹ́ tó yẹ kó ṣe láàrin ìṣẹ́jú kan méjì ó lò ìṣẹ́jú mẹ́fà mẹ́wàá tó bá dáàyè kan wọ́n tiẹ̀ ló gbóná. A gbọ́ àbọ̀ láti àríwá Ẹdẹ pé ńgbà tó yá gan ni wọ́n ní àá máa pa ni o, ìgbà tó tutù bí wákàtí méjì náà tó tẹ̀síwájú. Ẹ má dẹ̀ gbàgbé gẹ́gẹ́ bí àjọ yìí náà, ẹ̀yin náà ti wòye pé INEC sọ fún wa pé àwọn ṣe pé ijó tá a jò ní gbangba tí ó yẹ ní kákọ́jọ́ ń kọ̀rọ̀, wọ́n ṣe àyẹ̀wò tá a mọ̀ sí mock, wọ́n fi yẹ̀ wò, wọ́n láwọn ti yẹ àwọn ẹ̀rọ yẹ̀ wò pé àwọn dẹ̀ tún ní àwọn ẹ̀rọ nípamọ́ táwọn lè fàyọ nígbàkúgbà tí kò bá fẹ́ daṣẹ́lẹ̀. Kí wá ní àríwísí yín sí nǹkan tá a wá ń rí lónìí ọjọ́ ìdìbò pé ẹ̀rọ yẹn o kò ṣiṣẹ́ bó ṣe yẹ kó ṣiṣẹ́ o, tàbí ibi tí èèyàn bí ẹgbẹ̀rún kan àbí ẹgbẹ̀rin bí 800 plus bá wà, ẹ̀rọ ẹyọ kan ṣoṣo ni wọ́n á gbé kalẹ̀ fún wọn bẹ̀.
Ó dá lẹ́yìn èyí tí àwọn ibi tá a lọ tẹ́mi lọ àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ìṣẹ́ jẹ́ ìgbọ́ àwọn olùdókòwò láti ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn ọ̀gá wa bá lọ sí ìrìnàjò àwọn local government ìgbìyànjú káàkiri ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Ìròyìn tó a ní kíkó ní àwọn agbègbè kan lórí òṣìṣẹ́. Ṣùgbọ́n a tún wá gbọ́ pé ní àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ ìgbìmọ̀ tètè dìde sọ̀rọ̀ ìròyìn dáadọ́ bí aago méjì láti àwọn local government wáyé káàkiri ní pé bí mẹ́jọ àti tí méje fún mẹ́wàá èyí táwọn ilé ìwé tó lé ní 70% tí òrò tó sọṣẹ́ lẹ̀ lóṣèlú ní àwọn àgbà ilé ìwé ìdíje sí tọ́sí ti tún ṣe ó sì iṣẹ́ nù so jẹ́ ká rò pé wọ́n ṣe òkúkọ bí dandan nítorí àwọn tó ti lọ síbi ìbò ń gbọ́dọ̀ lò àwọn olóòtú ti di bí ìlú ṣiṣẹ́ wa wọ́n sì ti ní àwọn àwọn sọ ṣẹlẹ̀ wọ́n ti tẹ̀ wọ́n jáde wọ́n ti tẹ̀ tún àwọn tó sọ ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ̀ ṣe. Government bíi 724 ọgọ́rùn-ún méjì àbí ọgọ́rùn-ún mẹ́jọ iṣẹ́ yẹn pọ̀ yẹn ní ètò àjọ ayélujára láti lè dé sí ọ̀rọ̀ nípa sí wọ́n lè rí àwọn fẹ́lú ní ètò ìdìbò tó ń bẹ̀rẹ̀.
All right, the executive director of CIMESO there. Doctor, please, we would appreciate if your audio can be more audible so that we can hear you better. However, we'd like you to, for the sake of our English listeners as well, bring us up to speed with the observation from your own agency, talking about the voter turnout and talking about the operation of the beavers. And I would like to also combine how is the atmosphere generally in the places you have covered with the security agencies' presence and their roles in the polling unit so far.
Thank you very much. We saw that the voter turnout was very impressive. Large numbers of citizens turned out for the voting. In many places that I visited, people have been there, voters have been there since like 7 a.m. The voting started early in all those places. I also saw that the security agencies in many situations, in many polling units, were there early enough and they were professional. Something that struck me, however, was the large number, usually large number of security agencies. There were polling units where I saw to 15 policemen, and there were 9, the particular one they said there were uncounted 15 policemen and 9 other security agents, looking like 25. They have promised they would meet, meaning that they decided to really do their intentionality in the government to a higher level. Talking of priority voting, I saw that in fact everywhere, priority was given to certain demographics, segments that are considered vulnerable, so to speak, elderly, regular persons with disability and all of that. Everywhere that they went, they separate, things went well. But from the report that we got from the street, there were situations of development that were not exactly pleasant. For example, today, we received a report from the fields saying that there were reported cases of places, that this is across the state now, and this was actual. And about 726 voting units where people in the field were. 25 reported cases of thuggery, 12 attacks on electoral officials, 9 cases of voter intimidation by security personnel. There are also reported cases of vote trading, 100, more than 100, cases of vote trading, multiple voting, about 12 cases, campaigning at the polling units, about 38, voter impersonation, 40, misconduct by electoral officials, 17, and so on and so forth. So it means that there were some issues here and there. But generally, across the state, the situation was far better than we saw before the election. Political temperature, that characterized and did not get election day. And that's something that I think is positive for of this election.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akimbulu, for that update as regards the observation. The Executive Director of CMESO observing the election here in Osun State.
Ẹ ṣeun, ẹ jẹ́ àpadà wálé díẹ̀ kí n yà sọ́dọ̀ àwara wa nínú ilé. Nǹkan kan wà tí ọ̀mọ̀wé Ayọ̀ Ológun sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan. Bákan náà ni olùṣọ́ àgùntàn Akínkúnmi wọ́n ní pẹ̀lú bí bá ṣe ń wò pé wọ́n ti gbàgbàdà jàkaná, wọ́n fẹ́ gbé pẹ́rẹ́gì jàkaná lónìí, pé gbogbo àwọn ṣẹlẹ̀ tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ ìkọlù bí ìṣekúpani lọ́tún ló sì ṣáájú ọjọ́ òní, pé bóyá ó máa jẹ́ kẹ́rù bá àwọn èèyàn. Àtọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn fọ́nrán kódà lóru mọ́jú tí wọ́n ní láwọn ìlú kan, ẹnìkan ní tẹ́ bá jáde tẹ́ bá ti dìbò fẹ́gbẹ́ wa ti mọ̀ pé nǹkan lẹ lórí yín lọ́rùn yín bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Wọ́n ní síbẹ̀síbẹ̀ títí dé ọ̀dọ̀ ọ̀mọ̀wé Akínkúnmi tí wọ́n bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ tán sìn, wọ́n ní àwọn èèyàn jáde dáadáa. Ká tiẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ dúpẹ́, ìyẹn ni pé àwọn èèyàn ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àwọn náà ti rí pé kíní wa ni o, ojúṣe wa ni láti dìbò. Ibi tí mo wá ń lọ gan ni pé pẹ̀lú ségesège tá a rí nìsín nínú ẹ̀rọ BVAS bó ṣe ń ṣiṣẹ́ sí, ǹjẹ́ eléyìí kò ní fẹ́ domi tútù sọ́kàn àwọn èèyàn pé ètò àlọ́ níjó òní ta fẹ́ dìbò gómìnà ṣèbá débẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ òṣìṣẹ́ wò ó mú o lọ́jàre ìkan nìyẹn. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì wá ni pé báwo ni àjọ elétò ìdìbò INEC ṣe fẹ́ parẹ́ lọ́kàn àwọn olùdìbò lónìí lẹ́yìn tí wọ́n ti fi dá wa lójú pé ẹ̀rọ wa o àti yẹ̀wò o ó dúró dáadáa o, a tún ní àwọn èyí tá a fi pamọ́ o pé àbámọ̀ bí mi ìbá yọwọ́. Wọ́n tún wá ṣe àyẹ̀wò pé ká dánwò mọ́ọ̀kì tí wọ́n ṣe láìpẹ́ èkó tó dòní pé àwọn ṣe o ó dẹ̀ tẹ́ àwọn lọ́rùn, kódà ọ̀gá àgbà wọn wá sí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tí wọ́n dẹ̀ fi dá wa lójú pẹ̀lú ìtò wá ṣẹlẹ̀ lónìí bẹ̀rọ BVAS ṣe ṣiṣẹ́ àti bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ṣé mọ̀ pé èyí tí wọ́n dì lẹ́kìtì wọ́n ní àwọn tó jáde wọn pọ̀ tó iye èèyàn tí ó forúkọ sílẹ̀ tó yẹ kó jáde, ṣùgbọ́n ti Ọ̀ṣun alẹ́ ní mílíọ̀nù 2 bí wọ́n ṣe sọ. Wọ́n á láwọn èèyàn jáde dáadáa, wọ́n ti jáde báyìí, wọ́n fẹ́ dìbò, agara já wọn nípa ẹ̀rọ. Ipa wo lè máa ní fún ètò ìdìbò tó ń bọ̀ lọ́nà?
Ẹ ṣeun gan lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Kò sí àní-àní ń bẹ̀ pé tẹ́ bá pín sí ìdá 100, ó kéré jù bó jẹ́ ìdá 10 tàbí ìdá 20 yóò jẹ́ àwọn tí irú ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ báyọ̀ ti domi tútù sí lọ́kàn pé ìta àfẹ́ ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ ta tún ní àwa wò bóyá yóò yàtọ̀ díẹ̀ ta tún rírù rírì. Ó ṣe ní láàánú pé èmi rí i pé àjọ INEC wọn ò ní ìpalẹ̀mọ́ tó gún mọ́ tó fún ètò ìdìbò yìí ni, nítorí pé tẹ́yìn ò bá ṣerú nǹkan báyìí mo nígbàgbọ́ pé n tó yẹ kán ṣe ni pé ká ṣe kó pọ̀ ńlẹ̀, ó dáa ju pé káwá mọ̀ sọ pé kì í sì ṣe pé yóò pọ̀ ńlẹ̀ náà. A ti ní òye iye èèyàn tó gba káàdì ìdìbò wọn ní yúnítì kọ̀ọ̀kan níbùdó ìdìbò kọ̀ọ̀kan, àti ní òye wọn òkè èèyàn 10 ló gbà níbí. A gbọ́dọ̀ ṣètò lẹ̀ pé èèyàn 10 yẹn ó wà, ó wá lè mọ̀ wà tó bẹ́ẹ̀. Fún àpẹẹrẹ láwọn yúnítì tá a ti réyàn 1000 kan ó lé, èmi ò rò pé ó bójú mi ká sọ pé BVAS machine kan ni ó wà ń bẹ̀.
Kódà 3 gan kéré.
Torí pé kí àwọn nǹkan yìí bí nǹkan tán a ṣe náà ni òyìnbó ló ṣe, ó sì dàbí ẹ̀rọ fóònù tá a mú dání. Tẹ́ ẹ bá lo ẹ̀rọ fóònù yín gan dáwọn ibì kan yóò gbóná.
Bátìrì orí ẹ̀ ó lọlẹ̀.
Bátìrì orí rẹ̀ ó lọlẹ̀. Fún ìdí eléyìí ìgbà tá à ń dìbò gan tá à ń lo card reader ní polling unit kọ̀ọ̀kan láwọn ibùdó ìdìbò kọ̀ọ̀kan à ń ní card reader bíi 2 bíi 3. Kí ló dé tá à ní BVAS machine tó jẹ́ pé lè àwò pé òní ò tún jẹ́ kí ètò ìdìbò wa kó múná dóko, kí ló dé tá à ní bíi 2 àbí 3 láwọn ibi tá a ti ní 1000 kan ó lé, so that a lè tètè ṣètò ìdìbò yẹn. Wọ́n ní òru là á ṣèkà. Ṣáwọn tí wọ́n ti ń lọ sí ibi ìdìbò látọ̀sán láti dàbòrú ni wọ́n nífẹ̀ẹ́ lọ síbẹ̀ lálẹ́ nígbà tó kùkù bá ti kùn. So àwọn nǹkan tó yẹ kí àjọ INEC ti pèlò sílẹ̀ ní ẹ sì mọ́ gbàgbé ń pé gẹ́gẹ́ bá ti tẹnumọ́ látàrọ pé ìdìbò kan tó jẹ́ circle election kó tó di general election 2027 ní ó yà èmi gan lẹ́nu pé a lè ráwọn ọmọ ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tí ó jáde tó báyìí. Ẹ mọ̀ sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kẹ́mi àti ọ̀mọ̀wé àti jáde láti lọ wo ìgboro, a sì rí pé láwọn bí ìdìbò kọ̀ọ̀kan èrò sì pọ̀ ńlẹ̀ bìbà tó fẹ́ dìbò. Ìtumọ̀ ẹ̀ ni pé gẹ́gẹ́ bí àfojúsùn ti wá pé láwọn bòmíì gan kan tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣe sorting and counting of ballot yóò ta aago 8 alẹ́ òní. Torí àwọn èèyàn tó wà nílẹ̀ láti dìbò. Àjọ INEC ó fi hàn wá pé wọ́n ní ìpalẹ̀mọ́ tó gún mọ́ fún ètò ìdìbò yìí. Eléyìí sì lè domi tútù sí ó lè mọ́ domi tútù sí gbogbo èèyàn lọ́kàn torí pé n tá ń pè ní political awareness àwọn èèyàn wa ti ń pọ̀ sí. Ṣùgbọ́n kò sí bó ṣe fẹ́ ṣe tó bó jẹ́ èèyàn 10 nínú 100 yóò domi tútù sí wọn lọ́kàn. Eléyìí sì ń dá wa padà sí ẹjá ti bí ìṣáná kíyèsí ogun ètò ìdìbò tá a ṣe ní ọdún 2022. Ṣé ẹ rántí pé tẹ́ bá ṣe lọ wo bí àwọn èèyàn ṣe ń jáde dìbò sí láti ọdún 1999 ó ń wálẹ̀ sí ni ní gbogbo ọdún. Kí làwọn nǹkan tó sì ń fa ìtàn pè ní voter party ni pé nígbà táwọn èèyàn bá jáde láti wá dìbò àwọn èèyàn rí pé àwọn dìbò lọ sí A.
Ó jáde ń gbì.
Ẹ sì ó jáde ní gbì. Ẹ já wo nǹkan tí INEC fi kéde ìdìbò ìbéèrè tí mo béèrè lórí orí iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán kan jọ tán pè mí fún ìbéèrè. Ó ní in tí INEC fi kéde ìdìbò èsì ìdìbò láti ìpínlẹ̀ Rivers tí n bá mú result tó jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ sọ́fíìsì INEC wọ́n gbà mí síṣẹ́. In tá à ń pè ní mutilated result wọ́n ti kùn tá a ti ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ sójú ẹ̀ ṣé wọ́n gbà mí síṣẹ́. Lórí IREF tí INEC láwọn ń lò à ń rí mathematics wọ́n ń pè ní kí náà ń pè ní tọ́mọ fi ń solve mathematics question. Formula náà upload sórí IREF. Ṣé tí n bá múrú ẹ̀ dé INEC office ṣé wọ́n gbà mí síṣẹ́. So àjọ elétò ìdìbò ní láti mọ̀ pé ọmọ Nàìjíríà fẹ́ rí èrè jẹ lórí owó tá à ń ná. Owó yìí kì í ṣowó Joe Àṣàmúpìtàn kì í ṣowó Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu. Owó ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ni tá a bá sì ti ń náwó yẹn a gbọ́dọ̀ mọ̀ rí i pé owó yẹn ń jáde bá a ṣe ná.
Ó dáa.
All right, so we understand that we are being joined by Executive Director, Center for Media and Society, Mr. Stephen. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon or evening. Can you bring us up to speed with the observation so far, and what is the situation in your end at your situation room with the observation of the Osun governorship elections? Mr. Stephen. Okay. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm Mr. Stephen Twanzama. I'm not the executive director of NBC. I work for the Kuka Center. Okay. Thank you for providing the platform. So, live reporting here from Osun, where we just had a preliminary statement. And a number of issues came up strongly for us. We say that in terms of voter turnout, recorded a large number of voters who really came out to exercise their franchise. This is a very good sign for us, especially because we had concerns regarding early commencement of votes due to unforeseen logistical arrangements, especially arising from the court judgment that required the printing of, results and sheets to include the Social Democratic Party. However, the opposition was proactive in the sense that they had to work day and night in order to see that sensitive and non-sensitive materials finally arrived to local government areas and finally to the polling units. So in terms of logistics, preliminary statements commended INEC for being proactive. However, there are some issues that came up which has to do with the electoral integrity of the vote process. Chiefly among them, and I'm sure Dr. Atundu mentioned that is the issue of vote buying. That has been recurrent. We've recorded over 100 cases of vote buying across the polling units we have. They are observing. So this is really an issue for us, and we are keeping our eyes still on the process. Then secondly, too, we also recorded cases of forgery, whereby the process was disrupted at some point. Again, this is not so new in the sense that in our preliminaries, pre-assessment report, we had highlighted that the political atmosphere was really tense in the sense that the rhetoric was not good. So we are seeing that playing out in the process. But by and large, from what we are receiving from the observers, we must have to commend the voters of Osun because despite these challenges, they still came out en masse to exercise their franchise.
Impressive. Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen, for the update. We hope to still get more updates as they get to unfold from here. And thank you very much, Mr. Stephen, Executive Director, Center for Media and Society. As we told you, at this time, this is 3:49 studio time here at Western Spring Television. And for polling units that don't have electorates on the queue, counting should have started, and for some probably should have ended. For those who still have electorates on the queue, voting should still be ongoing. However, we'll go on this short break. We'll return, and when we return, we'll still get more updates from our reporters, and also we'll be having conversation, bisecting and dissecting different analyses as regards the reports we are getting. We still have our guest, Dr. Omotosho Jr. and Mr. Ladi Jalabi right here in the studio will be giving us their insight and take as regards to the different views we have with the election process. Stay with us.
I usually came around here in the morning to come and vote, but that time it was not organized at all. So in fact, some policemen were called to come to this place because later on they organized everything and people were voting. Then the givers machine is not that fast, it's very slow. At the time it came to a knot, it's not working. But later on it started working again. So by and large turnout, people are exercising their rights, but the truth of the matter is it's still not fast. And as I'm speaking to you, I'm here to vote. And that's why I'm voting behind to exercise my rights. But by and large, it's peaceful.
This is almost 1 p.m. This is after 12. So are you saying that generally most of the
majority of people here have not voted? The majority of people here have not voted at all.
Have you been addressed by the PUs and
No, because it's busy attending to people, so it's not been addressed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
The APC agents for these polling units were Unit 34, Ward 10. We've been having some serious problems. One of the problems is the beavers. It's not functioning properly. The beavers is not functioning properly. I have called severally. I have called so many people. I have called some agencies to come and help us, including INEC. Up till this moment, up and until this moment, they have not registered. I mean, the number of voters has not even reached 130. You understand? So the problem we are facing is this thing is getting too slow, very slow, and it's very disorderly.
Have they been able to address your concern?
No, they have not addressed the concern.
So what do you think is the way forward now? What are you?
Well, if any can come around here, we've told them. If they can come around here to come and give us another beavers, that will be faster. We've had reports that other places they've almost completely concluded the voting. So why are they wasting our time here?
It's going on well. I'm satisfied with the situation of things. But it seems that device is not working well. So next time they're supposed to bring 2 govers here because the population, at least 2, because the population is very, very much. I hear it's 7 a.m. and up to now, check your time now. Let's see. Our old Mama
I wanted to ask, have they been attending to the elders? The elders very well.
They give elder provision. So then, let's say pregnant woman, just handicap.
Tell us your name again.
This is our point.
Thank you so much. Leave FM, I just said it. Some of the voters complained to us that there were delays in voting. Some of our the voters told us that there have been delays in this polling unit. What are the causes? They said beavers, stuff,
and the process has been very, very slow. We have only one beavers here, and we have about over 800 voters, and the turnout is around 80%. But unfortunately, the process has not been all that smooth. So because of that, you can see the majority of people around have not voted till now. Maybe around, I don't think the number of people who have voted is up to 100 now.
What can we attribute to these delays in this particular polling unit?
For me, I think we need more beepers, machine, and then we need more personnel to be deployed to this place. I think that will help, maybe like 2 other beavers machine and more personnel, personnel to be deployed to help the situation.
Personally, sir, have you been allowed to vote?
No, I've not voted.
And you have been here since when?
8 states.
Your name again, sir? Thank you for speaking with us, sir.
And this place is no Ejide. Be on your feet, sorry, sir. Those people that is around us here. Ejide Sama. Sir. Be at alert. Someone is around this place. I told you.
Lórí oko. Kí ṣe bóyá nìkan sọ pé ẹ wo ìfowópamọ́ tó bá tẹ̀. Ẹ tó bá ti tẹ nǹkan tí ó yẹ kó tẹ̀ ní aṣọ. Lórí oko, ìgbà wo? Wà lórí ẹ̀mí. Ẹyẹ náà wà lórí.
Well, as of now, there's not concerning the election. The process is going on fine. Only that in some places there are some glitches in the rivers. Very slow. And people are complaining. So, by and large, I think it's peaceful. But the problem we are facing now is the vote buying. From the report I'm getting from various ones, there's a large number of vote buying that is going on in some units. And the police are not doing anything. So I think this is against the promise made by the police and all the security agencies, and even the INEC, that's against this attitude. So I want them to come out and do something about it, that is security agencies. Because we believe that food buying will not help our democracy, it will not make our democracy to thrive. So I'm employing the security agency to go all out in some wars, especially in Lushobu. From the what I'm getting now, a lot of food buying is going on from the APC people. And the police are looking at them not taking action.
Have you taken any step in that regard?
I've called some security agencies to help us stop this madness that is going on. And I'm expecting their response.
You have just said it now that there have been instances of report of vote buying.
Especially in Ward 4 and Ward 5 in Osogbo.
All right.
Ward 4, Ward 5 and Ward 3.
Sir,
Ward 2.
Generally speaking, what is your feeling
exactly, considering the fact that there has been reports that intimidation has been going on to dissuade voters from coming out to vote. So how do you feel now?
Okay.
Are you confident?
Yeah. What I gathered this morning, there are some areas that the intimidation is still on, going on, especially in Freedom Park at Railway. That they want to see a neighbor threatening people that they should not vote. Not cast their vote for court. And I called the DSS and the police and the soldiers. I think they are there now, and I think they are working on it. So, and some areas too, there's some intimidation and harassment, which we've called the security agencies, and they are proactive on it. So,
thank you very much for staying with us. Those are some of the updates, talking about the election going on in Osun State. And, as I said earlier, voting, for as long as there are no electorates on the queue, counting should have started or should have ended, and results should start trickling into the, collation centers, as the case may be. And we are hoping to start getting updates from our reporters as well with what is going on right there in the field. Olufemi Alagbe is my name, and it gives me a pleasure to be here, bringing you up to speed as we get reports from our correspondents who are on the field.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni a kí ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa gbogbo ibi tí ẹ ti ń láǹfààní láti máa wò wá yín tẹ́ ń wò wá níkànnì àdọ́wà lórí StarTimes ẹ ṣeun ẹ̀yin tó jẹ́ pé àwọn ojú òpó ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ gbogbo lẹ dúró sí ẹ ṣé ẹ kú àyè bẹ́ẹ̀ onílò ní jẹ́ o ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àwọn èèyàn ti dìbò torí gẹ́gẹ́ bí òfin àti ìlànà tí wọ́n fi lélẹ̀ bá aago 2 àbọ̀ bá ti lù ní ètò ìbò dídì ń parí àyàfi àwọn tí wọ́n bá ṣì wà ní orí ìlà tí wọ́n ń dúró gẹ́gẹ́ bí tí àwọn akọ̀ròyìn wa tí wọ́n dẹ̀ wà níta àti àwọn àjọ ajàfẹ́tọ̀ọ́ aráàlú àwọn òǹwòye ìdìbò tí wọ́n ti fi tó wa létí lọ́kàn òjọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń wò tẹ̀lé ń tẹ̀lé wọ́n ní àwọn bòmíì wọ́n ti dìbò tán wọ́n ń retí káago kíkà lù àwọn kan ti ń kà lọ́wọ́ àwọn onírúurú ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó dẹ̀ ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀ àwọn aṣojú ìròyìn wa wọ́n wà ń ta wọ́n mọ̀ fi tó wa létí ẹ má gbàgbé pé ẹ̀yin náà ẹ láǹfààní láti bá wa dá sí ìyẹn ní ojú òpó ntẹ́ bá rí ní agbègbè yín ntẹ́ bá kò ẹ lè fi tó wa létí lórí ẹ̀rọ 0913 259 9000 ẹ jẹ́ n tún mú lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí 0913 259 9000 tàbí kí n pè báyìí kó lè yọjú dáadáa 091 32 59 9000 ẹ mú bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn láti fi pè ẹ kọ̀ dákọ yín àti agbègbè ibi tẹ́ wà tẹ́ ti dìbò ní tẹ́ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ fẹ́ fi tó wa létí lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí Exactly.
And let me come back to Dr. Omotosho Jr. and Mr. Ladeji. We've seen so far the reports. Let me start with Doctor here. Let's talk about the reports from different observers have been saying that the turnout is good. The turnout is good. And what does it say about, the electoral awareness of the electorate here in Osun State?
Well, it shows that people are politically conscious. That is one. And this competition, between a governor, a serving governor, and the other political parties have been competitive reasonably. And people want to exercise their vote to actually make sure that this election is free and fair. So I commend the people of Osun State for coming out en masse to vote for the candidate of their choice. And I think that is very, very commendable. Particularly when you view it, with what has been happening pre-election, when people were shouting here and there that if you come out to vote, we kill you, we maim you. The electorate defied that and came out to vote en masse. That is good. We are praying to God that, the process of counting and completion of the voting will be peaceful. And then if it is peaceful, possibly the best candidate will win. But I must confess that INEC didn't live up to expectation in terms of the performance of the beavers. And that is unfortunate.
Hello,
all right, Doctor, we have a call. Yeah.
Ẹ ṣeun ẹ kúrọ̀lẹ́ a kú àtàárọ̀ kí ló kọ yín bolẹ̀ tí ń pè.
Lẹ́gbọ̀n kú àtàárọ̀ ẹ kú gbogbo ẹ.
Ẹ ṣeun kí lorúkọ yín sà.
Orúkọ mi ni Chi Awátijẹ Ọ̀pọ̀mọ̀pàlà láti Kogi.
Láti àdúgbò bolẹ̀ pé.
Láti Kogi.
Kogi. a jẹ́ pé òun wòye ètò ìdìbò ní ẹ̀yìn kí ni àríwísí yín nípa ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà tá à ń ṣe lónìí.
Mo wá dùn sí bí ẹgbẹ́ ṣètò tẹ̀tẹ̀ pọ̀ rẹ̀ ti àwọn ilé bẹ̀tà wa state tó kù à ń retí pé kí ẹ máa.
Yes, please go ahead. We can hear you.
Onímọ̀ọ́tà láti sọ fún mi pé ìbò gómìnà yín tẹ̀ ń ṣe yìí àríkọ́gbọ́n ló jẹ́ fún àwọn state tó kù. Ẹ̀bẹ̀ tá à ń tẹ̀yìn ní kí a ti wà níbi látàárọ̀ ẹ máa fún wa náwọn rìpọ́ọ̀tì díẹ̀ díẹ̀ tó ṣe ń lọ.
Ó dáa
Of course, if you
bó
have
tiẹ̀ jẹ́ pé gẹ́gẹ́ bí òfin àjọ elétò ìdìbò ni yóò kéde èsì ìdìbò tiwa ní láti jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ mọ ibi nǹkan ṣe ń lọ àti ibi tó dé dúró ṣùgbọ́n èsì tẹ́ ẹ sọ ohun àjọ elétò ìdìbò ni èyí tó wá yá jù ní nǹkan ní èsì ìdìbò wọn IREV.
So that's the much we can, we can declare any results now except from INEC has the statutory responsibility to declare results, and we have to wait to hear from INEC before we say anything as regarding that. Yes, Dr.
Yes,
Motosho,
I was trying to say that we need to appeal to INEC to actually improve the performance of its beavers, more so when they have told us before this election, pre-election, that even where beavers is not working or is not enough, they have more than 1,000 stocks in their store that they can redeploy. I'm really surprised why it has not been deployed into all those places where voting or where people are registered to vote.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. You're welcome. Your name, your location, and yes, you're live.
À ń gbọ́ yín o.
Ẹ má bínú pé Yorùbá ni mo fẹ́ sọ, mo mọ̀ pé èdè ìbò lẹ fi ń ṣètò.
Rárá, ẹ láǹfààní láti sọ Yorùbá.
Ẹ láǹfààní láti sọ
Ẹ láǹfààní à ń gbọ́ yín. Kí lorúkọ yín níbo lẹ ti ń pè wá?
Orúkọ mi ni Làwà láti wà lára tó hàn sí láti ẹ̀fẹ̀ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun.
Ẹ ṣé. Ǹjẹ́ ẹ dìbò lónìí?
Pẹ̀lú ògùn Ọlọ́run.
Ó dà kí ni ìrírí yín ní ibùdó ìdìbò tẹ́ lọ?
Ó dìbò dáadáa.
Can you tell us?
Ọlọ́run ní agboolé wa ti rìn nígbà Ọlọ́run sì lè pín èrò jáde lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ bí ìtàn. Ó dà ìbò ní ìtàn bẹ́ẹ̀. Ó sì ara tèmi ṣe rí tó jẹ́ pé ń túrò. Wọ́n àti ìka ìbò tán nínú ọ̀dọ̀ tiwa torí ìlú máa ń pọ̀ ní agboolé tiwa dáadáa láti dìbò. À ń ṣe agboolé wa ní agboolé àrùn ní ìbẹ̀rẹ̀.
Ó dà ǹjẹ́ tabaníkẹ́ fún àjọ elétò ìdìbò ní àmì bíi láàrin 1 sí 5. Àwọn ẹ̀rọ tí wọ́n kó wá ṣé ó ṣiṣẹ́ dáadáa bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe lẹ́ẹ̀pọ̀ yẹn.
Kí ni bá máa fún wọn ní kéde ti dìbò lónìí tó bá máa fún àjọ elétò ìdìbò ní náàkì o ìní ó fún wọn sí 100 o.
Ó dà 100 nínú 100. Ó dà ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ ṣeun gan ni tẹ́ bá wa dá sí.
80% is
nínú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni nínú 100. Ẹ ṣé gan.
Thank you very much.
Ẹ ṣeun.
All right, thank you. We understand that our correspondent Toby Judge is right there. Toby, yes, can you bring us up to speed with what's happening? Where are you currently, and what's the update?
Okay. It's currently at level 3 and 4 in Okiare in Borupe local government area.
Okay.
And we have a situation here. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. We can hear you.
Can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay, so we have a situation here. The polling unit that we visited earlier, that's 111 unit 5. The voters there, according to them, the election process was disrupted because, according to them, when the voting was going on, some set of hoodlums came in vehicles and started attacking voters, started hitting them up. That is according to the voters. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Toby. We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. So after that process, the INEC ad hoc staff had been at Tampa for safety. So they left the scene But after that, something else happened. We saw the ballot with the papers has been scattered on the floor. We saw that we have that on video. So it means that the people in that area were disenfranchised of their rights to vote for the candidate of their choice. So some of the residents and voters that we spoke to said 1/3 of those on the queue are not even voted when this set of guns came to attack those that are on the queue. And just after that particular polling unit, we have another situation at Ward 11, it is 3 and 4. And I have one of the yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping to understand the situation that we have here.
Yeah, the situation in the rain here, we are in for the level 3 and 4 is pathetic. It says that our APC stalwarts, one in Unit 4, APC stalwarts in Unit 4 started beating another party agent in that unit that doesn't want to see them there, which is not possible. Now, they try to settle the matter this morning. The man is the one that beats those agents that doesn't want to be here. So, and I know INEC, the INEC ad hoc staff also, they are there, but they're supposed to stop voting exercise there. But instead, they continue with that voting exercise. But according to their training, they're supposed to stop the exercise and in order to resolve that issue so that those agents observe what is going on. But instead of that, they continue the voting exercise and those people were chased away. Only APC party agents were allowed to stay there. And right now, as at now, they have even moved the ballot of INEC staff. They have moved them to the south.
Is this an allegation or is this what you saw?
That is what happened here. What we saw. Most of us are voting here. So that is what we saw at the point. So he has moved them to the south. And we have not counted that ballot papers. We have not counted. So talk less of having the results at hand. So he has taken away the spot political paper and all the other materials. So, and all other material to his house. Yeah. Besides that, the person that is doing all this is Panik academic. Yeah. Yes, and then now, and Adeochu. Here, this is Unit 3 of Ward 11. At the same time, at this point, the collation center for the entire world. Now, the INEC staff, they also went away with all other voting materials. They even want to move it away, but the register member, this unit, they didn't allow them to take it away. Now, yes, police did not start here, but now they moved away. We don't even trust them, the materials, because we don't know what to do with those materials. Now, we have sent for them to take them back because they started this exercise was finish it. So, but we went for them now, we will not take them here. So, our guy that those guys are one that came pick the pick the box, but we didn't allow him to pick the box. So because we not get large match, not yes. So INEC staff has reported their way of the Boricua local government. So that this is what's going on here. That is reporting the appropriate spot. The Unit 4 near Rome. since Ward 11 Òkè-Àrè Prince Valid Adeleke ẹni tó jẹ́ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ APC ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí àwọn ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ míì tí wọ́n jọ ń dìbò ní polling unit tí ó ti ìpìlẹ̀ kẹrin lókè-Àrè. Yes, ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí olùpàtì agent accord olùpàtì agent AGC olùpàtì agent APGA obìnrin kan tí ẹ̀ nìyẹn olùwọ̀n ti ADC yẹn ọmọ inú ilé wọn ni ó ń fọwọ́ sọ̀yà nígbà tá a report fọlọ́pàá DPO rẹ̀ police division ó ń sọ fún wípé òun ló ń lù wípé tó bá sì tún padà síbẹ̀ pé òun máa lù so àwa ń bi léèrè wípé ṣé òun ní INEC because ó jẹ́ ní unit a so ó ṣàn lérí mọ́ everybody àwọn NSDC wá police wá gbogbo wọn wá láti wá dẹ́kun ìwà yìí ọ̀gbẹ́ni yóò so ní unit 4 yẹn wọ́n dìbò ní ìsìn wọn ò dá o wọ́n ti gbé ìbò yẹn lọ sílé rẹ̀ unit 5 náà wọ́n fẹ́ wá gbé náà ní àwọn èèyàn tó wà ń bẹ̀ ò gbà so ni wọ́n ṣe ló ṣe jẹ́ dídànù tí wọ́n dànù yẹn so ti unit 3 yìí ti unit 3 yìí tí à ń sọ nǹkan tó jẹ́ ní pé unit 3 ti polling unit 3 wà ibẹ̀ ní coordination center àbúṣe wọ́ọ̀dì so bí n pé ó ti ra àwọn wọ̀nyí àwọn INEC staff náà wọ́n fẹ́ gbé wa lọ sí ilé rẹ̀ níbi tó ń kó àwọn yòókù lọ àwa wá yarí pé àárọ̀ pé because bí làwa ti ń dìbò bí ìlàsì ti ká ìbò yìí a sì ti ká débi táwọn kúrò níbi pé à lọ sí àbọ̀dá coordination center nítorí bí ní coordination center wọ́ọ̀dù àwọn ìlẹ́rù rẹ̀. Ballot box tí wọ́n fẹ́ gbé lọ nìyẹn tí àwọn ọlọ́pàá ni wọ́n tàn án because àwọn INEC tí wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ yìí gan wọn padà wá àwọn ọlọ́pàá ni wọ́n fẹ́ wá gbé àwa sọ fún ọlọ́pàá pé ọlọ́pàá ò lè gbé wípé INEC ni kó wá gbé kíní yìí tó bá fẹ́ gbé then kó wá sọ tí tó fi sá lọ fún wa.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so
unit 5 náà wọ́n gbé lọ unit 6 náà unit 6 náà ìgbà tí wọ́n fẹ́ gbé lọ tí àwọn tó wà ń bẹ̀ tí wọ́n ń fa mọ́ra wọn lọ́wọ́ ìgbàanù so unit 6 ni wọ́n dà tí unit 5 ni wọ́n láì gbà wọ́n àká.
Hello, Tobi. Tobi, kó tó di pé bàbá kúrò níbẹ̀ fún àtẹnumọ́ kó tó di pé wọ́n á máa lọ fún àtẹnumọ́ torí ẹnìkan ti pè wá láti ilé wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ Ward 11 nílùú Ìré yìí kan náà mo fẹ́ kí wọ́n yànnàná ẹ̀ dáadáa tá gan lẹni tí wọ́n fẹ̀sùn kàn yìí ṣé wọ́n mọ orúkọ ẹ̀ kan dárúkọ ẹ̀ fún wa ẹni tí wọ́n fẹ̀sùn kàn kó gbé àpótí lọ ilé ẹ̀.
If you can hear the allegation of a politician who took the ballot box and took it to his house, that is there a name to that particular politician? If you can hear us, if that voter is still there, to give us an update on that very politician who was said to allegedly.
Particularly the areas where these issues are being raised.
Okay.
Is 11,
okay.
3, 4, 5, and 6. These are the areas that these issues have been raised so far. 1, 11, 3, 4, 5, and 6. According to them, Unit 6 particularly, the ballot box was scattered. While the ballot papers, see the ballot papers on the floor, we saw that by ourselves. It means that the vote was the action was in that particular hearing. So all the issues will keep monitoring them because we even had to leave a particular place because we were seeing some unfamiliar faces that were trying to approach us, so we had to leave for safety. As you can see, they are waiting around, waiting for what is about to happen. They are waiting for some of them separate child super. That means that like a quarter or 1/3 of them were not able to vote. Some of them are already agreed. So you can see the number of these people that are hanging around people. And of course, where the general collation is place building is where the collation is about to start. So that is why they are hanging around here to see what is going to happen. So that's what we understand so far, but we'll continue to keep tabs on these developments here in Boricua local government area.
Thank you very much, Toby. Do ensure that you people stay safe. And as you get more updates, get to bring us up to speed with the updates from your end. Thank you very much. And I still back here in the studio. We still have Dr. Omotosho Jr. and Mr. Oladeji right here. You know, Mr. Oladeji, you've heard what a reporter has to say, talking about that very units there. Ward 11 unit 3, 4, 5, 6. One of the units, I mean, yes, the ballot box, the beavers shattered all on the ground and all of that, all because, and allegedly, a politician taking the ballot box to his house for elections to continue. How do you respond?
Well, it's rather unfortunate. It shows how desperate just to impress whoever they are supporting. You have no right whatsoever. Beavers machine, the ballot papers, the ballot boxes are properties of INEC.
Yeah.
You know, so you have no right as a political, or as a politician to take it anywhere. And I think the rightful thing for INEC to do is those areas, those units, the election there should be cancelled. Because you can't take the vote of people, the ballot of people, take it to your private apartment as who? Are you the INEC? Even the INEC chairman doesn't have a right to take ballot boxes to his house during an election. And this is what we say about how desperate our politicians are. If you have done so well during campaigns, if you have spoken to people, and don't also forget that these people that are now fighting for people to vote for them were given opportunity by media houses in Osun, led by this same organization. Come and talk to the people what you have in, and they ran away. Because many of them don't have anything to say to people. Now you want to forcefully, gain power. This is not the way things are done. And don't forget again that this is an era where social media is an in thing, and a lot of eyes are on Osun State. People, if you check any of your socials now, people are dropping updates about Osun election. So the moment your face is out there, as one of the people trying to undermine democracy in Osun State, then you are putting yourself in a bigger trouble. And, the person mentioned, I don't know how true is someone who goes on media houses to say, I don't go about with thugs. So where did he get this one is a question and is an answer.
Just as we say, it's an allegation. We're still waiting for.
But in every, in every item of allegation, you definitely get something close to truth there.
Well, it is, we will get to see and get more updates from our reporters. Dr. Omotosho, before Felicia will come in, you've seen all of that. And I was saying something the other time. You will talk about this, and I want to add this, talking about, Mr. Oladeji spoke about politicians, especially aspirants, with their manifesto. And I spoke the other time talking about manifestos just being a cliche. It's more like a usual thing you get to see in, year out. At every election cycle, it looks as if they are tilting towards the same thing, more like.
If this campaign, this particular election campaign, did not even discuss issues. They were like a personal attack between candidates and their supporters. Killings, attacks here and there. Instead of concentrating on marketing themselves based on issues, they were just attacking each other left, right, and center. And that was why the pre-election, this place was tensed up. And we thank God that people turned out properly today. Now, for somebody to carry electoral materials and voting material, or ballot box to his house is the height of impunity. And I think whoever is involved in that should be arrested by now. They will have been arrested by the security agents. Because if it has been taken away, while the procedure is going on, we are disrupting it. Some security agents supposed to have followed that up with the house of the person, withdraw all those things and come back and then see whether the election can continue or not. And like he said, I think the elections in those units should be cancelled. And again, want to say that the contest for election in Nigeria has become so desperate, and that is why
because the money there is too much.
Is too much. That's why we are having all this. And I think the National Assembly, fortunately, those are the people who can appeal to review this process. And the National Assembly is equally compromised. But I pray one day a good leader will emerge in this country that will lead us through a good course, that we are not going to be having all these hulabaloo. Elections should be peaceful. Elections should be, democracy should be celebrated. And then contestants should see themselves as friends, not as enemies. And then we will not have all these kind of, malpractices and misbehavior. But to come to my earlier point, and INEC should up its games in terms of these beavers. These beavers should be working. And like they told us, they have surplus. They should deploy anywhere where the population is more than 500. They should give 2 beavers. And where it is 1,000 to 1,005, they should give up to 4, so that there is no wasting of time. By the time we are still counting, or people are still voting around 7. When are we going to complete counting? This is why most Nigerians are losing confidence in the INEC itself and in their performance, because when it gets to late in the evening and we have this serious situation of epileptic power supply in Nigeria where there's no light to count, what do we do? Then all these misbehaviors will continue. So I think as much as we heard from the field people telling us that some areas are good, but some areas need improvement. And I think INEC should look into all those and improve, particularly about the beavers. They didn't live up to expectation, particularly what I heard them saying on television, that they have surplus. Where are the surplus? Where are they? Why can't they deploy it if they have them? And then why do they allow election now to go to deep in the night? Because the way people came out, I can bet it, some people will wait, even if it is 12 midnight.
Because I was going to come to that can people wait to 12?
Yes, people will wait. People are determined to vote.
Because some places, some polling units where we're saying that we have large turnouts, and the beavers is still slow.
Yes. I know some elderly people will go.
Might not be able to wait.
They may not be able to wait. Some people will wait. But it's unfortunate it is like that. Why is it like that? This is not the first time we are using beavers. And they assured us it will work. That is there is no person that has talked to us on the field that didn't mention about beavers. Yeah. And then police looking the other way when talks are operating. This is unfortunate. And I think we really need stakeholders to actually know that this country belongs to all of us, and that the earlier we make it better for ourselves, the better for us.
So, wa, òpin gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ náà. Ó ní pé kí oníwà ó ṣe wá ẹ̀ kó dáa, tẹ́lẹ́yìn ó di ẹ̀yìn ẹ̀ náà mú kó sùn. Bólùdìbò bá pinnu láti jáde dìbò fẹ́ni tó wù, kó má rẹ́ni tí ó fi lọ kó wá tà, kóun náà má ṣetán láti tà fẹ́nikẹ́ni. Kẹ́ṣọ́ aláàbò kó pèsè ààbò ní tòótọ́, kó má jẹ́ ẹni tí ó gbọ̀jẹ̀gẹ́ pẹ̀lú àwọn alábọ̀dé láti gbẹ̀yìn bọ́bọ́ jẹ́. Kájọ elétò òdìbò kí wọ́n máa tẹ̀lé ọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n bá sọ. Èyí ó wà wí èyí tí ó ṣẹlẹ̀ lónìí ó ti ṣẹlẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n dá mi lójú pé ibi ó wù kí èsì ìdìbò yìí já sí, wọn ò ní ṣàì máa sọ pé àjọ elétò òdìbò àbíamọ wọn ò pọn mọ́re nípa àgbékalẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ tí a lò láti fi ṣiṣẹ́. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹnu òsì ní sí lára àwọn agbófinró tí a gbọ́ pé wọ́n ṣe ègbè fáwọn tí wọ́n fẹ́ da ètò ìdìbò rú, gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn àpẹẹrẹ tá a ti gbọ́. Àmọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀ bàbá gbàládùá kọ́lọ́run bá wa tún ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ṣe. Onísọ̀kalẹ̀ wá sí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun o, àwa ara wa náà la fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀. Ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa, ojúṣe wa ni, ẹ̀tọ́ wa lè ti òdìbò. Kódà òpómúléró ni fúnjọba tiwantiwa, ẹ má jẹ́ aṣọ́dògún.
Exactly, just as Afolusho has said, every one of us, we have a responsibility to do the electorate, the politicians, the electoral umpire in charge of the elections, security agencies, all relevant stakeholders. We have a role to play. We have a responsibility. And we keep tabs and we keep expecting to hear as the results get collated, and we expect INEC to start giving us updates as we get to see it. We'll still keep in touch with you and bring you up to speed with happenings as they get to unfold while we expect the results to start coming in. And as we said, wherever it is that is circulating on social media, INEC is the umpire with the responsibility to announce results. So whatever it is you're seeing from any social media platform or whatever it is, let's get to wait for INEC to declare whatever it is, the results that we get to have in our various polling units. As I said, you have a responsibility to play, just as Felicia has said, I have a duty to play. All of us, we have a responsibility to play. Stay with us on this channel, Western Spring Television, on our social media handles. We're streaming live on Facebook at Western Spring Television, on our YouTube channel at Western Spring Television NG. As the election gets to unfold, we'll still bring you up to speed with happenings. My name is Olufemi Alagbe.
Ẹ ṣeun gan ni ẹ̀yin lámìtọ́ wa tá a pè arákùnrin Ládèjì àti ọ̀mọ̀wé Olúyẹmí ẹ ṣé gan ni Ọmọ́tọ́ṣọ́ fún àkókò yín lágbára Ọlọ́run ìlú yìí ò ní bàjẹ́ gbogbo wa ó sì jọ jèrè rẹ̀ ni ẹ má wàá gbàgbé o àtẹni wọ́n bá kéde pò ń ló jáwé olúborí àtẹni tí wọ́n ní kò jáwé olúborí kò sẹ́ni tí ò ní rí bì kan wọ o ẹ jẹ́ kí kálukú gbà ká mú ká sì ṣẹ̀tọ́ wa láwùjọ Olúṣọ́ Òjó ló kọ mi o ẹ kú kalẹ̀.
Ìbò má ṣe jà, ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ṣe jẹ́jẹ́. Ìbò má ṣe jà, àlàáfíà ó là ń béèrè fún. Ìbò má ṣe jà, ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ṣe jẹ́jẹ́. Ìbò má ṣe jà, àlàáfíà ó.
Election no be war, vote not fight. Dìbò má ṣe jà.
One of the voters who is yet to cast his vote, and he will be speaking to us in Yoruba. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sà.
Ẹ káàsán.
Ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ìṣòwò àti ìwọlé ti wà lórí kí ṣe ti vote.
A ṣe fẹ́ fò tí mo dúró àti bí aago mẹ́jọ láti wà ní lórí èrò pọ̀ díẹ̀ ló fà á láti fi dìbò báyìí.
So kí ló fà á tí gbogbo ètò yẹn tó fi slow?
Iṣẹ́ kó slow ìgbọ̀dù ló pọ̀ ju báwọn èèyàn pọ̀ gan wọ́n bá yí pé àárọ̀ tẹ débi lẹ́wà bí mi àríbẹ̀rù ṣe pọ̀ èrò pọ̀ ló fà á tó pọ̀ jù.
But ẹ bá a sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ètò ààbò torí ẹ̀mọ́ kókó tó dọjú òní ẹ̀rù ń bá àwọn èèyàn láti bọ́ síta báwo ni ètò ààbò ní odò tó local government.
A dúpẹ́ fọlọ́ bí a ṣe rò pé bóyá ó ṣe máa rí tẹ́lẹ̀ torí ẹ̀rù ń bá everybody ṣùgbọ́n nísìnyí a dúpẹ́ gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ létò kò sí wàhálà kò sí jàgídíjàgan ìlú àlàáfíà gan nílùú Ìjàbẹ́ta wà yìí ìlú àlàáfíà nítorí ẹgbẹ́ méjèèjì wọ́n ṣe kí ni wọ́n dúró dáadáa pa àmọ́ra wa ọmọ ìlú ní àṣìlẹ́jà ṣùgbọ́n àríyànjiyàn kan lè wáyé a sì tún ṣẹ́jú ẹ̀ nípa padà sílé ó tán tó fà á nìyẹn.
Ẹ bá a sọ̀rọ̀ nípa conduct àwọn INEC iṣẹ́ INEC àtàwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ aláàbò tó wà níbà báwo ni conduct tó fà.
Wọ́n try wọ́n gbìyànjú wọn àjọ understand ara wa kò jọ sí àríyànjiyàn kankan.
Ó yẹ ká pè padà. Yes.